Chapter 248. Magnet Release. Iron Sand. Stop. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distance. A figure was rushing towards this place at an extremely fast speed. Because of the obscuring mist, its appearance couldn't be clearly seen, only a small black dot could be vaguely made out. However, with such speed, and coming from the hidden mist village, it seems there's no one else but the third Mizukage. He came faster than expected, but well. Kyoka raised the corner of his mouth, then coldly looked at the ground, his eyes sinking. Chakra surged wildly. Eternal burial. Crack. Crack. The overall height of the iron sand surface suddenly decreased by several centimeters. The mist ninjas who were struggling under the iron sand also completely lost their movements, only the gradually increasingly thick bloody smell told of a certain fact. How dare you? The voice from afar was getting closer and closer, filled with anger. The Mizukage is here, let's slip away. Kyoka knew very well when to quit while he was ahead. After solving the mist ninjas, he directly rolled up the iron sand and turned it into wings to escape. The wings stirred up a gust of wind, blowing away the mist, and with a whoosh sound, he drilled into the sky. Thud. Not long after Kyoka left, the third Mizukage appeared on some of the iron sand that Kyoka didn't have time to collect, his face solemn as he felt the bloody smell permeating from below. Whoosh! 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 After his appearance, several mist ninjas wearing umbu uniforms and masks arrived late. Scanning the messy scene, someone said in a deep voice, "Iron Sand, it's Konoha's Spear of Judgment, Sarutobi Kyoka." The reputation that Kyoka made with his puppet clone was not small. Even the closed-off hidden mist village had a certain understanding of such ninjas who needed special attention. Konoha. Sarutobi, Kyoka. The third Mizukage gritted his teeth, his anger not small. Not only because Kyoka killed the people of their hidden mist village in their land of water, but also because a group of ninjas actually appeared within their hidden mist village, trying to contact outside villages for their own benefit, wanting to damage the interests of the entire hidden mist village. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Suddenly. Just as he was gnashing his teeth, an echo actually came from the sky. It was Kyoka. He had returned. I heard someone was calling me. Layers of mist slowly dissipated, revealing not only Kyoka, but also a huge, sharp spear, with leaping blue arcs of electricity twining around it. With his throw, it instantly turned into a streak of silver-blue lightning, crashing down. It's Take My Kazuchi's Judgment. Seeing this huge iron sand spear falling, one of the mist ninja umbu beside the third Mizukage couldn't help but cry out. As the technique that killed the two-tailed in Kyoka's famous battle, it had long been sent to the desks of the Kage of the major hidden villages. And this information, of course, could not avoid being remembered by the Jonin with some strength in each village, just like they all knew about Watergate's Flying Thunder God technique when facing him. It was a famous technique, so it was remembered. But now seeing the rapidly falling iron sand spear, everyone became nervous. This was a technique that could even kill tailed beasts, how could they resist it? It's not entirely. The third Mizukage was still considered calm, looking at the spear falling faster and faster. He stated the key to this ninjutsu. There were no thunderclouds in the sky, and no lightning blessing the spear, so it could not be considered a true, Take My Kazuchi's Judgment. However, even if it wasn't the real, Take My Kazuchi's Judgment, it wasn't something that could be easily blocked. If something went wrong, the third Mizukage would be fine, but these mist ninja umbu would inevitably suffer. Therefore, when he saw the falling spear, the third Mizukage formed a hand seal. His speed was very fast, dozens offhand seals were completed in one go, and the surrounding water vapor became his greatest reliance. Water Release. Waterfall Blade. Wrapped in rich chakra, the third Mizukage squatted halfway, spitting out a dark blue stream of water from his mouth. At the same time, the surrounding water vapor seemed to feel a call and gathered towards the stream of water spit out by the third Mizukage. The land of water was originally the place with the most water vapor in the entire ninja world. The stronger the water release ninja, the greater the advantage they could display here. This was also the reason why the hidden mist village could still be fearless despite being closed off from the world. The ninjas of other villages came to the sea. Not only could some of their techniques not display their full power, but the mist ninja's water release would also be greatly strengthened. As one of the leaders who were good at using water release ninjutsu, the third Mizukage had experienced the teachings of the first and second Mizukage, so the strength was undoubtedly strong. The rapid water flow turned into a huge blade, and the high-speed rotating whirlpool formed the sharpest blade of the blade facing the falling iron sand spear and chopping up. Chapter 249. This time. What seemed to be a clash between Vital and the third Mizukage was, in essence, a battle between the third Kazekage's magnet release, known as the strongest Kazekage in history, and the third Mizukage of Kirigakure. Clang! Despite being a collision of water currents and iron sand, a shocking metallic clang reverberated, accompanied by a burst of sparks and thick water vapor from the evaporated water. Boom! The impact of the direct collision forcibly dispersed the surrounding dense fog, creating a vast vacuum. Below, the third Mizukage's gaze finally met Vital's eyes as he flapped his wings in the sky. Dark iron sand mingled with scattered water currents, falling like rain. However, both remained unmoved, simply watching each other silently. Having mastered the ability to fly, Vital held the initiative to some extent. Whether to fight or flee was entirely up to him. He was contemplating whether to take advantage of his initiative and engage the third Mizukage head-on. Winning would completely alleviate the pressure Konoha faced from Kirigakure, while losing wouldn't be a significant issue. Although this was the third Mizukage's home turf, Vital's chances of victory were slim. However, as long as he could avoid the gazes of others, Vital could unleash all his trump cards, summoning his main body and Sasori's puppets with the Flying Thunder God technique in a head-on confrontation. His odds of winning would be higher. However, just as he was considering this, his body suddenly stiffened, his consciousness jumping wildly. Danger! This was an ominous sign, a feeling of being targeted by a venomous snake that he hadn't experienced in a long time. He had only felt this way once before, when his main body faced Orochimaru. Is it the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Vital scanned the area but didn't see the 7 mist ninja wielding strange swords, not even Kisame Hashigaki, the current owner of the Samahata and the authority of Kirigakure's Umbu. If it's not the 7 ninja swordsmen, then what is it? Suddenly, Vital's gaze passed over the third Mizukage and landed on an Umbu ninja wearing a white mask beside him. Through the mask's holes, he met a pair of extremely indifferent and deep eyes, faintly containing an extremely confident arrogance, seemingly not taking Vital, the spear of judgment, who shook the ninja world, seriously. Crap! Vital's heart skipped a beat, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Let's go! Let's go! He really had to leave this time, flapping his wings vigorously, without a trace of hesitation, flying into the higher mist and fleeing towards the land of water. Damn it, how could I run into that man here? He flapped his wings with all his might, moving at an extremely fast speed. The land of water was too dangerous now, he would never come here again. He ran away. Seeing Vital's somewhat hurried departure, a Kirigakure Umbu couldn't help but mutter. The third Mizukage watched the direction Vital was leaving, his brow furrowed, the corner of his eye glancing meaningfully at the calm and composed Umbu beside him. Using a special method of speaking that only the two of them could hear. He discovered it. The Umbu hesitated slightly, then shook his head, his voice slightly deep, with a hint of hoarseness and steadiness. Probably, he just sensed the danger, and didn't confirm my identity. His reaction is quite sharp, the third Mizukage remarked. The Umbu chuckled, his perception is not bad, but his strength is just as so. Third Mizukage. If he and Vital were evenly matched, wouldn't that also be considered just as so? However, thinking of this person's true identity and the legend he once left in the ninja world, he hesitated slightly and didn't refute. The Umbu didn't seem to care about the third Mizukage's reaction, only looking at Vital, who was rapidly disappearing and almost invisible in the blink of an eye, narrowing his eyes. Interesting. On the other side, Vital, who was truly escaping, patted his chest while traveling, looking scared. It really is that man. Although he didn't see that person's face, nor did he see his Sharingan, Vital was almost 100% certain that the guy was Madara Uchiha, who liked to watch others dance. It was probably not Madara Uchiha's main body, but he knew that the Rinnegan had a special technique called the Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. It could attach a ninja's chakra to a living sacrifice, thereby playing the role of this ninja. If the chakra was exhausted, the sacrifice would die, and the amount of transferred chakra would be determined by the Rinnegan. Madara Uchiha should only be able to hang on to life by relying on the demonic statue of the outer path, but if he used the outer path samsara of heavenly life technique, he could attach chakra to the sacrifice and walk freely in the ninja world. In fact, Vital estimated that the sacrifice of the outer path samsara of heavenly life technique might be a white zetsu, because only such a body could maximize Madara Uchiha's strength. As for saying that Madara Uchiha no longer has the Rinnegan now. That is Madara Uchiha, a man who can activate Susanoo without eyes, who knows what other abilities he has. Besides, the full abilities of the Rinnegan are probably not even clear to the old thief, Kishimoto, who knows what Madara Uchiha has developed. In the future, don't call me for missions in the Land of Water. After leaving the Land of Water without any danger, Vital finally breathed a sigh of relief. The third Mizukage and Madara Uchiha have really cooperated, then they are probably already plotting against Obito. How should I remind him? Chapter 250. Thinking of this, Vital shook his head again. No, with Madara Uchiha's plan, Obito should only be the first target. He wouldn't have no backup plan. Just reminding Obito and Minato is only a temporary solution. The real root cause is still Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu. This is a very difficult problem to deal with. Madara Uchiha is in the dark, while they are in the open. Even if they know the other party's plan, they may not be able to stop it. The most important thing is Madara Uchiha's current combat power. There are not many people in the entire ninja world who can restrain him. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time, but I still have to tell Hiruzen Sarutobi about the situation here, at least to make him a little more vigilant. With a flap of his wings, Vital temporarily gave up the idea of meeting up with the three little ones first. After entering the border of the Land of Fire, he headed towards Konoha village without stopping. After the initial rapid outbreak of the Third Ninja World War, the major hidden villages saw that they could not take down Konoha in the first instance, and temporarily entered a period of fatigue. What follows is a slow grind and slow consumption. On the way, Vital was still analyzing the current situation in the ninja world. Konoha is definitely not afraid of short-term consumption, but if the time is too long, even if Konoha is rich, it will not be able to withstand the four hidden villages taking turns grinding it down. Konoha's strength is beyond doubt. One village is fighting back and forth against four villages. Danzo should already be trying to contact Inoki, right? In order to force Hiruzen Sarutobi to step down, he will definitely spare no effort. It is undeniable that Danzo played a significant role in this war. However, he should also feel the crisis. The appearance of Minato and me will make him uneasy, but there is no need to worry too much. His main attention should still be on Orochimaru. Not long ago, Orochimaru, as the commander-in-chief, even won a wave against Inoki, and his reputation in Konoha is at its peak. If Vital and Minato Namikaze, the rising, Konoha twin stars, are the newborn son of Konoha, then Orochimaru in Konoha is like the sun at its zenith. After the end of the Second Ninja World War, the most promising contender for the position of Hokage was Sakumo Hatake, followed by Orochimaru. His powerful strength, superb command ability, and unique personal charm have long allowed him to win a lot of loyal supporters among the Konoha ninjas. Lost in thought. The outline of Konoha village has already appeared in sight. Konoha Hokage Building. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind a pile of documents, burying himself in processing documents from various battlefields. After the outbreak of the war, the most tired person was still the Hokage, who was stationed in the rear. He not only had to pay attention to the direction and trend of the major battlefields, but also was responsible for the deployment of the major battlefields and the transportation of materials. In just over a year, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to have aged 10 years. Having passed the tail end of his peak, he could clearly feel his body gradually weakening and his strength constantly declining. This made him, who originally had absolute confidence in himself, feel a little lost. It's just that these complex feelings were covered up by his busy work. Hiruzen, I heard that you transferred Danzo back from the front line. Suddenly, the door of the office was pushed open by Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado, who were Hokage advisors. Yes. Seeming to have known that they would come, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not look up, but just responded. The situation on the battlefield in the Land of Rain is still unstable, and the sand ninjas are even more ready to move, is it a bit inappropriate for you to transfer Danzo back at this time? Homura Mitokado couldn't help but ask. Sunigakure has already selected the candidate for the 4th Kazekage, and its cohesion is much higher than before. There are also some rain ninjas who can't hold back. Tsunade is there, that's enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi was still writing the document. It's not to say that Tsunade is not good, but after all, Tsunade she, Koharu Udatane hurriedly said, stepping forward. But before she could finish her words, Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head. The rain ninjas will not intervene anymore. Does that put your minds at ease? The rain ninjas won't intervene anymore. The two of them were obviously stunned, looked at each other, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. You don't need to worry about the battlefield in the land of rain. I have a plan in mind. The reason why Danzo came back is because Danzo has other more important tasks. After speaking, he lowered his head again and continued to process the documents. Finding that the two of them had not left yet, he asked again, is there anything else? I heard that, you entrusted the task of contacting the mist ninjas to Hiruzen Hizashi. After hesitating slightly, the two temporarily put aside the matter of the land of rain and turned to the mist ninjas. Is there a problem? Hiruzen Hizashi's strength is strong enough. Even if he is discovered after entering Kirigakure, he has a high probability of retreating unscathed. But after all, he has little experience and almost no negotiation experience. This cooperation with some mist ninjas is crucial to our Konoha and may change the situation of being restrained by the mist ninjas. Is it a bit hasty to entrust such a task to an inexperienced young man? Koharu Udatane expressed her opinion. Who has experience at the beginning? Hizashi's going can show our Konoha's sincerity and is safe enough. There is no more suitable candidate than him. Homura, do you think so too? Homura Mitokado hesitated slightly, thought for a moment before saying, I don't doubt Hizashi's ability. After all, he can also be said to be one of Konoha's rising stars. It's reasonable to give him more opportunities and experience to learn, but after all, the result of this mission will have a great impact. He said a lot of approving words in front, seemingly agreeing with Hiruzen Sarutobi's decision, but the words after this, but, are the key. Then next time, let the two elders go for this kind of task. I don't really want to go to a place like the land of water. Suddenly, a figure appeared by the window, the folded wings turned into a gourd behind him, and the voice was indifferent, with no emotional fluctuations. Hizashi. Seeing the person, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others were all stunned. Chapter 251. Never would I have thought that Vital would suddenly appear here. What do you mean by that? Hearing the dissatisfaction and veiled sarcasm in his words, Koharu Udatane jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The literal meaning. I'm young and inexperienced, having only killed a few hundred cloud ninja on the battlefield, assassinated Shadow Assistant Tsuchi, and dealt with the small-tailed beast Two Tails. Next time, tasks like infiltrating the country of an opposing hidden village for negotiations should be left to the two experienced elders. It would be best if we could also see the figures of the two elders on the battlefield. Vital jumped down from the window and entered the office. You. Koharu Udatane's eyes widened, and her face turned red. Go to the land of water. She wanted to, but did she dare? What is this attitude? What? Relying on your great merits, you're starting to disregard the village elders. I wonder if after a while, you won't even put the Hokage in your eyes. Don't put a high hat on me, I can't afford it. Since the two elders think my merits are all picked up, then all the merits I obtain in the future will be counted in the names of you two. After all, sitting in the village doesn't earn you much merit. Don't you think so? Lord Hokage, Vital said coldly. Having just rushed back from the land of water and been startled by Madara Uchiha, Vital couldn't bear to hear people speaking ill of him behind his back after such a dangerous mission, and he didn't want to. Anyone could say that, even Danzo, but these two useless so-called elders were not qualified. You. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi felt good hearing Vital retort at them, they were, after all, nominally Hokage advisors, Konoha elders, and members of the older generation. He couldn't just watch them argue with Vital like this. He quickly waved his hand, ahem, say less. Nick Kan is fighting for Konoha on the front lines, this credit cannot be erased or transferred by anyone. He is a hero of Konoha. The two elders are also silently contributing to Konoha. Nick-kan, you can't make such comments, they are all for Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi said something to both sides, easing the tense atmosphere in the office. Humph. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado knew that they were in the wrong for speaking ill of Vital behind his back, so they just humphed and didn't continue to pursue the matter. Vital also gave Hiruzen Sarutobi some face. After all, he was only a little upset because he encountered Madara Uchiha during the mission and heard someone scheming behind his back. Seeing that the three of them weren't speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression finally eased. Nick-kan, shouldn't you be in the land of water? Why did you suddenly come back? Did something change with the mission? Vital nodded, glanced at the two of them, and said in a deep voice, Lord Hokage, I want to know who provided the intelligence for this mission. What's wrong? This mission is a trap, Vital said bluntly. Impossible. At this moment, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado jumped up, denying it outright. Hiruzen. Before he could say anything, Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted him with a wave of his hand, looking at Vital and saying, the specific situation. Several small mist ninja clans joined forces, trying to make a deal with our Konoha to assassinate their village's third Mizukage. Vital's words were filled with sarcasm. Assassinate the third Mizukage? The other three in the office were also stunned by this somewhat absurd proposal. What's the exchange? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained calm and continued to ask. Vital's eyes flashed, 6 tails. 6 tails. The two elders exclaimed. It wasn't that they couldn't hold their breath, but the content of such a transaction was too exaggerated, and the 6 tails did have too much appeal. If Konoha could obtain the 6 tails, this war wouldn't be so passive. Because Tsunegakure had the 1 tail. Iwagakure had the 4 tails and 5 tails, and Kumogakure even had the 2 tails and 8 tails. These were all trump cards they could use to overturn the tables on the battlefield. The reason they couldn't be used as conventional weapons was because they were difficult to control. And although Konoha had the strongest 9 tails, they didn't dare to send it to the battlefield because it was difficult to control. There was an inherent disadvantage. But if they could obtain the Mist Ninja Village's 6 tails, the outcome might be very different. How did you respond? Koharu Yuditane quickly asked. I refused. Vital glanced at him and replied without hesitation. Refused? That's the 6 tails. Hamura Mitokado couldn't believe that Vital would be so decisive. What? Does Elder Hamura Mitokado think he can kill the third Mizukage? Or is Konoha able to resolve the third Mizukage with very little cost? A thriving Konoha might have a chance, but Konoha, mired in the quagmire of war, had no possibility and couldn't spare enough manpower. And once it failed, the impact would be great. You two calm down and listen to Nick-kan. Hiruzen Sarutobi, although surprised by the reward offered by the Mist Ninjas, wasn't surprised by Vital's reply. If he were the one participating in the negotiations, he might also refuse. What Konoha needed now was stability. They hadn't reached a desperate situation, so there was no need to actively break the situation. But this is a trap. Saying this, Vital glanced at the two of them, and only continued when he found that they didn't interrupt. The heads of the 5 small clans, 2 of whom have been persuaded by the third Mizukage. Whoever Konoha sends to contact them will be surrounded by a large number of Mist Ninjas. But I estimate that the Mist Ninja Village's goal isn't the ninja who goes to make contact. Their appetite is bigger. Once we don't withstand the temptation of the 6 tails and send people to besiege and attack the third Mizukage, we will definitely face a group of Konoha who are waiting for us to actively enter the trap, waiting for an opportunity to move and cause Konoha to suffer even greater losses. He stated his judgment. Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't stupid. Listening to Vital and adding his own consideration and thinking from another perspective, he found that this possibility was high. Chapter 252. After understanding, his expression darkened. In the end, this negotiation was third Mizukage's attempt to use the dissenting voices in the village, both to use it as an excuse to deal with the dissenting voices in the village and to scheme against Konoha, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So I'm very curious, who exactly received this mission and proposed it? It's obviously a very stupid mission. When he first received this mission, he was very curious about what kind of genius Kirigakure had produced to propose an alliance with the hostile Konoha. Only later did he understand that this was a trap targeting Konoha. Seeing Vital's intentional or unintentional gaze, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado blushed and couldn't speak. Alright, let's not pursue this issue, in the end, I also have responsibility. Hiruzen Sarutobi pressed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Hiruzen, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado wanted to defend themselves. No need to say more, I know you are also for Konoha, let me be quiet, you guys go back first. Hearing this, the two nodded awkwardly and left the office. However, after leaving the Hokage building, the direction the two took was neither their post nor their home, it seemed to be the root base. After the two left, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Vital, speak, what else is there? Vital pursed his lips, and after a little thought, he said, I think Kirigakure is not quite right, or rather, the third Mizukage is not quite right. Oh. What's the basis? There's no evidence, just a guess. During this trip to the land of water, I met the third Mizukage and tested each other once. There was still the possibility of continuing the fight, but I was scared by someone. Scared? Hiruzen Sarutobi was a little surprised. With Vital's current strength, even Hiruzen Sarutobi is not 100% sure that he can take him down, and he has also experienced the Cloud Ninja in the battlefield. And has been in contact with strong men such as the third Raikage Sun, and Killer Bee. What kind of existence could scare even him? Vital nodded, there is an ANBU ninja beside the third Mizukage, I can't confirm his identity, but he poses a very big threat to me, my intuition tells me that if I continue to entangle with the third Mizukage, I will die. Will die. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent. Does Kirigakure have such a strong person? Immediately, he shook his head. Although the land of water is closed off, it is not easy to infiltrate, but some people from Root have successfully entered the land of water, and Konoha has a list of some powerful ninjas. There shouldn't be such a strong person. Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi's reaction, Vital shrugged. He had already given the reminder. What Hiruzen Sarutobi would react and prepare was up to him. Anyway, he will not return to the land of water before the end of the war. Somewhere underground in Konoha. The dim root base. Danzo leaned on his crutches, processing information in the deepest part of the root base's intelligence room, looking expressionless at the information filling the bookshelves. In front of him, a slim root ninja wearing a mask was kneeling. The Shrine Maiden continued to pay attention to the Rain Country battlefield. I need to know all the changes on the Rain Country battlefield as soon as possible, Tsunade's troop deployment and the Sand Ninja's response arrangements. Danzo said expressionlessly. This is the strongest intelligence ninja in Root, and also one of the people Danzo relies on. Yes, the Shrine Maiden responded lightly and disappeared into the intelligence room. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Unlike most Root ninjas who are completely controlled through brainwashing, as ninjas who collect intelligence and reconnaissance, they must have the ability to cope with changes sufficiently, not be rigid, and need to be flexible. So you can't use brainwashing to control them. But Danzo wasn't worried, because he had enough means to make the Shrine Maiden obedient, and he had a firm grip on her weakness. Calling me back from the Rain Country battlefield, Hiruzen, you really know how to kick away the ladder after crossing the river. Danzo was a little angry. However, he understood that the reason why Hiruzen Sarutobi did this was because he felt that Danzo had already posed a considerable threat to the Hokage position. But in Hiruzen Sarutobi's view, even he had not been able to withstand the ravages of time and felt his body weakening day by day. Danzo, who was about the same age as him, was also old and definitely not the best candidate for Hokage. Even if he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, knew that his good friend had been keen on Hokage all his life, he had to hand over the Hokage position to the most suitable person who could lead Konoha to a higher level for the sake of Konoha. Orochimaru is your most ideal candidate? Or do you want to hand over the banner to the younger Minato Namikaze, or to the same clan Sarutobi Hiruzen? I just hope you won't be too disappointed when you finally know the truth. Danzo muttered, the only eye he revealed flickering with. Whoosh! A root ninja appeared, Lord Danzo, the two elders are waiting for you outside. I know. Danzo waved his hand. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado have always been on the same front as him, Danzo. Konoha cannot become Hiruzen Sarutobi's one-man show, so in their view, restricting Hiruzen Sarutobi's power is their duty. And the representative of the elders is Danzo. Hand this over to Orochimaru. Danzo took out a scroll and handed it to the root ninja. Yes. Chapter 253. This mission is a trap. Perhaps we can't just look at the surface. Konoha Morgue. Through the memories transmitted back by the puppet clone, Vital's main body also roughly understood the situation of this trip to the land of water. The mission to contact the Mist Ninja was proposed by the two elders. Vital chuckled. Those two elders were just people pushed out by Danzo. As long as you understand the situation of Konoha's high-level officials, you can understand that the two advisors and elders, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado, are actually on the same line as Shimura Danzo. How much energy can those two elders without real power have? Can they provide such a task? So, rather than saying they provided it, it's better to say it was Danzo. Then, the deep meaning of this mission needs to be discussed. Anything related to Danzo becomes complicated. Should I consider it in a deeper direction? I previously thought it was a trap by the Hidden Mist Village. Could it be that Danzo wants to use the Hidden Mist Village to deal with my puppet clone, or reduce its influence on the battlefield and in Konoha? After all, once the mission negotiations have results, and Konoha really fails to besiege and assassinate the third Mizukage and suffers heavy losses, then I, who negotiated this cooperation, will inevitably suffer joint responsibility. Vital thought deeply and felt that it was not impossible. TSK, thinking like this is actually very reasonable. Did Danzo guess from the beginning that Hiruzen Sarutobi would send me to the land of water? He rubbed his chin. Besides me, the other person with the best chance and ability is Minato Namikaze, who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. Is he already starting to try to suppress people who may threaten the position of Hokage? He's making a move a little early. Vital wasn't sure if he was overthinking it. But as a person with persecutory delusions, and suspecting Danzo, no amount of speculation is too much. Orochimaru has already been completely controlled by Danzo. At this time, what he should do most is to work hard to help Orochimaru expand his reputation, suppress the rising trend of Minato Namikaze, and finally bring Orochimaru down. Which would be ideal? My thoughts are really too dark. Vital shook his head. However, I didn't expect that going to the land of water wouldn't bring back the corpse of the Kagaya clan. He unfurled a scroll, and several corpses of Mist Ninja were sealed inside. Then, he performed the Shadow Clone technique. Leaving the Shadow Clone in place, he used the half-baked Flying Thunder God technique to leave Konoha. Although because of the war, few people in Konoha usually come to places like the morgue, it's safer to leave a Shadow Clone behind. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in a slightly dim underground base. Many figures were walking around in the base, occasionally making the sound of puppet joints colliding, proving that they were not living people, but puppets. Vital's arrival did not attract much attention. Only two puppets brought a white robe and draped it over him. In the corner, a puppet scorpion with one white eye and one normal eye had many chakra threads extending from his chest, controlling all the puppets in the base. With just Puppet Scorpion and a large number of puppets, he alone could become an army. Your puppet control is becoming more and more skilled, Vital said lightly, walking to the storage room and putting the several Mist Ninja puppets that were sent in. At the same time, he could also see that a large number of puppets were neatly arranged in the storage room, all of which were human puppets that had already been made. It can be said that this base has now become a human puppet manufacturing factory. There's no way, since I can't use the third Kazekage's human puppet, I can only find my strength back from other aspects, Puppet Scorpion shrugged. That's true, Vital nodded in agreement. He walked to an experimental table in the middle of the base. On it were placed many glass utensils, as well as some materials that were being researched or waiting to be researched. Since he had gnawed through the information left by Scorpion several times, and the Shadow Clone had been reading and studying day and night, Vital had thoroughly understood all of Scorpion's knowledge and theories. He can barely be called half a scientist in the ninja world. Not as good as Orochimaru, but better than many others. This is the achievement gained by standing on the shoulders of giants. Let's continue with the subject that we didn't come to a conclusion on last time, the compatibility of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and the Kekkei Genkai of the Shikatsumiyaku. Vital put on gloves. It can be seen that there are many petri dishes in front of him, with various labels attached, including Hyuga, Uchiha, Kagaya, Lava Release, Scorch Release, and so on. And the most are Hyuga, Uchiha, and Kagaya. Puppet Scorpion walked to Vital's side and said lightly. Lacking Hashirama Senju's cells and the reaction of the Uchiha bloodline as a reference, it is difficult to obtain the conclusion we imagine just by colliding the bloodlines of the Hyuga and Kagaya clans. Don't even think about Hashirama Senju's cells for the time being, we can't get them, and Hashirama Senju's cells can't be suppressed by ordinary Uchiha bloodlines, the level gap is too big. Vital opened the two petri dishes labeled Hyuga and Kagaya. After extracting a small amount of them and fusing them, he observed the reaction under a microscope. The two bloodlines do have a certain possibility of fusion, but there is too little reference data and a lack of experimental samples. Let's do it little by little. The ultimate direction of this world must be the Otsutsuki clan. The Sharingan plus the wood release sage body is Otsutsuki Himura. In the absence of wood release and sage body, the Hyuga and Shikatsumiyaku can be considered another way. The ultimate direction of the ninja world is to become a god, to become the existence of the Sage of Six Paths. Vital has now begun to study another direction of becoming a god. Several months have passed again. Whether it was because the false information transmitted by Konoha had worked, or because the major hidden villages also needed some time to recuperate, the ninja world fell into a stalemate. Chapter 254. The various hidden villages and battlefields all opted for more conservative combat strategies. In these past few months, the new generation of Konoha genin, after completing numerous missions, were recommended by their respective jonin leaders and promoted to chunin. Of course, inevitably, many genin did not have the chance to grow and fell on the battlefield. These casualties were unavoidable, but for Konoha, the death of each of these new generation genin was a great loss. Because each of them had the potential to become a great tree in the future, sheltering Konoha and protecting its residents and ninjas. However, those ninjas who survived and successfully became chunin, after being tempered by the battlefield, became qualified ninjas, and some even displayed visible talent and potential at a young age. The most watched among them was Kakashi Hatake, the disciple of Minato Namikaze and the son of Konoha's former hero, Konoha White Fang. Under the recommendation of his teacher, Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze, Kakashi accepted a special wartime mission alone and successfully became a jonin at the age of 12. He is the youngest jonin in Konoha's history. His reputation has even spread beyond Konoha. Of course, besides the dazzling Kakashi, there were other young ninjas who could not be underestimated. For example, Shisui Uchiha of the Uchiha clan, the disciple of Konoha's Spear of Judgment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was known for his speed in slaying enemies using his skilled body flicker technique and illusions. Under the guidance of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shisui Uchiha was given the title Shisui of the Body Flicker, which was quickly recognized by many within Konoha. At the same time, Shisui Uchiha was also regarded as the Konoha genius second only to Kakashi Hatake. Besides these two, there were others who attracted attention, such as Asuma Sarutobi, the second son of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi, the daughter of the veteran Konoha Jonin, Kurenai Yuhi, and so on. Konoha could clearly feel the brilliance of its younger generation. This is the inheritance of Konoha ninjas, which is often talked about. However, compared to these younger generations, the two who truly attracted the most attention were undoubtedly Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Spear of Judgment, who were known as the twin stars of Konoha. One established great military achievements on the battlefield of the Land of Waterfall, and news of his victories over IWA ninja troops frequently came from the front lines. There were even rumors that the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure had to issue an order that if they encountered the Yellow Flash during a mission, they could abandon the mission and would not be punished. The last person to receive this treatment was Konoha White Fang, Sakumo Hatake. This treatment undoubtedly proved that Minato Namikaze's strength brought great pressure to the entire Iwagakure. On the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi was entrusted with an important task by the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, leading only a small number of ninjas to guard the eastern border of the Land of Fire, guarding against Kirigakure. What was most talked about was that he really did it. In the eyes of Konoha ninjas, the topic of one person fighting against a village has never disappeared. Konoha not only did not sink in the difficult war, but instead showed a more vigorous development trend, which brought great pressure to the other four villages. Led by the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Anoki, the connection between the four hidden villages became more frequent. It gave Konoha a feeling of an approaching storm. The initially calm surface of the ninja world seemed to be brewing a huge storm that the various villages were preparing to stir up. In this regard, Konoha did not dare to be complacent because of short-term gains and growth, and had to remain vigilant at all times. Eastern border of the Land of Fire. Shursui, your body flicker technique can indeed be faster. But you must remember that what you truly rely on is not speed, but your Sharingan's illusion. As long as the illusion has an impact on the enemy, even if the speed is not fast, the lethality will not be weakened. Kaze was training the three little ones in the forest within the border. The eastern border of the Land of Fire was too long and too large, and there were too many directions for Kiri ninjas to choose to land and invade. So prevention was not comprehensive. Kaze could only try to find them as soon as possible after discovering the traces of Kiri ninjas, and then solve them. Fortunately, the internal problems of Kirigakure were not small, and the third Mizukage could not transfer so many people. Yes, Hiruzen-sensei. Shursui responded heavily. Both of his eyes were Sharingan with two tomo. Having recently experienced a life-and-death setback, Shursui successfully advanced his Sharingan to two tomo, and the strengthening of Sharingan illusion was very significant, making it his most relied-upon combat method. The spirit and chakra fed back by the Sharingan further strengthened Shursui's strength. Now his strength has obviously surpassed Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, which is the benefit that members of the Uchiha clan gain after awakening the Sharingan. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as an Uchiha ninja who has opened the three-tomo Sharingan will not be weaker than a Jonin, and at the very least, they are a special Jonin. Because opening the three-tomo itself is the best proof of talent. Now that Shursui Uchiha has opened the two-tomo, with his own excellent talent for illusion and special understanding of the body flicker technique, he has already entered the ranks of special Jonin. Asuma, once you successfully master the nature transformation of wind-style chakra, the destructive power you can cause will definitely increase geometrically. But you can't be too anxious because of this. Chakra nature transformation should be something that Jonin would try to come in contact with. So letting you come in contact with it earlier is not to make you feel more anxious, but to let you adapt sooner. Once the nature transformation of wind-style chakra is not mastered well, the first one to be injured is not someone else, it is yourself. Kaze said to Asuma with a slightly serious tone, looking at the various new and old scars on his hands, which were obviously the presentation of excessive chakra nature transformation practice. I know, Asuma lowered his head, gritting his teeth. He only felt too much pressure from Shursui, so he was a little impatient to master the nature transformation of wind-style chakra. When they had just formed a team and joined Kaze's team, his strength was the strongest among the three. Of course, he only felt pressure purely, and he did not have any jealousy. After all, he and Shursui had a life-and-death friendship, and Shursui had saved him more than once. Perhaps he didn't want to lag behind in front of the person he liked. Kurenai, you are doing very well, your advantage is chakra control. You don't need very powerful ninjutsu and illusions. As long as you can play a restraining role, that's enough. If you have any new ideas or concepts about illusions, you can tell me, or Shursui can too. Kaze was the most relieved about Kurenai. She was a typical good girl, and she was very measured in combat and training. Chapter 255. But perhaps it is precisely because of this personality that her potential is the lowest of the three. For ninjas who are not from the Uchiha clan or a special illusionary arts family like the Kurama clan, it is still too difficult to achieve higher attainments in illusionary arts. Okay, Kurenai nodded obediently, her eyes secretly glancing at Asuma, a trace of Hatake in her eyes. Your training. Kaze wanted to continue lecturing, but an Umbun ninja suddenly appeared beside him and said respectfully, Nichikan-sama, mist ninjas have appeared in Area 18, in large numbers, and, suspected to be from the Kagaya clan of Kirigakure. The Kagaya clan of Kirigakure was a notoriously crazy family. Even closing the country did not prevent the Kagaya clan's reputation from spreading throughout the ninja world. They are a group of madmen who are willing to give up their lives for the sake of battle. Kaze's eyes flickered slightly, I understand. In order to better defend the border of the Land of Fire, Kaze divided the border into 25 sections, each with its own number. Area 18 is a border relatively close to the southern part of the Land of Fire. Whoosh! 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 Kaze quickly arrived here with the three little ones. Looking at the devastated area, Kaze frowned. What's wrong? Nichiken-sensei. Kaze shook his head. Kirigakure's move is very bad, making me feel that they made this move because they have other purposes. Why? The three of them looked at him at the same time, looking puzzled. Judging from the scene, infiltrating so recklessly, without hiding their tracks at all, seems to be just waiting for us to discover them. This is indeed in line with the behavior of the Kaguya clan. But any idiot knows that sending people from the Kaguya clan to do infiltration missions is tantamount to letting them die. Kaze frowned tightly. It's like, deliberately attracting our attention, Shisui interjected. Yes, Kaze nodded. Then, are the mist ninjas trying to cover up their real purpose? Having been together for so long, Asuma's thinking has also become much more meticulous, and he expressed his guess. It's not impossible, Kaze narrowed his eyes. But no matter what, since they're here, we still have to get rid of them first, otherwise, allowing the Kaguya clan to wreak havoc in the land of fire will cause losses that we cannot accept. Sensei, according to the traces left at the scene, they should have gone in the direction of Area 19. After scanning the traces at the scene, Kurenai made a judgment. Let's go, solve them as soon as possible. Yes. The four figures flashed and disappeared in place. Area 19. Three ninjas from the Kaguya clan, wearing strange costumes, with their hair tied into two even stranger braids. This outfit seems to still be at a stage earlier than the Warring States period. It can be seen that the Kaguya clan's history is definitely not short. Brother, why haven't the Konoha ninjas come yet? I feel so itchy. That's right, brother, the Konoha ninjas are too slow. Kaguya Junsaburo, the youngest, chewed on tree bark in his mouth. Don't worry, since the third said that as long as we come here, we will definitely encounter Konoha ninjas, just be patient and wait, they will definitely come. Kaguya Junichiro, as the eldest, comforted them, but it can be seen from his red eyes that he is actually more impatient than his two younger brothers. The Kaguya clan is a fighting race. However, Kirigakure's seclusion has led to them not having many battles to participate in at all. And the ninjas of Kirigakure also know that the people of the Kaguya clan are just a group of lunatics. Not to mention whether they can beat them, but being targeted by lunatics is definitely not a good experience. This has led to the Kaguya clan's desire to fight only being able to be digested internally, with each other sparring, and sometimes not being able to hold back, and killing members of the same clan is not uncommon. However, the Kaguya clan not only does not pursue it, but instead feels that the weak should die, and it is better to die at the hands of their own people than at the hands of outsiders. The Kaguya clan is so bizarre. What's even more bizarre is that they have actually inherited it for so long, and they are still developing well now. The three people performing the mission this time are biological brothers. The eldest brother, Kaguya Junichiro, is an elite jonin, the second brother, Kaguya Junjiro, is a jonin, and the third brother, Kaguya Junsaburo, is a special jonin. They have seamless cooperation with each other and are rare powerhouses in Kirigakure. Wait. Suddenly, Kaguya Junichiro stopped the two of them, his eyes staring intently at the dark forest in the distance. What's wrong, brother? Kaguya Junichiro's face raised a bloodthirsty ferocity, and he slowly pulled out the two long knives from his waist. It's killing intent, a very strong killing intent, my whole body is trembling. His hands were shaking, and he didn't know if he was afraid or excited. But it is estimated that they should not be afraid. Hearing this, the eyes of the two of them lit up. In that case, the one who came should be that spear of judgment, right? He's mine, don't you guys snatch him, Kaguya Junichiro emphasized. Then, brother, don't die too fast, otherwise, don't blame us brothers. The three of them were not afraid of Kaze's name, but became more and more excited. Whoosh! Kaze's team of four appeared. Looking at the Rain Knight clan's three people with excited faces. Let's make a quick decision. I think the Mist Ninjas have other plans, Kaze said lightly. Without any hesitation, he rushed out directly. Chapter 256. The black gourd on his back opened, and strands of iron sand gathered in front of him, coalescing into sharp spears. Magnet release. Iron sand giant needles. Understood. The three little ones responded in unison. Through eye contact, Uchiha Shisui faced off against Kaguya Junjiro, while Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai teamed up against Kaguya Junsaburo. You three little things, don't get in the way. Kagaya Junjiro's eyes gleamed when he saw Vital appear, wishing he could rush forward to die, but he was intercepted by Uchiha Shirsui. "Don't worry, teacher will quickly deal with that person, and it will be your turn soon," Uchiha Shirsui said, the double tomo in his eyes beginning to spin rapidly. Uchiha. On the other side. Vital's iron sand giant needles rushed head-on towards Kagaya Junichiro. "Well done." Kagaya Junichiro shouted excitedly. Clang! 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 The long sword in his hand flew up and down, deflecting the iron sand spears, the accompanying electric current and enormous power instantly numbing his arms. But Kagaya Junichiro didn't flinch in the slightest, staring intently at the approaching Vital, preparing to unleash his strongest power for a frenzied counterattack as soon as he entered his attack range. However, he saw wings appear on Vital's back, and his advancing body suddenly stopped. While stirring up a storm, he raised one hand and aimed it at Kagaya Junichiro. Silently, the fallen iron sand spears instantly burst apart, turning into scattered iron sand that enveloped Kagaya Junichiro. His expression changed drastically, and he swung out several slashes. But the moment he turned, countless iron sand reappeared in front of Vital. Magnet release. Iron sand. His eyes were cold. Flying burial. In this situation where a quick resolution was needed, he held nothing back. For a ninja like Kagaya Junichiro who specialized in taijutsu and swordsmanship, encountering a magnet release ninja like him who could control countless iron sand, there was really not much ability to resist. Not only because of the difference in strength, but also because the weapon in his hand was also under the influence of Vital's magnet release. Pfft. He was firmly wrapped up, and with the sudden compression of the iron sand, there was no room for resistance. Big brother is dead. His two younger brothers, seeing their elder brother die, were not saddened. For the Kagaya clan, dying in battle was the greatest honor. The two immediately abandoned the three small ones who were entangling them and rushed excitedly towards Vital. "Since you are brothers, you can go together," Vital said indifferently, as the iron sand swept over, stifling any sound of resistance. Even hanging needs a breath, but for them, there was no room to adapt. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. But it was not near Vital, but in another direction on the border. Even though they were separated by a great distance, it was still heard very clearly, and the soaring aftermath even dispersed the clouds. "Damn it!" Vital cursed inwardly and said to the three small ones. "Leave this to you." After speaking, his wings vibrated, and he quickly flew towards the direction of the explosion. The three small ones exchanged glances, immediately sensing that the matter was not simple. "Hurry, clean up, let's follow and see," Asuma quickly said. "Okay." Vital, who was rushing with all his might, quickly crossed the border and arrived at the area where the explosion had occurred earlier. In a devastated forest, several Konoha ninja corpses lay quietly on the ground, obviously having lost their lives. Seeing this scene, Vital's face darkened slightly. As expected, the Mist Ninja used three Kagaya clan idiots to attract his attention. The main point was that those three idiots were not ordinary ninjas, and if they were not dealt with quickly, the consequences might be extraordinary. Confirming the direction of the Mist Ninja's advance, Vital hurriedly chased after them. To use three jonin from the Kagaya clan as bait, it meant that the Mist Ninja they were covering were even more difficult to deal with. He didn't hold back any of his chakra. However, what surprised Vital slightly was that the Mist Ninja, who were expected to have infiltrated the heart of Konoha, were actually encountered by him very quickly. As for the reason, I was just saying that I felt like I had forgotten something. It turns out that I forgot about this important matter. Only to see 7 Mist Ninja of various shapes, wielding 7 strange and bizarre weapons, were blocked by a Konoha ninja wearing a ridiculous green jumpsuit and thick eyebrows. His body was rolling with a surging blue aura, his brow tightly furrowed, as if he was enduring some kind of pain. And it was just him alone who had blocked 7 Mist Ninja. These 7 were not ordinary Mist Ninja, they were the face of the Mist, the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. To be precise, their position in the Mist village was equivalent to the Sannin of Konoha. They were the highest combat power besides the 3rd Mizukichi. Each of them had at least the strength of a jonin or elite jonin, but coupled with the 7 special ninja swords in their hands. As well as the ninjutsu and swordsmanship that matched these ninja swords, they could exert the strength of the top of elite jonin, or even exceed elite Jonin to reach the Quasi-Kage level. But such 7 ninjas were actually blocked by a Konoha ninja. This ninja could also be considered a celebrity in Konoha. Chapter 257. Not because of his great strength, but because he was Konoha's famous eternal genin. Middle-aged, he still held the ninja title of genin, making him someone Konoha ninjas were very reluctant to team up with when doing tasks. Because apart from taijutsu being passable, his ninjutsu and genjutsu abilities were almost zero. And he was also the father of Kaze's acquaintance. Might Guy's father. Might Dai. Kaze was very familiar with this person. He learned about him through the comics of his previous life. He only had one famous battle. During the Third Shinobi World War, he faced the attack of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and opened the strongest taijutsu forbidden technique, the 8 gates. As a Konoha genin, he forcibly killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist head-on. The remaining 3 fled in defeat, some fleeing back to Kirigakure in panic, while others directly became missing nin of Kirigakure. Kaze originally thought that because of his appearance as a butterfly, Kirigakure would not stubbornly send the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist into Konoha again. But he didn't expect them to come anyway. Damn it, why is this Konoha ninja, who is clearly not strong, displaying such strength? Kushimaru Kuriere, wielding the blunt sword Kabutawari, looked furious. Wasn't it said that the Spear of Judgment had already been lured away? How can there be such a special ninja? The expressions of the other 5 were also not very good. We must make a quick decision, maybe the Spear of Judgment has already dealt with those 3 idiots from the Kagaya clan and is rushing here. As the leader of the current 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the ninja in charge of this mission, the genius of the Hozuki clan, and the wielder of the twin swords Hiramakariai, was Hozuki Chojuro. Then let's not hold back, let's do it as soon as possible, even if he is only at the strength of an elite jonin, even if he can't hold on for long, there's no need to waste time. The tallest ninja among the 7, the head of Kirigakure Zanbu, and the wielder of the great sword Samahata, Kisame Hashigaki, said. He had once led a team to participate in the Chunin exams held by Konoha and thought he had a thorough understanding of Konoha's strongmen, but he didn't expect that not long ago. A Spear of Judgment that shook the ninja world had emerged, and now there was another peculiar ninja he had never heard of. Facing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, whose reputation had spread throughout the ninja world, Might Dai, wrapped in swirling air currents and panting heavily, showed no signs of fear. He turned his head to the 3 young Konoha ninjas behind him, gave a thumbs up, and revealed his gleaming teeth. Or rather, it was to one of the 3. The ninja who was also wearing a green jumpsuit, had thick black eyebrows, but was younger, his son Might Guy. Might Guy was already in tears. He knew very well what his father's thumbs up meant. Choking in his throat, he sobbed, "Father, is it this time?" "Yes, Guy. You are my youth, my future, and the most valuable moment of my life is at this moment." Might Guy gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, but he did not show a look of pain or sadness. Instead, in his tears, the corners of his mouth rose into a big arc, revealing his white teeth. "Burn your youth, father." Yeah, Might Dai didn't look back, pulled open his horse stance, and the air currents on his body continued to expand. "Wait a minute, Might Dai senpai." Just then, Kaze, who had seen the scene from afar, flapped his wings and arrived beside Might Dai at the last moment. Raising his hand, he shook his head at him with a solemn look, "Don't be impulsive, Might Dai senpai." Seeing the sudden appearance of Kaze, Might Dai was stunned, and the chakra he was running almost went awry. "Nikken-sama." Before Might Dai could speak, Might Guy, Ebisu, and Genma Shiranui behind him exclaimed in surprise. "Nikken-sama." Might Dai murmured. He knew, Hiruzen Sarutobi, after all, he was one of Konoha's twin stars and a highly anticipated Konoha strongman. But it was only Might Dai who knew him, and he shouldn't know himself, an eternal genin. "Dai-senpai, it's not yet time to dedicate your life, your youth is still long, and you can bloom with even more dazzling brilliance in other places, there's no need to waste it here." Kaze reached out and put his hand on his shoulder, and under the surging blue air currents, he could clearly feel the terror contained within. "If Might Dai opens the 8 gates, I guess I wouldn't be his opponent either, the Iron Sand defense is a joke in front of the 8 gates, Kaze couldn't help but think. Might Dai stared blankly at Kaze. In his opinion, only he and his son Might Guy knew about the 8th gate of the 8 gates released formation. But why did it seem like the Hiruzen Sarutobi in front of him also knew what he was going to do? "I'm here," Kaze said with a smile, and the iron sand gourd behind him shattered. "Damn it! It's Hiruzen Sarutobi." It seems that those three idiots from the Kagaya clan didn't restrain him at all. Why did he come so quickly? This is troublesome. Seeing Kaze's appearance, the moods of Might Guy's team and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were completely opposite. Might Guy's team saw hope. Even though Might Guy knew that after his father opened the 8th gate of the 8 gates released formation, he would unleash even greater strength than he had now, and might even be able to overpower the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. But he didn't want his father to die here. "What are you afraid of?" "It's just a spear of judgment. As long as we are careful of his Takamikazuchi no Kami, there's nothing to worry about. Besides, this forbidden technique is not so easy to use." Chojuro Hozuki, the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, roared. "That's right. The forbidden technique Takamikazuchi no Kami not only required a certain amount of time to cast, but also had extremely high requirements for the weather itself." Chapter 258. At this moment, there was no sign of rain at all. Instantly, the pressure on the 7 people's hearts eased a lot. It was really because the destructive power caused by Vital's fame in the first battle was too terrifying. Even the tailed beasts were directly beheaded without saying a word. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? After hearing such a rational analysis, the pressure eased. "Senior Dai, can you still hold on?" Vital's pressure is actually not small. None of the 7 ninja swordsmen are weak, and their ninja swords have various abilities. They can defend against one, but it is difficult to defend against all of them. If Might Dai can provide some support, he will be more relaxed. "No problem." Might Dai raised his thumb and showed his signature smile. Seeing his smile, Vital felt a little bit like complaining, but now is obviously not the time. "Okay." Looking at the 7 swordsmen on the opposite side, he stretched out his hands suddenly. Magnet release. Iron sand barrier. Clusters of black iron sand clouds rose from the ground, dragging Vital into the air. Countless sharp thorns shot out from the black iron sand clouds, turning into hard and sharp spikes, frantically stabbing at the 7 people below. The coverage area of the black cloud is extremely large. Every iron sand spike that falls carries an electric current, and after contacting the ground, it quickly rebounds and then falls again. As long as Vital's chakra is not exhausted, this iron sand barrier will continue to exist. And any member of the 7 swordsmen in it must be very careful. Once they are accidentally hit by an iron sand spike, they will either die or be crippled. Moreover, the electric current on it will also affect the body of the person who is hit, affecting movement and the exertion of combat power. "Senior Dai." Vital shouted in a low voice. "Understood." Might Dai instantly understood, and rushed into the iron sand barrier, his speed extremely fast. The blue airflow wrapped around him, as if becoming lightning scurrying in the barrier. The 7 swordsmen need to be careful of the spikes, but he doesn't need to. Vital will even cooperate with him to create a more favorable situation for him. "Solve this Konoha ninja first." I don't know who among the 7 shouted. The 7 were also very united at this moment, because they knew that if they still had gaps between each other at this time, they might not be able to survive. Exploding blade nymph. Blast wave heavy. Death. The first to attack was Kushimaru Kuriere, the wielder of the exploding blade, Nuabari. He was closest to Might Dai. He rushed in front of him, and the exploding blade Nuabari, covered with explosive tags, swept towards Might Dai. The special ability of the exploding blade Nuabari is that the wielder can detonate the explosive tags and the sword at any time, causing huge damage to the enemy. It's just that his attack hadn't landed yet, when a thick iron sand wall stood between the two. Boom! A terrifying explosion left a huge pit on the iron sand wall, but it did not cause any harm to Might Dai. "Senior Dai, don't worry, with me here, attack with all your strength." Vital, who was flying in the sky, had twinkling eyes, stretched out his hands and bent them, countless iron sand was in his control. A look of surprise flashed in Might Dai's eyes. He had never enjoyed such treatment before. With Vital protecting him, he can ignore defense and use his taijutsu with all his strength. "Kushimaru Kuriere, Jinin Akabino and I will contain Hiruzen Sarutobi, you four solve this Konoha ninja as soon as possible, Zuki Mangetsu shouted. If this situation continues, their attacks will be ineffective, and the opponent's attacks may kill one of them at any time, which simply cannot continue. Facing the division of troops of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Vital was not surprised, driving a small amount of iron sand to block the 3 people who rushed up. He rolled his eyes and shouted, "Senior Dai, solve the weakest one first, the target is him, Juzo Biwa who uses the broken Kubikirich." Hearing Vital's words, Juzo Biwa's face turned red. No one would feel good when they heard that they were regarded as the weakest of the 7 by the other party. Damn it! I was underestimated. Clear the way for me, I will solve him. Be careful not to die first, Kisame Hoshigaki squinted his eyes and said leisurely. Although he said that, the movements in his hands did not hesitate at all. He rushed to Juzo Biwa's side, and Samahata in his hand waved fiercely, instantly smashing an iron sand spike that fell. The chakra that Vital covered on the iron sand was instantly absorbed by Samahata, and the iron sand also fell into a brief stagnation. Samahata opened its mouth, and the tongue it spat out kept trembling, obviously this chakra did not suit its taste. Kushimaru Kuriere also appeared in front of Juzo Biwa, and the exploding blade Nuabari swung, and the explosion smashed an iron sand spike. Both of them appeared to clear the way for Juzo Biwa. Juzo Biwa's expression was ferocious, and the short sword Kubikirich dragged on the ground and ran quickly, the sharp blade constantly rubbing against the ground, and a large amount of sparks splashed out. He is charging up. The longer the running time, the longer the charging time, the more terrifying the power of the slash. Might Dai was also running towards Juzo Biwa, his hands were joined together, and he had already formed a very special gesture, and the airflow on his body was gathering with his gesture. Suddenly, a towering thick iron sand wall appeared in front of Juzo Biwa. Even when facing the containment of the 3 of the 7 swordsmen, Vital still had the energy to take care of Might Dai. The 3 of you don't hold back anymore, or wait to die together. Raiga Kurisuke shouted towards the sky. The faces of Zuki Mangetsu and the 3 were not very good looking. He really wanted to reply, "Do you know that the pressure they are facing now is the greatest?" But in order to survive, or in order to win, he held it back. Chapter 259. The 3 exchanged glances, no longer holding back. Seeing their reaction, Raiga Kurisuke also ceased diverting his attention. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, he appeared before the iron sand barrier, his 2 lightning blades crackling with electricity as he thrust them directly at the barrier. Lightning burial. Lightning feast. Countless silver rays shot out, pulsating with a unique rhythm, shimmering against the iron sand barrier. The magnetic force of the magnet release was instantly disrupted, and the iron sand barrier shattered in an instant. It has to be said that lightning release is indeed more effective against magnet release. Let's see if you can beat them until they shut their mouths, Raiga Kurisuke said leisurely, stepping aside for Juzo Biwa. Humph. Juzo Biwa snorted coldly, his eyes even colder. Execution. Prostrate head. At the same time, Might Dai, under Kaze's protection, completed his preparations. His hands formed a palm, clapping together in front of his chest, and the blue aura suddenly changed drastically, transforming into a roaring tiger. 7th Gate. Morning Peacock. Roar. Everyone watched the roaring blue tiger with some shock. However, while they were shocked, a glint of light flashed in Kaze's eyes, who had been passively defending. He finally made his move. His primary target, from beginning to end, was not Juzo Biwa. But the shattered iron sand scattered on the ground quietly appeared beside Raiga Kurisuke. When did he? Raiga Kurisuke, who was watching the show, was stunned. He never would have thought that Kaze, who was clearly focused on Juzo Biwa, would appear in front of him. Sorry, your role is crucial. With that, Kaze slammed his hands together. Funeral. Raiga Kurisuke alone could not resist Kaze's full-force attack. And the 2 lightning blades, Kiba, in his hands fell into Kaze's hands. Kaze smiled. Harvest time. Crap. It's over. No one was paying attention to the result of Might Dai and Juzo Biwa's clash anymore. All eyes were on the 2 lightning blades, Kiba, in Kaze's hands. A terrifying thought uncontrollably spread wildly in their hearts. The strongest move that Kaze used in his battle to fame, the Judgment of Takamikazuchi, could not be used now because it lacked the blessing of natural lightning, missing the most crucial link. Without the endowment of natural power, the power of the Judgment of Takamikazuchi would at most be close to an S-rank forbidden technique, because the time to cast it was a huge constraint. But now, Kaze has obtained Kiba. And what is the role of Kiba? Nothing more than enhancing the power of lightning release techniques, and most importantly, attracting the lightning of heaven and earth. Kaze grinned, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably rising, his smile so similar to Might Dai's. The iron sand carried him slowly upwards, his chakra surging, constantly pouring into Kiba. He held them high. Then they saw that the sky, which had only a few clouds, suddenly darkened. Zzz. Lightning shot straight into the sky along Kiba, and more dark clouds gathered. Stop him! Kisame Hoshigaki shouted, his eyes wide with fear. But as his voice fell, no one followed him forward. What kind of international joke was this? At this time, not escaping but rushing forward was just waiting to die. The first to turn around and leave without hesitation was Kisame Hoshigaki. On the other side, Juzo Biwa, who had just exchanged a blow with Might Dai, fell to the ground, a broken hilt stuck in the ground beside him, feeling as if all the bones in his body were falling apart, and even moving an eyelid was so painful. Might Dai on the opposite side was not much better. The blue aura on his body had completely dissipated, and he lay on the ground pale and panting heavily. Kaze used iron sand to drag him away from here, along with Might Dai and the other two. Leave this to me, Dai-senpai. Glancing at the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen scattering and fleeing, he raised his palm. Rumble. The ground began to rumble and shake, and countless iron sand hidden underground surged, while a thick wall was erected around the perimeter, blocking their escape. At the same time, under the low thunderclouds, a giant sword of iron sand leaping with lightning arcs had already taken shape. The focus of this move is magnet release and the lightning attraction of iron sand. As for what shape the iron sand is condensed into, it is not the most crucial thing at all. Bastard. Chapter 260. Watching the thick sand iron walls blocking their path, Kushimaru Kuriere, Jinin Akabino, and the others were unable to break through the barrier in a short time. They were extremely anxious, but didn't know how to respond, resembling ants on a hot pot, waiting to be burned to death by the scorching flames. Zzz. The lightning was still gathering. Kaze seemed unwilling to attack directly, instead wanting to drain the lightning clouds that had been painstakingly gathered, unleashing the largest blast possible. If he could, he wanted to terrify all the mist shinobi with this one attack. And so, the longer the lightning accumulated, the more the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist trembled in their hearts. This had nothing to do with courage, it was simply that the pressure overhead was too strong, far too strong. Kaze's forehead bulged with veins. He felt it, the lightning accumulating in the giant sword was already at full capacity, about to exceed his upper limit. Since that's the case. His eyes flashed coldly. Wielding the twin lightning swords Kiba, he raised both hands high, then suddenly pulled them down. Whoosh! Lightning flashed, and a towering figure, completely constructed of silver-blue lightning, appeared. It was clad in heavy lightning armor, wore a helmet made of lightning, and held a giant sand-iron sword in both hands, resembling a knight of the Round Table from Western classical stories. What is that? This towering giant seemed to stand within the clouds, and the leaf ninjas in the distance saw it, staring blankly at the figure. Even from a great distance, they could clearly feel the terrifying pressure. It caused their hair to stand on end uncontrollably, their legs to tremble, and their hearts to skip a beat. That is, a god. Someone said, causing a strong resonance among the surrounding leaf ninjas. That posture, that stance, that terrifying pressure. Only a god could match it. Could it be Lord Kaze's forbidden technique? Someone else said. Although many people felt it was unlikely, their inner intuition told them that it was Kaze, and only Kaze could do this. This is too terrifying. Might Guy and his team, who had been moved some distance away by Kaze using sand iron, also looked up blankly at the majestic figure. Deeply shocked. Perhaps, only the stronger 8 gates might have a chance to compete with it. Mike Dewey murmured. Is it possible? Guy asked, looking doubtful. Is it possible? Might Dewey didn't know either. Gulp. Among the surviving members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, some had already given up. Kushimaru Kuriere looked at the giant lightning figure and couldn't help but swallow. What kind of existence have we provoked? Damn it! Suigetsu Hozuki cursed angrily, as if only this could vent and divert the fear in his heart. He hated the other 7 swordsmen, who clearly had a chance to stop it at the beginning. Could they have stopped it? He dared not and was unwilling to think about it. What would the result have been? It seemed it was no longer a multiple-choice question. At least the choice was no longer in their hands. Currently, the only person who had not completely given up resisting was Kisame Hashigaki. Even though his fat body was trembling, his samahata was frantically waving its body uneasily. Kisame Hashigaki hardened his heart and gritted his teeth. He swung his sword at Kushimaru Kuriere beside him. His eyes were frantic, even electric. I need chakra. I need a lot of chakra. You're all going to die anyway, so you might as well give it all to me. Samahata, eat. You. Kushimaru Kuriere, who had been ambushed, didn't react at all. Under Samahata's constant devouring, the chakra in his body was frantically extracted. After sucking Kushimaru Kuriere dry, Kisame Hashigaki's target fell on Juzo Biwa, who was lying on the ground. Who? Then, under the helmet, a pair of azure blue eyes suddenly lit up, and the giant sand-iron sword in his hand fell towards the entire area below as he swung it. The towering samurai, completely composed of silver-blue lightning, merged into the giant sword. Forbidden technique. A solemn voice sounded. Descent of Takamikazuchi. Chapter 261. As Kif's voice faded, the sand-iron greatsword, completely bathed in silver-blue lightning, descended vertically, like a natural disaster, divine punishment, or the end of the world. Whoosh! Its speed was extremely fast, comparable to a lightning strike. Boom! In that instant, all sounds in the world seemed to disappear, leaving only this descending attack, as if the world was ending. The next second, the great sword plunged into the ground, stirring up terrifying, monstrous waves, as if a god had overturned the entire area, the rolling cracks roaring like ocean waves. Following this was a tidal wave of lightning. Wherever it passed, everything turned to dust and dissipated. A vacuum zone. It forcefully created a large vacuum zone in this area, where even air could not exist. Annihilation. To call it annihilation in one move would not be an exaggeration. Kif's move has less single-point lethality than Judgment of Takamikazuchi. After all, the sand-iron spear can concentrate all the destructive power on one point, but in terms of area destruction, Descent of Takamikazuchi far exceeds Judgment of Takamikazuchi. The two forbidden techniques have different focuses, but there is no doubt that they are both worthy of being called Super S-Class forbidden techniques. And the most important point is that when Kif used this move before, he combined it with prior prediction and preparation, utilizing the lightning accumulated in the natural clouds. But this time, he used the characteristics of the Thunder Sword Fang to forcibly summon thunderclouds without thunderclouds, thereby using the lightning in the thunderclouds to combine with his own to perform this move. Of course, this method also has certain flaws. For example, the lightning accumulated in the thunderclouds in the sky is not much, and even with the Thunder Sword Fang, it is impossible to summon a sufficient amount of thunderclouds. Also, when Kif is preparing, the Mist Ninja can desperately fight to the death, and may be able to stop him. But there is no doubt that Kif, who has obtained the Thunder Sword Fang, has greatly increased the chances of performing this forbidden technique that combines natural lightning. It is no longer as rumored in the ninja world that when encountering the yellow flash Minato Namikaze, one needs to run away as soon as possible, because if the speed is not enough, one will definitely not be an opponent. When encountering the Spear of Judgment Hiruzen Sarutobi, one can make a decision based on the weather. If there are no thunderclouds in the sky, one can try to fight. This is a summary made after analyzing Kif's famous move. It is also the difference between the Spear of Judgment and the Yellow Flash. But now, these analyses and summaries may need to be rewritten. Kif's figure slowly descended. This forbidden technique has extremely terrifying destructive power, but its shortcomings are also obvious. After using this move, Kif's chakra is almost exhausted, and he has almost no combat power left. Stepping on the ground emitting scorching white smoke, only scorched earth remained within his field of vision. Who? Exhaling the breath he was holding in his chest, Qif's footsteps were unsteady, and he staggered. A figure appeared beside him at an extremely fast speed, supporting him as he was about to fall. It was Might Dewey who had survived. The shock in his eyes had not completely dissipated, and his eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Qif. Lord Hiruzen, are you alright? Qif shook his head. Dewey-senpai, please collect the mist ninja corpses that are still preserved, as well as their ninja swords, especially those ninja swords. They are powerful weapons of the mist ninja. This generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist is dead, but as long as they can retrieve the ninja swords, a new 7 ninja swordsmen will be born, which is not good news for our Konoha. Okay, Might Dewey nodded and said to Might Guy and the other 2 who had arrived. Guy, Lord Hiruzen is entrusted to you. Okay, father. Might Guy walked to Qif's side and supported him. Qif did not refuse. Might Dewey then began to search for the 7 ninja swords of the hidden mist village in the rubble. Ebisu and Genma Shiranui next to him looked at Qif like they were chasing a star. Is this the destructive power possessed by the top powerhouses in the ninja world? Too terrifying. It far exceeded their cognitive scope. They wanted to go forward and say a few words to Qif, but they didn't know what to say. After a while, Qif recovered slightly, left Guy's support, and looked down at the 2 strange-looking ninja swords in his hand. The Thunder Sword Fang. This thing is simply a walking power bank, he sighed silently in his heart. And decided that he would definitely not return it to the hidden mist village. He wanted to embezzle it, and no one could do anything about it. Suddenly, just as Qif was still recovering and Might Dewey was searching for the remaining ninja swords in the piles of rocks, a figure in a sorry state suddenly rushed out of the piles of rocks and fled frantically towards the sea. The clothes on his body were already tattered, and there were scorched wounds everywhere. However, gripping a huge, spiky cleaver, the scorched wounds on his body were constantly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin squirmed, revealing new and tender skin. It was Kisame Hashigaki. At the end, he used the great sword Samahata to absorb the chakra of Kushimaru Kuriere and JZ Biwa, and then, with the help of Samahata's function of feeding back chakra, coupled with the advantage of having escaped the core area of Qif's forbidden technique attack early, he stubbornly withstood this move. But it could be seen that the state of the great sword Samahata was very sluggish, and Kisame Hashigaki was not in a much better condition. This person and sword had reached their limit, and perhaps any jonin could reap him. But now, Qif, who was exhausted, and Might Dewey, who had just opened the 7th gate and used Daytime Tiger, had no chance to stop him again. Lord Hiruzen, Might Guy pointed to the fleeing Kisame Hashigaki, somewhat surprised. Could someone really survive such a terrifying offensive? Qif narrowed his eyes and roughly guessed the situation of Kisame Hashigaki and the reason why he was able to survive. Sweeping over his body, besides the great sword Samahata, he was not carrying any other ninja swords. Chapter 262. He knows what's good for him. It's fine, it's just one person survived, not much of a threat, Vital said, the corners of his mouth slowly curving upwards. Besides, I think he probably won't dare to join this war again. He's definitely been scared out of his wits. This time, Vital aimed to eliminate all 7 members of the swordsmen. He wasn't specifically targeting anyone, so Shikasuka Frogfish had a chance to survive, but if they meet again in the future, he probably won't be so lucky. Hiding in the land of water, a place with plenty of moisture and thick fog, is relatively safe. Once he leaves the land of water, Vital can teach him a lesson. Moreover, now that Shikasuka Frogfish is going back, he might become Kisame Hashigaki's experience pack. Kisame Hashigaki, with the great sword Samahata, is the true tailless beast. Yes. Might Guy and the others nodded emphatically. Regarding Vital's conclusion that Shikasuka Frogfish was scared and wouldn't dare to participate in the war again, although it seemed absurd. After all, there are very few truly frightened powerhouses in the ninja world. If they could be frightened, they wouldn't be called powerhouses. But for some reason, the 3 of them felt that what Vital said was true. Perhaps the previous scene had also put a lot of mental pressure on them. If one's will isn't firm enough, they might doubt their ability to reach that level, leading to self-doubt, making it difficult to improve their strength in the future, like Ebisu. Of course, there are also people who are stimulated and become more determined to strive towards that level, like Might Guy. His eyes were burning, appearing very excited. After a while, Might Guy returned to Vital's side with the remaining 5 ninja swords and the 6 disfigured corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen. There's one Might Guy said somewhat embarrassedly. It's fine, it's normal for one to escape. After I recover a bit, this matter must be reported to the village as soon as possible. I need to go back, Vital said, accepting the 5 ninja swords and 6 corpses without hesitation. Are you coming back with me? I estimate that the mist ninjas shouldn't dare to continue harassing our borders in the short term. Let me help you seal these 6 ninja swords. Konoha. At the home of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Vital, upon returning to Konoha, didn't go directly to the Hokage building but instead sought out Minato's girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina looked at the 6 ninja swords arranged on the table, each with varying degrees of bloodstains, different shapes, and different uses. Yes, these are 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. Just captured. However, the Mist Village deliberately left a loophole when forging these ninja swords. The Hozuki clan has a scroll that can summon these 7 ninja swords back at any time, Vital explained. To completely keep these 6 ninja swords, it is necessary to bypass the Mist Village's summoning scroll. This is why he had to rush back to Konoha as soon as possible and seek help from Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina Uzumaki is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. And the Uzumaki clan can be said to be the most skilled clan in the entire ninja world at using sealing techniques. As the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina can be said to be the undisputed #1 sealing master in Konoha. Even the powerful 9-tailed fox can be restricted by her sealing techniques. This is evident. If anyone can block the Mist Village's summoning scroll, the first person Vital thought of was Kushina. The Mist Village calls these 6 things ninja swords. Kushina didn't respond immediately but instead reached out and gently poked at the explosion sword, Shibuki, and the long sword, Nuabari. Vital. Honestly, among the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, the broken sword, Kobikurabocho, can be said to be the most normal, and the twin swords, Hiramakari and the great sword, Samahata, are barely acceptable. The rest. Like the long sword, Nuabari, the explosion sword, Shibuki, the blunt sword, Kabutoari, and the lightning swords, Kiba, have shapes that have little to do with swords. Don't worry about these details. If these 6 swords fall into the hands of the Mist Ninjas again, the Mist Village can form a new 7 ninja swordsmen in a very short time, which is definitely not good news for our Konoha. Shikasuka Frogfish ran away, and he will soon pass this news back to the Mist Village. And now the summoning scroll for the 7 ninja swords is in the hands of the Hozuki clan, even in the hands of Mangetsu Hozuki. The second user of the twin swords, Hiramakari. Once the Mist Village finds out, they will definitely recall the 6 ninja swords as soon as possible. Losing other ninja swords would be fine, but Vital absolutely doesn't want to give up the lightning swords, Kiba. However, Shikasuka Frogfish was seriously injured and shouldn't be able to return to the Mist Village in a short time, or rather, he wouldn't dare to return to the Mist Village. After all, 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen died, and the responsibility he needs to bear will not be small, and the Mist Village is not a monolithic entity. There must be people who dislike Shikasuka Frogfish. It's possible, but what's in it for me if I do this? Kushina looked at Vital playfully. Vital. What do you want? Vital sighed helplessly and said. Well, I won't make it difficult for you. How about 3 meals? Kushina blinked her eyes. She still remembers how much money it cost Minato to treat them to dinner last time. That's all the money for their future married life. It's so difficult to earn money during wartime. Okay, Vital agreed immediately. Wait, Kushina said, picking up the 6 ninja swords and walking into the room. Vital could only hold his teacup and wait silently outside. Half an hour later. Kushina, with a flushed face and panting heavily, walked out holding the 6 ninja swords. Clang, clang. She threw the 6 ninja swords on the table with great disgust and said unhappily, Okay, it's done. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. I really shouldn't have only asked you for 3 meals. Thank you, Vital said his thanks. However, he was also a little puzzled. According to your ability, it's just sealing these 6 ninja swords from being summoned by summoning techniques. It shouldn't be this difficult, right? What do you know? Of course, it's simple if it's just sealing. But didn't you say that the power of these ninja swords is very strong? In addition to preventing them from being summoned, you also have to ensure that their effectiveness is not affected. It's very troublesome. Vital touched his nose, but I didn't say I wanted to guarantee their original abilities. Kushina was stunned, and then her hair seemed to fly up. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 263. You didn't ask, Kaze said weakly, taking advantage of Kushina's lack of complete eruption to roll up the 6 ninja swords and hurry away as if fleeing, leaving Kushina alone in impotent rage. Leaving Minato Namikaze's house, Kaze ran all the way, determined not to go looking for Kushina again anytime soon. Sure enough, Minato was lying when he said Kushina was gentle. Or rather, Kushina was only gentle to Minato. However, he didn't expect that Kushina could still use the ninja swords without affecting their use even when restricting them from being summoned away. Such a sealing technique deserves to be called a master. In this way, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village are probably never going to be able to form again in this lifetime. After sealing the ninja swords, Kaze finally arrived at the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Koharu Utatane, Hamura Mitokado, the 4 high-level Konoha officials, as well as Might Dai and Might Guy's 3-man team and Shisui Uchiha's 3-man team, had already briefly described the situation on the border of the Land of Fire. After listening to their retelling, the faces of the Konoha high-level officials, led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, in the office were still filled with surprise, and their hearts were filled with some uncontrollable shock. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village are the Mist Ninja's trademark, the strongest combat power besides the Mizukage. And they were actually instantly killed by their Konoha Spear of Judgment, with only one person fleeing in embarrassment, without even a hint of resistance. Such a record is nothing short of shocking. In addition to this, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others also paid attention to something else. Might Dai, who was known as the Eternal Genin, was actually able to unleash such powerful strength. If Might Dai hadn't single-handedly stopped the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, they probably wouldn't have waited for Kaze to arrive before the 7 swordsmen had already entered the heart of the Land of Fire, either to destroy or hide. No matter what the result, it was unacceptable to Konoha. Not only that, Might Dai also played a huge role in Kaze's battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen. If it hadn't been for his best efforts to attract the attention of 4 of the 7 swordsmen, and even directly defeat Sabuza Momochi, who wielded the Kobikurabocho, Kaze probably wouldn't have been able to unexpectedly kill Raiga Kurasuki, the wielder of the Kiba. Without obtaining the Kiba, he wouldn't have been able to induce the thunderclouds, and he wouldn't have been able to use another Super S-rank forbidden technique to instantly kill the 7 swordsmen. Might Dai's existence was crucial. Yo, everyone's here, am I not late? Kaze pushed open the door and couldn't help but joke when he saw that the office was already full of people. For a time, several gazes in the office all fell on him. Danzo's exposed eye swept over the Kiba sword hanging on Kaze's waist, intentionally or unintentionally. His eyes flickered. The Spear of Judgment is very strong, but its greatest strength lies in the move that induces natural thunderclouds, but thunderclouds are not easy to encounter, so the threat is not that great. Now that he has obtained the Kiba, this directly leads to a great increase in his danger level. Even, if he is willing, he can launch a forbidden technique of Takamikazuchi at any time. This made Danzo a little apprehensive. Kaze noticed Danzo's gaze, but he didn't care, chuckled, and walked into the office. Hokage-sama, 3 elders. Kaze still greeted politely. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth and was about to say something, only to hear Kaze immediately say, Hokage-sama, this time you absolutely can't let Dai-senpai continue to maintain the status of genin. With the strength he has shown, he is definitely not something that a genin can compare to. Kaze came up and first spoke up for Might Dai. Even without mentioning Might Dai's 8 gates, his taijutsu ability alone is not inferior to a chunin, and if he opens the 6th gate or above of the 8 gates, he is definitely comparable to a jonin, and opening the 7th gate is definitely the top strength among elite jonin, and if he opens the 8th gate, Kaze doesn't even dare to be sure if he is his opponent. Such a talent should not be left in Konoha due to ninjutsu and genjutsu. The battlefield can bring out his due role. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression relaxed, and he said with a smile, Don't worry, we have already understood the general course of the matter, and we have just exceptionally promoted Might Dai to a special jonin of Konoha. Might Dai next to him looked excited. It was just that he was embarrassed to tell Kaze because the Hokage and other bigwigs were present. But he was still very grateful to Kaze. If it weren't for Kaze, he might have bloomed the 8 gates and died in the fight with the 7 ninja swordsmen, although he had already prepared for it, but being able to live and watch his son grow up, probably no one would refuse. And even more excited than Might Dai was Might Guy. His father has finally become a special jonin, and decades of training have finally seen a return. As for whether he would feel that the special jonin is not worthy of Might Dai's strength, no one thinks so. After all, the price of opening the 7th and 8th gates is very high. That's good, Kaze nodded. Hiruzen Sarutobi still has a hand in winning people's hearts. The origin of the 8 gates is no longer possible to explore, but such a powerful forbidden technique will undoubtedly add another remarkable technique to the Book of Seals. Most importantly, the success of Might Dai and Might Guy means that pure taijutsu-type ninjas will no longer be limited to genin, without the talent of ninjutsu and genjutsu. There is no longer no chance to become a ninja. As long as you put in enough effort, you can also become a powerful ninja who can stand alone. It is already foreseeable that Konoha's taijutsu-type ninjas will rise in large numbers. This will undoubtedly enhance Konoha's strength. At this time, Danzo, who was sitting on a chair with a cane next to him, spoke, his eyes falling on Kaze, and said in a deep voice. Nichiken, I heard that you not only killed 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also successfully captured 6 of their ninja swords. That's right, Kaze responded directly, looking at Danzo, wanting to see what he wanted to say. Do you know that such behavior will put us completely in a passive position, and the Mist Ninja are likely to launch a frontal declaration of war against our Konoha because of the loss of the 6 ninja swords? Danzo's exposed eye flickered with a dangerous light. And then? Kaze shrugged and asked rhetorically. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Chapter 264. Is Elder Danzo implying that I should ignore the Mist Shinobi sending their 7 ninja swordsmen to infiltrate the Land of Fire, allowing them to wreak havoc? When the time comes, will Elder Danzo send someone to clean them up? Or will someone else go? Or will you simply hold me, the person who failed to stop them, accountable? Vital's tone was unyielding, his words filled with sarcasm. He didn't give Danzo any face. Ryzen, Danzo doesn't mean that, he's just worried about the current war situation. Konoha is already facing a frontal siege from the 3 major hidden villages. If Kirigakure also launches a full-scale war, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke in a timely manner, then added. Of course, your killing the 7 ninja swordsmen not only strengthened Konoha's reputation, but also curbed Kirigakure's sneak attacks. From any perspective, you are a hero of Konoha, and it was the right thing to do. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't spoken so nicely, Vital might have couldn't help but want to kill Danzo and the 2 elders beside him. They were always fighting amongst themselves over trivial matters, and even before the war was over, they were already thinking about the position of Hokage. It must be admitted that some people, when they go crazy, will disregard everything. Vital narrowed his eyes. So, what does the Hokage mean? Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered slightly. Kirigakure has suffered heavy losses, and they shouldn't continue to harass us in the short term. Ryzen, you don't need to stay on the eastern border anymore. Go to the Land of Waterfall. With you, Minato, and Orochimaru, you should be able to inflict heavy damage on Iwagakure. The war has lasted for too long. The livelihoods and economies of the entire ninja world have regressed by more than a decade. It's time to end it. The Land of Waterfall. I understand. There was indeed no need to worry about Kirigakure in the short term. If it were Kirigakure in its heyday, there might still be cause for concern, but now, the internal conflicts within Kirigakure far outweighed the external ones. Perhaps the 3rd Mizukage should thank him for the deaths of so many of the 7 ninja swordsmen. After all, fundamentally speaking, the 7 swords of Kirigakure originated from the Hozuki clan, and the summoning scroll in the hands of the Hozuki clan also had the right to recall the 7 swords at any time. Even if the 3rd Mizukage won over 1 or 2 like Kisame Hashigaki, a larger part would definitely still be biased towards the Hozuki clan. Or perhaps the 3rd Mizukage sent the 7 ninja swordsmen to Konoha with the intention of eliminating them from the start. Otherwise, in the original story, only 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen died. Why did Zabuza Momochi return to Kirigakure, while Juzo Biwa and Raiga Kurasuke chose to defect and become missing mean? They might have sensed the third Mizuki's intention to eliminate them through that battle and didn't dare to go back. However, Zabuza and the other three should stay on the eastern border. Kirigakure won't launch a large-scale harassment in the short term. But some small contacts will probably be unavoidable. Zabuza and the other three already have the strength to face Kirigakure alone, that is the most suitable stage for them. Vital said. Raizen-sensei, Zabuza and the other three looked at Vital, their eyes full of reluctance. Vital reached out and stopped them. If you come with me to the land of Waterfall Battlefield, you will only become unremarkable members of the many Konoha ninjas. But if you are on the eastern border, you can show more talent and get better training. For you, it is definitely a better opportunity. To put it bluntly, the three of them might just be three inconspicuous cannon fodder on the land of Waterfall Battlefield. While facing the Mist Shinobi on the east, they could exert their abilities and get training at the same time. Hiruzen Sarutobi obviously understood what he meant and nodded in agreement. Alright, you rest first. You haven't rested since the war broke out, set off again in 3 days. Okay. It seemed that this matter had passed just like that. But in reality, it was not. Vital knew that now was just the calm before the storm. The next few days would be the process that truly determined the direction of this incident. Hiruzen Sarutobi's letting him set off again in 3 days meant something obvious. His beheading of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen this time was definitely a great thing for Konoha. But for certain individuals, that might not be the case. For example, Danzo, who aspired to the position of Hokage, had already felt a threat from Vital. It was just that Konoha had external troubles now. Even if Danzo was afraid of him, he wouldn't deal with him openly, just like he knew that people like Danzo needed to be dealt with as soon as possible, but he didn't directly kill him. He had roughly guessed that Hiruzen Sarutobi had called Danzo back to focus on instigating Iwagakure's defection. This was a real act that could resolve this ninja world war, otherwise, he didn't know how long such a protracted war would last. The entire ninja world, including Konoha, couldn't withstand such consumption. And Danzo also knew that Vital's existence was not only a deterrent to ninjas from other villages, but also an encouragement to Konoha ninjas. At this time, attacking his own people, not to mention whether others would allow it, Hiruzen Sarutobi would be the first to disagree. The current Hiruzen Sarutobi still had some ambition and means. He was not the Hiruzen Sarutobi who developed Konoha, the #1 hidden village in the ninja world that could fight 4 enemies alone during the 3 wars period, to the point where Orochimaru's Konoha destruction plan directly led to a slump in the later period. He would mediate in the middle. As for whether Danzo would have any thoughts about him after the end of the Third Ninja World War, Vital said that as long as Danzo dared to mess with his ideas, he would directly kill him. After the Third War, Danzo's negative effects on Konoha outweighed the positive ones. In addition, with his strength and status, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi knew about it, Konoha at that time would probably no longer be up to him. He came to the morgue. He greeted the main body pretendingly. As the two walked into the morgue, they didn't need to worry about anything anymore. Clang clang. He directly threw the 5 ninja swords and the corpses of the Mist Shinobi on the ground, including 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the 3 idiots of the Kagaya clan. After exchanging memories, did Kisame Hashigaki run away? The Samahata in his hand is a good weapon, however, Samahata has its own will and may stab you in the back at any time. Kisame Hashigaki is like this, and so is the later Kisame Hashigaki, it's better not to have it. Vital casually picked up the broken Kobikurabocho and gestured with it in his hand. I think so too, and he won't live long. It is estimated that he will be killed by Kisame soon because he betrayed the village's information. The puppet clone also looked indifferent. The corpses of these 7 swordsmen are good things, if they are made into puppets, plus the ninja swords that they were originally skilled at. Scorpion's puppets will have puppets that can replace the 3rd Kazekage. Vital said, scanning the corpses emitting dark yellow or light red light. However, this identity needs to be well concealed, and now the entire ninja world knows that 6 of the 7 ninja swords have fallen into my hands. If it is discovered that they appear in Scorpion's puppets, it will not be easy to explain. The puppet clone said. Vital nodded in agreement. Of course not now, but there is no chance in the future. We still have to keep the remaining 5 ninja swords in our hands first. Judging from Danzo's nature, it is estimated that it will not be so easy, the puppet clone said again. He doesn't dare during the war. At most, he will instigate Hiruzen Sarutobi to provoke him with words, as long as we grit our teeth and don't let go, he can't do anything to us. Vital's main body stayed in Konoha, but he did not lack understanding of the situation in the entire ninja world through the puppet clone and scorpion puppet. Plus the combination of the original work. He could guess some of the general things more or less. Chapter 265. That's right, the puppet clone nodded in agreement. These few corpses of the Kaguya clan are also quite valuable, they might be very useful for my experiments. Researching using my own Shikatsumiyaku is still too limited, now that there are a few other samples, maybe I can solve some problems. Kif looked at the 3 Kaguya clan corpses, thoughtfully counting. It's good if they're useful to you. By the way, this time you go to the front lines of the land of Taki, if you have the chance. See if you can get a sample of Hashirama Senju's cells from Orochimaru. Or, with your current status and position, maybe you'll have a chance to come into contact with Hashirama Senju's remains. Try to get some information out of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kif said to the puppet clone again. With the puppet clone's identity as Hiruzen Sarutobi, not only is he Hiruzen Sarutobi's nephew, but he has also made a great name for himself on the battlefield. He may not have much power, but his status is definitely not low. He might even have the chance to touch the Book of Seals. It's just that Hashirama Senju's remains are quite special, and a suitable reason is needed. I know. After exchanging memories, the puppet clone also understood that the main body's experimental progress was hindered and that Hashirama Senju's cells were needed as a sample to verify some conjectures. Then you go back, I'm fine here, very quiet, and no one comes to bother me. It feels good to quietly watch Konoha. Kif began to chase the puppet clone away. We're all the same person, can you please stop deceiving yourself? If you want to be a lazy bum, then be one, why make excuses and make us clones work like dogs? He complained, but his body obediently left. Kif smacked his lips. Tisk, it's as if I don't have to experience the things you guys experience every time. Immediately, he stopped thinking and looked down at the corpses on the ground. He put the 6 corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen aside for now and focused his attention on the 3 corpses of the Kaguya clan ninjas. Is the Kaguya clan's Shikatsumiyaku really derived from Hagoromo Otsutsuki's bloodline? He muttered softly, placing his hand on the corpse with the deepest yellow light. Immediately, he activated the system to loot the corpse. He opened the item bar. As expected, he obtained 3 items. As the war continued to intensify, Kif's corpse looting income also entered a high return phase. No matter which village's Jonin corpse it was, he had triggered the system no less than 10 times. Gradually, he went from being excited at the beginning to having no emotional fluctuations now. Very calm. He even wanted to laugh a little. When he looked at the items presented in the item bar. Holy crap! A language that did not belong to this world burst out of his mouth, and the calm expression he originally had was long gone. Mist Village. Somewhere in a dark corner. A ninja from the Mist Village's Umbu, wearing a mask, sat quietly here. If it weren't for the pair of eyes under the mask that flickered with a daunting light, people would probably believe that he was a dead person. In front of him, in a large high-backed chair, sat a man with a solemn expression. If Kif were here, he would definitely recognize that the 2 people sitting in this room were the 3rd Mizukage of Mist Village and Obito Uchiha, who had dispatched a clone using the Impure World reincarnation technique. Kif might not be afraid of the 3rd Mizukage, and might even have the strength to fight, but he was genuinely afraid of Obito Uchiha sitting across from him. Perhaps he was already old now, and could only maintain his life with the chakra supply of the demonic statue of the outer path. With a sentence. Do you also want to dance? He was jokingly called the Uchiha Dance King by fans of Naruto in his previous life, claiming to be the biggest mastermind in the ninja world, but in the end, he found that he had been calculated to death from the beginning. These seemingly not so good results and evaluations will not change Kif's view of him. If Hashirama Senju was the protagonist of the previous generation of the ninja world, then Obito Uchiha was a hero. Facts have proved that Obito Uchiha lived longer. His strength is beyond doubt, and he is the strongest among the people still alive in the current ninja world, even if his main body has become very difficult to even move. If he wanted to, wouldn't he still be able to control several tailed beasts to have a head-on confrontation? And now, this hero still alive in the ninja world is making a deal with the 3rd Mizukage of Mist Village. The 7 ninja swordsmen have completely become a thing of the past except for Kisame Hoshigaki, who was lucky enough to escape back with serious injuries. Everyone else, including their swords, remained in the land of fire. The third Mizukage said lightly, but it was not difficult to hear the strong anger suppressed in his tone. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the face of Mist Village, one of the highest combat powers of Mist Village. Even if some of them disobeyed his orders, their importance to Mist Village cannot be denied. Obito Uchiha didn't speak, sitting there like a log, only the eyes under the mask stared at the third Mizukage. Do you know how much loss our Mist Village has suffered for your plan? The third Mizukage saw that Obito Uchiha didn't react, and suddenly couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. And then Obito Uchiha finally spoke, but only said 3 words, which undoubtedly made the third Mizukage even more angry. He glanced at him imperceptibly. 5 of the 7 people disobeyed your orders, and now one obedient one has escaped back. In the end, you only lost 1 person. In his words, there was undisguised sarcasm. The third Mizukage's chest heaved violently, as if suppressing the anger in his heart. It took a while to recover, and he said in a deep voice, "Then do you know that after Konoha's Spear of Judgment obtained the Lightning Blade Kiba, the possibility of him using those forbidden techniques is higher. He is an uncertain factor in the ninja world and poses a great threat to Mist Village." Hearing this sentence, a slight fluctuation finally appeared in Obito Uchiha's eyes. He is indeed an interesting little guy, but that's all. His techniques, in front of a real powerhouse, don't even have the qualifications to dance. You. The third Mizukage stood up, feeling angry at Obito Uchiha's statement. Obito Uchiha cannot care how strong Konoha is, but as the third Mizukage who advocates and declares war on Konoha, he is under great pressure from the village. Chapter 266. This time, dispatching all 7 members of the Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist resulted in only 1 person returning, and even 6 of the swords were lost. The voices opposing him in the village will undoubtedly grow louder. This contradicted his initial thoughts. He only wanted to use Madara Uchiha's power to completely control Kirigakure. Of course. The most important point was to use Madara Uchiha's power to completely control Kirigakure's 3 tails and 6 tails, so that Kirigakure would truly usher in prosperity. This was also the contribution that he, the third Mizukage, most wanted to make for the future Mizukage of Kirigakure. The next second, Madara Uchiha slowly stood up. That's about enough. What? The third Mizukage was stunned. He vaguely had a bad feeling. The remaining chakra should be enough for me to finish the rest, Madara Uchiha said again, seemingly talking to himself. But the third Mizukage suddenly felt a chill down his back, as if he was being targeted by some terrifying creature. Madara Uchiha lowered his head and slowly raised it. Underneath the blackness of the mask, a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes had 3 tomo spinning rapidly within them. What? The third Mizukage shuddered violently. The moment he saw the Sharingan, he knew he was in trouble, but it was already too late. Slowly, his tense body gradually relaxed. The appearance of 3 tomo also appeared in his eyes, but quickly disappeared, losing their luster. Madara Uchiha took off the mask on his face, revealing his pale hair and old face. He murmured, "There isn't much chakra left, so I let you be active until now, but now it's almost the final moment, so let me do it myself." He cracked his wrist, and with sluggish steps, the third Mizukage stood behind him. A glance from the corner of his eye, "You have never been a true Mizukage in your life, so let me help you truly become one." Konoha. The morgue. Kaze looked at the 3 items that had appeared in his inventory and cursed. It wasn't because he had obtained something particularly amazing, but because he had obtained a card that he had been waiting for a long time, but had only finally obtained now. Bloodline Concentration Enhancement Card. He had already collected 2 Bloodline Concentration Enhancement cards, but the last one just wouldn't appear. It was like playing a game. As a player with a collecting hobby, he had already collected all the SSR cards, but was always missing one to be satisfied, and this pain was something others couldn't understand. He had touched so many corpses of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and even the Sharingan and Byakugan had been touched out a lot, but he had never been able to touch the Bloodline card. Now, he had finally collected 3 Bloodline cards. Then, a multiple-choice question was placed in front of him. Increase the Bloodline concentration of the Uchiha clan, or increase the Shikatsumiyaku? That was the question. Kaze couldn't help but sink into thought. After a moment, he decided. Don't use it for now. Whether it's the Uchiha bloodline or the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline, the increase will inevitably be accompanied by a certain degree of improvement in strength, but for me now, strength is relatively less important, and I don't need to go to the front lines to fight. What I need is to first complete a series of studies on the Shikatsumiyaku, Sharingan, Byakugan, and Hashirama Senju cells, and figure out the relationship between them before I can make a better decision. Just like what he thought, how should he walk the road ahead? To sum it up, it was 2 words. Become a god. Then he must have all things. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he looked at the other 2 items. The remaining ones weren't very rare, but they were still somewhat useful. They were 2 types of taijutsu originating from the Shikatsumiyaku of the Kagaya clan. Dance of the Larch and Dance of the Clematis. Both are relatively practical taijutsu, and even puppet clones can use iron sand to perform them, but the power is slightly weaker. The Battle of Sakamoto, showing initial talent. The Battle of Maruyama, making a name in the ninja world. And this battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist on the border of the Land of Fire has made Kaze's name, which had been silent for a while, resound throughout the entire ninja world again. As for Might Guy, who fought alongside him, was selectively ignored by the entire ninja world. After all, in their opinion, Might Guy was just an unknown genin, how much of a role could he play? Even after this battle, he was promoted to a special jonin of Konoha, but in the eyes of most people, it was just good luck, completing a mission that exceeded S-rank difficulty, and the root cause of everything was still because of Kaze. Furthermore, what made the major hidden villages pay more attention to was the Takamikazuchi that Kaze used again in this battle. You must know that at the time at the border of the Land of Fire, although there were a few clouds in the sky, there would definitely not be thunderclouds, so how was this move used again? Chapter 267. That was a forbidden technique that could instantly kill the 2 tails, wipe out 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist with 1 move, and cause the remaining 1 to flee in terror. Finally, someone, somehow, leaked the information, or perhaps deduced the situation, and focused their attention on one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist. The lightning blade, Kiba. It could draw some of the lightning from the thunderclouds, and even cause thunderclouds to appear. It must have been the power of this ninja blade that allowed the Spear of Judgment to once again borrow the power of natural lightning. In an instant, the entire ninja world, having learned the truth, was shaken once more. The deterrent power of the Spear of Judgment was already great enough, but the ninja world could avoid thunderclouds, and thus avoid this move, so it was still manageable. But now, the Spear of Judgment had obtained Kiba. Didn't that mean that as long as he was willing, he could summon lightning at any time and unleash this terrifying move at any time? Go and see the vast scorched earth left behind on the border of the Land of Fire, and interview the cloud ninjas who have experienced it up close to learn about their mental journey. This was simply a powerful weapon that was originally restricted by the server and could only be used occasionally, but had been forcibly unlocked. The entire ninja world erupted in a very unified chorus of abuse, directed at the village hidden in the mist. However, the Mist Village didn't have much energy to pay attention to the outside world's abuse, as something was happening in their village that was affecting the overall direction of the Mist Village. But while busy with internal affairs, the Mist Ninjas didn't forget to issue an ultimatum to Konoha. The general meaning was that Konoha return the 6 ninja swords originally belonging to the Mist Village that had been seized, and hand over Konoha's elite jonin. Hiruzen Sarutobi, otherwise their Mist Village would disregard everything and declare war on Konoha, starting a full-scale war. Regardless of whether they would really do so, at least the pressure was on. And surprisingly, the entire ninja world also launched a verbal attack on Konoha in terms of public opinion, almost simultaneously, and with great tacit understanding. What they wanted to express was, roughly, whether the Mist Village declares war or not is not important. Konoha is also unlikely to hand over Konoha's hero, Hiruzen Sarutobi. And it may not even return all 6 ninja swords, but they focused on emphasizing one point, that Konoha must return the lightning blade Kiba among the 6 ninja swords. It must be returned. Otherwise, they would continue to denounce it. Are we still playing? It was so much fun for everyone to probe back and forth, and to jump back and forth on the edge of life and death. But then someone came along who could unleash a devastating ultimate move, and erased that line between life and death, so who would know where life was and where death was? If someone unleashes a Takamikazuchi, should we fight or not? These things, of course, were presented on Hiruzen Sarutobi's desk as soon as possible. What do you think of these points raised by the Mist Ninjas? Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Danzo, Koharu Utatane, and Hamura Mitokado in the office. Danzo, who was sitting in a chair with a cane, snorted coldly, "Humph. Think? What's there to think about? It's just a dying existence pretending to be strong. The Mist Village is probably already in chaos, and whether they declare war on us or not doesn't matter much. I think we might as well take advantage of this opportunity, after solving the IWA ninjas and Cloud ninjas, and strike first to take care of the Mist Ninjas." As the leader of Root, Danzo's intelligence capabilities were not weak at all, and he even had spies in the closed-off land of water. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes flickered as he looked at the other two and asked, "What about you?" Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado exchanged glances, and finally Koharu Utatane spoke. "Handing over Hiruzen Sarutobi is just wishful thinking, but if we can exchange a few ninja swords that don't belong to us for complete peace, I think it might be better to. Exchanging 6 ninja swords for complete stability on the eastern border of the Land of Fire is not a bad suggestion. But even outsiders know the deterrent power of Vital after obtaining the Lightning Blade Kiba, would Hiruzen Sarutobi not know? The strength displayed by Vital did indeed make Hiruzen Sarutobi feel a trace of pressure, and he was not even sure if he could take him down. It's not that Hiruzen Sarutobi had the idea of taking him down. It's just that for a village, if the subordinates are too strong and their prestige is close to that of the Hokage, many things will be difficult to do. It's okay during the war. Once the war ends and enters a period of peace, if different opinions appear in the Konoha high-level meetings. Will the Konoha ninjas attending the meeting support him, the Hokage, or another powerful ninja who cannot be offended? The final result will either be that no one speaks, or that 2 factions will appear among the high-level officials. The former Konoha White Fang, Sakumo Hatake, had reached this level. Even if he generally didn't express any opinions, others had to pay attention to his attitude and views. Perhaps this was the reason why Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated when Danzo attacked Sakumo Hatake, and ultimately led to that kind of ending. The current Vital made Hiruzen Sarutobi feel this. However, it was still wartime, and he wasn't a brainless person. He thought so much, but it was actually only a matter of a few seconds. After listening to Koharu Utatane's words, Danzo spoke again. "There's no need to return them, otherwise the Mist Village can completely create a new 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, and our pressure will not decrease, but increase. Besides, can the words of the Mist Village be trusted? I'm afraid that even the words of the 3rd Mizukage of the Mist Village now have many dissenting voices in the Mist Village." After speaking, he turned to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Hiruzen, let Hiruzen give me the ninja swords, and I will soon be able to create a ninja sword corps belonging to our Konoha, which should be able to catch up with the end of this war." Speaking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes flickered, and he was obviously also somewhat moved. If Konoha could also have its own ninja sword corps, it would undoubtedly reduce the pressure on many Konoha ninjas. However, give it to Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi took 2 puffs of his pipe. "Let's put this matter aside for now. After all, it's a trophy seized by Hiruzen, we still have to listen to his opinion." Hearing this, Danzo didn't speak anymore. However, the streamer of light in his lowered eyes showed that he still had his own thoughts. Chapter 268. Daytime. In Konoha, within the Sarutobi clan grounds. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his work early, just to wait for him here. Kaze didn't seem surprised by his appearance. "Uncle," he called out softly. He didn't address him as Hokage, but used their blood relation. This was to remind Sarutobi Hiruzen that he had always been a member of the Sarutobi clan, Hiruzen's own nephew, and would not do anything detrimental to Konoha or the Hokage. Indeed. Hearing Kaze's address, a complex look flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He sighed softly. Ultimately, he was still a member of his clan, the future of their Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen could see that although his eldest son worked hard, his innate talent was insufficient. Becoming an elite jonin might already be his limit. His second son, Sarutobi Asuma, had quite good talent, but unfortunately, he was naturally rebellious and not a very hard-working person. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already given up, planning to hand over the Sarutobi clan to his eldest son after his death. Konoha, remembering his contributions, would likely prevent the Sarutobi clan from declining. But now, Kaze's appearance gave him hope that the Sarutobi clan could continue to prosper. He puffed on his pipe, letting the tobacco burn, the nicotine stimulating his lungs, and wisps of white smoke drifted away. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly opened his mouth and said, "Nichiken, do you want to be Hokage?" So direct? Kaze was immediately stunned. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise, but couldn't discern anything from his face. Hokage? Of course, I want to, that's probably the greatest wish of every Konoha ninja. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, Kaze continued, but wanting it doesn't mean I'm willing to do it. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Why? Kaze rubbed his ankle, dragging his leg into a more comfortable position. I'm not afraid to tell you, uncle, the position of Hokage carries too much, the entire village is shouldered by the Hokage, if you do well, it's taken for granted if you don't, you become a sinner of Konoha, the pressure is too great. Kaze's words spoke directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Wasn't he the same? Back then, the second Hokage, his teacher Senju Tobarama, led them to the Cloud Village to sign an alliance, but on the way back, they were ambushed and pursued by the Gold and Silver brothers of the Cloud Village, ultimately leading to Senju Tobarama's death. A light-hearted statement from the Cloud Ninjas, that the Gold and Silver brothers were not controlled by the Cloud Village, and they no longer needed to take responsibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just taken the Hokage position and was not yet stable, had to rely on Danzo's power. Together, they defended Konoha and, through diligent development, stabilized Konoha's position as the #1 hidden village in the ninja world. And then continued to develop, experiencing the Second Shinobi World War, and now facing the Third Shinobi World War. Heaven knows how much pressure he, as Hokage, had endured. It was precisely because of this pressure that he became timid and hesitant in the later stages, afraid that Konoha would fall into his hands. Moreover, Kaze added, I know I'm not Hokage material, I can fight, but managing a village requires too much energy. Someone like Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind flashed with Jiraiya's figure. He had asked Jiraiya the same question, and Jiraiya's answer was almost exactly the same as Kaze's, wanting to become Hokage, but not willing to become Hokage. Preferring the days of freely gathering material, but if Konoha needed him, he would not hesitate. Then, Kaze, who do you think is suitable to become Hokage? Since they had already talked about this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was prepared to completely lay his cards on the table with Kaze today. Hokage, Kaze rubbed his chin. In the village, Lord Orochimaru has the highest support, and with Orochimaru's abilities, he is more than capable of taking on the position and responsibility of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, not surprised by his answer. After all, in the eyes of most Konoha ninjas, Orochimaru was an excellent candidate for Hokage, both in terms of strength and ability. Before, it was Hatake Sakumo. It's just that Hatake Sakumo is already dead. Anyone else? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting his eyes as he continued to ask. Anyone else? Kaze pondered slightly. If there is, I think Namake's Minato is also a very good candidate. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, his hand pausing. Tell me about it. I participated in 2 wars with Minato, his strength, ability, and character are all beyond doubt, and isn't the village's praise for him also very high? Kaze said truthfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Kaze's face for a long time, not seeing anything unusual. Then what do you think of Danzo? Elder Danzo? Kaze put on a somewhat exaggerated expression. I'm not very clear about Elder Danzo, after all, I don't have much contact with him, I suppose his ability and strength are not weak, but there is one thing. What? Elder Danzo's age should be about the same as yours, uncle. If you choose Elder Danzo, why don't you continue yourself? Saying this, there was no need to continue. Then who do you think is the most suitable candidate in your heart? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unmoved. Kaze pursed his lips and said solemnly, Minato. The answer given, the two fell into silence again. Chapter 269. Kifu, have you forgotten about shogi during the day? Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi changed the subject. Hearing this, Kifu scratched his head, Uncle, you know, shogi, I've never been very good at it, I've spent most of my time training. Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't surprised and nodded, play a game with me. Alright. Kifu had anticipated this conversation, but he hadn't expected the content of this conversation. There was absolutely no mention of Kirigakure, the 7 ninja swordsmen, or how to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Instead, they talked about the position of Hokage for a while. Moreover, Kifu, who wasn't very good at shogi, played about 10 games of shogi with Hiruzen Sarutobi, and was completely defeated by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Seemingly satisfied with the crushing victory, Hiruzen Sarutobi contentedly put his hands behind his back and went to sleep. Before leaving, he intentionally or unintentionally left a sentence. The expression you were trying to hide just now was a bit deliberate, but I understand what you meant. Sitting in his seat, Kifu carefully pondered Hiruzen Sarutobi's words and the main content of this conversation. Was I too obvious in my preference for Minato? Or was I too obvious in my dislike for Danzo? Perhaps both. Smiling and shaking his head, he stood up. It doesn't matter to me anymore, but this conversation should have dispelled a lot of the wariness in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart, right? Stretching lazily, he looked at the bright moon in the sky, preparing to go back to sleep. However, just as he left Hiruzen Sarutobi's residence, he suddenly saw a figure in the shadows at the corner of an alley. Tisk, what's with tonight? Why are all the village big shots coming to my door? Don't you guys need to sleep? What do you say? Elder Danzo. Under the shadows, vaguely, the figure's face was wrapped in bandages, and there was a clear X-shaped mark on his chin. Hiruzen Kifu. Danzo walked out of the shadows, his voice low and hoarse. Elder Danzo is quite free, isn't he? Why are you wandering around the Sarutobi clan's territory so late at night? The Shimura clan, to which Danzo belonged, had a relatively good relationship with the Sarutobi clan because of the relationship between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo. Although it couldn't compare to the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, who had maintained a good relationship with the Sarutobi clan since the Warring States period, the Shimura clan was the next best. There are some things I want to talk to you about. Kifu raised an eyebrow. Oh. Why don't we go to Root and sit down? This isn't the place to talk. Heh, Kifu chuckled. Sorry, I'm busy, I need to sleep. Kifu waved his hand directly, knowing without even thinking what Danzo wanted to talk to him about. It was nothing more than wanting the 6 ninja swords. Instead of bothering with him, he might as well rest. However, as Kifu walked past Danzo, he heard him slowly say, it's about the mysterious ninja you encountered in Kirigakure. Hearing this, Kifu's eyes narrowed, and he stopped. He looked at Danzo with some surprise. Does he know about the existence of Uchiha Madara? That shouldn't be the case. But since he's brought it up, Kifu shrugged, since Elder Danzo is so sincere, I've never been to Root before, it wouldn't hurt to sit down. A subtle arc appeared at the corner of Danzo's mouth. He exerted force under his feet, and his figure flickered, heading towards the Root's base. Kifu pursed his lips, a certain stream of light flashing, and followed. Soon, the two entered Root. In the dark office deep inside, there were only Danzo and Kifu. However, Kifu could feel that there were chakra fluctuations everywhere around the office. Although they were very subtle and well hidden, it wouldn't be easy to escape his senses at such a close distance. Root's annual funding isn't small, is it? I didn't expect you to have quietly excavated such a large area under Konoha. Root is the root of the great tree Konoha, providing Konoha with the necessary energy in the dark, and handling some things that are not suitable to be brought to the surface. If you are interested, Kifu, Root just happens to be missing a deputy leader. Danzo leaned on the table with both hands, propping up his head. His exposed eyes stared at Kifu with interest. Forget it, I still prefer to live in the sunlight. The deputy leader of Root? The entire Root is Danzo's one-man show. This so-called deputy leader is no different from a subordinate. If it were the deputy director of the Umbu, he might consider it, at least there would be real power. Even someone like Orochimaru, who had contacted Danzo several times, couldn't get any advantage, and was even tricked by Danzo in the end. Although Orochimaru had his own intentions, it still shows that Danzo is definitely not an easy person to get along with. It's getting late, if Elder Danzo has anything to say, just say it directly, I still need to go back to sleep, Kifu yawned. Alright, then I won't beat around the bush. You have 6 ninja swords. I know that the lightning sword Kiba is very important to you. Give me the remaining 5, and I can train 5 ninja who are no less inferior to the Kirigakure's swordsman in the shortest amount of time. In exchange, I'll tell you information about the mysterious ninja you encountered in Kirigakure. Danzo really didn't want to beat around the bush and directly stated his needs. Kifu, however, showed an expression as if he was looking at an idiot. He didn't answer, just silently looked at Danzo, the mocking smile on his face becoming more and more intense. Looking at Kifu's expression, the corner of Danzo's mouth twitched. If it weren't for Kifu's current status in Konoha village, let alone him, even Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't easily manipulate him. He would have already used the power of root to snatch the 5 ninja swords. Although he might not be able to win. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, he saw Kifu stand up directly and stretch lazily. Chapter 270. I thought Elder Danzo knew something. If it's just this, then I'm sorry, I have other things to do. I suspect Uchiha Madara is not dead, Danzo suddenly said. Vital paused, looking at him with some surprise. This is my guess about the identity of the mysterious ninja you encountered. Although it cannot be confirmed, since you can feel a threat from him that is even greater than the 3rd Mizukage, I believe you yourself have some guesses. Right? Danzo was very satisfied with Vital's reaction. However, what surprised Vital was that Danzo knew that Uchiha Madara was still alive, not Uchiha Madara being alive itself. What's the specific reason? You can't expect others to believe you just because of Elder Danzo's guess, right? Danzo propped up his head, staring at Vital, with a hint of hesitation on his face for the first time. But after thinking about it, he finally said, only a few people in the entire Konoha know about this matter, you are barely qualified now. Standing up, leaning on his cane, he said slowly, you know about the battle between the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End, right? Vital nodded as a matter of course, after that battle. The powerful Hashirama Senju passed away not long after due to excessive consumption of life energy. However, the result of that battle was ultimately that Lord Hashirama won. He brought back the body of Uchiha Madara, who was both his close friend and his enemy. That's right, and the first Hokage handed Uchiha Madara's body over to the second Hokage, his younger brother, our Hiruzen Sarutobi's teacher, Tobirama Senju, to be dealt with and buried deep somewhere in the land of fire, Danzo said. After a moment, he continued, and the second Hokage, according to the first Hokage's last wish, buried his body with Uchiha Madara's body after his death. But when burying the first Hokage's body, we discovered Uchiha Madara's coffin had been moved. Although after opening it, no abnormalities were found. So the village was already alert. No wonder so many people in the village believed it when Obito appeared under the name of Uchiha Madara after he went dark. Danzo is like this, and Itachi Uchiha is also like this. After that, I'm afraid Danzo went in to take a look again in order to obtain Hashirama Senju's cells, right? Vital rubbed his chin. Since it's already come to this, Vital no longer concealed anything. In that case, Elder Danzo should have Hashirama Senju's cells in his hands, right? Danzo was obviously stunned when the topic suddenly turned here. Coincidentally, I had an accidental opportunity before to discover an abandoned secret base outside the village. It wasn't cleaned up very well, and there were some residual plants inside that made me very curious. I found that those plants could still grow normally even without sunlight or nutrients, and their vitality was abnormally strong. There's no need for me to say more about who can do this, right? Vital's eyes became a little dangerous. The first thought that flashed through Danzo's mind when he heard Vital say this was Orochimaru. He did secretly intercept some of Hashirama Senju's cells, but neither he himself nor the secret researchers en route had the ability to study Hashirama Senju's cells. Orochimaru was undoubtedly the best choice. He has the ability, ambition, and what he lacks is enough resources and research materials. Moreover, Orochimaru's research in this area will inevitably touch the taboos of Konoha and Hiruzen Sarutobi, so Danzo will have an extra trump card to restrain Orochimaru. However, the research on the first Hokage's cells is not a secret among the high-level officials in Konoha. Even not only Danzo, but even Hashirama Senju's own clan, the Senju clan, has also conducted research on his cells, hoping to see if another powerful would-release ninja could be born from the Senju clan and revive the glory of the Senju clan. In fact, even Hashirama Senju's younger brother, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Konoha's famous forbidden technique master and Konoha's #1 scientist before Orochimaru, had also studied Hashirama Senju's cells. This was confirmed during the Fourth Shinobi World War in the original work when Orochimaru used the impure world reincarnation technique to revive the 4 Hokage of Konoha. And discovered that he used the living corpse reincarnation technique to control the White Zetsu clone, and stated that Orochimaru's body was full of Hashirama Senju's cells. Danzo's ability to obtain Hashirama Senju's cells must have also been with Hiruzen Sarutobi's permission. Otherwise, no matter how much power he has, it is impossible for him to touch this most taboo of Konoha's taboos. However, this is ultimately researching the village's first Hokage, the ninja who is regarded as the god of shinobi, the most respected ninja by Konoha ninjas, and Hashirama Senju, who conveys the will of fire. Everyone knows it, but it has never been put on the table. And the main reason why Orochimaru was eventually discovered and expelled by Hiruzen Sarutobi was not because he was researching the first Hokage's cells, but because Orochimaru gradually lost himself in the research and actually used Konoha residents as research materials. This was what Hiruzen Sarutobi could not tolerate the most. I know that the village had a period of research on the first Hokage's cells, but that base is outside the village. Who can do this? Vital only said half of his words, and let Danzo imagine the rest himself. He didn't know what he would imagine. But it certainly won't be too good. Danzo said with a sullen face, "What do you want to say?" Vital shrugged, "It's nothing. I know Elder Danzo, you want the ninja sword in my hand, I can give you one, but I am also very interested in the first Hokage's cells." He directly stated his purpose. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he made a condition about the first Hokage's cells. It has to be said that even Danzo was surprised. A dangerous light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Aren't you afraid of Hiruzen finding out?" "Afraid I am a little, but I think he might be more concerned about who leaked the first Hokage's cells." Vital looked at him with a smile. Afraid? He doesn't want to be Hokage. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi finds out, at most he will completely take away his power, but he doesn't care. As long as he has the strength, he won't commit suicide like Sakumo Hatake. Could Konoha force him to rebel? He won't be like Orochimaru either. Konoha is already a kind of restraint for Orochimaru. So he deliberately believes that Danzo is using Konoha residents for live research in Konoha. Even if he wants to do it, it will be in a secret base far away in the land of rain. Besides, now is the time of war. Who would pay attention to him, a researcher who is not a researcher, whether he is researching the first Hokage's cells? To put it another way, the current Danzo will definitely not reveal this matter. With Danzo's urine, he will definitely hold this card firmly in his hand and wait until Vital really poses a threat to him before taking out this trump card to give him a fatal blow. Unfortunately, Vital is already prepared. Once the war is over, when the time is right, he will get rid of Danzo, the scourge, and no one can stop him. So, what seems to be a very impulsive proposal is actually at least 90% certain in his heart. Even if. Chapter 271. Having truly encountered that 1 in 10,000 probability, Danzo didn't want to play anymore and wanted to flip the table. Vital didn't care, it was a perfect excuse to openly deal with Danzo. At worst, he'd lose a valuable puppet. Currently, his research into all things of nature had hit a bottleneck, and he urgently needed Hashirama Senju's cells as a sample to break through this impasse. Wait for Orochimaru to defect and then inherit his legacy. Become the kind of person who sits and waits for the big shots to quit the game and then reap the rewards. Too long. Even if the war ended, it would probably take some time before Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't hold back anymore. Besides, who knows if the subsequent plot of the ninja world would still follow the original path. Maybe Orochimaru would take the position of Hokage this time. From his conversation with Hiruzen Sarutobi just now, it could be seen that he still trusted Orochimaru relatively more, indicating that Danzo hadn't been making small moves behind the scenes yet. What if Orochimaru, like him, also wanted to deal with Danzo? Wouldn't the plot change soon? Therefore, he wanted Hashirama Senju's cells now, without delay. Seeing that Vital didn't seem to be joking, Danzo fell into deep thought. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "At least 2. Vital shook his finger. "Elder Danzo, you need to understand that the first Hokage's cells are just a whimsical idea for me. I want to try and see if I can find some inspiration for using magnet release from them. I'm not necessarily doing a deal with you. I believe that if I actively make a request to Lord Hokage, he might not refuse. Danzo didn't know if Hiruzen Sarutobi would refuse, but he knew that he needed these ninja swords. First Orochimaru, then Minato Namikaze, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. They put too much pressure on him. Moreover, his age was always a disadvantage, and he wasn't particularly outstanding in terms of strength. The only thing he completely controlled was Root. If he could equip Root with the ninja swords, the power in his hands would increase greatly, and his say in Konoha would also increase accordingly. He confirmed that Vital's attitude was very firm. Danzo's face darkened, and he thought for a while, I need to choose them myself. Vital narrowed his eyes, and finally chose to take a step back, all right. The twin swords Hiramakari. Danzo said the name of the ninja sword without hesitation. I didn't expect Elder Danzo to be so knowledgeable about these ninja swords. Vital was also surprised. Perhaps because of the influence of the original work, Samahata had always been considered the strongest ninja sword in the hearts of many Naruto fans, but that was not the case. As the Hozuki clan, who truly understood and created the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and possessed the ninja sword summoning scroll. Whether it was Hozuki Chizuru of the first generation of 7 ninja swordsmen or Hozuki Mangetsu, who followed Yagura Karatachi to overthrow the third Mizukage regime, they both chose the twin swords Hiramakari. Only when it came to Hozuki Suigetsu did he inherit the Kubikurabocho because he admired Zabuza too much. From this, it can be seen that the status of the twin swords Hiramakari among the 7 ninja swordsmen is definitely not low, and it definitely holds a top 2 position. Of course, the strength of a ninja sword is not the most crucial thing. The ninja who wields the ninja sword is the key. Good. Vital didn't refuse and took out the sealing scroll for the twin swords Hiramakari. The Land of Rain. Inside what was originally Sasori's secret base. After successfully obtaining Hashirama Senju's cells from Danzo's hands, he left behind a shadow clone and came here directly. He couldn't wait to start researching Hashirama Senju's cells. He had already confirmed that the cells of the Kagaya clan could not be mixed with the cells of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, and there was no very obvious compatibility between them. Even the cells of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan would devour the cells of the Kagaya clan ninja, and the result was not much different from the cells of ordinary ninjas. However, Vital did not give up. He had reason to suspect that it was because these Kagaya clan ninjas had not awakened the Shikatsumiyaku. Kagaya clan ninjas who had not awakened the Shikatsumiyaku were like Senju clan cells with outward release. Powerful, but not enough to resist the strong invasiveness of Uchiha and Hyuga cells. Just like the ordinary ninja cells of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan were not enough to resist Hashirama Senju's cells, because they were not on the same level or magnitude. But if Hashirama Senju's cells were neutralized and adjusted to a certain extent through White Zetsu, it was not impossible to solve such a problem. Moreover, when the number of ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was large enough, it could also achieve a certain degree of balance. However, this balance was very fragile. It was like Danzo in the future, whose arm was completely devoured by Hashirama Senju's cells, and he installed dozens of Sharingan to neutralize them. But when he repeatedly used the Sharingan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, the Sharingan could not balance Hashirama Senju's cells, and he would soon run wild. This combination method was very rudimentary and definitely not what Vital needed. He carefully took out a culture dish with a seal on it. The wriggling mass of flesh inside was Hashirama Senju's cells. Even after leaving Hashirama Senju's main body, these cells still maintained sufficient activity. For ordinary people, just transplanting one cell would be fatal enough. He took out a small mass of tumor tissue, separated it into slices, and observed it carefully under a microscope. The cells were abnormally active. People who possessed these cells would definitely have a very long lifespan, because the lifespan of each of these cells was longer than that of ordinary cells. Causing the owner's metabolism to slow down a lot, and the corresponding lifespan would also become longer. If Hashirama Senju hadn't overdrawn the life energy in his body and activated would release in the battle with Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End, he might still be alive and well now. Crack. After only observing for a short while, the glass slide shattered directly, and a tiny plant quickly grew, breaking through the surface of the glass slide. However, this short period of observation was enough for Vital. He took out a portion of the Kagaya clan's cells, observed them again, and compared them. After a moment, Vital let out a long breath, sat on the chair next to him, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 272. Indeed. The cells of the Kagaya clan are fundamentally different from those of Hashirama Senju, not even on the same level. Moreover, Hashirama Senju's cells contain a mysterious energy that is absent not only in the Kagaya clan but also in the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Therefore, the truly special thing about Hashirama Senju isn't his wood release, but his sage body. The sage body grants powerful life force and natural energy, which is the so-called sage chakra. Chakra can stimulate the life of plants, and promoting growth is the essence of wood release. Sitting in the chair, he slowly raised his right hand, and a slender white bone slowly slid out from his palm. The stinging pain was still there, but he was already used to it. He gently scraped the bone, collected some shavings, and placed them on a glass slide under the microscope. Vital wasn't researching his own bones for the first time. However, the direction of the research was different. Indeed, bones are composed of bone cells, collagen fibers, and matrix, but these substances are formed under the conversion of chakra. This mode of stimulating bone creation is very similar to the way wood release is stimulated by life energy. Gradually, Vital faintly felt that he was about to grasp something crucial. He stroked his chin. Actually, it's not too difficult to summarize. What's missing is natural energy. The modes of generating wood release and bone release aren't very different, but the quality is vastly different. Essentially, it's the difference in natural energy. Tobirama Senju isn't afraid of lacking natural energy originating from the god tree because he has Asura's chakra infused within him. Vital narrowed his eyes. I don't have the natural energy of Asura and Indra, but that doesn't mean I can't obtain natural energy originating from the god tree. Fundamentally, the starting point is the same. He took out a card from the system. It exuded a strong aura of hatred, and the card depicted the ferocious form of the Two Tails. It was the Two Tails chakra he obtained from Yujito ni, the Two Tails Jinchuriki, after killing her. The aura of hatred inside is a problem, but if the carrier has no self-awareness, it won't be affected. The first thing Vital thought of was a human puppet. He would use a human puppet as an experimental subject and reference target. In his narrowed eyes, a hint of madness flickered. If I use the corpse of a Kagaya clan ninja, combined with the dead bone pulse bones extracted from my body, and Sharingan or Byakugan eyes, plus the Two Tails chakra, to create a composite. It was a very crazy idea, but there was a certain possibility of successful construction. However, the balance requirements for this puppet are too high. One wrong move could result in a deformed monster, but if it succeeds, it might be a more terrifying existence than the third Kazakage's human puppet. The thought of creating a human puppet with a combination of dead bone pulse, Sharingan, and tailed beast powers filled Vital with irrepressible excitement. No wonder Orochimaru would go further and further down the path of science, becoming more and more insane. So, this is the feeling. Now he understood a little. However, before doing that, I need to make some preparations. He took out the 3 bloodline concentration enhancement cards he had collected not long ago. Then the previously hesitant multiple-choice question is easily solved. There's no shortage of Uchiha clan corpses with 3 Tomo Sharingan, so I can increase the bloodline concentration of the dead bone pulse. As his thoughts turned, a system prompt box popped up before his eyes. Do you want to consume 3 bloodline concentration enhancement cards to apply to the dead bone pulse Kekkei Genkai? Once he made a decision, there was no need to hesitate. Yes. The 3 cards in his hand turned into a streak of scarlet light and directly entered his body. Immediately afterward, a piercing pain made Vital's body curl up and fall to the ground. His body was instantly covered in sweat. Even more than just sweat, a thin layer of blood also seeped out. Bang, bang, bang. His fists heavily hammered the ground, and deep potholes appeared as a result. Under the blood-covered skin, sharp, bright white bone spurs slowly pierced through the skin and extended out, drilling into the ground below. As they pierced deeply, they supported his entire body. The dead bone pulse erupted directly. At this moment, Vital looked like a hedgehog, except that a hedgehog's quills are brown, while his are white. He didn't know how long it lasted. The bloodline enhancement finally ended. A pool of dried blood and a large number of holes remained on the ground, some punched out by fists and some pierced by bones. With a light flutter of his eyelids, Vital finally woke up. The lingering stinging pain still made him grin. A system prompt appeared before his eyes. Dead bone pulse concentration increased, reaching high level. Body 5 Spirit 1 Seal 3. Hiss, that really hurt. It's even worse than when I first obtained the dead bone pulse. He plucked out the bones that seemed to be stuck in his body one by one and discarded them on the ground. Many of the bones still had wisps of blood on them. As these bones were pulled out, the wounds on Vital's body healed rapidly. Judging from this recovery ability alone, it's not inferior to Hashirama Senju's sage body at all. However, these were wounds left over from using the dead bone pulse and were different from normal wounds. But even if the recovery speed was a little slower, it wouldn't be too much slower. He lightly shook his arm, a crack opened in his palm, and a slender, bright white bone quickly pulled out from it, landing in his hand and turning into a sharp short spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He lightly exerted force from his wrist, and the bone spear spun nimbly in his palm. Chapter 273. Excellent. After the concentration of the Shikatsumiyaku increased, the speed at which bones are generated and the speed at which they replenish themselves have both increased significantly. This is still without much use of chakra to drive it. If I inject a large amount of chakra, the speed at which bones are produced will be even faster. As I am now, in terms of Shikatsumiyaku ability alone, should be no weaker than Kimimaro from the original story, right? Immediately afterward, a slit opened on his face, and a milky white, liquid-like bone flowed out from the opening, slowly covering his face. A pale and extremely dense, tough bone mask covered his face. No, it might even be stronger than Kimimaro's Shikatsumiyaku. This ability to shape bones, the degree of precision, should be stronger than his. Large-scale Shikatsumiyaku is no longer difficult for him. Just like how large-scale ninjutsu isn't difficult. What's truly difficult is the shape transformation of chakra. Being able to transfer and control the changes in chakra can increase the power to a certain extent. And what's even more difficult is the nature transformation of chakra, which is what allows chakra to undergo qualitative change through control. At this moment, Kaze's control over the Shikatsumiyaku has shifted from large-scale shape transformation to precise and minute shape transformation. A further step would be to control the nature transformation of Shikatsumiyaku chakra. As long as it's chakra, there will always be shape transformation and nature transformation. Kaze has a premonition that if he can master the nature transformation of chakra that accompanies the Shikatsumiyaku, he might be able to break through the limitations of the Shikatsumiyaku and reach the level of Hashirama Senju's would release. He temporarily put aside pondering the nature transformation of chakra. With chakra covering this mask, even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan won't be able to see the true face beneath the mask. Kaze removed the mask with some satisfaction, playing with it in his hand. It's not just that, in the future, when I create human puppets, replacing the puppet's body with Shikatsumiyaku bones won't be as troublesome as replacing them little by little. I can just inject them directly, which is much more convenient. Next is to study the bones of his Shikatsumiyaku, which has just completed its concentration increase. See if it can react with the Byakugan or Sharingan. Staring into the microscope, the bone cells and Uchiha clan cells began to devour each other and compete for nutrients. According to the previous situation, the cell strength of the Uchiha clan was stronger than the cell strength of the Shikatsumiyaku. But now, the two cells are competing with each other, but because their abilities are similar and close, they have fallen into a strange balance. This situation doesn't necessarily prove that the Shikatsumiyaku is also a genetic trait of the Otsutsuki clan, but it at least shows that the two can be compatible. Speaking of which, I already have the bloodlines of the Shikatsumiyaku and the Uchiha clan in my body. Why hasn't there been any change? Kaze was somewhat puzzled. Is it because the levels of both are not high enough to give birth to change? Or is it that there will be change, but because of the existence of the system, it's been isolated? Will the system open this gap when it reaches a certain level? Or will it continue to isolate it? He didn't know. But he knew that this direction of research should be correct. Take it slow, compare the differences between the Shikatsumiyaku and Hashirama Senju's cells. Land of Taki. Inside the Konoha camp. Orochimaru's command tent. Kaze, or rather, Hiruzen Sarutobi's arrival, made the Konoha ninjas in the land of Taki feel greatly encouraged. Since the start of the Third Shinobi World War, among the top powerhouses active on the battlefield for Konoha, besides the original Sannin, who was the most powerful, whose reputation was approaching the Sannin. It was the Konoha twin stars, the yellow flash Minato Namikaze and the spear of judgment Hiruzen Sarutobi, of whom the Konoha ninjas felt proud and honored. Now, the yellow flash and the spear of judgment have both appeared on the battlefield of the land of Taki, in addition to Orochimaru, who was originally stationed in the land of Taki and is now the most popular candidate for the fourth Hokage. From the perspective of top powerhouses alone, there is only one word: luxury. Real luxury. Even if the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure leads all the powerhouses of Iwagakure and the two Jinchuriki together, the Konoha ninjas are not afraid. Not panicking at all. They even arrogantly wanted to say to the IWA ninjas, "Do you believe that if we send out a few tailed beasts, Konoha will slay a few?" For ordinary Konoha ninjas, this was a very encouraging thing, but for the high-level figures sitting in the main camp at this moment, they were not as relaxed as the people below showed. Hiruzen-kun, I didn't expect that in just 2 years, you have grown to this extent. I'm afraid that even I might not be your opponent now, right? Orochimaru licked his lips and said to Kaze with a smile. For some reason, even though Kaze's strength might not really be inferior to Orochimaru's now, he still felt a little uneasy when he saw this scientist who was the number one in the ninja world again. He chuckled and said, "Orochimaru-sama, don't make fun of me, how could I be your opponent?" Watching the two compliment each other, Minato Namikaze, who was sitting on the side, smiled and said nothing. His relationship with Kaze was not bad, after all, the two had participated in 2 large-scale battles together. Moreover, he found that his Flying Thunder God technique and Kaze's magnet release could cooperate very well, and could definitely play a greater role on the battlefield. Maybe it could end this tragic Third Shinobi World War. Minato Namikaze was truly disgusted with war. And the result of their discussion this time was very likely to completely change the situation in the entire land of Taki. Of course, this change may be in a direction that is good for Konoha, or it may be in a direction that is not good for Konoha. It all depends on the results of their discussion this time, and the methods of response. Alright, back to the main topic. Hiruzen's arrival also gives us more methods and opportunities to respond. According to reliable information, Anoki has already transferred half of the ninjas originally stationed in the rear of Iwagakure to the front lines. Orochimaru held a scroll in his hand that he didn't know where he got it from. It contained classified information about the IWA ninjas. Is Anoki going to bet everything on this and fight us to the death? An elite jonin present said. The number of Iwagakure ninjas is the largest among the great hidden villages in the ninja world. According to incomplete statistics, including the most ordinary genin, the number of IWA ninjas is at least over 20,000, possibly 25,000, or even higher. Although most of them are genin, the number alone is enough to intimidate people. You must know that at this moment, there are only 3,000 Konoha ninjas in the land of Taki. Chapter 274. When Konoha and the Cloud Ninjas engaged in a large-scale battle, the Cloud Ninjas only mobilized 5,000 ninjas. But now, the Rock Ninjas are moving their troops on a large scale. At this moment, in the Rock Ninjas camp in the land of Taki, there are at least 10,000 Rock Ninjas. This is a difference of 3 to 4 times. Even if Konoha's overall strength is stronger, the losses caused by a human wave tactic are unbearable for Konoha. Of course, it is estimated that the Rock Ninjas cannot bear such losses either. Even if Anoki has prestige in Iwagakure, he may be impeached. After all, there are voices in Iwagakure that oppose him. Orochimaru didn't speak directly, but looked at Minato. "Minato-kun, what do you think?" Minato Namikaze propped his head up. "No, I don't think the Rock Ninjas and Anoki would do this. We Konoha cannot afford the losses of a large-scale battle, and neither can the Rock Ninjas. Especially now that the Third Shinobi World War has lasted for 2 years, all the villages, whether in terms of supplies or ninjas, have undergone tremendous tests. Under such circumstances, the seemingly glamorous surface of each village has actually reached a very fragile point. No one can afford any slightly larger losses. The nerves of the ninjas on all sides are already very tense. With a little blow, this nerve is very likely to break. The more it is at this time, the more cautious decisions need to be made. Continue. Orochimaru nodded. After Minato pondered slightly, he continued, "I think Anoki's move is not without the intention of deterring us, but I think he is more like trying to cover up something, some opportunities that may change the current battle situation." I think what Minato said makes a lot of sense. At this time, Kaze, who had been sitting quietly in the chair, spoke up, agreeing. Orochimaru glanced at Kaze, then looked back at Minato again. So Minato-kun, what do you think Inoki wants to cover up? Cover up what? It's impossible for Minato to say it all at once. At most, he can only make some rough guesses. Perhaps he wants to deliberately attract our attention with the mobilization of the Rock Ninja's main force, so that, when there are more people, even if we have been monitoring the changes of the Rock Ninjas, it is estimated that we will not notice the quiet disappearance of dozens or even more than 100 ninjas. If there are only 3,000 or 4,000 people, the disappearance of dozens of people or more than 100 people, especially the disappearance of those powerful ninjas, will definitely attract Konoha's attention. But if the number suddenly increases to tens of thousands or even more, then it is not certain. I think what Minato said makes sense. Kaze spoke again. He looked at Minato with some surprise. He knows the plot direction and Inoki's plan, but Minato and Orochimaru don't know. It's not easy to infer the general target of the Rock Ninjas from some changes and personnel movements of the Rock Ninjas. This time, the people around the conference table all looked at him with some surprise. Big brother, can't you say something else? Minato was not affected and continued to delve deeper. According to the previous speculation, if I were Inoki, sending so many top Rock Ninjas, I might choose to launch a surprise attack from the rear when the Rock Ninjas and Konoha are at war. Minato had chosen to do this in the battle with the Cloud Ninjas when he was with Jiraiya. His task at that time was to sneak into the rear of the Cloud Ninjas, interrupt the Cloud Ninjas' war deployment, and even completely reverse the situation. If it hadn't been for the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee's obstruction, it might have been successful. It is not difficult to draw this conclusion by thinking from another perspective. However, Minato showed a hesitant look again. But, if this is the case, the Rock Ninjas will still have to fight us head-on. Even if they win, there will be inevitable huge losses, which is not the optimal choice under choice. At that time, Konoha had no choice but to copy the Cloud Ninjas' rear, because the strength gap between Konoha and the Cloud Ninjas was relatively large at that time. But now the Rock Ninjas have the advantage. They don't have to take such a risk at all. If they are discovered by Konoha, the loss of dozens or even more than 100 elite ninjas is something the Rock Ninjas are unwilling to bear. In the case of having an advantage, taking advantage of the advantage is the most correct and most in line with the Rock Ninjas' approach. So, if it were me, I would send a team of elite ninjas to try to bypass our rear and specifically cut off our supply line, while constantly harassing and attacking from the front, so that we have no time and no ability to take care of the rear. At that time, without supplies and the rear being disrupted, we will be in chaos ourselves. Either the village will send more people, or they will transfer people from other battlefields, which is not a good thing for us. Minato said it well. Before others could react to how specific and accurate Minato's words were, Kaze spoke up and applauded first. This time, even Minato couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but ask, Nichiken, what do you think? I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Minato, looking at Orochimaru with some pleading eyes. Orochimaru is probably the only person on the field whose expression hasn't changed much. He said to Kaze, Nichiken-kun, tell me what you think. I think. As soon as Kaze opened his mouth, he felt that the eyes of the people around the conference table became a little dangerous. Cough cough, okay, but actually I didn't lie, I think Minato's analysis is very reasonable. Inoki must have sent someone to prepare to bypass us. It is even possible that the direction of bypassing has already been chosen. Where? Orochimaru's eyes flashed. Kusagakure, Kaze said firmly. Oh. Kusagakure is our Konoha's ally. If the Rock Ninjas attack from Kusagakure, we may not be able to predict it. Orochimaru shrugged. The smile on Orochimaru's face was even greater. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, spreading the scroll flat on the table. In this case, there is no disagreement between our front line and the village. The scroll not only wrote the actions of the Rock Ninjas, but also attached the guesses and deductions of the Rock Ninjas' actions. Even the corresponding personnel arrangements are attached. So the village has thought of it too, everyone suddenly realized. Since there is no disagreement, then follow the village's wishes and assign tasks. Orochimaru put away the scroll and said again. Minato, Nichiken, your task is to go to Kusagakure to stop the Rock Ninjas. The goal is very simple, annihilation. Ah. Kaze's eyes widened. Kyuzugakure, he doesn't want to go. Why did he also go to Kyuzugakure? Chapter 275. Kayake's looked at Obito Uchiha, who was staring intently at him, with a pained expression. His heart was filled with despair. Others might not know what was in Kyuzugakure, but he knew it all too well. Madara Uchiha's lair was in Kyuzugakure. Moreover, this mission was clearly a scheme set up by Madara Uchiha to win over Obito. To achieve this scheme, Kayake's believed that Madara Uchiha could abandon everything, because Obito was the best candidate in his eyes. The Uchiha clan was a cursed clan, and also the clan that understood love the most. Once a member of the Uchiha clan awakened to love, they would amplify that love infinitely. And once that love was destroyed, the resulting hatred would greatly stimulate the brain, producing a special chakra that would stimulate the Sharingan, granting them great power and a significant increase in strength. Those who had seen darkness were more likely to accept darkness. In Kayake's eyes, Kyuzugakure at this moment was like a huge net, waiting for them to enter. Kid, stop looking. Kayake smacked Obito's head and rubbed it with gritted teeth. Should he just kill Obito here? He would lose his Konoha identity that he had cultivated for so long, and he would also touch Madara Uchiha's taboo. It seemed like a complete loss. He would offend Konoha and Madara Uchiha, and he might not even be able to change his plan. If Madara Uchiha set his sights on Shisui Uchiha or Itachi Uchiha, with their talents, their future might be even more terrifying, right? Nikken-sama, you're using too much force. Obito broke free from Kayake's clutches, his head now a bird's nest. He indignantly fixed his hairstyle, straightened his headband, and glanced at Rin Noara not far away. Noticing his gaze, Kayake suddenly realized. That's right. The fundamental reason for Obito's corruption wasn't him. With Obito's love for Rin Noara and Konoha, Madara Uchiha couldn't completely change his mind with just a few words. The key was Rin Noara. This girl he liked. Kayake said with a smile, you two kids stay close to me later, don't get lost. He was referring to Obito and Rin Noara. As for Kakashi. With that dead fish-eyed look, seemingly lazy but actually arrogant, he was already a Jonin and had enough ability to protect himself. TCH, I'm already a Chunin now, I don't need any protection. Obito pointed to the headband on his head, the one Kayake's had given him. You're just an extra, Rin Noara, you're important as a medical ninja, so stay close to me later. Kayake's waved his hand and said to Rin Noara. Okay. Rin Noara was relatively obedient and nodded in response to Kayake's words. Minato's face was full of confidence. Kayake's addition filled him with confidence in completing this mission. Let's set off. The village deduced that the key should be the Canopy Bridge, but we don't know if the IWA ninjas have already arrived at the Canopy Bridge, so we need to split up. Minato looked at Kayake's. You decide, Kayake said indifferently. Hearing this, Minato pondered slightly. In that case, Kakashi, you and Nikken will be a team. I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to be fast enough. If we find that the IWA ninjas are not there, I can support you at the first time. But if he brought Kakashi and the other three, he probably wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. Understood, Kakashi nodded coldly. As he grew older, Kakashi's personality became increasingly indifferent. He could only communicate slightly when facing Minato Namikaze, Obito, and Rin Noara. Kayake didn't have any objections either. Although he was afraid of Madara Uchiha, he also wanted to see how Madara Uchiha would take Obito from under his nose with him around. Let's go. The figures of several people flashed and disappeared at the border of Kyuzugakure. At the same time, somewhere in the dark underground corner of Kyuzugakure, an old man with a withered figure was sitting on a chair. He had a head of white hair and his face was full of wrinkles. He was holding his chin with one hand and staring blankly at the open space in front of him. Behind him, there were strange pipes inserted into his body, while the other ends disappeared into the darkness, connecting to a huge wooden statue that exuded a strange aura. He is Madara Uchiha, one of the biggest masterminds behind the scenes in the ninja world, nicknamed the Uchiha Dance King. Perhaps he is no longer the most powerful man in the ninja world, and may not be the final mastermind truly dominating everything in the ninja world, but in Kayake's eyes, he is definitely the biggest threat. If he could be praised by Madara Uchiha with a sentence like, Madara Uchiha, am willing to call you the strongest, it would probably become a legend in the ninja world. Sasha. The ground rolled gently, and the pale figure of White Zetsu, with a bright green head of hair, slowly rose in front of him. Madara-sama, that kid is here. But, it's not just that kid who's here, but also the Konoha twin stars who are currently taking the ninja world by storm, the yellow flash Minato Namikaze, and the spear of judgment Nikan Sarutobi. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Madara Uchiha's drooping eyelids slowly lifted, seemingly with some unspeakable fatigue. The flying thunder god technique is indeed quite troublesome. Guide the IWA ninjas to entangle him, it should be able to buy some time. The flying thunder god technique was researched by Tobirama Senju specifically to deal with their Uchiha clan, and even killed his younger brother Izuna Uchiha. That was his lifelong pain. So, he couldn't be more familiar with this technique. Chapter 276. Understood, but that spear of judgment. White spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. Uchiha Madara was silent for a few seconds, then his hoarse voice slowly sounded, I have also prepared a gift for him, he should be very happy to see it. Oh, is that so? Then I don't need to worry about anything. Since Uchiha Madara had already made arrangements, White Zetsu was relieved. Has that Uzumaki brat in the Land of Rain been up to anything lately? Madara then thought of Nagato, the Uzumaki who bore his Rinnegan. If he wanted to complete his plan, both Obito, who would inherit his will and name and continue forward, and Nagato, who bore his eyes, were indispensable. Nagato, recently he and that Yahiko created an organization called Akatsuki. Spreading their doctrine everywhere in the Land of Rain, seeking help from the ordinary civilians of the Land of Rain. They have gathered a considerable number of ninjas through their actions and ideals. White Zetsu reported truthfully. Small-scale childish games, keep a close eye on him, when Obito inherits my will, you should know how to guide them, Uchiha Madara said as if he were entrusting his final affairs. Lord Madara, rest assured, besides White Zetsu, I am also here. At this moment, a shadow emerged from behind Madara. It was Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara nodded imperceptibly, with you, the embodiment of my will, here, I can be a little more at ease. He still had more trust in his own will. After saying these words, he slowly closed his eyes, his breathing becoming almost imperceptible, as if preparing for something. Kayakes watched Minato Namikaze rapidly disappear into the distance, then looked at the three little ones beside him. The cool dead fish-eyed Kakashi Hatake, the talkative idiot Obito Uchiha, and the obedient and sweet Rin Noara, he felt very complicated. He didn't want to run into Uchiha Madara, but deep down, he also wanted to meet the current Uchiha Madara and see what Uchiha Madara would do if he interrupted his plan and saved Obito Uchiha. With the improvement of his strength, Kayake's fear of Uchiha Madara seemed to have lessened. At least, with prior mental preparation, he wasn't as afraid anymore. We don't need to rush, let's wait for the situation on Minato's side first. Hiding in the dense forest near Canopy Bridge, Kayake said to the three little ones. Why don't we just rush up and let the IWA ninjas see the strength of the Uchiha genius? Obito looked excited. He knew that their mission might change the course of the entire battlefield, so he, who had just been promoted to Chunin, was extremely excited. Idiot, Kakashi couldn't help but mock. Damn it, Kakashi. Obito looked like he was about to rush up and fight him, but fortunately, Rin Noara was pulling him back, otherwise, he didn't know if he would be beaten into a pig's head. Before completely transforming his love into hatred, the gap between Obito and Kakashi's talents was too great. Obito was a Chunin who barely got promoted because of the war, but Kakashi relied on his own strength. If he weren't too young, and his thoughts hadn't become somewhat extreme because of Sakumo Hatake's death, Kakashi, with his current Jonin status, would have been fully qualified to lead his own team. Obito, don't argue with Kakashi, the mission is important, Rin Noara advised. Kayakes covered his forehead. He didn't know how Minato managed to persevere through such torment every day. It was hard on him. Suddenly, Kayakes' expression paused, there are ninjas approaching, it should be IWA ninjas, the number, 4. Hearing that there were enemies, Obito immediately stopped talking, and his previous excited appearance disappeared instantly. I'll go, Kakashi rubbed his wrist, and under his drooping eyelids was undisguised confidence. Kayakes glanced at him. Nodding, go. Kakashi jumped directly from the tree, exposing himself to the IWA ninjas' line of sight. I thought it was someone, it turns out to be just a Konoha brat, an IWA ninja flashed in front of Kakashi, his eyes full of contempt. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more figures appeared beside him, looking at Kakashi with ridicule. Brat, the battlefield is not a place you should come to, hurry up and call out, Daddy, then go back to your mom and drink milk. Kakashi's face sank. Mentioning his family touched his taboo. He formed hand seals. ZZZ. Jumping silver-blue arcs appeared in his hand, accompanied by piercing cries, like thousands of birds chirping frantically. Chidori. Kakashi grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, desperately controlling the lightning arc in the palm of his right hand. The next second, Kakashi's speed suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye, the silver lightning crossed a short distance, and the jumping lightning seemed not restrained enough, dragging a long gully on the ground during its course. What? The IWA ninja who saw this scene didn't have time to react at all. In horrified eyes, Kakashi instantly came to him. The chirping Chidori directly pierced his throat, not even giving him time to react. But Kakashi's movements didn't stop, and he barely managed to turn, leaving a deep pit on the ground. Fortunately, the turn was completed, and he rushed to another IWA ninja. The pause of this slight change of direction gave that IWA ninja some reaction time. Earth release. Earth wall. A solid, heavy barrier appeared in front of him. Chapter 277. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard. Boom. An arm directly pierced through the earth wall, and at an extremely close distance, struck the rock ninja. His eyes widened, disbelievingly looking at the cold-faced Kakashi, his mouth opening and closing, fresh blood trickling down the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't manage to utter a complete sentence. How is this possible? Why is a Leaf Village brat so fast? And his destructive power is so terrifying. The lightning in Kakashi's hand dissipated, revealing a palm that was red, with some burn wounds. Damn brat. At this moment, the other 2 rock ninjas reacted and, taking advantage of the dissipation of Kakashi's Chidori, suddenly launched a sneak attack. Kakashi's sudden outburst exceeded their expectations, but now they wanted to avenge their dead companion. Exhausted, Kakashi was unable to react in time. Suddenly, a figure, slower than the 2 rock ninjas, arrived first, surpassing them by starting later. Wearing a faint smile, he said calmly, "You're pretty good, Kakashi." Under the shocked gazes of the remaining 2 rock ninjas, Vital directly snapped their throats, leaving them with no ability to resist. Thud. 2 corpses fell to the ground. Kakashi took a deep look at Vital, not saying anything, but he was actually shocked by Vital's speed. Swish swish. Obito and Noara Rin flashed and appeared beside them. Obito looked at the corpses on the ground with a face full of surprise, while Noara Rin immediately began to treat Kakashi's injured palm. What is this? Obito murmured. He was also seeing Kakashi's Chidori for the first time. It's a nature transformation of lightning chakra. This should be a ninjutsu that Kakashi developed himself, right? However, his mastery of chakra nature transformation isn't very proficient, so he'll hurt himself. Also, because the speed of the lightning release is too fast, it's a great test for your eyes, Kakashi. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be these 2 rock ninjas who died, all 4 would be dead. But being able to develop such a ninjutsu is already quite remarkable. If he can skillfully master and perform it, it should be considered an A-rank ninjutsu. Very impressive, Vital explained. He had personally witnessed Kakashi's first Chidori achievement. A-rank ninjutsu. Obito looked shocked. He had only just reached the level of Chunin and hadn't even awakened his Sharingan. Kakashi had already been promoted to Jonin, and now he had even developed an A-rank ninjutsu. He felt a blow to his confidence. It's still a big difference from Master Hiruzen's Super S-rank forbidden technique, Kakashi said slowly, rubbing his wrist that Noara Rin had treated. Vital smiled and shook his head. It's different. Hiruzen was borrowing the power of thunderclouds, which was very different from Kakashi, who relied on pure lightning release chakra and nature transformation. In terms of difficulty alone, the Chidori developed by Kakashi was more difficult. Kakashi thought for a moment and finally asked, Master Hiruzen, the speed of the Chidori is too fast. Even if I make some predictions, it's still too difficult. How can I overcome this shortcoming? In your current state, you can't overcome it at all, to be honest, although you developed this technique, the most suitable person for it isn't you. Then who is it? Kakashi was stunned. The Uchiha, Vital said bluntly. Only the dynamic vision of the Uchiha's Sharingan can perfectly compensate for the only flaw in this technique. Kakashi, dot. He glanced at Obito next to him, his mood complicated. Then aren't I an Uchiha? You don't have the Sharingan. Kakashi coldly poured cold water on him. Damn cack. There's a situation. Be careful and protect yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw a monstrous wave rising in the dense forest, sweeping towards them. Such a water release ninjutsu. In a place like the grass country, which is full of dense vegetation. How is that possible? Kakashi and the others were stunned as they watched the approaching torrent, because there was no room to dodge. Vital waved his hand, and a mass of iron sand rose from the ground, forming a sphere to protect the four of them. The huge wave crashed against the iron ball, making a huge roar. Under Vital's control, the iron ball trembled, but it still held on well. Who? Obito breathed a long sigh of relief, patting his chest with some lingering fear. But Vital didn't show a relaxed expression. He glanced at them and handed Kakashi a flying thunder god kunai made by Minato, saying, "This is no longer an enemy you can touch, take this kunai and leave without looking back, go and tell Lord Orochimaru about the situation here." Kakashi took the kunai in a daze. What's going on? Chapter 278. Kaze gently pushed them, saying in a deep voice, "Remember, don't look back, and don't linger. If you encounter enemies, don't try to fight, your mission now is to deliver important intelligence." As he spoke, the iron sand spheres dissipated, and Kaze turned to look behind him, ignoring Kakashi and the other two. Kakashi hesitated, but ultimately chose to obey the order. A ninja's duty is to obey orders. Go. He said in a low voice, dragging the bewildered Obito and Rin Noara away quickly. Kakashi, Instructor Nichiken, Obito finally reacted after running for a while. Kakashi's drooping eyes had fully opened, his expression indescribably heavy. Instructor Nichiken said that this is no longer a battle we can participate in, which means the enemy's strength far exceeds our ability to withstand it. At this time, don't be a burden. It was rare for him to say so much at once, but it still couldn't dispel Obito and Rin's worries. Kakashi glanced at them, his tone calm as if stating a fact. Don't forget, Instructor Nichiken is the Spear of Judgment, the Leaf's twin stars on par with Instructor Minato. Someone with such strength, even if they aren't necessarily the enemy's match, wouldn't be left here. Hearing this, Obito and Rin finally realized. That's right. That's the Leaf Spear of Judgment, the man who has killed the Two Tails and the 7 ninja swordsmen. There aren't many people in this ninja world who can be his opponents. Immediately, they stopped thinking and quickly headed towards the Leaf camp in the land of Waterfall, following Kaze's orders. After Kaze released the protection of the iron sand, he looked in the direction the water flow had come from, narrowing his eyes. In the shadowy forest, he could see a figure slowly approaching. After a moment, the figure appeared in front of Kaze. The third Mizukichi. Even though he had been somewhat prepared, he was still surprised when he actually saw the person. However, he noticed that the third Mizukichi's eyes seemed somewhat dull and lifeless. "No, what should I call you? One of the founders of Leaf? The strongest of the Uchiha clan? Or, Uchiha Madara?" The third Mizukichi raised an eyebrow. "You really did discover me. I didn't want to, but when you appeared in a hidden mist village, it really gave me a shock. Now it seems that the hidden mist village should be completely under your control, right?" Kaze said slowly. More or less, Uchiha Madara didn't deny it. "Then, Mr. Madara, why did you suddenly appear here?" "Let me guess." Originally, Kaze was still somewhat afraid of Uchiha Madara, but when he actually met Uchiha Madara, that fear disappeared. He had already encountered him. What was the use of being afraid? Besides, although it was Uchiha Madara who had come, this body was the third Mizukichi. Uchiha Madara without the Sharingan and Rinnegan was still strong, but not that strong. Could it be for Kakashi, that Leaf genius? He denied it himself as soon as he finished speaking. "No, that shouldn't be, although Kakashi is a genius, he shouldn't be important enough to you, Uchiha Madara, so, is it for the dead last Uchiha Obito?" Seeing Kaze's mocking appearance, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. He wasn't surprised that Kaze had guessed his target. What surprised him was that the other party didn't seem to be making a so-called guess, but rather had a judgment in his heart and was very certain. Oh, did I guess right? Kaze's expression was exaggerated. Uchiha Madara didn't speak, but gently bit his finger and formed hand seals with both hands. Summoning technique. Boom! As a cloud of thick white mist dissipated, a huge creature appeared at the third Mizuki's feet. Heavy armor, an angular and spiky posture, with three tail-like things waving back and forth. At first glance it looked like a giant turtle. 3 tails. Isabu. And you could see that in the 3 tails' eyes, there were 3 tomo belonging to the Sharingan rotating. In order to deal with him, Uchiha Madara not only controlled the third Mizuki, but even controlled the hidden mist village's 3 tails. The smile on Kaze's face gradually disappeared. Was he not playing by the rules? The third Mizuki and 3 tails Isabu working together was equivalent to the third Kazekage combining with the 1-tail Shikaku, a combination of correct attributes and abilities. And with perfect control, the strength they could display would definitely be terrifying. Uchiha Madara said calmly, "There aren't many people in this ninja world who are important enough for me to take so seriously anymore. You should feel proud that I have given you enough respect." "Thank you," Kaze gritted his teeth and replied. "I thank your whole family." Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, looking at Kaze's somewhat flustered but not nervous appearance, and was slightly surprised. "It seems that you have also kept some trump cards. That's good, that's worthy of my attention. Dance to your heart's content, show your abilities, in this final time." Uchiha Dance King, online. Tisk, Kaze smacked his lips. "Fortunately, I'm not completely unprepared, otherwise it would really be troublesome." Then he shouted into the dense forest behind him, "Come out." Whoosh whoosh. 2 figures wrapped in black robes appeared at Kaze's side, passing through the forest at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 279. Pulling off the hood, a young face was revealed, along with a pair of green eyes. Sasori of the Red Sand. "Kakuzu. This is the mission you wanted me to help with?" "The third Mizuki and 3 tails from Kirigakure." "What? Are you afraid?" "Afraid," Kakuzu admitted directly. That spear of judgment from Konoha made it very clear, the opponent is ostensibly the third Mizuki, but in reality, it's Uchiha Madara. He's not an easy opponent to deal with. If we're going to fight him, I need more money. Indeed, in Kakuzu's eyes, nothing was more important than money. Puppet Sasori replied, "Next time, I can help you complete a mission for free. The conditions I promised you before remain unchanged. The bounty for the third Mizuki will also be all yours." Since that's the case, there's nothing to hesitate about. Besides, there's also the spear of judgment from Konoha here. Dealing with a 3 tails shouldn't be a problem. Kakuzu said, taking off his clothes, directly revealing the dense patterns on his body, and the masks of the Earth Grudge Fear. Back then, he failed to assassinate Hashirama Senju of Konoha, which led to his current state. Now, he really wanted to try and see if he could kill Uchiha Madara, who was as famous as Hashirama Senju. "Kakuzu, Sasori of the Red Sand." Uchiha Madara looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared. His attention had been focused on controlling the third Mizuki and the 3 tails, and he hadn't noticed the 2 hiding in Kyuzugakure. Most importantly, he couldn't understand why a rising star from Konoha would be connected to these 2 rogue ninja. Judging from the current situation, the 3 of them were clearly on the same side. If he were in his prime, Uchiha Madara wouldn't have paid any attention to these 3 people. Not to mention 3, he wouldn't have cared even if there were more. Or rather, in his prime, no one in the entire ninja world, except for Hashirama Senju, was worthy of his attention. But now, the body wasn't his own, and the remaining power was limited. He needed to conserve some to deal with unexpected situations. The 3 people in front of him made him feel somewhat. Of course, it was only somewhat. Who was he? He was Uchiha Madara. A person as famous as Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. The word retreat didn't exist in his dictionary. On the other side, Vital and Puppet Sasori naturally had nothing to say. They were originally the same person, and this was an arrangement he had made after learning that he was going to Kyuzugakure for a mission. He contacted Kakuzu under Sasori's identity and invited him to participate in this anticipated battle with great benefits. However, Kakuzu seemed to still have some reservations about him. It didn't matter. As long as Kakuzu was there, he was a natural threat. Even if he only used Earth Grudge Fear to release a few ninjutsu from behind, it would be enough. The main combat power was still Vital and Puppet Sasori. Of course, Vital and Puppet Sasori still had to put on some superficial act. Puppet Sasori coldly glanced at Vital and said indifferently, "Spear of Judgment, I hope you can abide by the conditions you promised me." Vital chuckled lightly, "You are a rogue ninja from Sunigakure, and one of our enemies in Konoha is Sunigakure. The enemy of my enemy can be my friend. Of course, I will not fail to fulfill any of my promises to you. I hope you don't slack off. And don't die, either. No matter what, the opponent is Uchiha Madara. Even if he's old now, he's still a terrifying existence who can control the third Mizukage and the three tails at the same time." Humph, Puppet Sasori snorted and took out a scroll from his ninja pouch with the character "Red" written on it. "You should take care of yourself. If you die, Kakuzu and I wouldn't mind helping you collect your corpse. The value of your head in the underground bounty world is not cheap." Hearing this, Kakuzu glanced at Vital intentionally or unintentionally, seemingly a little tempted. Uchiha Madara didn't interrupt their exchange. Because he could see from Vital's conversation that the three of them were clearly only temporary partners and not stable. He narrowed his eyes, and his pupils flickered. "Here it comes," Vital stopped bickering with Puppet Sasori. As for the so-called conditions, he didn't actually know what they were. He just made up a few sentences to make it sound more reasonable. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Rumble. Once again, a monstrous torrent of water swept towards the three of them. Because of the help of the three tails, even though this was inland, the power of the water release performed by the third Mizukage was no less powerful than in the land of water, and even stronger. Tear. Puppet Sasori was the first to move, directly tearing open the seal on the scroll in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, a large amount of smoke rose, and puppets with dull expressions appeared. Red secret technique. Puppet performance of 100 mechanisms. This time, it was a genuine puppet performance of 100 mechanisms, not the half-finished product with only a dozen puppets that Vital had encountered when he first met Sasori. A full 100 puppets, controlled by the chakra threads extending from the body opened in Puppet Sasori's chest, densely floated in midair. The outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War greatly increased the mortality rate of ninjas throughout the ninja world. A portion of them were salvaged by Vital from the battlefield. And some were salvaged or killed by Puppet Sasori himself in Amigakure. In total, with day and night production, he finally gathered a full 100 puppets. This was also the upper limit that Puppet Sasori could currently control. Any more, and the precision of controlling the puppets would be limited. Even now, he couldn't perform very precise control over each puppet. But it was enough. You had to know that at least 30 of these 100 puppets were made from the corpses of Jonin, including some elite Jonin, such as the previous puppet disciple Puppet Yakura, and later the big fool among the Kagaya 3 idiots, and even the 7 ninja swordsmen who died at Vital's hands. However, he made some adjustments to the appearance of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the swords were temporarily not handed over to the puppets. The rest were at least elite Chunin and special Jonin. Even so, it was definitely a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 280. To put it bluntly, if the scorpion puppet was willing, it could completely destroy a small hidden village like Kusugakure with its own power. Kakuzu, standing beside the scorpion puppet, couldn't help but look at the scorpion puppet when he saw so many puppets, especially when a few of them faintly gave him a sense of threat. It's hard to imagine how he managed to collect so many Jonin corpses in such a short period of less than 2 years. Even during wartime, the villages protect the corpses of their fallen Jonin very well. How did he manage to secretly collect so many Jonin corpses without being noticed or valued by the villages? Kakuzu has to admit that the current scorpion puppet is very strong. When others fight one-on-one, fighting the scorpion puppet is like him and his group fighting you alone, a complete crushing victory in terms of numbers. This is equivalent to a walking army. And they are all particularly good at fighting, and their strength is very strong. Even Kakuzu was shocked by the strength displayed by the scorpion puppet, which makes it even more absurd that Sasori in the original work died at the hands of Sakura and Chio, one young and one old. The quality of Sasori's 100 puppets technique in the original work may not have been this high, but there was also the puppet of the third Kazekage as a foundation. The final result can be summed up in one word: ridiculous. The thoughts in his mind flashed by, and the three quickly focused their attention on the surging wave. "I'll do it," the scorpion puppet said coldly. As his words fell, at least 20 of the hundreds of puppets floating in the sky moved at the same time. Earth release. Earth wall prison. 20 Jonin and Chunin puppets simultaneously made hand seals and slammed them on the ground. Rumble. Accompanied by a series of roars, a huge and thick rock wall slowly rose from the ground out of thin air. It's just outrageous. One person is equivalent to an elite ninja squad. Uchiha Madara's huge water release, performed by the third Mizukage, was easily blocked by the scorpion puppet. However, none of them relaxed. This was just a test, and what comes next is the real key. Seeing the water release being blocked, Uchiha Madara didn't show any expression. It's normal, if the three people opposite him couldn't even stop such a water release, wouldn't his trip here seem a bit redundant? He now appears to be fighting three people, but in reality, he is fighting a 100-man elite ninja squad led by three Kage-level powerhouses. But it doesn't matter. He has the three tails. He tapped his feet lightly. The three tails immediately understood and opened its mouth. A small, pure black ball appeared in its mouth, and a large amount of chakra and natural energy, like air bubbles, gathered from its body and the surrounding environment towards the small ball. In the blink of an eye, the scale expanded several times. Vital was a little speechless seeing this scene. Is it that every tailed beast only knows the tailed beast ball? They use the tailed beast ball right from the start, they use the tailed beast ball when they have no other options, and they use the tailed beast ball when they can't win. This move is very strong, but it also depends on who the opponent is. If it were just him alone, he might have just flown away, but now there are three Kage-level powerhouses here. Seeing that the tailed beast ball was about to break free from the three tails' control and its target had been locked on them, Vital no longer hesitated and made hand seals. Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by three roars, three huge Rashomon with ferocious faces rose from the ground, blocking between the three and the three tails. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes when he saw the Rashomon appear. Only three. What a pity. At the same time, Vital shouted, "These three gates can't stop the tailed beast ball, the battle has already begun, so don't think about holding back any strength." "I don't need you to say it," the scorpion puppet replied. "Humph." Kakuzu didn't even say anything, just snorted from his nose. Although the two seemed to be very disdainful of Vital, their bodies moved very honestly. Earth release. Thick earth wall. Water release. Waterfall. The scorpion puppet controlled the puppets to successively cast two powerful defensive ninjutsu belonging to earth release and water release. A soil wall and a water curtain rose at the same time. On the other side, Kakuzu directly had four earth grudge fear masks detached from his body under countless hideous and twisted black lines. Fire release. Head engraving suffering. Wind release. Pressure damage. The two masks released ninjutsu at the same time, and directly combined together after being released. Compound ninja art. Strange face blazing flame. The three successively cast their signature skills. Boom. 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 The tailed beast ball forcibly broke through the Rashomon's obstruction, but it also consumed a lot of power, and at the same time, the speed of advance was slowed down. Immediately afterwards, the tailed beast ball hit the puppet scorpion's two defensive ninjutsu. These two techniques were both large-scale defensive combination ninjutsu released by dozens of puppets working together, and their defensive power was also quite amazing. Chapter 281. After breaking through these two defenses, the tailed beast ball's diameter had shrunk by more than half. Subsequently, Kakuzu's combined ninjutsu also hindered and consumed the power of the tailed beast ball to a certain extent. The originally massive iron sphere had become less terrifying, and its speed had relatively slowed, but it was still hurtling towards Vital and the others. In the next moment, Vital's gourd transformed into wings on his back, and he directly arrived in front of the tailed beast ball. He raised his right hand. Holding the thunder sword Fang, and countless iron sand converged towards his right hand, enveloping the thunder sword Fang and instantly solidifying into a huge and sharp long sword. Countless leaping silver-blue lightning arcs flickered on the iron sand greatsword, driven by the thunder sword Fang and Vital's chakra. Vital, wielding the heavy greatsword as if lifting something light, faced the incoming tailed beast ball and directly slashed down. Magnet release. Thunder sword, cloud cluster. The dazzling giant iron sand greatsword, accompanied by leaping lightning arcs, fearlessly slashed towards the tailed beast ball, whose power had already been weakened several times. The sharp blade and the pitch-black chakra ball collided fiercely under the gazes of several people. Boom! A huge booming explosion erupted, accompanied by a heaven-storming surge in dazzling light. Boom! Boom! Two more loud sounds exploded. Vital stood there unscathed. On both sides not far from him were two huge pits and scorched earth with only ashes remaining. The tailed beast ball had been cut in half. Even though it had been weakened and its energy negated several times, it was still a tailed beast ball, yet it had been forcibly split open like that. Kakuzu had originally wanted to mock Vital when he saw him rushing up. But now he dismissed the thought, secretly rejoicing that he hadn't spoken it out loud. Looking at the figure flapping its wings in mid-air, he felt considerable pressure. Is this the Spear of Judgment of Konoha? Among the 7 ninja swords, the Thunder Sword Fang can be said to have a very high compatibility with his magnet release. Lightning can, to some extent, infuse iron sand with magnetism, and it can also adhere to the iron sand. Iron is a very good conductor. In addition, Vital's iron sand is not ordinary iron. Each grain of iron sand is attached with his chakra, further increasing the conduction of lightning. Rather than saying that Vital is currently using magnet release, it would be more accurate to say that he is using a combined ninjutsu of magnet release and lightning release. Its power is naturally not comparable to pure magnet release. Vital split the tailed beast ball with one sword strike and didn't stop. The iron sand greatsword condensed in his hand didn't dissipate either. Instead, he rushed towards the third Mizukage and the three tails while carrying the sword. Seeing his movements, Sasori and Kakuzu didn't hesitate and rushed up together. One with 4 Earth Grudge Fear masks, and the other with a full 100 puppets. This scene was very much like a small group of bullies going to start a fight. Leave the third Mizukage to you guys, Vital shouted in a low voice, quickly approaching while swinging the giant sword horizontally, forcing the third Mizukage and the three tails to separate. Immediately afterward, Kakuzu and Sasori simultaneously closed in, entangling the third Mizukage, who was being controlled by Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Vital used iron sand to carry the three tails, forcibly separating it by a distance. It was necessary to separate the third Mizukage and the three tails. Otherwise, who knew if Uchiha Madara had also researched any combination water release ninjutsu? Roar! The three tails, being trifled with by Vital in this way, roared, venting its dissatisfaction. Although it was being controlled by Uchiha Madara hadn't restricted its inherent ferocity in combat instincts. What a pity, Vital wasn't affected by the three tails at all, but instead clicked his tongue. It was a pity that he hadn't learned the powerful sealing techniques to seal tailed beasts from Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Originally, magnet release iron sand was such a suitable bloodline limit for sealing tailed beasts. But it's fine, I want to see how Uchiha Madara will control Rin Noera if the three tails dies, causing her to commit suicide at Kakashi's hands, suicide in front of Obito, Vital muttered to himself, his hands moving non-stop. Dealing with tailed beasts. He had experience. Compared to the two tails, the three tails might be stronger, but the three tails, which specialized in water release and possessed water attribute chakra, was even more restrained by his Takamikazuchi-like forbidden technique. The iron sand that was originally dragging the three tails to move tightly entangled its feet, constantly releasing lightning to prevent it from moving easily. At the same time, the giant sword made of iron sand in his hand dissipated, revealing the Thunder Sword Fang. Instantly, the sky darkened. Rumble. In the sky, a patch of low thunderclouds quickly gathered. Under the guidance of the Thunder Sword Fang, the surrounding thunderclouds in the air quickly gathered. As patches gathered, they quickly condensed into a thick mass. Lightning could be seen rapidly leaping within the dark clouds. There was a faint feeling that it was about to be triggered. As long as Vital's iron sand spear condensed into shape, coupled with the guidance of the Thunder Sword Fang, he would soon be able to recreate the forbidden technique that had previously killed the two tails, the judgment of Takamikazuchi. He believed that the technique that the two tails couldn't withstand, the three tails wouldn't be able to withstand either. He would soon be able to achieve the tailed beast double kill achievement. Aren't you being a little too presumptuous? Suddenly, a voice rang out not far away, not from the third Mizukichi, but from an old man who looked like he could collapse at any moment. Pale hair, wrinkled skin, a hunched back, all indicated his old age. But no matter how old he was, he couldn't hide the Sharingan with three tomo spinning rapidly in his eye sockets. Uchiha Madara. Not the main body, but a clone controlled by the impure world reincarnation technique. But regardless of whether it was the main body or not, or whether it was at full strength, just the name alone was enough to shock the entire ninja world. Chapter 282. Even Uchiha Madara hadn't anticipated this outcome. He originally thought that with the third Mizukichi and the three tails, even if Konoha's younger generation was strong, it would be enough to deal with them. In fact, that was indeed the case. The third Mizukichi paired with the three tails would be impossible for Vital to defeat alone. But Vital had also left a backup plan, arranging for Sasori's puppets and Kakuzu to lurk nearby. Three Kage-level powerhouses, plus Uchiha Madara's relative weakness in water release among all his techniques, prevented him from fully utilizing the third Mizukichi and the three tails' full strength, further widening the gap between the two sides. Left with no choice, Uchiha Madara had to send out this reanimation jutsu clone, which he originally wanted to conserve some strength with. If Vital's Takamikazuchi's judgment were to fall, the three tails would probably really be finished. This would have a great impact on his subsequent plans. Therefore, he came out. The three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and surging chakra gushed out, wisps of blue chakra slowly covering his body. From the ribs, skull, and arms, to the gradually emerging feet, and the muscle fibers drawn from the gaps in the bones, the skeleton was gradually filled. "Honey, come and see, it's a Gundam." Vital, with a dark face, stared at the aged Uchiha Madara, who, defying all logic, activated Susanoo. The dozens of meters tall Susanoo was like a huge giant, even the three tails size seemed normal in front of Susanoo. Madara is currently the only man in the ninja world who can use Susanoo even without the Mangeki Sharingan, and even his shadow clones can use it. This kind of cheat-like ninja is simply a bug in the ninja world. Covered in muscle, wrapped in a thin layer of armor, and with a katana appearing at his waist. Uchiha Madara, standing on top of Susanoo's head, slowly drew the katana from his waist, glanced at Vital flying in midair, and actually jumped into the air. The katana in his hand did not attack Vital, nor did it try to split the sand-iron spear that was taking shape, but instead swung it fiercely at the sky. Swish! A streak of blue light flashed, directly splitting the thunderclouds that had been painstakingly gathered in the sky in half. A ray of sunlight passed through the ever-widening gap, shining on the three tails on the ground. MMP. Vital couldn't help but curse. You can't afford to play, can you? Cheating, are you? Like anyone doesn't have a cheat. Vital took a deep breath, reached into the inner pocket of his clothes, and gently crushed a scroll. Then he looked at the Susanoo that had returned to the ground. Suddenly a flash, a figure wrapped in white bones appeared beside Vital. It's the main body. Is the situation so complicated? Even I have to come. This time, he had already used all his trump cards. The third Kazekage puppet, grafted with Hiruzen Sarutobi's identity, Sasori, who had recently collected 100 elite ninja corpses to make into puppets. Plus Kakuzu, who was summoned with heavy profits, were three Kage-level powerhouses, even those belonging to the stronger existence among the Kage-level powerhouses. Dealing with an old, dying Uchiha Madara without the Rinnegan was so troublesome. You see for yourself, and you'll know, the puppet clone put his hand on Vital's shoulder, and the memory was instantly exchanged. The newly arrived Vital also understood the general situation at the moment. Now that the main body has arrived, the decision on how to deal with this will be left to the main body. Vital, hidden under the armor made of dead bone pulse bones, couldn't help but want to sigh. As expected of Uchiha Madara. Controlling the third Mizukichi and the three tails with the Sharingan, he can even control clones with the reanimation jutsu, and use Susanoo with the three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's mastery of Susanoo has indeed reached a terrifying level of perfection. In the entire ninja world, no one can surpass him in terms of Susanoo. Perhaps even Indra, one of the sons of the Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, would not be much better than Uchiha Madara in the mastery of Susanoo. If it were Uchiha Madara in his prime, Vital might not even have the ability to escape. But now. He glanced at his system's attribute panel. Character, Maruyama Vital. Age, 15 years old. Attributes, fire, earth, wind, water, lightning. Strength, elite Chunin. Kekkei Genkai, dead bone pulse high, Sharingan 3 Tomo, scorch release. Body, 71. Spirit, 64. Ninjutsu, 68. Genjutsu, 54. Control, 61. Seal, 57. Taijutsu, flowing water sword technique, willow dance, camellia dance, larch dance, clematis dance, early fern dance. Ninjutsu. Chapter 283. Items. After more than 2 years of war, Qifeng, who silently processed corpses in the rear, saw a constant stream of bodies sent from the front lines, as well as those brought by his own puppet clones. With the daily help of looting corpses, his strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. In the system's evaluation, he already possessed the strength of an elite Chunin. As everyone knows, the system's evaluation is very rigid, simply giving evaluations based on changes in attributes, without calculating the amplification brought about by the Shikatsumiyaku and Sharingan. The Shikatsumiyaku had reached the high level not long ago, thanks to the effect of the Bloodline Concentration Enhancement card. As for the Sharingan, he had long since achieved the accomplishment of having 3 Tomo in both eyes, thanks to the constant stream of Uchiha clan Chunin corpses. And Qifeng's main body, which had been staying in the rear, would not lack combat experience. Whether it was the puppet clone or Sasori's puppet, they would interact with him from time to time, sharing memories. In addition, with the existence of experience cards, he would never lack combat experience. His appearance also attracted the attention of Uchiha Madara. Shikatsumiyaku, Sharingan. Uchiha Madara saw through Qifeng's situation at a glance. After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan, and having stayed in Kirigakure for several years, he had some understanding of the Hakuya clan's Shikatsumiyaku, a major clan in Kirigakure. But it was precisely because of this that he felt surprised. When did the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hakuya clan's Shikatsumiyaku become compatible? Moreover, hasn't the Hakuya clan of Kirigakure not had a ninja awaken the Shikatsumiyaku for decades? Wouldn't the bloodlines conflict? It's not like the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, which have a fundamental connection. The mask is covered with chakra, making it impossible to see the other party's appearance, using the Uchiha's Sharingan, yet he's a secretive coward. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, full of disdain. He controlled the Susanoo, heading straight towards Qifeng. Watching the rapidly approaching Susanoo, Qifeng's expression was somewhat solemn. How do you fight Uchiha Madara in a Gundam? The Susanoo's defense is beyond doubt, even worthy of being called the strongest defense in the ninja world, and it's an unsolvable defense that completely envelopes the body. Qifeng's mind raced, searching for a way to break through the Susanoo. In his memory, the only one who had directly smashed the Susanoo seemed to be the 4th Raikage during the 4th Shinobi World War, who, after activating the Raikage's strongest armor, combined it with a move called Lightning Release, Horizontal Chop, to directly smash Uchiha Madara's initial form of the Susanoo. There was no time to think, Uchiha Madara was close at hand. He said in a low voice, "You continue to prepare that move from before, I'll hold off Uchiha Madara, leave the 3 tails to Sasori, and have Kakuzu block the 3rd Mizukichi." He quickly arranged the opponents for each of them. Although Kakuzu wasn't sure why a strange ninja he had never heard of had suddenly appeared, since he saw Akasuna no Sasori and the Spear of Judgment acting according to his words, it meant that he must be a very powerful ninja. He just had a doubt in his heart. Why did so many powerful Kage-level ninjas suddenly appear? And all on this day, in Kusagakure. When did Kage-level powerhouses become so worthless? Unfortunately, he didn't know that whether it was the so-called Akasuna no Sasori or the Spear of Judgment, who had recently become famous in the ninja world, were just puppets under Qifeng's control. If he knew this, he didn't know how he would feel. According to the assignment, Kakuzu entangled the 3rd Mizukichi, but he didn't use his full strength, merely entangling him and preventing him from affecting the battles of others. At this moment, in front of Qifeng, came the Gundam, the reanimation technique clone of the elderly Uchiha Madara, piloting the Susanoo. The three Tomo Sharingan in both eyes spun rapidly. As both Sharingan advanced to 3 Tomo, Qifeng could clearly feel the tremendous changes the Sharingan brought him, as well as the increase in strength and the help in battle. The Susanoo speeding towards him was like watching slow motion in his eyes, and it was very precise slow motion. He formed hand seals. He directly unleashed a big move from the start. Bone release. Dance of the Willow. The chakra in his body gushed out, accompanied by the crazy wriggling and flowing of bones that could be clearly felt, as if his domain had become the entire territory. Immediately afterwards, amidst constant tremors and rumbles, countless sharp bone spurs pierced through the earth like bare towering ancient trees, instantly changing the terrain here. Moreover, the Susanoo speeding towards him received Qifeng's special attention. Countless bone spurs extended wildly, and the sharp and hard bones pierced the Susanoo, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere and the constant harsh friction sounds. The Susanoo's defense still couldn't be pierced, but it had a considerable impact on Uchiha Madara's progress. Bone release. Qifeng's Sharingan locked onto Uchiha Madara, and he clapped his hands together. A large number of bone spurs moved on the ground, forcibly forming a pale bone wall in front of him. Boom! Uchiha Madara held the long katana evolved from the Susanoo and slashed at the bone wall. The Susanoo, which was always invincible, was actually hindered at this moment. It couldn't break through. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised. In his memory, the only thing that made his Susanoo suffer was Hashirama Senju's vitality-filled wood release, which could instantly complete repair and regeneration. This was the second time. Completely relying on the hardness of the Shikatsumiyaku itself. Although he couldn't fully exert his strength due to this being a reanimation, and it was far from his prime, he was still Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, who looked down on the ninja world. Chapter 284. The fact that someone could stop him meant they possessed unique strength. Obito narrowed his eyes, recklessly pouring out his already meager chakra, causing a crimson flame to erupt on the Susanoo's katana. I acknowledge your right to dance before me, but if you dare not reveal your identity, then you are unworthy of being remembered by Uchiha Madara. Susanoo. Kagetsuchi. Solely relying on his own fire release, combined with an incomplete Susanoo, he unleashed Kagetsuchi, its destructive power amplified several times. It could only be said that this was very Uchiha Madara. Crack, crack, crack. A large number of bone spikes forming the bone release, like bamboo, were effortlessly shattered by Uchiha Madara with a casual wave. Beneath the mask, Vital's face was grim. This was the reason he was unwilling to provoke Uchiha Madara. This old monster, who had lived for decades and still hadn't died, even though he was old and relied on the demonic statue of the outer path to sustain his life. Even though he had given away his own eyes, relying only on a pair of ordinary 3 Tomo Sharingan, even if it was just a clone created by the impure world reincarnation. His palm reached behind his back, grasping the tip of his protruding spine. With a slight effort, an entire spine was forcefully pulled out under Vital's furrowed brows. Instantly, the flexible spine transformed into the hardest spear. At the same time, the arm holding the spine-turned spear had countless milky white liquids flowing out from the cracks splitting open in his body, condensing around the spear, covering and enveloping it. Transforming it into a smooth, rounded bone spear. Earth release. Added weight rock technique. Water release. Whirlpool blade. Water attribute chakra was poured into the bone spear. The bone spear, capable of conducting chakra, now accommodated all the water attribute chakra that Vital channeled, integrating perfectly with it. Nature transformation of water attribute chakra. If the nature transformation of wind attribute chakra was sharpness, the nature transformation of fire attribute chakra was explosion, the nature transformation of lightning attribute chakra was condensation. And the nature transformation of earth attribute chakra was thickness, then the nature transformation of water attribute chakra was inclusiveness, fusion. Immediately afterward, Vital was like a standard javelin thrower, lunge, waist tighten, leg thrust, force, throw. All in one go. As soon as the bone spear left his hand, it began to spin rapidly under the effect of water release, and its speed increased. The added weight rock technique further increased its weight. The power contained in a bone spear at this moment was far more than what was superficially presented. In an instant, it tore through the sky, piercing the air. Composite ninjutsu. Vaishrava spear. Whoosh. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan saw everything Vital did. Even though this bone spear seemed insignificant compared to the current size of the Susanoo. However, this spear, combined with the added weight rock technique, whirlpool blade, water attribute chakra nature transformation, and the corpse bone pulse, its penetrating power should not be underestimated. All the power was concentrated at the finest tip of the bone spear. The Susanoo, whose defensive power was not concentrated enough, might not be able to cope. The next second. Clang, clang, clang. The spear thrown by Vital and the blade slashed out by Uchiha Madara collided and rubbed against each other frantically. The enormous power and extremely strong penetrating force actually managed to suppress Uchiha Madara's Kagutsuchi. The bone spear. Combined with various release techniques and water attribute chakra nature transformation, its power should not be underestimated. Crack. Suddenly. In Uchiha Madara's surprised gaze, the katana in his hand actually broke directly into two pieces. Susanoo was actually broken through. This was the first time Uchiha Madara's Susanoo had been destroyed since his battle with Senju Hashirama. Even though it wasn't a complete Susanoo at the moment, and the one wielding the Susanoo was just a clone, and his aging body was far from its peak, being broken through was being broken through. There were no reasons or excuses. Uchiha Madara glanced at Vital in astonishment. What must be admitted was that this ninja who dared not show his face did indeed have some strength, and could be considered relatively outstanding in the entire ninja world. However, Vital showed no expression, nor did he reveal much joy. He just suddenly looked up at the sky. The low, dark clouds had gathered together again at some unknown time. The sand-iron spear, whose lightning was originally dim, was struck again by several lightning bolts, emitting a halo. The dazzling white light overlooked the earth, illuminating the sky. There was no thunder accompanied by lightning, nor was there an earth-shattering roar. There was only the terrifying aftermath that erupted in the white light, giving Kakuzu, who was not far away, blocking the light with one hand in front of his eyes, a feeling of palpitations. What is that? Gradually slowing down his trembling with the third Mizukichi, handing over the 4 Earth Grudge Fear masks, he just stared at the hideous spear in the sky that seemed to have transformed into tangible lightning. Even at such a distance, the white light was still so dazzling that he couldn't look directly at it. Is that the legendary Konoha Spear of Judgment, Takamikazuchi? Kakuzu's fear of Vital was raised to the highest level. Even with Earth Grudge Fear, with 5 hearts, he had no doubt that as long as this spear hit him head-on, he wouldn't survive. Absolutely. Wouldn't survive. All 5 hearts would be shattered at the same time. Chapter 285. Farther away. Even Minato Namikaze, who had already located the IWA ninja's route and was preparing to attack, stopped what he was doing, stood up, and gazed solemnly at the white light under the distant dark clouds. Not only him, but also the elite IWA ninja force consisting of 50 jonin, all noticed this scene and stopped their actions, watching the scene in shock. The title flashed through everyone's minds. Spear of Judgment. Only the legendary Spear of Judgment can create such a massive spectacle when using a forbidden Super S-rank technique. The target is not us. An IWA ninja said slowly, swallowing hard. At this moment they, as the elite of IWA, actually breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, it wasn't them. This isn't ninjutsu at all, this is simply true divine punishment. No. The Spear of Judgment shouldn't be appearing here. Konoha is already aware of our movements. Another IWA ninja shouted, appearing relatively rational. Should we proceed with the mission? Someone couldn't help but ask what many people were thinking. If they were to face such an attack, it would be tantamount to suicide, and there would be no need to continue forward. Don't panic. Even if the Spear of Judgment is strong, it can't possibly be used a second time. This is actually our chance. After using this move, he might really be killed. The commander of the IWA ninja force said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with shock, but also with excitement hidden deep within. Kill the Spear of Judgment. Even if all 50 of these jonin were to die here, it would be worth it. That's right. What the IWA ninjas were worried about wasn't Orochimaru and Konoha's rising twin stars. If they could eliminate one here, the IWA ninjas' crisis wouldn't be so great. At the same time, Minato Namikaze, hidden in the shadows, said with a serious face. He's creating such a big commotion during the day, is it because he encountered a powerful enemy? No. I can't delay any longer, I must resolve this as soon as possible. He was a little worried about the safety of his 3 students, Kakashi and the others. So, he decided not to continue investigating the IWA ninja's true purpose, he was going to take action. It was also time for the name Yellow Flash to completely become the nightmare of the IWA ninjas. The next second. With the throwing of hundreds of flying thunder god kunai, Minato Namikaze also took action. He wants to fight 50 people alone. And he wants to eliminate them as quickly as possible. What? That kunai is Konoha's Yellow Flash. Enemy attack. The IWA ninjas had not yet recovered from the shock of the huge commotion in the distance, and they began to fall in pieces, like cutting wheat. The speed of the reaping was far beyond the IWA ninjas' expectations. Bone release. Skewer technique. Thump thump thump. Dozens of bone spears rose from the ground, shooting towards Uchiha Madara from all directions, passing through the gaps in his body, and deeply nailing into the ground one by one. Although it couldn't hurt Uchiha Madara inside the Susanoo, it did restrict the Susanoo. Immediately after, the puppet clone flying in midair locked onto the Susanoo, and pulled down hard on the right hand holding the lightning blade Fang. Forbidden technique. Takamikazuchi's judgment. Earth release. Added weight rock technique. It acted on the rapidly falling spear of judgment, causing it to fall even faster. In the naked eye, only a flash of white light could be seen, and even under the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, it was still difficult to capture the trajectory. Boom! Along with the first earth-shattering roar, the world fell into a brief silence, and only the color white could be seen in the eyes. The huge and turbulent aftermath, centered on the Susanoo, spread and swept wildly, turning everything it passed into dust, as if the end of the world had arrived. Uchiha Madara, standing inside the Susanoo, suddenly stopped struggling. And his rotating Sharingan pierced through the white light, deeply glanced at Vital hidden in the white bones, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised, adding some slight movements. The sound could not be transmitted, but Vital understood what Uchiha Madara wanted to say. Wait for me to come back. Such an opponent is really too interesting. Uchiha Madara had to admit that he was excited. Since Hashirama Senju's death, his blood seemed to have stagnated, but at this moment, he suddenly felt the flow of his own blood, that long-lost feeling of excitement. Only such a person can be called an opponent that interests him. Unfortunately, his time is running out, so he can only let this person live well for the time being, hoping that when he comes back next time, this person will not disappoint him, and his strength can improve a little more. That way, he will be happier. Buzz. Chapter 286. It was like a soft tremor of the world. Everything before my eyes seemed to vanish into nothingness. Whether it was the bone spear, Susanoo, or the iron sand spear, all had completely disappeared. In the center of a massive crater stretching hundreds of meters, only a charred corpse remained, unrecognizable. It was the sacrifice for Obito's impure world reincarnation. And the puppet clone that cast this technique fell directly from the sky, caught by Vital using bone release. Obito's clone used so much effort, finally eliminating him. Then there's the controlled third Mizukage and Three Tails. What's going on? The third Mizukage looked at Kakuzu's appearance, a little unable to react for a moment. But soon, the memories from before being controlled flooded back into his mind like a tide. He roughly understood the current situation. Looks like it's resolved. Kakuzu stared at the crater on the ground, the shock in his heart lingering. Obito, was he taken out? Obito, who was on par with Hashirama Senju, was killed just like that. Although Obito's death surprised him, considering the power of that move just now, everything seemed to make sense again. Under that move, death seemed to be the most normal outcome, right? He turned to look at the third Mizukage, who had regained his senses, a hint of mockery and pity on his face. As the Mizukage, to be controlled so easily was a disgrace to the title of Kage. However, he didn't act immediately. He wanted to see what Vital was planning to do. Far away, Vital caught the falling puppet clone and could clearly feel that the chakra in the clone was almost exhausted. That move just now had reached its limit. Because the opponent was Obito, he didn't dare to hold back in the slightest, even if the clone couldn't be maintained in the end. As long as Obito could be killed, their crisis would be considered resolved. Vital dragged the puppet clone, constantly channeling his own chakra into the clone's body through the connection between the main body and the shadow clone. He said softly, "Obito is taken care of, I should go back, I'll leave the rest to you." The puppet clone, whose ability to move slowly recovered with the input of chakra, nodded. "You should go back. The longer you appear, the more likely you are to be exposed. We puppet clones can take risks and dangers, as long as the main body is fine, everything can be started over." It was a bit impulsive to mobilize the main body to deal with Obito this time. He gently patted the puppet clone's shoulder, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Next, he would leave this place to his puppet clone. Vital's identity would return to him once again. He took a deep breath, feeling the chakra in his body recovering a lot, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. The advantage of using bone release is that the chakra between the clone and the main body can be transferred to each other without any incompatibility. The corners of his mouth kept rising, outlining a large arc. Obito, who was like a nightmare to him, was finally taken out by him. Even if it was just a clone. He suppressed the joy in his heart, his gaze gradually turning cold as he swept over the third Mizukage and Three Tails, and said to Kakuzu and Sasori, "Eliminate them." There was no need to keep them. Nor was there any need to keep them. Judgment Spear, the third Mizukage couldn't help but mutter when he saw Vital's appearance. And Kakuzu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Still has power. He was clearly on the verge of collapse just now, but now he's full of energy again. What exactly is this thing? Also, the mysterious ninja who used bone release suddenly disappeared, without leaving a trace. To be able to leave in this way. Without a doubt. It's space-time ninjutsu. What kind of ninja is that? The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the bone release of the Kagaya clan, and now even mysterious space-time ninjutsu. When did such a character appear in the ninja world? I've never even heard of him before. But now, hearing Vital's words, Kakuzu knew that there was no need to hesitate. Just eliminate the third Mizukage. On one side was someone he didn't want to offend, or even couldn't afford to offend. And on the other side was a huge bounty that he had been eyeing for a long time but couldn't get close to, which was also one of the rewards for his operation this time. There was nothing to hesitate about. Just kill him. Wait. The third Mizukage wanted to say something, but Vital didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Not only him, but even the Three Tails, who had regained consciousness on the ground, needed to be eliminated. Lest Obito be given another chance to revive. Chapter 287. Vital was well aware that Madara Uchiha had only lost a clone. The main body might suffer some losses due to the massive consumption of chakra. But as long as the demonic statue of the outer path remained, he could live as long as he wanted unless he pulled the tubes himself. As for the third Mizukage, who had already been controlled once by the Sharingan, controlling him again would be even easier. Vital didn't want another group of people from Kirigakure causing trouble. With Kakuzu, Vital, and the puppet Sasori present, the third Mizukage, whose mind was not very clear, and the Three Tails were no match for them at all. The third Mizukage became a corpse. The third Mizukage, who had ruled Kirigakure for decades and even experienced the Warring States period, died just like that. Kakuzu hung him behind him like a sack. As for the Three Tails, like the Two Tails, it completely disappeared from the ninja world and would probably not reappear until 3 years later. After doing all this, Kakuzu nodded to Vital without saying a word and left directly. Leaving only Vital sitting on the scorched earth, silently spacing out. He had stopped Madara Uchiha. To stop him, Vital used all the power he could use now, even his main body was dispatched. But it didn't seem to have any effect. As expected of Madara Uchiha, he prepared so much for me. Even if he lost a clone created by the reanimation jutsu, which is very precious to him now, I estimate that in his current state, it will be difficult for him to use the reanimation jutsu again. But unfortunately, he still got his way. That's right. Even though Vital watched Kakashi and the others leave, not knowing their situation, he still knew that Madara Uchiha had succeeded and Obito had fallen into his hands. Because, no matter how fierce the previous battle was, no matter how well prepared he was, he only forced out Madara Uchiha's reanimation jutsu clone, and the black Zetsu and white Zetsu hidden in the dark were not seen at all. It was clear without thinking what they were going to do. With Kakashi's current strength, he couldn't stop white Zetsu and black Zetsu. I still use too much habitual thinking and subjective consciousness. Madara Uchiha has too many trump cards. I was thinking too simply. Vital rubbed his head. Although he withstood the enormous psychological pressure Madara Uchiha put on him and tried to change the course of the ninja world. But it seemed that there was always an invisible force constantly pushing the original plot's direction. The wings of this butterfly he flapped never changed the established direction of the ninja world. Obito still fell into the hands of Madara Uchiha, so the direction of Akatsuki was basically determined. So, in the end, the accumulated power is not enough. If his power was strong enough, then he could just push through everything, regardless of the original plot and the ninja world structure. But I'm not without a chance to turn the tables. Vital, sitting on the ground, had a glint in his eyes. Danzo. In a remote canyon in the land of Waterfall, near the land of Iron. The third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Anoki, appeared here with 2 personal guard ninjas. And in the shadows opposite him was the leader of the Root, the organization hidden deep beneath the great tree of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. The leaders of 2 warring hidden villages, the leader of Iwagakure and Danzo, the leader of Konoha's shadows, were actually holding a secret meeting in this place. Anoki. Danzo, leaning on his cane, walked out of the shadows step by step, facing the third Tsuchikage directly. The 2 could be considered old acquaintances. When the second Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Mu, who was also Anoki's teacher, went to Konoha to seek an alliance with Anoki, the 2 had met. During the Second Shinobi World War, the 2 had also commanded troops to fight each other. Now, during the Third Shinobi World War, the 2 of them were the most active in the underground world of the ninja world, clashing secretly countless times, so they were quite familiar with each other. You actually dare to come here, aren't you afraid of not being able to go back? Anoki said playfully. Although Konoha currently occupied a considerable advantage in the land of Waterfall due to Orochimaru, Vital, and Minato Namikaze, in terms of overall strength, Iwagakure still held the absolute initiative. Danzo's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at him and said indifferently, "Canopy Bridge, your Iwanin suffered a lot of losses, didn't they?" 3 days had passed since the Canopy Bridge battle. But the impact of this battle continued to this day and was intensifying. All forces deeply felt the strength of Konoha. In this battle, Iwanin dispatched a total of 100 elite ninjas, with the number of jonin exceeding 60. A portion was lurking around Canopy Bridge, and a unit of 50 elite jonin was on standby at one side of Canopy Bridge. Such a unit, although small in number, was definitely one of the top forces in the entire ninja world, and it would be effortless to wipe out a small hidden village. Even, according to reliable intelligence afterward, the third Tsuchikage used some method to contact the third Mizukage of Kirigakure. The third Mizukage, leading the 3 tails, was another unexpected force. But with such a configuration, Konoha only sent 5 people, including the now famous twin stars of Konoha, the Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze and the Spear of Judgment Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was rumored that the Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze used his Flying Thunder God technique to fight 50 Iwanin jonin alone and won. Even more frightening was that Minato Namikaze killed these 50 Iwanin jonin in just 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Even a jonin killing a genin might take more than 3 seconds. Moreover, there were a total of 50 people. This was faster than harvesting rice, simply an instant completion of something impossible in the eyes of others. This battle directly established the fact that the Yellow Flash was the fastest person in the entire ninja world, and also established the Yellow Flash's reputation in the entire ninja world as comparable to the Sannin. On the other side, it was equally impressive. The Spear of Judgment Hiruzen Sarutobi fought the third Mizukage and the 3 tails alone, and killed them with a single Judgment of Takamikazuchi. Chapter 288. The devastation spanning dozens of miles within the land of grass served as the ultimate proof. Because the destruction was so thorough, all traces of Kakuzu, Sasori's puppet, and Kihazi's main body were erased. All the credit, therefore, fell entirely upon Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kihazi had already become renowned throughout the ninja world for instantly killing the 2 tails with Takefutsu Thunder God's Judgment, and then the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swordsmen with Takefutsu Thunder God's Advent. This time, directly slaying a leader of a major hidden village, and the Three Tails undoubtedly amplified his fame once more. In this era, the name of Konoha's twin stars, in terms of reputation alone, had already surpassed the long-established Konoha Sannin. And the greatest victim of this event was the hidden stone village, which was used as the chicken to scare the monkeys. Therefore, upon hearing Danzo's words, Anoki's face immediately darkened. "Speak, what do you want from me?" Anoki asked in a low, unfriendly voice. "How have you been considering the matter we discussed previously?" Danzo asked in a calm tone. Anoki chuckled, filled with disdain. "If you want to end this war, either the four great hidden villages will destroy your Konoha, or your Konoha will destroy us, there is no other way." Seeing Anoki's tough stance, Danzo remained unmoved. "Will you join forces to destroy our Konoha, or will our Konoha temporarily abandon other battlefields and destroy your hidden stone village first?" Upon hearing this, Anoki narrowed his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" Danzo leaned on his cane and slowly walked towards Anoki. "I suggested to Hiruzen long ago to destroy your hidden stone village first. You can try." Anoki's beard suddenly bristled, and the stones scattered on the ground floated up one by one. "But Hiruzen's idea is that if it can be resolved peacefully, it's best not to resort to force, as the entire ninja world can't withstand more war," Danzo added, changing his tone. "What do you mean?" Danzo stopped and stood in front of Anoki, saying each word deliberately. "Konoha and Iwagakure sign a treaty of alliance, both sides cease hostilities, and the war ends peacefully, with no defeated or victorious party." Danzo's hand gripped the handle of his cane tightly, making a creak, creak sound. Clearly, in Danzo's view, this was a very foolish decision. Konoha now had the strength to destroy Iwagakure, although it might cause Konoha to suffer severe damage. But as long as they had some time to recover their strength, Konoha would possess the power of two great nations, and swallowing the entire ninja world would not be impossible. But alas! Or perhaps not alas. Because Danzo had another purpose, which might be more important than Konoha dominating the ninja world. End the war peacefully. Does Hiruzen Sarutobi not want to be Hokage anymore? You're the one who doesn't want him to be Hokage, aren't you? You insidious old man. Danzo remained expressionless. Such an obvious scheme was not difficult for Anoki to see through with his insight. Once Konoha and Iwagakure signed an alliance, then all the Konoha ninjas who died in the Takigakure battlefield would have died in vain. And the Konoha high-level officials who made this decision would definitely have to give an explanation to the families of these fallen ninjas, and only Hiruzen Sarutobi's position was qualified to do so. Hiruzen Sarutobi doesn't care, but we Iwagakure do. Anoki shook his head. Konoha had many candidates for the position of Hokage, and had for a long time, so they weren't worried about finding a successor. But their Iwagakure was different. Although they had a large number of ninjas, in Anoki's view, not a single one was suitable for the position of Tsuchikage. Danzo's eyes flashed. "Your Iwagakure's real enemy doesn't seem to be our Konoha, does it?" "You mean?" A few days later, another very sensational event occurred in the entire ninja world. Iwagakure, which was originally fiercely at war with Konoha, even drawing half of the IWA ninjas stationed from the rear, suddenly reversed its spearhead, led by Anoki's son Tsuchi, with various Iwagakure high-level officials traveling together, leading a full 10,000 IWA ninjas, to raid the rear of Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning. And only after setting off did they announce to the entire ninja world that during the Second Ninja World War, Kumogakure took advantage of Iwagakure's war with Konoha to raid the rear of the Land of Earth, causing heavy losses to the Land of Earth, forcing them to withdraw from the Second Ninja World War. Even to this day, part of the territory of the Land of Earth is still occupied by the Land of Lightning. Holding up such a righteous banner, the IWA ninjas within Iwagakure immediately recalled their past painful experiences, filled with righteous indignation. A large number of IWA ninjas supported Anoki's decision. At the same time, on the same day, 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki and Konoha's Danzo, in the Takigakure battlefield, in front of all Konoha ninjas and some IWA ninjas, signed a peace alliance agreement, and Iwagakure and Konoha ceased hostilities. When the Kumo ninjas learned of this situation, they chose to retreat at the first moment, but unfortunately, they happened to encounter the encircling IWA ninja forces. With Konoha's pursuing troops in front and IWA ninjas ambushing from behind, the Kumo ninja forces were in a dilemma. At this time, Kimogakure's third Raikage stood up and officially announced that he would pass the Raikage position to his son, fourth Raikage A. At the same time, he alone blocked 10,000 IWA ninjas, creating enough time for the Kumo ninja forces to retreat. And the third Raikage fought fiercely with 10,000 IWA ninjas for 3 days and 3 nights, during which the IWA ninjas could not do anything to him, until the third Raikage exhausted himself and finally died. But these 3 days and 3 nights also caused huge losses to the IWA ninjas, missing the best opportunity to invade the Land of Lightning. Kimogakure was already under the control of the newly appointed fourth Raikage, and could bring people back to fight back at any time. In addition, the IWA ninjas were indeed frightened by the third Raikage, who had such terrifying strength that it gave them a sense of invincibility. Thus, the IWA ninjas retreated, ending the short, 2-year-long war between Konoha and IWA ninjas. Although Kimogakure did not formally announce the end of the war with Konoha, they no longer sent people to the front lines, but the fourth Raikage continuously issued 12 proclamations, condemning Iwagakure's act of stabbing them in the back. Iwagakure was not to be outdone, and brought up the actions of the Kumo ninjas during the Second Ninja World War. The two sides quarreled in this way from afar, but neither side intended to take the lead in attacking. The ninja world became very lively, but it was only lively in words, lacking the intensity of fighting. Chapter 289. These were all changes in the ninja world, and within Konoha, things were not peaceful either. After Konoha and Iwagakure signed a treaty of alliance, many voices of opposition and condemnation of Hiruzen Sarutobi emerged within the village. Some of these may have been genuine voices, but it was also clear that a large part of it was being deliberately spread by someone. As for who was spreading it, it was not a secret in the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups. At the same time, many voices promoting Danzo's great achievements appeared in the village. For example, how he took command in a critical situation and stabilized the war between Konoha and Sunigakure on the Rain Country battlefield, and how he persuaded Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure, to defect, giving Konoha the strength to fight against Sunigakure. Another example was how Danzo, under the orders of Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, went alone to the Iwagakure camp to meet with the third Tsuchikage, which led to the peaceful conclusion between Konoha and Iwagakure. Then there were things like monitoring the major countries and hidden villages, and constantly transmitting key intelligence, and so on. It was as if they were about to publicize the fact that Danzo had eaten dinner and that this had led to a great victory for Konoha. His ambition to become Hokage was as obvious as Sima Zhao's intention, known to all. It was true that Danzo was cunning and treacherous. But Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had partnered with Danzo for so many years, to the point where they almost wore the same underwear, wouldn't he know what he was thinking? Hiruzen Sarutobi had regretted it when Sakumo Hatake died. This time, he would not allow Danzo to act as he pleased. Therefore, voices promoting Orochimaru quickly appeared in the village, even mentioning Orochimaru's contributions during the Second Shinobi World War. And they emphasized that during the Third Shinobi World War, Orochimaru led a small unit of Konoha ninjas alone and managed to block tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas outside the Land of Fire. For a time, Konoha was filled with voices supporting both of them. But suddenly one day, the voices promoting Orochimaru suddenly disappeared completely. The abruptness of it caught people off guard. No one knew the reason, except for a few individuals. Another day passed. A group of people suddenly appeared in the village, promoting and building momentum for Konoha's yellow flash, Minato Namikaze. A student of one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, claiming that Minato Namikaze was the most suitable candidate to succeed the Hokage, and that both Danzo and Orochimaru were too old. Minato Namikaze's various achievements in this war were repeatedly brought up for discussion, becoming a topic of conversation after meals. The change was very sudden. But no one felt that it was wrong. With Minato Namikaze's strength, personal charm, and the genuine achievements left behind in battle after battle, he was well qualified to become Konoha's fourth Hokage and could completely convince the public. It was just that some people were curious. Why were there so few voices supporting Sarutobi Nichiken, the other Konoha Gemini who was always discussed together with Minato Namikaze, the Spear of Judgment, to become the fourth Hokage? Although Sarutobi Nichiken's reputation rose much later than Minato Namikaze, after all, Minato Namikaze was a famous young genius of Konoha. And he had not experienced many large-scale battles, but the impact of each of his battles was very great, and the results of each battle were quite remarkable. But apart from a few people speaking out in support of Sarutobi Nichiken, there were not many people who did, and compared to the voices supporting Danzo and Minato Namikaze, it was much smaller. At the same time, just as the voices supporting Minato Namikaze rose, Minato Namikaze was sent by Hiruzen Sarutobi to the Rain Country battlefield to replace the original commander, Tsunade, and became the new commander of Konoha on the Rain Country battlefield. All of these changes happened in the short span of a few days after the Battle of Kanabi Bridge ended. At this time, Sarutobi Nichiken, who was vital, was with the third Hokage of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sitting somewhere in the Sarutobi clan's territory, playing shogi. Watching Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was in a good mood, wantonly massacring his pieces, gradually eroding his territory. Another game ended. No more, uncle, is it interesting for you to bully someone who doesn't know how to play shogi? Or should I find someone from the Nara clan to play with you? Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and took a puff of his pipe, seeing that the days of retirement were near, and he could finally say goodbye to the busy work day after day. He was in a very good mood. But suddenly, as if thinking of something, he slowly restrained his smile. Nichiken, you don't hate me, do you? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly said. Hate you? Hate you for what? Because of the third Mizukage matter, it directly cut off your chance to succeed the Hokage. Vital's killing of the third Mizukage caused quite a stir in the entire ninja world. This was the first Kage to die in the third Shinobi World War so far. Although this was a great achievement for Konoha, if Vital became the Hokage, it would definitely cause Kirigakure to harbor resentment. Even if Kirigakure itself is in chaos right now. But one day it will calm down, and the fourth Mizukage who succeeds will condemn Konoha's behavior, even if it's just for show. Hearing this, Vital waved his hand indifferently. I said long ago, I'm not interested in becoming Hokage. Instead of that, I might as well cultivate more and improve myself. Besides, I have a good relationship with Minato, and I trust him very much. You said you have a good relationship with Minato. Huh? Vital blinked. Does having a good relationship with Minato have any impact? The things you should be responsible for cannot be escaped, Hiruzen Sarutobi said smugly. Forget it, I think Lord Jiraiya's way of life is quite suitable for me, Vital directly refused. The war is about to end, so his chances of obtaining corpses will be greatly reduced, and the quality of the corpses will definitely not be high, so he will enter a long and slow development period from a high-speed strength improvement period. He doesn't care about becoming stable, and even yearns to become stable. After all, the reason he became stronger was to be able to live stably and become a salted fish. It's just that the conditions don't allow it. When the war is completely over, when the major hidden villages in the ninja world lick their wounds, Obito after blackening will secretly control the Akatsuki organization, slowly accumulating and developing his own power. Chapter 290. Since I can't stop Madara Uchiha's plan, I can only secretly plan for the even greater crisis that may come next. Instead of wasting time on internal strife within Konoha, it's better to focus my energy on the entire ninja world and leave some backup plans for myself. Also, having obtained Hashirama Senju's cells, I need to spend a lot of time researching the cells of Hashirama Senju and the Uchiha, to see how similar they are to the Kekkai Genkai and the Byakugan. I already have some plans and achievements. But to get what I really want, I need more time. Some things, you can't just refuse them just because you don't want them, Hiruzen Sarutobi said mysteriously. Kaze pursed his lips. Why so mysterious? Uncle, Lord Orochimaru, are you really going to give up? He is your favorite student. Although the Sannin are all disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the three of them have the same reputation in the ninja world, Kaze knows very well that Orochimaru is Hiruzen Sarutobi's favorite disciple. Hearing his words, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face gradually darkened. Just because of Danzo's words, uncle, did you give up on Lord Orochimaru? Kaze asked, pressing on. How do you know it's Danzo? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked back. Heh. Kaze chuckled and shrugged. If it's not Danzo, who else could it be? Originally, the most likely contenders for the Hokage position were Lord Orochimaru and Danzo. The purpose of his full promotion of the alliance between Konoha and Iwagakure is to force you to step down, isn't it? And by removing his biggest opponent, Orochimaru, he can just sit back and wait to take the position. It's just that Danzo never expected that you would leave a backup plan and push Minato forward. Moreover, Minato is indeed a more suitable candidate than Danzo, young, strong, capable, sunny, and famous. Plus, you sent him to the battlefield in Amigakure this time. Once he wins, Minato, as the sole commander, will receive the most credit, which is also his biggest bargaining chip to succeed as Hokage. Danzo can only watch anxiously. Kaze said so much in one breath, and Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him in surprise. Did you figure all this out yourself? It's not difficult, Kaze waved his hand. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with a complicated expression. I know that Orochimaru is meticulous, intelligent, and likes to tinker with some special experiments. It's just that I haven't paid much attention to it before, thinking that it was just a hobby. But gradually, I discovered that Orochimaru's experiments began to become a little. I originally turned a blind eye, until Danzo found me this time and said that Orochimaru was conducting human experiments. From Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression alone, one could see how disappointed he was. The greater the expectations placed on Orochimaru, the more disappointed he would be. Tisk, human experiments. Kaze clicked his tongue. Danzo reported it quite thoroughly. Orochimaru is in trouble. However, with Orochimaru's ability, he must have known long ago that Danzo would report his behavior to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he also had the ability to get rid of Danzo before Danzo reported him, but he didn't do so. Because he wanted to see. To see what Hiruzen Sarutobi would do after knowing about this. It is undeniable that in Orochimaru's heart, Hiruzen Sarutobi is definitely the person he respects the most. At the same time, he also wanted to see what Hiruzen Sarutobi would choose to do after understanding the situation. Expel him from Konoha? Or kill him directly? For the current Orochimaru, who has completely immersed himself in human experiments, the various rules and regulations of Konoha are constraints on him. But he still retains some feelings for Konoha. After all, it is the place that gave birth to and nurtured him. He has respected teachers and friends here, otherwise he would not have fought so hard for Konoha on the battlefield. It's just that he also knows that Konoha has become his shackles, but he is not determined to leave, so he wants to test Hiruzen Sarutobi's reaction through this. If Hiruzen Sarutobi drives him away, or even wants to kill him, then he can justifiably leave Konoha. Without any more concerns. That's why I say, Orochimaru is so meticulous. However, although human experiments are taboo, ninjas themselves are taboo, aren't the forbidden techniques created by our predecessors taboo? As long as Lord Orochimaru still has a bottom line. Orochimaru is still restrained. But a ninja who conducts human experiments is no longer suitable to become Hokage. Once Danzo announces this, the Hokage's position and prestige will be reduced to the lowest level. And it is not impossible for him to be emptied, Hiruzen Sarutobi said bluntly. This is what he doesn't want to see. Kaze glanced at him and said nothing more. I'm afraid Hiruzen Sarutobi doesn't know that it is precisely because of his approach that Orochimaru has completely made up his mind to leave Konoha, and his behavior has become unscrupulous. Orochimaru originally cared somewhat about the position of Hokage. But now, the position of Hokage is obviously not as important to him as the pursuit of eternal life. There is one thing I want to say, uncle, aren't you being too lenient with Danzo? Kaze said bluntly. Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned. This is the first time someone has talked to him about Danzo like this. Everyone can see a lot of Danzo's thoughts. Your repeated indulgence of him will easily cause dissatisfaction in some people's hearts. Moreover, when you are still in power, you can steadily suppress Danzo, but what about the next person? What about Minato? Once Minato becomes Hokage, if Danzo uses his seniority and experience to suppress him, do you think he will follow Danzo's wishes or not? If he follows Danzo's wishes, then Minato's position as Hokage will not be stable. If he does not follow Danzo's wishes, then Minato will not respect his elders and Hiruzen Sarutobi. No matter what he does, it will make things difficult for Minato. After understanding Kaze's meaning, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly laughed, looking at him with a playful look. I said from the beginning, some things, you can't escape. Kaze's eyes widened, looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi in disbelief. You want to? That's right, Minato becomes Hokage, and you succeed to the root. Chapter 291. Oh, ho. Looks like there's a legitimate reason to eliminate Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention is to have you take over Danzo's position. In a secluded morgue in Konoha, Vital was giving the third Mizukige's body the final touches. Quite some time had passed since he killed the third Mizukige. Vital didn't tell the village about the encounter with Uchiha Madara, otherwise, many things would be difficult to explain. The third Mizukige plus the three tails, plus Uchiha Madara, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is Vital alone, how did he kill them? Such a thing doesn't make sense. It might even involve Kakuzu and Sasori of the Red Sand. Although he did something good for Konoha, he would also be suspected and scrutinized because even if he were strong, he couldn't possibly solve these three opponents at the same time, especially since one of them was named Uchiha Madara. Even if he was old, even if it wasn't his main body, just the name was enough to explain a lot. So Vital didn't say anything. He didn't even hand over the third Mizukige's body. He just said that a forbidden technique was used, and the body disappeared. Moreover, if Kirigakure knew that the third Mizukige's body was in Konoha's hands, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Even so, Vital has been under surveillance by Root and Umbu for some time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also afraid of too much impact, so he temporarily arranged for him to enter the Umbu, disappearing from the public eye in Konoha, while also making way for Namake's Minato. However, the fact that Vital killed the third Mizukige could not be concealed. Kirigakure has repeatedly issued announcements condemning Konoha's actions. It's just that Kirigakure is now in turmoil internally. During the third Mizukige's control by Uchiha Madara, many Kirigakure ninjas were purged. Now that the news of the third Mizukige's death has reached Kirigakure, it has become even more chaotic, with various forces vying for the position of the fourth Mizukige. So Konoha didn't take Kirigakure to heart. The puppet clone also stayed in Konoha obediently, accepting surveillance. That's what he meant, the puppet clone shrugged indifferently. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Root's surveillance were lifted at the same time today, so he brought the body over. Danzo isn't such an easy person to talk to. This time, he not only failed to compete for the Hokage position but also lost the root that he already held in his hands. Just thinking about it, you know it's impossible, Vital said without looking up. Doesn't that give us more reason to get rid of him? The puppet clone said. I'm afraid Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think so, he wants you to contain Danzo, so he doesn't have so much energy to influence and restrain Namake's Minato, right? Vital sees these things relatively clearly. Letting Danzo hand over all the power of Root? Absolutely impossible. Even if he handed it over, none of the Root members could be trusted. Most of the Root ninjas have been brainwashed by Danzo and will only be loyal to Danzo. Anyway, according to our original intention, after subverting Iwagakure, Danzo's role will be over. Well, then let's find a chance to get rid of him, preferably without causing too much of a stir. The two were originally one, and they could more or less guess what each other was thinking. Okay, I'm leaving, it said that there are still a few Umbu members that I need to guide. With that, the puppet clone left directly. As for Vital's main body, he also finished dealing with the third Mizukige's body, wiped his hands. Obito was still taken away by Uchiha Madara, it's not difficult to make him turn to the dark side, although the Three Tails is dead, Uchiha Madara definitely has other opportunities, we can't keep Noera Rin locked up in Konoha forever. Since I can't stop it, then I have to try to seek greater benefits from it and make more preparations. He had never had the opportunity or ability before, but after several years of war, he finally had some ability and wanted to stop Uchiha Madara. But the process made him very helpless. Uchiha Madara even used the third Mizukige and the Three Tails to stop him. As for eliminating Obito before this, it was never something Vital considered. Not to mention whether he could bring himself to do it, given his relationship with Obito, just eliminating one Obito, wouldn't Uchiha Madara find someone else to replace him? There are so many Uchiha people, and there are many geniuses. Finding a slightly weaker substitute, spending a little more time, is too easy. Either destroy the entire Uchiha clan, leaving no one behind. Or destroy Uchiha Madara. But obviously, neither can be achieved, so Vital's attempt failed. He can only make more preparations that are beneficial to himself for the things that may happen in the future. Forget it, I also left some backup plans, which can still recover some losses, let's figure out Shinra Tensei first. Turning his attention back to the two corpses in front of him. One was the third Mizukage he had just dealt with, and the other was Kakuzu, whom he hadn't dealt with at all because he had completely turned into coke, which was the sacrifice of Uchiha Madara's reanimation jutsu. The third Mizukage's body emitted a red light, representing his former shadow-level powerhouse status. And the sacrificial body was very strange. The surface was bright dark yellow, representing his former elite Jonin strength, but in the middle of the rich yellow, there was a trace of dark red. It was a bit similar to the situation of Yujito ni, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, who was killed in the Maruyama battle before. Because Uchiha Madara's chakra has controlled this body for a long time, it has formed a situation similar to that of Jinchuriki in tailed beasts. Will the results of touching the corpse be different? With such doubts, Vital directly used the system to touch the corpses of the third Mizukage and the reanimation jutsu sacrifice. The luck was not bad, and he obtained 2 items, which were quietly displayed in the item bar. One came from the third Mizukage. Reflections on Cultivating Blood Mist Ninjas, this. Holding this book, Vital didn't know what to say for a while. The third Mizukage's management ability was notoriously bad, almost single-handedly causing Kirigakure's overall strength to regress by several levels. During the era when the first Mizukage was in power, Kirigakure's strength was not weak. Occupying the right time and place. Kirigakure was different from the other 4 major hidden villages. If it developed steadily, it would definitely be stronger than ordinary major hidden villages. Chapter 292. At least, it's much stronger than the Sand Village. After all, although the land of water is isolated at sea, it lives off the mountains and the water. The Mist Village won't lack resources. During the era when the second Mizukage was in power, the strength of the Mist Village reached its peak. It even overwhelmed the Stone Village, forcing the second Tsuchikage to use a mutually destructive method to end the war. But when the third Mizukage took over, the strength of the Mist Village plummeted. Now, it has been reduced to the bottom of the 5 great villages. And he's still writing books, which is a bit. However, to be fair, although his management skills are lacking, he does have some insights into training Blood Mist Ninja. Putting away the book, he looked at the second item, a sacrifice from the impure world reincarnation, which was very likely to grant him Madara Uchiha's abilities. Genjutsu, Sharingan, Barrier Cage Illusion Technique. Barrier Cage Illusion Technique? After reading the content of this technique, Vital understood its function, and his eyes lit up instantly. This is a genjutsu unique to the Sharingan. In theory, only a 3-tomo Sharingan or a higher level eye can cast it. And the function of this technique is also very powerful, even exaggerated. It is to use the Sharingan to establish a barrier in the mind of the person affected by the technique, dividing a separate area to seal the part or all of the consciousness that the caster wants the person affected to isolate behind this barrier. And then use their own consciousness as shackles to bind the body and subconscious of the person affected, completely controlling them. Madara Uchiha used this genjutsu on the third Mizukage, and he also used this genjutsu on the Three Tails. Even Obito in the future will use this genjutsu on Yagura Karatachi, the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village. This is how he can perfectly control the person affected by the technique without affecting them from exerting their full strength, or even changing their original habits and personality. It can be called the ultimate genjutsu for controlling people. Of course, it is very different from Konoha Tsukimi, which completely changes the will of the person affected without them even being aware of it. But Konoha Tsukimi is a unique ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan, unique to Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. And this, Barrier Cage Illusion Technique, is a genjutsu that ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan can cast. It is extremely difficult to learn, but its function is very powerful. However, the difficulty of learning is not a problem for Vital at all. Good stuff. He directly slapped the card on his body, and a lot of information and memories about this technique appeared in his mind. When casting it, except for a slight sluggishness, there is nothing wrong. This sluggish feeling is because the concentration of his Uchiha clan bloodline is not enough, and he cannot fully exert the full power of the 3-tomo Sharingan. After his bloodline concentration increases, there will be no such impact. These 2 corpses are excellent materials for human puppets, conscripting Sasori of the Red Sands' third Kazekage puppet and giving him a third Mizukage puppet in return is not a loss. Vital sighed with a smile. Then, he moved his mind, by the way, let's just use the previous experimental idea on this third Mizukage puppet. Thinking of this, Vital couldn't wait. He left a shadow clone to cover his tracks. He put away the two corpses and directly used the turtle speed version of the Flying Thunder God technique to come to the secret underground base in the Rain Country. The puppets acted one after another. Use all the previous ideas on this puppet. If it succeeds, it will be a trump card. At the same time, it will prove that our previous guesses were correct, and the previous experiments were not in vain. He put on a white coat. He is already very skilled in making human puppets. Although it takes some time to complete, it is not difficult to present those ideas and concepts on this corpse. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the corpse of the third Mizukage. The ability of the Shikatsumiyaku was activated. The bones in the third Mizukage's body were gradually replaced by the bones of the Shikatsumiyaku, which would make it more solid and allow the puppet's chakra conduction to become smoother. Then, the puppet Sasori walked over, holding a glass bottle filled with green culture fluid, with two 3-tomo Sharingan spinning inside. The puppet Sasori is responsible for replacing the third Mizukage puppet's eyes. Normally speaking, the Sharingan combined with Hashirama Senju's cells can form the most basic world of the senses, and I have experimented countless times with replacing Hashirama Senju's cells with Shikatsumiyaku cells, but they cannot produce special reactions and can only repel each other. So, I suspect that it is missing a crucial link, something that Hashirama Senju's cells possess, but Shikatsumiyaku's cells do not. What I can think of is life energy, or natural energy, which is Senjutsu chakra. In the original work, when Madara Uchiha was completely and truly resurrected through the Rinne rebirth technique, he gathered the power of Uchiha and Senju. And explained that when two completely opposite forces are combined, they will construct the world of the senses. Then, he absorbed Hashirama Senju's Senjutsu chakra and completely awakened his own Hashirama Senju cells. So, Senjutsu chakra, that is, natural energy, is also the key. While thinking, Vital had already replaced the bones of the third Mizukage puppet, and the puppet Sasori had also replaced his eyes. He took out a card from the inventory depicting the appearance of the Two-Tails Matatabi. A strong aura of hatred came over him. It extracted part of the Two-Tails chakra. If it were a thinking creature, it might be affected by this hateful-tailed beast chakra, but since it is a puppet, there is no such worry. After hesitating slightly, Vital used the card. A mass of thick black chakra spewed out directly from the broken card. Vital narrowed his eyes and directly activated the Sharingan, with 3-tomo spinning rapidly inside. I can suppress the complete Two-Tails for a while, let alone you are just a small ball of energy. He saw that in his palm, the black, thick chakra was constantly changing shape, and finally condensed into the appearance of a small Two-Tails. It showed off its ferocity with its fangs and claws, but it could not break free from Vital's restraints. Heh! After chuckling, he pressed it towards the third Mizukage puppet, and it instantly disappeared into its body. It's time to learn more sealing techniques. Chapter 293. There was no 4-symbol seal, no 8-trigram seal, not even a 5-element seal. Vital could only use the few sealing techniques he knew to barely seal the Two-Tails chakra. Fortunately, this was only a portion of the Two-Tails chakra, making it not too difficult to seal. After completing the seal, intense scarlet chakra surged from the third Mizukage puppet. This was the Two-Tails chakra taking effect and struggling. Got it. Next is to wait for this puppet to be completed, then completely stimulate the abilities of the Sharingan and Shikatsumiyaku. Whether it succeeds in the end depends on whether my guess is correct. Vital clapped his hands. This struggling Two-Tails chakra wouldn't cause much trouble, it could be easily suppressed. Its role was just as a catalyst. A catalyst that could stimulate the Shikatsumiyaku, allowing the Shikatsumiyaku and Sharingan to generate mutual symbiosis in a mutually opposing situation. Only through mutual opposition and mutual symbiosis could the true all things of nature be constructed. If this conjecture is correct, then I, who possess both the Sharingan and the Shikatsumiyaku, can also construct all things of nature, only lacking a catalyst that's simple enough to obtain. After dealing with the third Mizukage puppet, all that remained was to wait for its completion and attempt to activate it. It didn't explode directly, that's already good news. I'm a bit busy these days, so updates will be slightly slower for the time being. In just a few days. Those voices frantically supporting Danzo's succession as Hokage were immediately suppressed. Danzo's self-righteous tricks seemed too childish in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, who no longer had any worries. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was still the Hokage, simply held power and status that Danzo couldn't compare to. Most importantly, Danzo wasn't very well known in Konoha. As the leader of Konoha's root, he was the deepest hidden root of the great tree of Konoha, destined not to be exposed to the sunlight. In fact, 80 of Konoha's people didn't even know there was a person named Shimura Danzo. Suddenly coming out to run for Hokage inevitably made people feel surprised and distrustful. Minato Namikaze was different. Although born ordinary, he was a famous genius in the ninja academy since childhood. After graduation, he was even valued by Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and taken as a disciple. A true successor of the Hokage lineage, he had repeatedly performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield. Such a person was more real and more trustworthy. It was also a miscalculation by Danzo. He didn't expect Hiruzen Sarutobi to actually choose to give up Orochimaru so decisively and instead support his granddisciple Minato Namikaze. Otherwise, with Orochimaru discredited and Danzo extensively promoting himself, he might have really become Hokage in the absence of competition. It was also because Konoha had too many talents, with enough young people to take over. Even if Minato Namikaze wasn't suitable, Hiruzen Sarutobi could still support Vital, his nephew, who also possessed the strength and qualifications to inherit the Hokage position. It was just that Vital didn't want to, so he took the opportunity to fully support Minato Namikaze. Of course, Danzo also didn't expect that in less than 3 years, Minato Namikaze would jump from an upper ninja with a small reputation in Konoha to become the Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze, feared throughout the entire ninja world. The incident of instantly killing 50 Iwagakure Jonin in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge further pushed his reputation to its peak. What Danzo didn't expect even more. Hiruzen Sarutobi not only hoped that Minato Namikaze could succeed as Hokage, but also hoped that Hiruzen Nikken, which is Vital, could take over his root. This touched Danzo's bottom line. For this reason, he strongly opposed it. In addition, with the support of Konoha elders Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want to go too far at once, lest the external wars hadn't ended yet, and Konoha would start internal strife first. In the end, apart from Iwagakure officially signing a ceasefire agreement with Konoha and turning to deal with the Kumogakure, the other villages, whether it was Sunagakure, Kirigakure, or Kumogakure, hadn't clearly stated the end of the war. It was just that Kirigakure was too busy to care about Konoha because the third Mizukage had died in battle, and internal strife had reached its peak. And Kumogakure also needed to deal with many things because the third Raikage had died in battle and the fourth Raikage took over in a hurry. Kumogakure also needed stability and to guard against Iwagakure, so they couldn't care about Konoha. But these two villages hadn't expressed a ceasefire and still sent people from time to probe and harass the Fire Country border. The external troubles hadn't been resolved, and internal strife must be curbed, so the matter of replacing the root leader was dropped. But one thing was unavoidable, and that was that Danzo had set his sights on Vital. Vital even suspected that this was Hiruzen Sarutobi deliberately doing this to get him to contain Danzo. And he became the nominal deputy leader of Root. The truly nominal one, without a single person under his command, a completely bare commander. Danzo probably felt a little of Vital's intentions and stayed in the secret base of Root all day without showing up. Not to mention Vital, even Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, didn't know where he was hiding. Anyway, after having no hope of competing for Hokage, he completely turtled up. At the same time, in order to create greater momentum for Minato Namikaze, the battlefield of the Rain Country was not for Vital to go to. He suddenly became idle and could only live a comfortable 9-to-5 office life every day. This day, just after getting off work, walking out of a dispensable deputy leader's office en route, preparing to pretend to go solve dinner, he met someone. The flame fan embroidered on the clothes was the best proof of their identity. Nikken. That person saw Vital, smiled and greeted him before walking up. Vital raised an eyebrow. Clan head Fugaku, personally patrolling the streets today. The person who came was the newly appointed clan head of the Konoha Uchiha clan, the chief of the Konoha military police force, Uchiha Fugaku. The Konoha military police force was a real power department in Konoha, in charge of all the large and small daily affairs of the entire Konoha, equivalent to the police in modern society. Moreover, this department was personally established by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju and fully entrusted to the Uchiha clan. Initially, the Uchiha clan, who had obtained such power, were full of pride, and with such power, they jumped over the Senju clan and became the undisputed first wealthy family in Konoha. For this reason, it also fostered the Uchiha clan's arrogant and complacent character. But gradually, the Uchiha clan's clan head and elders discovered the true purpose of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's doing this. It was to make the Uchiha clan arrogant. At the same time, this department not only had great power, but it was also very easy to offend people, causing the Uchiha clan to become a family that Konoha residents outwardly revered but secretly kept at a distance. Little by little, the Uchiha clan was disliked by the Konoha residents and slowly moved away from the center of power in Konoha. Tobirama Senju's move was very clever. "Nikken, you're joking, I'm under a lot of pressure as the clan head." Uchiha Fugaku smiled helplessly. The two of them could be said to have been on the battlefield together and carried guns together. Chapter 294. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has so many members, and there are so many troublesome matters in Konoha, managing them is time-consuming, laborious, and mentally taxing, Vital agreed, nodding. "I happened to run into you today, have you had dinner yet? How about coming to my house?" Vital narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickered, and he nodded, saying, "All right." Immediately, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and wanted to grab his hand to head towards the Uchiha clan's compound. Fortunately, Vital didn't have a penchant for holding hands with men and dodged in time. Uchiha Fugaku didn't mind. He simply explained the situation and then accompanied Vital alone into the Uchiha clan's compound, the most prosperous building in Konoha and also the clan territory with the largest area. During the journey, they encountered many members of the Uchiha clan. The arrogant Uchiha clan's conceit was built upon those inferior to them. However, when facing the Sannin of the past, or the Konoha twin stars, Minato Namikaze and Vital, they were very respectful. Respecting the strong was also a habit of the Uchiha clan. Passing through a cluster of buildings, they entered the residence of Uchiha Fugaku, the newly appointed head of the Uchiha clan. "Father." As soon as they entered, they heard a respectful voice from a little boy. The small child stood at the door, looking serious. "Uchiha Itachi." Seeing Uchiha Itachi, who was only 3 or 4 years old but already looked like a little adult, Vital's eyes lit up. "Itachi-sama." The young Itachi-sama. The man, the boy who would always say, "my foolish little brother" whenever he saw his younger brother. When Uchiha Fugaku saw Itachi, the smile on his face lessened. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Have you completed today's training?" "I have completed it, father," Itachi replied respectfully, his eyes constantly glancing at Vital. No matter how precocious Itachi's thoughts were, he was still only a 3 or 4-year-old child. He knew Vital. Not because Vital's reputation in Konoha was so great, but because Vital was the teacher of Uchiha Shisui, the one he regarded as a beloved older brother. "Clan head Fugaku, your son. He is quite remarkable." He crouched down and placed his hand directly on Itachi's head, rubbing it vigorously. When Itachi showed some dislike, he smiled and said, "Shisui often mentions you to me, Itachi. He often tells me that there is a genius even more outstanding than him, who can be called the strongest genius in the history of the Uchiha clan." Shisui. Upon hearing Shisui's name, a childlike sparkle appeared in Itachi's small eyes. "Shisui, is he doing well?" Itachi couldn't help but ask. Rubbing Itachi's head again, this time he didn't resist much, just blinked his eyes, waiting for Vital's answer. "He is doing very well, I estimate his reputation will soon spread to Kirigakure." "Shunshin no Shisui." In Itachi's small eyes, there was admiration. "Yes." Uchiha Fugaku, who was beside them, did not interrupt their conversation. His eyes also flickered when he heard Uchiha Shisui's name. Seeing that their conversation had ended, he finally spoke, "Nichiren, let's go inside and talk." Itachi, quickly pour tea for Nichiren-sama. "Yes, father," Itachi replied respectfully, returning to his previous little adult demeanor, bowing and saying. Uchiha Fugaku then led Vital to the reception room. Soft tatami mats, a low square table, kneeling on the ground. The Uchiha clan still valued these traditional customs very much. However, Vital wasn't so particular. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku's upright sitting posture, he was more casual. Soon, Uchiha Itachi, led by his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, brought the tea. Then, without saying a word, he respectfully withdrew, pushing the sliding door shut, leaving the space to the two of them. The Uchiha clan really values tradition, Vital smacked his lips and sighed. Uchiha Fugaku knelt on the cushion, gently picked up the teacup, and took a sip. These are things left behind by our ancestors, we must not forget them. Vital nodded, then said seriously, Clan head Fugaku, please tell me directly what you called me here for. Seeing Vital speak so directly, Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, since Nichiren-kun has said so, then I will no longer beat around the bush. After a slight pause, he continued, I wonder what Nichiren-kun thinks of our Uchiha. Uchiha. The number one clan in Konoha, the possessors of the Sharingan. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness on his face. Why doesn't Nichiren-kun speak the truth? Vital stared at him for a few seconds, then raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Uchiha Fugaku was also deeply aware of the current situation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Since clan head Fugaku has said so, then don't blame me for not being pleasant to hear. After a little foreshadowing, Vital bluntly exposed the Uchiha clan's scars. The number one clan in Konoha in name only, but in reality, a thorn in the side of Konoha's higher-ups, an arrogant and self-important clan. A clan that the residents of Konoha cannot afford to offend, but is also not welcomed. The Uchiha are in danger. He really tore open the Uchiha's wounds without any scruples. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was awkward. However, Vital said this because he brought it up, so naturally, he wouldn't be angry. He only felt that Vital's words truly hit the Uchiha's vital point. He sighed and said, it seems that our Uchiha are truly terminally ill. However, there is one thing that your Uchiha have done well. Oh. Chapter 295. In this third Shinobi World War, your Uchiha clan didn't hold back, nor did you defy the Hokage's orders in secret. In the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups, you're still salvageable. As long as you don't court death, maintaining the facade of Konoha's number one clan shouldn't be a problem. The Third Shinobi World War concerns the life and death of the entire Konoha. Although we Uchiha are arrogant, we understand the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Protecting Konoha is our Uchiha's duty. I don't doubt that at the moment, Vital nodded. At the moment? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Alright, clan head Fugaku, we can be considered comrades who fought together on the battlefield. You didn't call me here today to listen to these unpleasant words, did you? I don't like talking in circles. If you have something to say, you better say it sooner rather than later. Vital didn't answer immediately. The real trigger that pushed the Uchiha clan towards destruction was the nine-tailed demon fox incident. Now that Konoha's external troubles haven't been resolved, the Uchiha's power is not small. Konoha won't and doesn't dare to act rashly. Then, he saw Uchiha Fugaku actually prostrating on the ground, his attitude extremely sincere, pleading. I want to ask Lord Hizashi to take Itachi as a student. He is a genius of our Uchiha clan, his talent will definitely not be weaker than Shisui, and he may even be the future of our Uchiha. Vital raised an eyebrow, looking at Uchiha Fugaku prostrating on the ground, feeling somewhat surprised in his heart. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku was able to become the new clan head of the Uchiha. Why choose me? Shouldn't you be looking for Minato at this time? Oh. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Putting aside whether Minato would agree, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Konoha's other higher-ups wouldn't agree. Uchiha Obito was fine because he had the least Uchiha markings on him, being a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, so it didn't matter. But it was impossible for someone like Uchiha Itachi, the son of the Uchiha clan head. However, the Uchiha clan still showed goodwill to Minato Namikaze. Kakashi obtained Obito's Sharingan. Although many Uchiha clan members strongly opposed it, Uchiha Fugaku suppressed these voices, giving Minato some face. Otherwise, there's no way Kakashi would have been able to keep Obito's eyes. And Uchiha Shisui was also a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, influenced by Uchiha Kagami, and was taken as a student by Vital. In the eyes of Hiruzen Sarutobi and these Konoha higher-ups, Shisui was one of their own. As long as Lord Hizashi can agree, our Uchiha will be your most steadfast ally in the future, whether it's defeating Danzo to compete for the root, or competing for the Hokage position. Uchiha Fugaku, with his head lowered, his eyes flickering. He was gambling. I have no interest in the Hokage position, Vital waved his hand indifferently. However, I can take Itachi as a disciple. Uchiha Fugaku, who was about to say something, immediately beamed with joy upon hearing the latter sentence. Although Uchiha Shisui was already Vital's student, with this relationship, the Uchiha weren't without a chance to build a good relationship with Vital. But just like most people thought, Uchiha Shisui ultimately couldn't represent most of the Uchiha clan members. Moreover, from Uchiha Fugaku's selfish perspective, the benefits of Itachi becoming Vital's disciple were obviously greater than the benefits of Shisui becoming Vital's disciple. This was one of Konoha's twin stars. In the future, he would definitely be a person of power in Konoha. This could be referenced from the Sannin back then. And the strength that Vital displayed on the battlefield was genuine. Whether it was killing the Cloud Shinobi Kage assistant Toroi, killing the Two Tails, annihilating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, or the recent killing of the 3rd Mizukage and the Three Tails, each of these feats would be enough to make someone famous and be valued by Konoha if they could accomplish just one of them. Not to mention Vital, who had accomplished them all. If Minato Namikaze wasn't equally dazzling, if Vital didn't aspire to be Hokage, if not, who the Hokage position ultimately belonged to was still up for debate. But even so, it didn't prevent the Uchiha clan from betting on him. The Uchiha could only try to get closer to him. The Hokage lineage mostly rejected the Uchiha clan. Although Minato Namikaze's attitude was unknown, the only connection between the Uchiha and Minato Namikaze, Obito, was dead. The only one they could get close to was Vital. The Uchiha knew they couldn't truly become one of Konoha's higher-ups. But Uchiha Fugaku saw the current situation of the Uchiha clan and could only use this method in hopes of slightly alleviating the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha's higher-ups. He breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Uchiha Fugaku also knew one thing, and that was that among Konoha's higher-ups, the one who truly disliked them Uchiha wasn't Hiruzen Sarutobi, but the root leader, Danzo. Now that Vital had been pushed out by Hiruzen Sarutobi to confront Danzo, then they naturally had to stand on Vital's side. It would be best to kill Danzo. Even if they couldn't kill him, as long as he didn't have the energy or ability to deal with the Uchiha, that would be acceptable. But I have a condition, Vital suddenly said again. Uchiha Fugaku raised his head, straightened his posture. Please speak, Lord Hisashi. Although Uchiha Fugaku was older and more experienced than Vital, ninjas didn't only value age and experience. Strength was the most important thing, so he gave Vital enough respect and corrected his attitude. It was their Uchiha who were asking for help, so it was naturally impossible for them to act like they were the kings of heaven. Moreover, the tree in Uchiha Fugaku's heart, the tree between A and C, had already been planted a long time ago. Since I've taken Itachi, and also taken Shisui, then I absolutely can't mislead my disciples. They are both members of your Uchiha clan, so I need a copy of the most detailed information possible about the Sharingan, as well as the content of its techniques. Vital squinted his eyes. This condition was relatively harsh. It was no exaggeration to say that this had already touched the very foundation of the Uchiha clan. It should be known that what the Uchiha clan relied on was the Sharingan, as well as the various abilities and jutsu of the Sharingan. If all of these were handed over, then the Uchiha clan would have no secrets at all to Vital. As expected, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened upon hearing this condition. Vital didn't show anything, still looking at him with a smile, picking up his teacup and taking a light sip. He didn't actually care about the Uchiha's Sharingan information and techniques. His understanding of the Sharingan was several streets ahead of Uchiha Fugaku. What he wanted was just an attitude. You say you're standing on my side, and that's it? Without paying a price, why should I believe you? Uchiha Fugaku had a sullen face, his heart fighting a battle between heaven and man. In the end, the determination to make a desperate gamble exceeded reason. He could already foresee that if the Uchiha didn't make a change, the Uchiha would probably really be in danger. All right. I will have someone sort it out in the next few days and send it to you, Lord Hisashi. Chapter 296. Kayakase smiled without saying anything. However, he was a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Fugaku Uchiha to really have such a big determination and such a firm attitude. Don't rush, I still have a small favor that I need clan head Fugaku to help with. A small favor? Fugaku Uchiha frowned. It's really just a small favor, not to propose any more harsh conditions. Kayakase saw his thoughts and a little bit of unease that he didn't dare to show. Oh. I wonder what small favor it is, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Hearing Kayake say this, Fugaku Uchiha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's like this, I believe clan head Fugaku also knows that I am now the deputy leader of Root, but to be honest, Root has always been under the control of Elder Danzo. My so-called deputy leader is just nice to hear, but in reality, I'm just a commander without any troops. So I was wondering, would clan head Fugaku be willing to transfer a few people from the Konoha military police force to join Root? Kayake took a small sip of tea, his eyes full of meaning. Hearing this, Fugaku Uchiha's body shook, and he looked at Kayake's with an expression of disbelief. Let the Uchiha clan send a few people to join Root? Willing? Are they willing? They were more than willing. The Uchiha clan had really racked their brains to enter the Umbu, the fastest rising and most rewarding department in Konoha. Entering the Umbu not only represented recognition of the ninja's strength, but it was also an opportunity for the Uchiha to reach the higher-ups. In the original story, Shisui being able to enter the Umbu made the Uchiha happy for a long time, believing it was an opportunity to ease the relationship. And wasn't Root just Umbu? Root was just a branch of Umbu. Although it had become somewhat unwieldy due to Danzo's management and even escaped the control of the Hokage, it was undeniable that Root was a part of Umbu. Initially, Root was established in name to provide talents to Umbu. If it was Root under Danzo's control, Fugaku Uchiha would definitely not let the Uchiha clan members take the initiative to offer themselves up, but Kayake's was different. This favor. Our Uchiha will definitely help. Saying it was helping was actually Kayake's returning the favor for Fugaku Uchiha's previous display of determination, giving him benefits. Kayake's chuckled. 10. No. How about 20 jonin? Our Uchiha are willing to transfer 20 jonin. All of them are experts in the Uchiha clan. Kayake's. 20. Did you Uchiha want to undermine him, the deputy leader of Root? Before he could speak, Fugaku Uchiha immediately reacted and knew that he was a little too excited. He said embarrassedly, sorry, I was a little excited, you still decide on the personnel, Kayake's-kun. Kayake's pondered slightly, how about this, clan head Fugaku, I want 5 jonin. They must all be Sharingan users with 3 tomo. Besides that, my requirements are very simple, only one, don't give me troublemakers. I need obedient subordinates to complete the task, not a few self-righteous, heavenly kings. Fugaku Uchiha's expression was a little awkward. He knew the character of his Uchiha clansmen best after thinking about it, he hesitated and said, is 5 a little? Of course, I will keep Shisui and Itachi by my side, Shisui can directly be a Root ninja, as for Itachi, we'll talk about it when he becomes a ninja. Seeing that Kayake's had finalized it, Fugaku Uchiha didn't insist on anything. Including Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha, they Uchiha already had 7 people who could enter Umbu. This was a huge step forward. Okay. He nodded in response. Kayake's wasn't worried about what Hiruzen Sarutobi would say about pulling the Uchiha into Root. He was already being pulled out to be a scapegoat, wouldn't he be allowed to have a few of his own subordinates? What if he wasn't allowed? Then he wouldn't do it. Let Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo fight among themselves. Itachi. After finalizing the matter, Fugaku Uchiha was in a good mood and called out. Swish. The sliding door was pushed open and Itachi Uchiha, a small child, was kneeling behind the sliding door, his hands and head tightly pressed against the tatami mat. Father. Itachi's expression highlighted one word, sensible. A look of gratification flashed in Fugaku Uchiha's eyes, with pride hidden deep within the gratification. Itachi, this is your teacher, the famous Spear of Judgment, Kayake Sarutobi-sama, quickly greet your teacher. Itachi raised his head in surprise, his small eyes full of astonishment. He was young, but he knew very well what being apprenticed to the Spear of Judgment meant. Uchiha, were they taking sides so quickly? Despite his thoughts, his movements didn't hesitate at all. He came to Kayake's, knelt on the ground, and respectfully called out, Teacher. Kayake's nodded and reached out to rub his head vigorously. This time, there was no need for a reason, and Itachi didn't dare to resist. At such a young age, don't keep such a straight face. From now on, forget all the so-called family glory, you are a genius of the Uchiha clan. You are the son of the Uchiha clan leader and should be responsible, and so on and so forth that your father has instilled in you. Huh? Itachi raised his head, his face full of surprise. He looked at Kayake's and then back at Fugaku Uchiha, who had a look of embarrassment on his face. Alright, since that's the case, I won't stay any longer, Itachi, come with me. With that, Kayake's nodded at Fugaku Uchiha and stood up directly. Kayake's-kun, dinner is all ready. No need, maybe next time. I took in a cute disciple and can't help but want to show off a little. With that, Kayake's pulled the still-dazed Itachi and left Fugaku Uchiha's house directly, walking out of the Uchiha clan's territory. Walking on the Konoha street, which was illuminated by the golden sunset. Chapter 297. With the return of Konoha ninjas from the land of Waterfall Battlefield, and the return of most ninjas from the land of Hot Springs Battlefield, the originally deserted Konoha once again returned to its former liveliness. Although Konoha did not achieve a nominal victory, anyone with eyes could see that Konoha's ability to withstand the siege of the 4 major hidden villages was a victory in itself. Teacher, where are we going? Itachi asked, unable to help himself, as he walked beside Vital. Vital wasn't hungry, but he was actually a little hungry, he just didn't say it. Looking at him, Vital said with a smile, going to freeload a meal. Freeze-load a meal? Then why didn't we just eat at his house just now? Vital didn't explain, just gave a slightly mysterious smile. Just like that, Itachi followed Vital, confused, to another corner of Konoha. In front of a residence no less impressive than the Uchiha clan grounds. The grounds of another major clan in Konoha, the Hyuga clan. To Itachi's astonishment, Vital led him straight in. Entering the Hyuga clan grounds, Vital was fine with his current strength and status, there weren't many places in Konoha he couldn't go to openly. But Itachi was more pitiful. Wearing Uchiha clan clothes, he was simply an oddity in the Hyuga clan grounds, receiving more attention than Vital, including scrutiny and hostility. That Uchiha brat, why is he here in our Hyuga clan? Lord Hizashi, why is that Uchiha brat following Lord Hizashi? Quick, inform the clan head. Vital and Uchiha Itachi entering the Hyuga clan grounds was like 2 giant light bulbs, too dazzling, making it hard not to look at them. Soon, Hyuga Hizashi heard the news from his clansmen and rushed out of his own residence. Lord Vital. Like Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi was also someone who had been on the battlefield with Vital, and their relationship wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. And Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hizashi, the 2 Hyuga brothers, each became the head of the Hyuga clan after returning from the battlefield. The difference was that Hizashi, as the elder brother, became the head of the main family, while Hizashi became the head of the branch family. According to the Hyuga clan's rules and the restrictions of the caged bird seal, the main family, although small in number, had absolute control over the branch family. Clan head Hizashi, Vital greeted with a smile. Hyuga Hizashi's eyes glanced at Uchiha Itachi, his eyes flashed, he didn't mention it, but instead approached very naturally and said, Lord Vital, your timing is perfect, how about we eat together? That's great. Vital's move was called freeloading a meal openly and honestly. Under the leadership of Hyuga Hizashi, Vital and Uchiha Itachi entered the largest residence of the main family, and soon after, Hyuga Hizashi also came. Hizashi, long time no see. Vital. Compared to Hyuga Hizashi had less seriousness and more humanity, so Vital's relationship with Hyuga Hizashi was a little better than with the 2 of them. Of course, the difference wasn't much. The Hyuga clansmen brought up a rich meal. Vital ate happily, but Itachi ate uncomfortably, sitting on pins and needles described his current state. He knew very well the relationship between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, and it was a mild way to say he felt awkward sitting in the Hyuga clan head's house eating as the son of the Uchiha clan head. After a few rounds of drinks, Vital didn't say anything, but Hyuga Hizashi couldn't sit still anymore. What did Vital mean by this? Did it show that he supported the Uchiha? Or did it have some deeper meaning? Vital could not consider it, but Hizashi, as the new head of the Hyuga clan, had to consider the deeper meaning of what he did. Lord Vital, this is, Uchiha Fugaku's son, the genius of the Uchiha clan, of course he knew him. This was, knowingly asking. Oh, this is Itachi, my newly accepted disciple. Disciple. Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hizashi exchanged glances. Could it really be to exert pressure? Vital and Namake's Minato were both in the limelight in Konoha, and anyone with eyes knew that Minato was the fourth Hokage personally appointed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. And Vital had recently become the deputy leader of Root, and it was almost only a matter of time before he was supported by Hiruzen Sarutobi to become the leader. Seeing the expressions of the two, Vital's expression was a little strange. Ahem, okay, it's not what you think, I'm here this time just to ask for a small favor, I hope the two of you can give me a little help in the sake of our old friendship. Oh. Clan head Hizashi, thank you, the dinner was delicious. Vital stood outside the Hyuga clan grounds with Itachi, waving his hand with a smile. The expressions of Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hizashi on the opposite side were slightly strange, but overall there were more smiles. Lord Vital, you're welcome, as long as you want to eat, come anytime, my Hyuga clan is always welcome, Hyuga Hizashi said politely. Vital's eyes lit up, then I won't be polite. Hyuga Hizashi, Let's go, Itachi, are you full? Yeah, Uchiha Itachi responded softly. Watching the backs of Vital and Uchiha Itachi gradually disappear, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hizashi looked at each other. They both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Chapter 298. Brother. Hyuga Hizashi, tomorrow, select 5 jonin from the branch family who are good at reading the situation and have them report to the root organization, to Hiruzen Sarutobi's place, Hyuga Hayashi said. Hyuga Hizashi nodded slightly, sighing, I didn't expect the Uchiha to choose sides so quickly. The Uchiha's situation is more complicated than ours. Don't be fooled by the fact that they hold the real power of the Konoha military police force. In reality, this is not a good thing for them, but rather a constraint. Fugaku Uchiha is quite decisive. But we Hyuga are different from the Uchiha. There's one thing we must see clearly, the reason we Hyuga haven't been targeted by the higher-ups isn't just because they need us to counter the Uchiha, but also because we Hyuga don't compete. By not competing, we don't create a sense of crisis for the higher-ups. Hyuga Hayashi said, narrowing his eyes, seemingly seeing the situation in Konoha very clearly. I understand, Hyuga Hizashi nodded slightly. Hyuga Hayashi sighed, we Hyuga originally had no conflict with Danzo, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has pushed us into this situation, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to stay out of it in the future. Regarding Hyuga Hayashi's pessimism, Hyuga Hizashi didn't think things were so bad. But the change of Konoha's high-level officials is imminent, the third Hokage and Danzo will both become things of the past if Minato Namikaze successfully becomes Hokage, then Danzo won't be able to stay, Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't the best choice, but he is the most suitable choice. Indeed, by getting involved in the competition for the Hokage position, we Hyuga will probably not be able to be so calm in the future. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't the Hokage, he has the support of the third Hokage and has a very good relationship with Minato Namikaze. He is a suitable choice, Hyuga Hayashi agreed. So, brother, there's no need to think too much, just send people to report tomorrow, even if things change later, the Uchiha will be at the forefront. On the other side. Kaze took Itachi to Konoha's famous mochi ball shop, and then ordered a large pile of sweet mochi balls, mostly brown sugar flavored. Itachi stared blankly at Kaze, who looked particularly generous, not knowing what to say. It wasn't until the boss brought the mochi balls that he came back to his senses. Teacher, what are you doing? Kaze directly picked up a string of brown sugar mochi balls and stuffed them into Itachi's hand. Eat it, I know you didn't dare to eat anything at the Hyuga house, you must be starving, right? Hearing this, the young Itachi was stunned again. He blinked, looking at Kaze, smelling the glutinous rice fragrance of the mochi balls, and feeling his empty stomach. Indeed, he was a little touched. If Itachi had previously become Kaze's disciple because of Fugaku Uchiha's orders and Shisui Uchiha's influence, then now, it was an affirmation from his heart. Itachi was indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan, intelligent and precocious since childhood, and his talent as a ninja was also quite outstanding. But because of this title of genius, he carried too many things on his shoulders. From the time he could remember, he had been trained by Fugaku Uchiha. Before he was old enough to cultivate chakra, he started with shuriken throwing and hand seals. Heaven knows how much time the young him spent in order to have shuriken throwing skills and normal hand seal speed that were not inferior to a genin. Except for his mother, others only knew that he was a genius, but never cared about him. Even Fugaku Uchiha was the same. The greatest affirmation to him was probably the sentence, as expected of my son, which Itachi didn't know how much effort he had to put in to earn. But now, there was one more person who cared about him. Even though what he was being treated to was mochi balls that he had never eaten before. He took a small bite, and his eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. The sweet taste, the glutinous texture, the fun of pulling the strands. Really delicious. Itachi's big eyes were full of surprise. Kaze smiled and rubbed his head. Children should look like children. Now that you have become my disciple, then from today onwards, all the training tasks your father arranged for you, forget them all. Childhood only happens once in a person's life, how can it be wasted like this? But, Itachi opened his mouth. There's no buts, if your father asks, just say I said it, tell him to come find me. Kaze waved his hand. Itachi pursed his lips, still not daring to agree. Kaze glared, you go back and tell your father that if he makes you train again, don't let me be the teacher, I can't handle it. Seeing that Kaze seemed a little angry, Itachi whispered, I understand. Very good, Kaze smiled, then added. These mochi balls are the first gift your teacher gives you, don't waste a single one, eat them all. Ah. Itachi was dumbfounded. Delicious is delicious, but isn't this too much? Kaze had ordered 10 skewers in total, which even a normal adult couldn't finish. What ah? You can only grow taller if you eat a lot, look at you, how skinny you are. Could Itachi finish it? He didn't care. Anyway, he couldn't stand wasting food. It was all bought with money. Itachi could only lower his head and obediently stuff the mochi balls into his mouth one by one. They were delicious, but really, really filling. Finally. Itachi, in a very strange posture, supported his waist and left the mochi ball shop with Kaze. Burp, teacher, why did you want the people from the Hyuga family to enter the Umbu too? While walking, Itachi, who had finally gotten closer to Kaze, couldn't help but ask. Kaze glanced at him and said lightly, guess. Itachi, dot. But he really started to guess, teacher hopes to combine the strength of us Uchiha and the Hyuga to rebuild the Umbu and fight against certain forces. Chapter 299. Are you really only 4 years old? This time it was Vital's turn to be a little surprised. To be honest, it's not difficult to see his purpose, and even if you know Root and Danzo, it's easy to know what his purpose is. But the one speaking is a child of only 4 years old. Moreover, he obviously doesn't know the difference between Root and Umbu, and he doesn't know of Danzo's existence. But being able to see that he wants to integrate the power of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to fight against Danzo's Root is enough to show his excellence. If it was Obito who asked, he might have guessed that Vital was trying to show off. Don't doubt it, with Obito's former brain circuit, there's nothing wrong with guessing that. Nodding, he said, that's right, teacher has an enemy, and he has a not weak force in his hands. This person is now hiding in some corner where I can't find him. In order to force him out, teacher has to make a show of it. Danzo has turtled up, and Vital really can't find him for a while. Besides, even if he finds him, he can't openly do him in Konoha, at least not now. Moreover, since he has become the nominal deputy leader of Root and the next leader, those members of Root will be his subordinates in the future. Vital doesn't want to waste these subordinates who have good execution and are so obedient. Integrate the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and then integrate several large and small families. I don't believe Danzo can still sit still. At the very least, just the Uchiha clan alone should make him afraid. Itachi nodded thoughtfully. By the way, Itachi, if your father asks you about what happens here with teacher in the future, just say you're training with me and don't know anything else, can you do that? Vital's eyes flickered as he looked at the little Itachi. Itachi was stunned, complex thoughts quickly flashing through his mind. On one side was his father, who was an Uchiha, and on the other side was his teacher, who was from the village. It was so hard to choose. It's not like I'm asking you to lie, you can just answer that you don't know. Oh. Isn't this lying? Alright, I'll send you here, go back yourself. Vital stopped. Yeah. After walking for a while, Itachi's stomach had digested a lot, and he could finally walk normally. Looking at the 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi, Vital raised the corners of his mouth, a raising game, I like it. Back home. Itachi saw Uchiha Fugaku kneeling in the living room, without turning on the lights, waiting for him. He obediently knelt opposite Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi, what did Himakuen have you do? Uchiha Fugaku asked in a deep voice. Itachi knelt obediently on the ground, his head lowered to the ground, Vital's words just now flashing through his mind, but he couldn't say them no matter what. Speak! Uchiha Fugaku suddenly shouted. Father! I can't talk about teacher's affairs. He only heard Uchiha Fugaku stand up and walk to his side. Itachi closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the punishment to come. Pa! Suddenly, a large palm patted him on the shoulder, and his tones suddenly became much gentler. Very good. Huh? Before Itachi could react, Uchiha Fugaku continued, Itachi, you must remember, from today onwards, our Uchiha clan and Spear of Judgment Sarutobi Hime are on the same boat. You don't need to report his affairs to me. Our Uchiha can no longer experience the hostility of such a top powerhouse again. Since we have a common enemy in goal with him, then we Uchiha. What harm is there in being the spear in his hand? Itachi lay on the ground in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Uchiha, become the spear in the hands of the Spear of Judgment? Father, are you really going all in? After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, he walked out of the living room, leaving time and space for the young Itachi. He was also very helpless in his heart. But as the clan leader, he knew very well that the seemingly powerful Uchiha could no longer withstand the hostility of Konoha's higher-ups. If there is, either the Uchiha will be destroyed, or the village will be destroyed. Neither one can our Uchiha afford. And our only hope now is Vital. Kyuzugakure. In a deep, dark underground space, Uchiha Obito, who was kidnapped by White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, was undergoing training by Uchiha Madara here. However, the current Obito has not yet felt the pain of love being taken away, so he is working hard to train only to go back sooner, so he can reunite with Kakashi and Noara Rin, and tell them the good news that he is still alive. In the deepest corner of the underground space, the old Uchiha Madara sat on a chair. At this time, even moving a finger seemed extremely difficult for him. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were by his side. I didn't expect such a person to appear in Konoha, even killing your last transformation technique clone. You are now really only one step away from death, Black Zetsu said with some worry. Uchiha Madara raised his eyelids. His already aged face revealed an aura of death. It doesn't matter, a hoarse, low voice came out. As long as I am resurrected, everything will be ants. Although he was old, the confidence belonging to Uchiha Madara had never disappeared. In his eyes, the only one who could stop him was Hashirama Senju. Chapter 300. But alas, Hashirama Senju had long since died. So in this world, no one could stop him anymore. Regarding Madara Uchiha's words, Black Zetsu didn't refute, only asking. What about Obito? Your would-release clone disappeared, and the third Mizukage and Three Tails were killed in battle. Now, the Hidden Mist village has fallen into absolute civil war. Just an ignorant little brat, there are many ways to take away the love in his heart, such as. Madara Uchiha laboriously moved his finger. Two White Zetsu clones walked in, carrying the unconscious Kakashi and Rin Noara. They were originally fighting in the Rain Country battlefield with Minato Namikaze. In the chaos, they were kidnapped, which wasn't difficult for the undetectable White Zetsu. Madara glanced at Black Zetsu. He immediately understood Madara's meaning, his mouth splitting into a wide smile as his body transformed into a black shadow, approaching Rin Noara and gently covering her. Black Zetsu instantly completed the control of Rin Noara. If the target was Kakashi, it might have been more difficult, but Rin Noara was no challenge at all. Flexing his wrist, he rasped, how should this play be performed? According to the original script. As Madara Uchiha's voice fell, the two White Zetsu clones transformed into ordinary-looking mist ninja. Then, they took Kakashi and Rin Noara and left this space. Just as Vital had thought, whether Obito was killed, or prevented from being captured, or protecting Kakashi and Rin Noara, none of it could stop Madara Uchiha's plan. If Obito was gone or dead, he could replace him with another Uchiha. Shisui and Itachi were good options. Even an ordinary Uchiha, with his guidance and Black Zetsu's assistance, would only need a slightly longer development time, and the plan could still proceed. And Kakashi and Rin Noara were even simpler. Killing them early would cause Obito to fall to the dark side sooner. Protecting them wouldn't necessarily guarantee their safety. Even if they were truly protected. White Zetsu could transform into their appearance at any time, and it was impossible to protect them for a lifetime. The only way was to take out Madara Uchiha. But that was clearly unrealistic. So, after Vital made an effort, stopped Madara Uchiha and the third Mizukage, and Obito was still taken away, he gave up. Whatever happens, happens. Once Madara dies, everything will be fine. In a word, wait for Madara to die. At the same time, White Zetsu, feigning a nervous appearance, informed Obito of the situation, and Obito, as originally planned, put on White Zetsu and rushed out. Everything was under Madara's control. Meanwhile, Vital, who was on his way home, seemed to suddenly sense something. His eyes flashed, but he didn't show any reaction. He's about to die, isn't he? Recently, something's been going on at home, the updates are a bit rushed. Time flew by quickly. Vital successfully pulled many of the Leaf Village's large and small clan ninjas into the route, finally shaking off the awkward situation of being a lone commander. For example, the most active Uchiha, the relatively passive Hyuga, and the even more passive Sarutobi clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, the Kimichi clan, and other clan members, more or less received his invitation and sent people to join. Suddenly, Vital, the newly appointed deputy head of the route, suddenly had many subordinates. Judging from the on-paper strength alone, it seemed to be not much weaker than the route forces in Danzo's hands. But at the same time, Danzo hit even deeper. Not only Danzo, but even all the members of the entire route seemed to have evaporated from the world, and no trace of them could be found. Even if Vital sent out all the route members under him, he couldn't find them. It was as if they were deeply buried underground in the Leaf Village. Vital found Hiruzen Sarutobi, who said that he hadn't seen Danzo for a long time either. For this reason, Vital could only give up for the time being. He understood Danzo's meaning. As long as he hid, he would always be the leader of the route, and Vital could only be the deputy leader. That's how cunning and treacherous he was. While the Leaf Village gradually tended towards stability, the Leaf Ninja Army led by Minato Namikaze in the Rain Country battlefield also gradually gained an absolute advantage on the battlefield. The Sand Ninja's defeat was only a matter of time. If Minato Namikaze hadn't left once in the middle, he might have already won. No one said anything about him, after all, he went to save his 2 disciples. However, it was a pity that Minato Namikaze's original 3 disciples were now only Kakashi left. And it seemed that the death of his 2 companions made Kakashi's already introverted and rigid personality even more introverted, even cold. The whole person became like a walking corpse. Helpless, Minato Namikaze could only temporarily send Kakashi back, into Vital's hands, hoping that he could let Kakashi join the route and experience the true darkness of this world, maybe he could find a little bit of himself from it. Of course, Vital would not refuse this. Although Kakashi was not old at this time, he had completely possessed the strength of a Jonin after experiencing the baptism of war, and should have been attacking elite Jonin. It was a pity that the deaths of Obito and Rin Noara had a great impact on him, and coupled with the constraints of Obito's remnant Sharingan, it restricted his path to continued rapid progress. Whether he can get out of it in this life can only depend on himself. But to say nothing else, Kakashi, who was as cold as an ice cube, became a good hand in the new route, with an amazing mission completion rate. That's right, after Vital put together enough manpower to form a route independent of Danzo's control. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already begun to hand over some tasks that originally belonged to Danzo's route, as well as some tasks that belonged to the Umbu, to Vital's new route to handle. After all, they were all a group of Jonin with outstanding strength and abilities, all elite ninjas who had experienced war, and it was too wasteful to retire with Vital. And this also meant that Vital had begun to gradually take over Danzo's route from actual actions. Chapter 301. As long as he doesn't appear, people will only know that route is under Vital's responsibility, not Danzo's. This is undoubtedly forcing Danzo out. Hiruzen Sarutobi doesn't really want to do anything to Danzo. It's just that he suddenly disappeared with a group of route ninjas, and with Hiruzen Sarutobi's current caution, it's impossible not to overthink it. Hiruzen Sarutobi had even thought that as long as Danzo appeared and handed route over to Vital, and didn't hinder Minato Namikaze, he could retire peacefully with Danzo. He wouldn't even mind Danzo retaining some power and influence. But unfortunately, he wanted to step down, but Danzo still wanted to step up. This day, Vital was sitting in Hiruzen Sarutobi's office, drinking tea and chatting with him, discussing Kakashi and Shirsue's reputations and merits in the east of the Land of Fire when facing the harassment of Kirigakure ninjas. With his Sharingan and his signature Raikiri, Kakashi was more than a match for the average Kirigakure Jonin. Moreover, Kirigakure is currently in turmoil, and sending 1 or 2 Jonin is the limit. No one can stop the combination of Kakashi and Shirsue. That's right, Vital teamed up Kakashi and Shirsue. Both are speed-type ninjas, and both have Sharingan, so they can learn from each other. The most important thing is that Shirsue and Obito originally had a very good relationship, and hopefully Kakashi can find some comfort from Shirsue. And Kakashi finally got his title, Copy Ninja. Along with Shirsue's Shunshin Shirsue, they have become the nightmares of Kirigakure ninjas. Kakashi believed that it was Kirigakure ninjas who kidnapped them back then, and it was also Kirigakure ninjas who killed Noera Rin, so he was ruthless when he attacked, basically leaving no one alive. Alas, Kakashi's talent was originally good, as Minato's disciple, coupled with his talent and hard work, he might have had a chance to become Hokage after Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed with some regret. Vital glared at him unhappily. Third Hokage, don't forget what made Kakashi become withdrawn in the first place. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression froze. Wasn't Kakashi's initial unsociability due to Sakumo Hatake's death? If Kakashi weren't so withdrawn, he might have had more friends. Obito and Noera Rin's deaths might have caused him some trauma, but it definitely wouldn't be as big as it is now, with the wound almost impossible to heal. Speaking of which, if Sakumo Hatake hadn't died, he would definitely have become the 4th Hokage, and Kakashi, as his son who inherited his excellent talent, might have had a chance to become the next Hokage. It's all my fault, I'm also tired, I hope Minato can undo some of the things I didn't do well back then. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. It's not the era of the later 3 Hokage yet, and Hiruzen Sarutobi can still recognize his shortcomings. Minato will, provided that Danzo doesn't come out and cause trouble. Vital said lightly. Speaking of Danzo, the two fell into silence. No matter how many wrong things Danzo has done, Hiruzen Sarutobi cannot erase his past merits, and Danzo is his longtime friend, or rather, his close friend. No one knows him better than Danzo. The work of Root, it seems you've taken over well. Hiruzen Sarutobi changed the subject. That also. Before he could finish speaking, Vital suddenly put away his complacent expression. His expression became very strange, as if there was a hint of happiness, and also a hint of regret. Seeing his appearance, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Vital twitched the corner of his mouth, stood up, it's nothing, I have some interesting things to deal with, let's continue chatting another day, I'll go first. Saying that, he waved to Hiruzen Sarutobi, not even going through the front door, and jumped out of the window next to him. Looking at the quickly disappearing back, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a little dazed, not knowing what was going on. Could it be, Danzo was found? Konoha Morgue. Vital came directly here after leaving the Hokage's office. And his main body was also here waiting for him. I'm here, is he dead? The puppet clone was a little excited. Even Vital's main body was a little excited. They had been waiting for this day for too long. Vital glanced at him, pursed his lips, dead. Then don't wait, let's go. No. Vital shook his head. Huh. The puppet clone was stunned. This time, you don't need to go, your identity is too obvious, I'll go. Vital said. You. The main body? Aren't you afraid of danger? The puppet clone was obviously a little surprised. Although they were originally the same person, and their thoughts and ideas were the same. Different information acquisition would inevitably bring about divergence to a certain extent. After all, even if it's the same person, the results obtained when thinking about the same thing may be different before and after. Vital reached out and gently patted his shoulder, instantly completing the memory exchange. At this time, the puppet clone understood what he meant. I see, so that thing has succeeded. In that case, this puppet is no longer needed, the recognition of ninjutsu is too high. Yeah, I called you here just to inform you, be prepared, Konoha can't be without you for the time being, and Root even more so. If you see Danzo, don't hesitate, just kill him, don't worry about Hiruzen Sarutobi. I understand. The puppet clone nodded. That's it then, I've prepared everything, I'm leaving. After saying that, Vital left a shadow clone and directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Land of Grass. Chapter 302. In a certain sealed underground space, Obito personally severed all the conduits behind Madara Uchiha. Inherit my identity well, Obito. After saying this last sentence, the aged Madara Uchiha slowly closed his eyes. Standing beside him, Obito Uchiha, who had completely turned to the dark side, expressionlessly removed one Sharingan from Madara Uchiha's corpse and placed it in his empty eye socket. With the gentle rotation of both eyes, he, having collected both Sharingan, could unleash the Sharingan's abilities to a greater extent. At the same time, the white Zetsu, Tobi, covering his body slowly gathered, condensing into a spiral mask on his face, with only one eye exposed beneath the mask. From this moment on, the name of Madara Uchiha was his. A figure slowly extended from the ground, half black and half white, like a Venus flytrap. It was the composition of black Zetsu and white Zetsu, Zetsu. Obito, Lord Madara passed away a bit early. This is because his body really couldn't hold on any longer, but there are still many things you haven't learned, so don't rush out, Black Zetsu's hoarse voice slowly sounded. Obito slowly turned his head, only to see that the only exposed eye had become windmill-shaped. Mangekyo Sharingan. Staring at Zetsu for a few seconds, his voice slowly approached Madara's tone. From now on, I call the shots. Also, from now on, call me Madara Uchiha. Zetsu looked at his state, stunned for a few seconds. Then he chuckled softly. He's adapting quite quickly. But he still said, to make you, this, Madara Uchiha, look convincing enough, you must also have enough strength before you go out. This time, Obito didn't refute. He knew that Madara Uchiha didn't have time to teach him many things, and with his current strength. It was no problem to deal with ordinary Kage-level powerhouses, but if he encountered those top Kage-level powerhouses, he would only be able to escape. For example, his former teacher, Minato Namikaze, and another teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why? Why couldn't Minato Namikaze, as a teacher, protect Noara Rin? Why couldn't Hiruzen Sarutobi, also as a teacher, stop Madara knowing he was plotting? Why did Kakashi, who was entrusted with Noara Rin, actually kill Rin with his own hands? Time and time again, the whys were like a sharp carving knife, deeply leaving several wounds on Obito's heart that would never heal. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. I want to create a world with Rin. Obito lowered his head, the murmur in his heart like the whispers of a demon. Suddenly. Just as Obito was still immersed in deep sorrow, his Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly flashed, and he suddenly turned his head to look towards the corner. Only to see a person wrapped in pale bones, with only two Tomo Sharingan exposed. He crouched down and picked up an old Konoha ninja forehead protector from the ruins in the corner, and spread it in his palm. The person who came was Kaze. And this forehead protector was the forehead protector that Kaze gave to Obito, as a gift for Obito's promotion to Chunin, originally hoping to influence Obito's corruption to a certain extent. Who knew that the corruption was so excessive that this forehead protector didn't play any role at all, and even because of the drastic changes in Obito's heart. The forehead protector was greatly affected, and the added attributes were greatly improved. He's really going further and further down the path of a future warrior. Kaze also left a little trick, leaving a hidden Flying Thunder God technique imprint in the interlayer of the forehead protector. The reason for not leaving it on Obito's body was to prevent Madara Uchiha from seeing it. Obito might not recognize it, but Madara Uchiha would definitely recognize it. Therefore, when Kaze learned through the system that the attributes of the forehead protector had changed again, he could roughly judge that Madara Uchiha should be dead. After all, nominally speaking, Madara Uchiha was still a Konoha ninja and had not become a missing nin, and Hashirama Senju had not defined him as a missing nin either. Who are you? Obito looked at Kaze, feeling the clear spatial fluctuations just now, and was extremely surprised. Flying Thunder God technique? Kaze gently patted the dust off the forehead protector, put it away, glanced at Obito, who was completely covered by Tobi, and instead of answering immediately, his gaze passed over him and landed on the corpse sitting in the chair under the dark shadow behind him. Madara Uchiha. And in Kaze's eyes, at this time, Madara Uchiha's corpse was covered with a layer of dark color, different from the surrounding dark environment. It seemed even darker. Even darker than the corpse of Tobirama Senju that he had touched before. This is a corpse that can produce a golden legend. This is Madara Uchiha. Ahem, I may be disturbing you, but I don't know if I should say this. How about leaving that corpse to me? Kaze pointed to Madara Uchiha's corpse. Huh? Obito was stunned before he could finish speaking. Zetsu beside him couldn't stand it anymore. The other party's target is Madara Uchiha's corpse. This touched Zetsu's taboo. Madara Uchiha's corpse is the key to Madara Uchiha's resurrection. And whether Madara Uchiha can be resurrected is the most critical part of his plan. Obito, Black Zetsu called out. Obito narrowed his eyes. He understood what Black Zetsu meant, because Madara Uchiha's corpse was indeed the most critical part of the Eye of the Moon plan. But it seems, it would be more beneficial to his plan if Madara Uchiha didn't resurrect. Wouldn't Obito know that he was just a pawn in Madara Uchiha's hands? The remaining Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were there to monitor and keep an eye on him, and even Madara had already explained before his death that the corpse would be handed over to Black Zetsu for safekeeping. Chapter 303. Saying it's for safekeeping is actually just hiding it, preparing for his complete revival in the future. After turning to the dark side, Obito not only experienced a surge in strength but also a significant boost in intelligence. He was well aware that as long as Madara was around, his plan would never succeed because Madara had planted a mark on his heart. If Madara so desired, he could take his life at any moment. It seemed like he had entrusted his name to him, but in reality, he was just a puppet with his own independent consciousness but no autonomy. As for the so-called Eye of the Moon plan that Madara spoke of, a peaceful and ideal world without war. What did peace have to do with him? All he cared about was whether Rin would exist in that world. As long as Madara was alive, the initiative would always be in Madara's control, and whether Rin was in that world was also at Madara's whim. This was not what Obito wanted. He had already entrusted Rin to someone else once, and that person was the one he trusted the most. But what was the result? Rin died right in front of him. This heart-wrenching pain, like his heart being corroded bit by bit, was enough to experience once. He couldn't entrust Rin to others again. Obito instantly made a decision in his heart. He would surpass Madara, and he would complete the Eye of the Moon plan on his own. Therefore, he didn't care what happened to Madara's corpse. He even hoped that this corpse would be taken away by the mysterious person in front of him, shattering Madara's plan. However, he also knew very well that Madara had died too hastily. Many of the things he should have learned, the techniques for using the Sharingan, he hadn't fully mastered. And currently, all of these were on Black Zetsu, who was the embodiment of Madara's will. He glanced at Zetsu, who had a serious expression, and then looked at the mysterious person hiding his head and showing his tail. He made a decision in his heart. He shouted sternly, wishful thinking. Vital looked at Obito's resolute attitude and wasn't too surprised by his answer. After all, he didn't know how rich Obito's inner thoughts were just a moment ago. However, one thing was certain, the current Obito shouldn't be his match yet. The troublesome thing might be Zetsu, who seemed to be led by Obito. He shrugged. Since that's the case, then I can only take it myself. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin rapidly. Genjutsu. Sharingan. Shackling stake technique. Obito, be careful of his eyes. Sensing the Ina tribute chakra fluctuations, Black Zetsu immediately reminded him. But it was already a step too late. Obito, who was staring at Vital's changes, instantly fell into the genjutsu created by the Sharingan. Genjutsu, shackling stake technique, is also known as minor Tsukuyomi and is one of the strongest genjutsu that can be cast in a three-tomo Sharingan state. Obito only felt a dizzying sensation, and then the surrounding scenery underwent earth-shattering changes. In the vast and boundless wilderness, a blood moon hung overhead, dyeing the entire space. And he was bound to a cross, without any ability to resist, at the mercy of others. Damn it! Black Zetsu couldn't help but curse, secretly despising him. Obito, who hadn't fully undergone Madara's teachings, actually got controlled by a ninja with a pair of three-tomo Sharingan while having the advantage of a Mangekyo Sharingan. Saying it out loud would simply be a disgrace to Madara's face. First, collect Master Madara's corpse, White Zetsu couldn't help but say, taking a step sideways and appearing next to Madara's corpse. His body softened, and he wanted to wrap it up. Boom! Suddenly, the ground exploded, and a figure wrapped in a black robe, exuding a strong aura of hatred, suddenly darted out, kicking Zetsu away in an instant before he could even react. How is that possible? When? Black Zetsu and White Zetsu exclaimed in surprise almost simultaneously. Someone was actually able to sneak over right under their noses. This was almost like a fantasy. However, the fact was so unexpected. Combined together, they couldn't react at all, and the huge force kicked them away, causing varying degrees of damage to White Zetsu and Black Zetsu's bodies. This was even more surprising than the opponent appearing silently. It's not a person. White Zetsu made a judgment at the first moment. What exactly is it? Black Zetsu couldn't help but ask in doubt. Was there something in this world that he didn't know? What appeared was naturally a very special human puppet that Vital had created using the body of the third Mizukage as the foundation, combined with the corpse bone pulse, Sharingan, and Two Tails chakra. His previous experiments had been perfectly verified on this puppet. The corpse bone pulse could indeed be used as a substitute for Hashirama Senju's cells in Shinra Tensei. The corpse bone pulse was definitely one of the bloodlines passed down from the Otsutsuki clan. It might not be as obvious as the Uchiha, the Senju, or even the Hyuga. In fact, it was somewhat similar to the situation of the Uzumaki clan. But after his constant attempts and research, he finally perfectly replaced the role of Hashirama Senju's cells in Shinra Tensei, but it had to be supplemented with Sage Chakra, that is, natural energy, as an aid to achieve balance. And the catalyst he used was part of the Two Tails Chakra. Just as Madara Uchiha said, only when two completely opposite forces merged with each other would they form Shinra Tensei. It wasn't explicitly stated that this opposite force could only be Uchiha and Senju. Therefore, in this puppet's body, there was Shinra Tensei. Then the damage caused to Black Zetsu and White Zetsu was only natural. And the sensitive Black Zetsu and White Zetsu also felt this. But knowing this was even more shocking to them than not knowing it. Someone else knew about the existence of Shinra Tensei. This exceeded their range of knowledge. But the key now was not these things. Madara Uchiha's corpse had fallen into the opponent's hands. And Obito was still being controlled. Chapter 304. So easily acquired? The shadow clone controlling the third Mizukage puppet was also taken aback, considering how thoroughly they had prepared beforehand. Vital, however, looked at Obito Uchiha, standing in the distance, with a strange gaze. He could clearly sense that Obito Uchiha was holding back. Although the current Obito had not yet reached the level of single-handedly initiating the Fourth Shinobi World War like he would more than a decade later. Possessing the Mangeki Sharingan already granted him considerable resistance to Sharingan Genjutsu. He shouldn't have been so easily caught. Vital could even feel the faint resistance emanating from that Mangeki Sharingan. The reason he knew Obito was holding back was because Obito was deliberately suppressing the Mangeki Sharingan's resistance, seemingly wanting Vital to firmly control him. However, the moment the third Mizukage puppet obtained Madara Uchiha's corpse, Obito instantly broke free from the Genjutsu's restraints using his unique abilities. Damn it! Obito glared at Vital. Fiercely, his voice filled with anger. He made a gesture to rush up and fight Vital to the death. But with Madara Uchiha's corpse already in hand, what was there to linger for? Obito had his own Kamui dimension and couldn't be killed. At least, he couldn't be killed at the moment. Thanks a lot, waving at Obito, Vital, along with the returning third Mizukage puppet and the corpse of Madara Uchiha it carried on its shoulder, used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. As he left, Vital finally understood. This guy Obito didn't want to see Madara Uchiha resurrected at all, but being restricted everywhere, he had no way to stop it. Therefore, when he saw Vital arrive, he decisively welcomed his Genjutsu, binding himself in place. This way, regardless of whether the final result was good or bad, it would have nothing to do with him, and he could also justify himself to Zetsu. This kid has become smarter. Watching Vital disappear after achieving his goal, Obito clenched his fist, his body trembling slightly, unsure whether it was from excitement or anger. Zetsu, standing behind him, also didn't look very pleased. But they weren't very resistant. Madara Uchiha's corpse was important, but not to the extent that it was absolutely essential. To resurrect him, his original elderly body certainly couldn't be used, so recasting a brand new body was necessary. In this case, only a certain amount of the body needed to be used as a medium, not the entire body. At this point, the far-sighted Madara Uchiha had left a backup plan long ago. However, what Zetsu couldn't understand was, who exactly was this person? Enveloped in the chakra of the Kekkei Genkai, Shikatsumiyaku, made it difficult for him to see clearly. At the same time, he also possessed a puppet that had achieved all things of nature. Although it was only the most basic. All things of nature, and not even as good as Obito's, it was still enough to be surprising. Also, how did this person know about this secret base? And how did he know Madara Uchiha was dead? It seemed he had been waiting somewhere far away for Madara Uchiha's death, and came as soon as Madara died. All sorts of questions and doubts, like a thick fog, shrouded Black Zetsu's heart. He, who originally prided himself on being able to control everything and grasp the progress of all things, suddenly had the feeling that things were beginning to deviate from their course. Glancing at Obito, who seemed very angry, and then looking at the huge demonic statue of the outer path, he pondered slightly and said, "This place is no longer safe, we should leave." Yeah. Obito was somewhat surprised by Black Zetsu's calmness, but still nodded, and the spatial fluctuations centered on his right eye swirled, enveloping him and Zetsu. The dim underground space completely lost all signs of life. On the other side, Vital, using the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the secret base in Amigakure, placed Madara Uchiha's corpse on his workbench. What a pity, this corpse is too old, it can no longer bear chakra fluctuations, otherwise, with Madara Uchiha's strength, even an old Madara could dominate the current ninja world. Sasori's puppet couldn't help but sigh. The one Vital was most afraid of was Madara Uchiha. Now that Madara Uchiha was dead, and there were no signs of him being resurrected in the short term, it seemed that there was no one left in the entire ninja world who could completely kill him. At most, he just couldn't beat them. But if he couldn't beat them, he could run. Madara Uchiha had to plan for resurrection precisely because his body was too old, otherwise the entire ninja world would have been gone long ago. Vital smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes and straightened his messy hair. Although Madara Uchiha had done many wrong things due to his stubbornness and arrogance, and might do even more wrong things in the future, it was undeniable that he was indeed a very great person, with his own ideals and ambitions, only that perhaps these were not affirmed by others. But he had borne everything alone and forged ahead. And firmly believed that his was the correct path. It was a pity that Black Zetsu, this old guy who had lived for thousands of years, had ruthlessly manipulated him, and everything he had done had become someone else's wedding dress. However, Madara Uchiha's body is inherently a valuable existence full of secrets. Even if we can't find anything from him, it is undeniable that his body has constructed a true all things of nature. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju's final duel in the Valley of the End was to obtain his cells from Hashirama Senju, transplanting them onto himself, to stand opposite the Sharingan. At the moment of his impending death, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, the first Rinnegan in this world after the Sage of Six Paths. Relying on the power of the Rinnegan, he summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path, and then used the power of the demonic statue of the Outer Path to sustain his life, while plotting for the entire ninja world. Tear. A sharp bone protruded from a fingertip, slicing through the clothes on Madara Uchiha's corpse's chest. Sure enough, it could be seen that under his aged skin, on the left side of his chest, there was a human face, equally wrinkled, with its eyes tightly closed. This was the Hashirama Senju cell that Madara Uchiha had snatched, cultured, and transplanted onto himself. If Orochimaru knew that I had Madara Uchiha's corpse, and it even exhibited this all things of nature that he had never seen before, I'm afraid his entire being would go crazy for it. With Orochimaru's abilities, knowing such a result, wanting to research it wouldn't be particularly difficult, all that's needed is time, Vital couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 305. But if he comes, it might be more time-consuming and troublesome. However, he also has an advantage, which is that he understands the road ahead better. There's also a problem. I snatched away Madara Uchiha's body, so, can Madara Uchiha still be revived? If Madara Uchiha doesn't revive, wouldn't that mean Kagaya Otsutsuki won't appear either? Thinking of this, I can't help but feel a little happy, but upon closer inspection, something's not right. That's not right. Black Zetsu's reaction is big, but not that big. It's like he quickly accepted this outcome. So, did he leave a backup plan? It's not impossible. Forget it, let's see what we can get from Madara Uchiha's body first. Old man Madara should give a big gift pack, right? Black corpse, success rate 10, do you want to loot the corpse? This time 33, today 99. Logically, a quick triple loot is better than a long, drawn-out pain. Getting the results directly means you don't have to be too apprehensive. Vital opened the item bar. When he saw the items in the item bar, his eyes widened. A metal card emitting a misty aura, beautifully engraved with the problem this card represents. A circle, circle after circle. This is an eye. And what this kind of eye represents is beyond doubt, the Rinnegan. He actually looted Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan. This is something Vital didn't expect. He thought his luck would be good, maybe he'd loot the Mangekyo Sharingan or even the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but he never thought he'd loot the Rinnegan. This seems a little overpowered. He's only a 3-tomo Sharingan user right now, not even a Mangekyo Sharingan. Implanting the Rinnegan directly, his body seems like it can't handle it. Rinnegan left eye. However, according to the system's nature, this eye should be different from digging out someone else's eye and putting it on yourself. The system's product will definitely make the item best suited to oneself. I probably can't install it now, let's try it out. Vital slapped the card on himself, and sure enough, the card didn't disappear, and he saw the prompt popped up by the system. Uchiha clan bloodline concentration is too low, it is not recommended to use Rinnegan left eye, do you want to continue? No. Sure enough, the Rinnegan can be replaced, but with his current situation, it's difficult to control the power of the Rinnegan. If he uses a Rinnegan technique, he might be drained dry by the eye. Even a ninja with the Uzumaki clan's physique like Nagato was drained into a skinny, skeletal appearance because of overuse of the Rinnegan's power. Vital doesn't think his current physique is stronger than Nagato's. Before constructing his own all things of nature, he shouldn't put Sharingan on himself. But that doesn't mean this eye, which is unparalleled in the ninja world, should be wasted in the item bar. Vital turned his head to look at the third Mizuki's puppet. After his modification and manipulation, it's now impossible to see the third Mizuki's original appearance. Adding the Uchiha's Sharingan and the Kagaya clan's bones, and finally the Two Tails chakra, it already has a simple, all things of nature, foundation. With this puppet's current situation, it should be usable, right? He did it as soon as he thought of it, there was nothing to hesitate about. Half an hour later. Looking at his masterpiece, the right eye with the 3-tomo Sharingan and the left eye with the Rinnegan, he nodded in satisfaction. It seems like I unknowingly created a chimera, this thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Let's try it out, use the CEO of Carrying Rice Company's ultimate move, Almighty Push, Vital said to the puppet. Then he saw the puppet's eyes suddenly open, raised its hand, and an invisible shockwave that was completely unclear and impossible to predict its trajectory suddenly burst out from the puppet's open hand. Boom! A huge crater instantly burst out of the base's wall, and the entire base trembled, with a large amount of gravel constantly falling from the wall. Universal pull. The puppet once again drove the power of the Rinnegan, and the falling gravel flew towards the puppet's palm again. Not bad, seeing these two techniques, Vital was almost satisfied. With Almighty Push and Universal Pull as a backup, the basic functions of the Rinnegan are there. How does it feel? The shadow clone controlling the puppet pondered slightly. It's a strange feeling. It seems that after having the Rinnegan, these techniques belonging to the Rinnegan have become the puppet's instinct, and they can be used very easily. After pondering for a while, he continued, not only that, but it seems that there are more techniques that can be used, but these techniques have great demands on the body. Using them will cause irreversible things to happen, and, it seems like there is a voice constantly urging me to summon it. The demonic statue of the outer path? Vital was stunned. It should be. The 10 Tails is truly ubiquitous, Vital sighed slightly. Turning his mind, a somewhat bold thought appeared in his mind. The Rinnegan represents the power of the 6 paths and the outer path, so can you also distribute the power of the 6 paths to the other puppets like Pain? A new way of controlling puppets. And it may be more useful than Sasori's. Red secret technique, puppet performance of 100. Because the puppet's own strength and ability are no longer very important. One of the Rinnegan's 6 paths abilities, combined with the ability to cooperate with each other, can definitely exert extremely strong strength. Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, is affectionately called the gatekeeper of the Superkage for a reason. I don't know, I need to try it. I feel that the power of the six paths can be distributed, but the chakra conduction is the key, the puppet said. What Vital lacks the least is puppets. Trying it won't cause any loss. If it succeeds, he will make a fortune. Obito in the later stages of the original work was more exaggerated. After obtaining Nagato's Rinnegan, he directly controlled the reanimated Jinchuriki summoned by Kabuto to create Rinnegan clones, and his strength was terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the battle power in the later stages of Naruto had completely collapsed, such strength could probably have swept the ninja world. Too exaggerated. Chakra conduction shouldn't be a problem, right? The Rinnegan can create that kind of black metal rod that conducts chakra. And it seems to have the ability to disrupt the flow of chakra in the enemy's body, inheriting some of the functions of the truth-seeking balls. Vital rubbed his chin and said. Chapter 306. There's too much information, I need to digest it, the shadow clone controlling the puppet said. Yeah, that's normal, take your time, no rush. Madara Uchiha is already dead, and the Third Shinobi World War is almost over. In the short term, aside from the nine-tailed demon fox incident that Obito might create, there shouldn't be any major events. We still need to study Madara Uchiha's body, let's take it slow. 1 month later. A major event that invigorated the entire Konoha arrived. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, the Konoha ninja army led by Minato Namikaze engaged in a large-scale battle at Kikyo Mountain in the Land of Rain, ultimately ending with Konoha's victory. They completely subdued Sunigakure, ending the 3-year-long Shinobi World War with Sunigakure, which resulted in no fewer than 5,000 casualties. Forcing Sunigakure to surrender, as the defeated party, they will sign a ceasefire agreement with Konoha. It is expected that in a month, they will send people to Konoha to discuss the content of the ceasefire agreement, and it is estimated that they will inevitably be exploited harshly by Konoha. After all, Sunigakure is the only hidden village that Konoha has truly and meaningfully subdued. As for Elder Chiyo, who presided over this war and declared war on Konoha in the name of Sunigakure, she directly resigned on the spot of the defeat, along with her younger brother Ebizo. Sunigakure will officially usher in the era of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, which is also an era when the Sunigakure ninjas will have to tighten their belts and live frugally. And today is the moment when Minato Namikaze leads the Konoha ninja army back to Konoha. Almost all the residents of the entire Konoha village came out, arriving at the entrance of Konoha village to welcome the return of Konoha's heroes. Vital and Hiruzen Sarutobi stood together, on the top floor of the Hokage building, looking out into the distance at Minato Namikaze, who was slowly approaching the Hokage building amidst the cheers of the crowd, as well as the Konoha troops. A large number of residents cheered Minato Namikaze's name. At this moment, Minato Namikaze's prestige in Konoha reached its peak. Although the war has not yet completely ended in name, and Kumogakure and Kirigakure have not signed a ceasefire agreement with Konoha. Except for Kirigakure constantly harassing the borders of the Land of Fire, the battles in other places have completely ended. Minato Namikaze is the greatest contributor to ending the last battle. This is also the result that Hiruzen Sarutobi hoped to see. He wanted to use this battle to increase Minato Namikaze's approval rating in Konoha. Obviously, the effect is very good. Countless people cheered his name, and many even shed tears of excitement, joy, sadness, memories, and gratitude. This moment will undoubtedly be engraved in the history of the entire Konoha. And Minato Namikaze will become the most important figure in it. Of course, Vital is not inferior, but he just doesn't have the desire to compete for Hokage. Why didn't you go to the gate to welcome them? Hiruzen Sarutobi said, with a complex smile on his face, but more of it was relief. Vital crossed his arms and said lightly, I don't want to steal his limelight, since you, old man, have chosen him, then let it be him. From Lord Hokage, to uncle, and now to old man, the trust between Vital and Hiruzen Sarutobi is increasing. Why didn't you go? Vital asked back. Taking a puff of his pipe, slowly exhaling smoke rings, with a leisurely look. The new replaces the old, at this time, Konoha should be handed over to Minato, let him enjoy such cheers, he will better understand how heavy the burden on his shoulders is. Glancing at him, Vital said again, why do I feel like you, old man, are gloating? The Hokage is not an easy position, it carries too many things, isn't that why you don't want to be Hokage no matter what? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't care that Vital understood the tone in his words. Anyway. He's going to retire. What happens later has little to do with him. One word. Relaxed. I want to, but you won't let me, Vital pretended to be annoyed. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered slightly, tossed the pipe in his hand, and sighed, I really wouldn't at that time, after all, the changes in your strength are too uncertain, but now. Now you would. Still wouldn't. Vital. This old man is very bad. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Vital rarely suffer a loss, Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed happily. As long as he thinks that he doesn't have to worry about the various affairs of the Hokage in the future, Hiruzen Sarutobi is very happy. As if he was a few years younger again. Slowly. The triumphant troops, surrounded by the crowd, followed the widest street and arrived at the square under the Hokage building. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Vital had to go down to greet them. Third Hokage-sama. Vital. Good. No matter how calm he was before, after seeing Minato Namikaze, he still couldn't control his excitement. You did a good job, Minato, Vital also patted him on the shoulder. It's all thanks to everyone, Minato said modestly. The three of them exchanged a few simple words, and then they went to the podium on the Hokage building together. Today is the day the war ends. It is also the day our Konoha heroes return in triumph. Here, I, on behalf of Konoha, on behalf of the past Hokage, thank every Konoha ninja who has dedicated their lives for peace and for Konoha. They are all Konoha's heroes. Heroes. Chapter 307. The entire audience was frantically shouting the word hero, which echoed for a long time. It lasted a full 10 minutes before the hoarse voices finally began to subside. Hiruzen Sarutobi also had red eyes and gently wiped the corners of his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Because of the events on the country battlefield, I made the decision to sign an alliance agreement with IWA. This has caused many of our compatriots to be unable to rest in peace. As the third Hokage, I cannot shirk my responsibility, so I have decided. The entire plaza fell into complete silence. They all knew this moment would come, but they didn't expect it to arrive today. They thought about the contributions Hiruzen Sarutobi had made to the entire Konoha, his diligent work for decades, his meritorious service. I have decided to resign from the position of third Hokage of Konoha, and pass it on to Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash of Konoha, one of the greatest contributors to this war. Immediately, the entire plaza cheered again. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi's abdication was not a cause for great joy, the ascension of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage who was supported by popular sentiment, was a cause for celebration. The official inauguration ceremony will be held in a month. After all, there were still many affairs and matters to be handed over, and a month was already considered the shortest possible time. During this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi would also summarize the specific terms of the ceasefire agreement signed with Tsunagakure for Minato Namikaze, who did not have much experience. There were also many responsibilities that the Hokage needed to bear, as well as the obligations that should be fulfilled. Hiruzen Sarutobi needed to teach Minato Namikaze these things little by little. When he was ordered to take over as Hokage in a time of crisis, his teacher, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, didn't even have time to teach him these things before he passed away. Because of this, he spent too long exploring, and had to give some of his power to Danzo, which led to the root organization becoming too powerful to control. Only he knew the hardships involved. Now that there was still time, he would of course pass on all his valuable experience to Minato Namikaze. Speaking of which, Hiruzen Sarutobi could be considered one of the few Kage in the ninja world who could die peacefully. Although he said that the inauguration ceremony would be held in a month, he could actually be called the fourth Hokage of Konoha right now. It was just that he was missing an official ceremony. At this time, Vital, carrying a ceremonial robe embroidered with fourth Hokage, came behind Minato Namikaze and draped it over him at just the right moment. At the same time, Hiruzen Sarutobi took off the hat representing the Hokage from his head and handed it to Minato Namikaze. Minato didn't decline. It would be a bit pretentious to decline at this time. Moreover, his dream was to become Hokage, and now he had succeeded. Kushina Uzumaki below was already crying with excitement. Her childhood dream was also to become Hokage. Growing up, she would know that she had no chance at all. Now, seeing her boyfriend successfully become the fourth Hokage, she was even more excited than herself. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze. Yellow flash. Yellow flash. Yellow flash. As Minato put on the hat, the entire plaza erupted into jubilation, except for the owners of a few pairs of eyes hidden in the dark, people with ulterior motives. Found them. Vital, standing on the platform, seemed to be putting the ceremonial robe on Minato Namikaze, but was actually looking for traces of certain people. He didn't believe that Danzo could calmly watch Minato Namikaze smoothly ascend to the position of Hokage he had dreamed of. Even if he couldn't oppose it because the general trend had been established, he would definitely not give up the last hope. Therefore, even if he didn't show up himself on this day, he would definitely send someone to watch this scene. This was the moment when Minato Namikaze, under the spotlight, with the support of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Vital, became the fourth Hokage. And what Vital was waiting for was for these root personnel to show their faces. With one hand behind his back, he slowly formed a simple hand seal, and silently stuck some of the iron sand he had long hidden underground in the entire plaza to the soles of that root ninja's feet. He was just afraid that Danzo would be too calm and collected, and wouldn't reveal any flaws. Now that he had sent someone to show their face, it would not be so easy to hide again. After doing this, he smiled and stood behind Minato Namikaze with Hiruzen Sarutobi, applauding. Konoha's fourth Hokage was about to officially go online, which also meant that the cruel Third Shinobi World War was about to become a thing of the past. The Third Shinobi World War could be said to be the shortest war so far, but it was definitely the largest in scale and the widest in scope. It is no exaggeration to say that this war has at least led to a 10-year slowdown in the development of the entire ninja world. Not to mention how many people participated in the war and how many died. The materials consumed by the various villages in these 3 years alone were an astronomical figure, and it would take the residents of the ninja world many years of hard work to completely recover. Even Konoha, which was rich, was facing a serious shortage of warehouses due to this situation of fighting 4 enemies alone. All the villages were about the same. Of course, the most miserable one was probably Sunagakure, which not only spent so many materials, but was also being fiercely cut by Konoha because of the ceasefire agreement. As expected, after the lively Plaza Welcome Hero ceremony ended, most of Konoha's high-level officials gathered in the conference room on the top floor of the Hokage building. The meeting was still presided over by the nominally current Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, it could be clearly seen that Danzo's seat on his left-hand side was empty, and the seats belonging to Orochimaru and Tsunade were also empty. Everyone present knew why Danzo and Orochimaru didn't come, but Tsunade's absence was a bit unexpected. But it didn't affect the start of the meeting. Vital was now considered a high-level official of Konoha, and he was seated among them, one seat behind Minato Namikaze. Ahem, everyone, the war is over, and our Konoha will usher in a new era. Please allow me, the old man, to overstep and preside over such a meeting one last time, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a smile, seemingly in a good mood. Everyone was polite. To be honest, even if Minato Namikaze succeeded now, Hiruzen Sarutobi's words still carried a lot of weight in Konoha. The simplest point was that at least 2/3 of the people present and absent were brought up by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and at least half of them were Hiruzen Sarutobi's loyal followers. Chapter 308. This was the report card he had handed in over the years. The main thing is to discuss the conditions that Konoha needs to propose when signing a truce agreement with Sunagakure, as well as the signing of truce agreements with Kumogakure and Kirigakure. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke, his cloudy eyes scanning the room. Finally, he paused on Minato Namikaze. Minato, what's your opinion? Minato Namikaze first smiled humbly at everyone present, then pondered slightly before saying, I think material compensation is secondary, the most important thing is the mission volume. The income of a ninja village mainly comes from 2 parts. One part is the military allocation from the daimyo of the affiliated country, and the other part is the commission from each ninja's mission reward. There is no conclusion as to which part is more important. However, as soon as Minato Namikaze said this, he received the approval of almost everyone present. This sentence alone demonstrated Minato Namikaze's political acumen. Perhaps he is really suitable to be Hokage. Okay, let's continue to explore this point in depth. Vital sat in his seat, lost in thought. On the other side. The morgue. Vital, who was lying on a rocking chair sunbathing, actually welcomed a remarkable figure in this morgue that no one wanted to approach. Watching Orochimaru slowly crawl out of the snake's mouth, his body covered in sticky mucus, Vital's whole body felt like his hair was standing on end. He sat up straight, gently patted his arm, smoothed the goosebumps, and then said, "Lord Orochimaru." Vital-kun. Orochimaru licked his lips with a smile. Looking at the wolfberry tea and cigarettes placed on the small wooden table next to the rocking chair, the smile on Orochimaru's face grew even wider. Vital-kun's life seems to be very comfortable. Vital chuckled twice, it's all thanks to Lord Orochimaru. Before, Vital was indeed very afraid of Orochimaru. After all, he was a person with complex and meticulous thoughts, and he was ruthless in his actions. Getting along with him was not much different from getting along with a snake. But now, with strength, he also has confidence. He wasn't flustered, but there was no need to fall out. Orochimaru's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of coldness. Vital was stunned. Immediately, he saw Orochimaru return to his original state, gently licking his lips, and said, "It seems that Vital-kun's strength has improved a lot." Noticing Orochimaru's behavior, Vital felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Hearing this sentence, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it, Orochimaru was actually testing him, testing a chunin like him, and the change was so fast that he didn't have time to react. Any ordinary chunin, when faced with the cold gaze produced by Orochimaru's countless killings, would definitely stiffen subconsciously, their brains would stop thinking, and some people might even collapse directly. This is a powerful figure who has been on the battlefield since World War II, experienced countless fights, and survived life and death time and time again. It is said that the aura of this kind of thing is illusory, but sometimes, it really exists. He was just a mere chunin, a corpse watcher, but Orochimaru actually took the trouble to test him. No wonder they say snakes have intuition. Lord Orochimaru, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand, I'm just a corpse collector. You are very good at disguising. He heard Orochimaru suddenly say, his eyes somewhat meaningful. Huh. You are indeed very good at disguising, but there is one thing you have overlooked. What? Smell. Orochimaru didn't beat around the bush, walked up to Vital, and said with a smile, I said long ago that we are the same kind of people, and as the same kind of people, the smell on you is too obvious. Vital smelled himself suspiciously. Apart from handsome, he didn't smell anything. It's because you can't smell it yourself that you didn't notice it, the chemical smell and research smell on you are too strong. Orochimaru said, licking his lips. As soon as this sentence came out, Vital's expression completely froze. I don't know if you are a snake, but your nose is really like a dog. Facing the smiling Orochimaru, Vital's expression slowly subsided, and he stood up from the chair. Now that he had been discovered, there was nothing to hide anymore. It was time to reveal his cards. However, before he could speak, Orochimaru spoke again, don't bother trying to fool me with anything, I don't mind testing your strength here. He really wasn't giving him any way out, was he? Vital raised his head, stared at Orochimaru for a few seconds, and frowned. This time, it might not necessarily be Orochimaru's main body that came. But the current Orochimaru should no longer be prepared to make more contributions to Konoha, right? After all, the person Hiruzen Sarutobi chose was not him. After pondering for a moment, Vital nodded solemnly and said frankly, that's right, I am doing some research. Hearing this, Orochimaru showed an expression that said, I knew it. Chapter 309. Are you trying to trick me? As soon as Orochimaru said this, even if Vital was slow, he understood that Orochimaru was provoking him. Isn't the result the same? If you don't admit it, I will naturally have to test your strength. He was prepared to find out Vital's bottom line today. If it really wasn't what Orochimaru thought, he wouldn't mind killing Vital. A person who defected from his subordinate to someone else's command, if it wasn't what he thought, Orochimaru really wouldn't mind killing him. How did you see it? Vital had already been seen through, so Vital didn't need to hide anything anymore, and looked at Orochimaru squarely. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Orochimaru's IQ is indeed something to boast about. Vital had tried his best to avoid contact with others, and hid everything very well, but Orochimaru seemed to have been eyeing him from the very beginning. The first time we met, your fearful appearance wasn't just afraid of snakes, right? You seem very unwilling to have anything to do with me. This may be the can't get theory. At that time, Orochimaru can be said to be in the limelight in Konoha, the death of Hatake Sakumo. Coupled with Danzo's momentum and Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention, made him the well-deserved #1 person under Hiruzen Sarutobi in Konoha, and countless people wanted to curry favor and cling to him, but he was rejected by Vital. Vital also didn't expect that he had guarded against everything, but he didn't expect the problem to be at the beginning. Okay, he sighed, which was regarded as acquiescing to Orochimaru's speculation. But what's the use of these? It doesn't seem to help you, Lord Orochimaru, in competing for Hokage. Hokage? Orochimaru chuckled, with disdain. Since his teacher abandoned him, why couldn't he abandon Konoha? To pursue more free and unrestrained research. I just want to know, Vital-kun, what are you researching? Orochimaru put away his smile and showed a solemn look for the first time. Researching what? Vital's mind turned rapidly, struggling. Without a doubt, Orochimaru is the #1 scientist in Konoha and even the entire ninja world. His attainments in research are something that Vital, who only inherited Sasori of the Red Sands notes, can't catch up with. Now that things have been said, there is no need to worry about whether Orochimaru will go to Hiruzen Sarutobi to complain. With his measure, he can't do such a thing. Besides, now the puppet clone has gained a firm foothold among the high-level officials in Konoha, and it can't be overthrown by a single word from Orochimaru. Moreover, Orochimaru's credibility in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind is declining sharply, and he has been classified as untrustworthy. Then why can't he use Orochimaru's research ability to help himself achieve some goals? He thought a lot, but it was only a matter of a few seconds, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. He said bluntly, Uchiha. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He guessed that Vital might be using his position to do something outside of what Konoha allowed, including the research on corpses, but he didn't expect his heart to be so big that he dared to research the Uchiha clan. This is a subject that even the previous Orochimaru didn't have much opportunity to come into contact with. What's the result? Orochimaru asked. Vital pursed his lips and said after a little thought, the Uchiha's Sharingan belongs to Ina tribute chakra. And then? Orochimaru's surprise grew stronger and stronger. He didn't expect Vital to even know the yin and yang attributes of chakra. Most of the ninjas in the entire ninja world only know that chakra has 5 attributes, but they don't know that above these 5 attributes, the yin and yang attributes are the necessities to reach a higher path. Then the yin attribute Sharingan can synthesize yang attribute, right? Vital shrugged. Then do you know what kind of existence has yang attribute chakra? Orochimaru didn't care about Vital's tone. It is meaningless for researchers to care about these things. I don't know, Vital said, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he said. But I have a general guess direction. Oh. Orochimaru could feel his hands trembling, not because of fear, but because he had finally met someone who could talk about research and whose theory was so close to his own. In Vital's previous life, it was a confidant. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan presents yin attribute, then theoretically, what presents yang attribute should be, the wood release of the Senju clan. Correct answer. Orochimaru couldn't help but give the answer in his heart. The look in Vital's eyes changed dramatically. It's like looking at a girlfriend. Ah. Thinking of this, Vital felt a chill. Could it be that Orochimaru used women's bodies in many reanimation jutsu because he wanted to experience the feeling of becoming a woman? The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Vital shook his head frantically and threw these unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. Vital-kun, come and assist me. Orochimaru suddenly said, his eyes burning. Assist? Our research topics and directions are the same. I think some complex things, if we cooperate, we can definitely get better results. I can tell you without exaggeration that your guess is correct, but not all Senju clan members have yang attribute chakra. More precisely, only the first Hokage Hashirama Senju has it, and you don't have the first Hokage's cell specimen, but I do. Orochimaru rarely said such a long string of words. Vital said that he also had Hashirama Senju's cells. But considering that he wanted to use Orochimaru's ability, plus his guidance, to figure out a more perfect omnipotence, there was no reason to refuse. The most important thing is that it seems that Orochimaru will also have more in-depth research on corpse bone pulse in the future. After pretending to hesitate and reluctantly for a few seconds, Vital nodded, okay. Chapter 310. Orochimaru's Secret Research Base. Vital followed Orochimaru here. The base was very hidden. It could be said that apart from a small number of people who might discover it, others would not even realize that there was such a research lab within Konoha. After entering, Orochimaru was standing in front of his operating table, conducting some kind of research. But the Orochimaru who brought Vital suddenly rose with white mist and turned into a snake, quickly disappearing into the base. As expected, Orochimaru only sent a shadow clone, but it was a rather special shadow clone. And as soon as the shadow clone was dispelled, Orochimaru instantly understood the whole process, a look of incredible interest flashing in his eyes. He licked his lips, and his hoarse, low, and magnetic voice sounded. Vital-kun, you really didn't disappoint me. Vital shrugged and didn't speak, casually grabbing a white coat from the wall, putting on leather gloves, and moving to Orochimaru's side, watching his ongoing research. Between scientists, there weren't so many twists and turns. It turns out that Orochimaru, when he first joined Akatsuki, and Sasori of the Red Sand, who joined Akatsuki the earliest, had a honeymoon period for a long time. Even Sasori's final self-modification of his heart may have been completed with Orochimaru's help. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, no matter how strong their abilities are, no matter how deep their scientific research is, when it comes to issues related to their own heart, they can't possibly do it themselves, right? Take out their own heart, and then spend a lot of time modifying it into a sophisticated puppet instrument. What about consciousness? What about chakra? Taking out the heart would already mean death, right? Therefore, for the fanatical scientist Orochimaru, Vital, after possessing enough self-preservation strength, wasn't too afraid. Orochimaru didn't mind either, continuing his research. This is, trying to combine would-release cells with ordinary human cells, without relying on the assistance of external forces. You really are a madman. Madman or genius, as long as I can get the results I want, anything is fine. Orochimaru said lightly. Madman and genius, aren't they just separated by a fine line? So, even the Hokage doesn't matter? Orochimaru's hands paused, without turning around, he just continued to stare at the experiment being conducted on the operating table, and slowly said. Since teacher Hiruzen chose Minato, I respect his choice, just like, he also respects my choice. Hokage, hey, even the Hokage can't escape the erosion of time. Even a being as strong as teacher Hiruzen will eventually become old, weak, and under the passage of time. Only eternal life should be the most correct pursuit. Orochimaru's voice was very soft, as if he didn't want to affect the continuation of the experiment, or perhaps he was expressing his heartfelt thoughts. Vital pursed his lips. He knew that perhaps it was because Hiruzen Sarutobi gave up on him that Orochimaru completely let go of his obsession with his teacher, his close friend, and the village, and devoted himself to the pursuit of eternal life. When he leaves Konoha, it will be when he truly becomes the cold-blooded Orochimaru. Come on, Vital-kun, let me see your results. As soon as experiments were mentioned, Orochimaru had an uncontrollable excitement. Rain Country. In the secret base that once belonged to Sasori of the Red Sand, Vital's main body was also conducting his own experiments here. The morgue has always been occupied by his shadow clones. He didn't know about the shadow clone's encounter with Orochimaru yet. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't make a different decision from the shadow clone. After all, they were the same person from the beginning. Of course, there wouldn't be too much difference in their thoughts. At this time, what he really cared about, besides the ongoing research, was Danzo's whereabouts. On the day that Minato Namikaze triumphantly returned, and when Hiruzen Sarutobi announced the inauguration of the fourth Hokage, Danzo couldn't help but send someone to observe. And this became Vital's breakthrough to find Danzo. If it weren't for Danzo, the Uchiha clan might not have prepared for a coup because of being excluded. And Shisui Uchiha wouldn't have lost an eye because of being ambushed by Danzo, causing him to choose to jump off a cliff and die, and there wouldn't have been Itachi Uchiha slaughtering his clan to protect his younger brother and joining Akatsuki. Even during the nine-tailed fox incident, the root members shrunk back, causing major damage to Konoha, and Minato Namikaze and his wife died in battle. Even the date of Kushina Uzumaki's delivery was only known to a few people, and the only one who could have revealed the information to Obito Uchiha was Danzo. Therefore, if this guy doesn't die, Vital's thoughts won't be clear. However, Danzo was still very cautious, knowing that the appearance of root members might be followed, so that root member stayed quietly in Konoha, without taking immediate action. Vital didn't plan to directly barge in either. He also wanted to see how long Danzo could hold back. When Minato is about to become the Hokage, I wonder if he will still be able to sit still. Hiruzen Sarutobi has already sent the document for Minato's succession as the fourth Hokage to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. As long as the daimyo of the Land of Fire nods, Minato will be the real Hokage of Konoha. And it is no exaggeration to say that since the daimyo of the Land of Fire learned about the great achievements Minato Namikaze had made on the battlefield, he had repeatedly expressed his hope that Minato Namikaze could succeed as Hokage. All of this seemed to have become a foregone conclusion. However, Minato's Hokage position is destined to be difficult. The die-hard supporters who originally supported Orochimaru resolutely expressed their opposition. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't speak, but didn't stop them either, made this small part of the voice grow louder and louder. But compared to the countless bloody conflicts that occurred within Konoha when Hiruzen Sarutobi succeeded as Hokage, this time it was a small matter, and almost no internal bloodshed occurred. However, this doesn't mean that Konoha will completely calm down so smoothly. The current Konoha as a whole is very distorted. Danzo controls the root, which only obeys him. Although he is hiding now, knowing that he doesn't appear, he will always be an indispensable force within Konoha, and he still has Hiruzen Sarutobi protecting him. The two nominal Hokage advisors, the Konoha elders, control Konoha's important finances. And Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is about to step down, will not completely hand over the Umbu to Minato Namikaze. At least in a practical sense, it is impossible to completely hand it over to Minato. Chapter 311. Let's see who is mainly in charge of the Umbu now. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eldest son and his daughter-in-law. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi personally said he wanted to hand over the Umbu completely to Minato Namikaze, I'm afraid Minato wouldn't dare to trust them completely, right? However, judging from the current situation, it is still relatively balanced. Of course, this is a very fragile balance. Once there is a slight tilt, this balance may be completely broken. So, who is the person who will bring about this tilt? Of course, it's only Vital. Or rather, Hiruzen Sarutobi, in everyone's eyes, the current deputy head of the root, who holds a considerable amount of power and has the full support of the Uchiha clan. And which side he chooses to lean towards may cause this fragile balance to be completely broken. At that time, Konoha will inevitably experience turmoil again. However, from Vital's own perspective, as the only uncontrollable point, he doesn't reject the appearance of chaos in Konoha. The older generation should retire when they should, don't hold on to the power in their hands and be reluctant to let go. Otherwise. Hidden under the Hokage building. Vital stood on the Hokage rock, on the head of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. The head of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze next to him has already begun to take shape. Staring intently at the Hokage building. Even he thought Danzo was bold, but he never expected that he would hide under the Hokage building. So, should I get rid of him at this time? Or should I continue to wait until he comes out before taking action? Reason tells Vital that he should wait until Danzo leaves the village before taking action, otherwise, not only Hiruzen Sarutobi may stop him, but even Minato Namikaze will have to stop him. At that time, his identity, which he has painstakingly cultivated for so long, may be reduced to nothing with one move. But if he doesn't kill Danzo now, Vital feels uncomfortable and his thoughts are not clear. He stood silently on the Hokage rock, lost in thought. He didn't know how long he stood there. When he saw a person walking out of the root's base, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a bold idea and plan quickly took shape in his mind. Seeing that person leave, after a slight hesitation, he flashed and chased after him. Arriving at a remote forest in Konoha, the root ninja suddenly stopped and turned to look at Vital, without saying a word. And after Vital saw the other party, he tentatively asked, "Yakushi no no?" Hearing her name being called out, Yakushi no was surprised, but her excellent qualities prevented her from showing it too obviously. However, Vital also almost confirmed her identity. It really is her, Yakushi no, Danzo's most capable intelligence ninja in the route, known as the Walking Shrine Maiden. She is also the director of an orphanage in Konoha. She didn't want to work for Danzo, but because Danzo kept threatening her with the orphanage, she had no choice but to do things she didn't want to do. Moreover, what she is most skilled at is not her intelligence ability, but her medical ability. Yakushi Kabuto, who will change the course of the entire ninja world to a certain extent in the future, received Yakushi no's true teachings. Her medical ability, probably only Tsunade can do better than her in Konoha. After confirming her identity, Vital didn't hide anything from her and said directly, "Do you want to get rid of Danzo's control?" Yakushi no was still relatively vigilant and didn't reply easily, just silently looking at Vital. She knew everything about the conflict between Danzo, the leader of the route, and Vital, the nominal deputy leader, during this time in Konoha. And she also knew that the reason why Danzo was hiding was because of Vital's existence. As long as you join my side, Vital knew that Yakushi no wouldn't agree if he didn't offer some conditions. And hearing his words, Yakushi no's eyes showed a look of contempt. In the end, it was all just to get her help. Vital was unmoved by her gaze and continued, "I can give you absolute freedom over the orphanage, and I won't interfere with your choices, nor will I ask you to do any intelligence-gathering missions. Even if you are willing to become a medical ninja, I can say hello to Lady Tsunade and let you enter the medical department." Hearing this, Yakushi no's eyes finally fluctuated. After a long time, Yakushi no considered a lot and finally said, "Why should I believe you?" Hearing her finally speak, Vital smiled. Confidently said, "Because, this is what my Spear of Judgment says. Lord Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi wants to adopt a child from the orphanage. Root." Yakushi no knelt on one knee in front of Danzo, respectfully said. "Oh. Adopt a child? Who?" Kabuto. After a slight hesitation, Yakushi no still said his name. Hearing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes. Hearing this name, he immediately trusted her words a bit more. Chapter 312. Because he had also taken a liking to this child, an orphan adopted by Konoha after the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. He possessed decent ninja talent and ability, and with a little training, he could become an excellent root ninja. If the circumstances weren't so specific, he would probably have already inducted this orphan into root and subjected him to root's brainwashing-style training. A few years later. Perhaps he wouldn't need Yakushi no anymore. Did he say anything else? He said that this child has the talent to become an excellent ninja and is the kind of talent root needs, Yakushi no said. What was your reply? I refused. Danzo narrowed his eyes, staring deeply at Yakushi no for a few seconds, his hand gently rubbing his cane. After a long while, Danzo spoke again, "Agree to it." But, Yakushi no suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with unwillingness and reluctance. This was all a genuine outpouring of emotion. Kabuto was also a child she valued, someone she cared for as if he were her own child. She had even given Kabuto his name, Yakushi Kabuto. Thump. Danzo slammed his cane heavily on the ground and said in a low voice, "You need to consider carefully whether the many children in the orphanage are more important, or that one child." Hearing his blatant threat, Yakushi no stiffened for a few seconds before dejectedly lowering her head. It was always like this. Every time, it was the same result. Danzo always used the orphanage to threaten her, again and again, and she had no choice but to give in every time. This time was no exception. Clenching her fists tightly, Yakushi no said nothing. Danzo frowned. Tell him to come to the orphanage in 3 days to pick up the child, remember. 3 days later. Listening to Danzo's repeated emphasis, Yakushi no responded silently. As Hiruzen Sarutobi had said, as long as Kabuto's name was mentioned, Danzo would be moved, because among those who had their eyes on Yakushi Kabuto, Danzo was one of them, Yakushi no thought to herself. Lowering her head, her eyes were filled with coldness and determination. 3 days later. Konoha Training Grounds. Vital had successfully gathered the 2 geniuses of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Shisui had already gained a considerable reputation on the battlefield. The name, Shursui of the Body Flicker, made many mist ninja grit their teeth at the mere mention of it. There was no way around it. Shursui, who had learned the body flicker technique, was like someone who had obtained the key to opening the door to a new world. Combined with the Uchiha clan's genjutsu and Vital's guidance, it could be said that he had completely found the fighting style that suited him best. Although he was still nominally a chunin, his strength should already be worthy of a special jonin position. After all, it wasn't as if he hadn't killed a Mist Village jonin before, even if it was only because the other party underestimated him. Even if Shursui had unleashed 120 of his strength, but in the ninja world, killing was killing, there were no reasons or excuses. However, Vital hadn't applied for a special jonin position for him yet, because he really still needed some time to mature. After all, he wasn't that old. As for Uchiha Itachi, he and Uchiha Shursui were good friends to begin with. Being arranged by Vital to train together at the training ground could be said to be putting in all their energy. And it was a happy training, completely different from the cramming style training method emphasized by Uchiha Fugaku. Teacher Hiruzen. Teacher. The two, smiling at each other, stood in front of Vital. Vital nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, if he could also take in Uchiha Sasuke, the second pillar, in the future, he would have gathered the three Uchiha of Konoha. Could he ride a wave of Sharingan bonds? He couldn't help but think in his heart. Very good, Shursui, you take Itachi to train, Vital said to Itachi with a smile. Teacher, Shursui hesitated, as if he wanted to say something. Seeing Shursui's reaction, the smile on Vital's face deepened. He patted him on the shoulder. No need to say anything, teacher knows. Just yesterday, Koharu Yudatane and Hamura Mitokado, in their capacity as Hokage advisors and Konoha elders, summoned Uchiha Shursui and discussed some things about Vital, including his habits, what he had done in the past, and so on. But teacher, Shursui still wanted to say something, but in the end, he was stopped by Vital's wave of his hand. Now Vital was the deputy head of Root, having received some ninjas from various clans to become Root ninjas detached from Danzo's control. Therefore, there really weren't many things happening in Konoha that he didn't know about, especially since the Uchiha clan was now completely on his side. If Uchiha Fugaku saw anything, he would undoubtedly report it to Vital as soon as possible. Moreover, Uchiha Shursui was both a member of the Uchiha clan and Vital's disciple. When he returned to Konoha, Vital would naturally pay attention. He was just pretending not to notice. Turning to the hesitant Uchiha Shursui and Itachi in the distance, Vital said with a smile, "You two little brats, remember, no matter what, you are both my disciples." As soon as the words fell, Vital's figure flashed and disappeared. Shursui looked at the place where Vital had left, his eyes full of surprise and excitement. And Itachi didn't quite understand the reason why Vital emphasized this sentence. They were Vital's disciples, wasn't that obvious? Konoha Orphanage. A large area was quickly surrounded by dozens of Root ninjas. Some of these ninjas were hiding in the trees, some were hiding in the bushes, and some were hiding behind the rocks. Chapter 313. One by one, they held their breath, reducing their breathing and heart rate to a minimum. Even a very experienced ninja would have difficulty detecting their presence. Whoosh! Whoosh! Danzo's figure appeared not far from the orphanage, leaning on his cane, squinting, and silently watching the direction of the orphanage. Two Root ninjas appeared before him. Danzo-sama, target confirmed, one of them reported. Not a shadow clone, is it? Danzo looked at him, confirming. My insects sensed it immediately, there were no fluctuations in chakra, confirming it's not a shadow clone, the Root ninja seemed very certain. What about the other Root ninjas? Danzo was, of course, asking about the Root ninjas under Vital, not referring to his own subordinates. Confirmed, there are no other Root ninjas in the vicinity. Very good, Danzo nodded in satisfaction. However, the orphanage director and one orphan have been confirmed to be present, should we be concerned? Danzo narrowed his eyes. It doesn't matter, remember the primary target this time. Yes. Go, begin the operation. With that, he discarded the cane in his hand, pulled up the bandage covering one of his eyes, and removed the seal pasted on the eye. A scarlet eye immediately appeared, with 3 tomo spinning rapidly. Sharingan. His action seemed to be a command. The root ninjas hidden around the orphanage began to move. The chakra fluctuations between them might not be too strong, but their coordination was like robots. The order of hand seals and the hand gestures could almost perfectly correspond every second. Before long. Buzz. A gray area suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire orphanage and the surrounding area. From the outside, it was almost impossible to see the scene inside, as if a gray curtain had appeared out of nowhere. Each root ninja performed their respective duties, carrying out what they were supposed to do. At the instant the gray curtain and barrier appeared, Vital, who was standing in front of Yakushi Nono, suddenly smiled and withdrew his hand that was reaching out to Yakushi Kabuto. "Alright, you guys should avoid this matter has nothing to do with you, I will fulfill what I promised you," Vital said to Yakushi Nono with a smile. "I hope you succeed." After saying that, Yakushi Nono didn't insist, took Yakushi Kabuto's hand, and ran towards the corner. Vital glanced at their departure, his smile widened, and he looked up at the huge barrier that was as square as a box. "Quite a commotion, not hiding anything, I'm really curious what Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction will be when he finds out what you're about to do. Will it be forgiveness? Or will it be forgiveness?" Thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen's tangled expression, Vital felt even more amused. At the same time, the huge commotion here and the undisguised massive chakra fluctuations naturally alarmed the entire Konoha. Many people turned their attention to this side, and some even arrived in the first instance. The Hyuga clan's compound. Hyuga Hizashi, who was holding a teacup, suddenly paused. Complex meridians appeared beside his eyes. His Byakugan turned to the place where the chakra fluctuations originated, but was eventually blocked by a square barrier. "This is a root technique." Immediately after, he put down the teacup and stood up. But after hesitating for a while, he sat down again, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. It wasn't time for them Hyuga to choose a side. Their situation wasn't as passive as the Uchiha, so they had more autonomy. On the other side, the Uchiha clan's compound. Uchiha Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan, was leading many elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, fully armed and gathered in a courtyard. When he sensed the chakra fluctuations coming from afar, his expression tightened, and he said in a low voice, "The time has come, let's go." As he stood up, all the Uchiha clansmen behind him followed him, rushing towards the place where the barrier had appeared. It seemed that they had known what was about to happen for a long time, and they had already prepared how to act. Ninjas from all directions in Konoha felt what was happening. The huge barrier towered high, like a majestic wall, making people feel stifled. That place is the Konoha orphanage. Many ninjas almost subconsciously rushed towards the direction where the barrier appeared. It might be an enemy attack. After all, the Third Shinobi World War had just ended. The Cloud and Mist villages hadn't signed a truce agreement with Konoha. Even if they had signed a truce agreement, it wasn't impossible for them to actively tear it up. Among those who rushed over, the fastest were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. Whoosh! A flying thunder god Kanai appeared outside the barrier, followed by a flash of yellow light. A figure suddenly appeared, and the words, "Fourth Hokage," on the back of his Hokage cloak were strikingly conspicuous. What's going on? For Violet Flame's formation. Because of Uzumaki Kushina, he was quite knowledgeable about sealing techniques, and the Four Violet Flames formation was also within his range of knowledge. Unfortunately, no one could answer him. Just then, another figure appeared here, landing beside Namikaze Minato. He also recognized the Four Violet Flames formation barrier at a glance. Chapter 314. However, what Minato Namikaze understood even more clearly was that Hiruzen Sarutobi knew whose handiwork this was with just one glance. "Danzo! You bastard! What do you think you're doing?" Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately shouted, his body erupting with dense chakra, as if his seemingly frail and aged frame still contained boundless power. The Four Violet Flames formation was not an easy technique to break, even for them, but it wasn't impossible, just a bit time-consuming. "Third Hokage, Fourth Hokage, you two came at the perfect time, it seems someone is trying to deal with me, and I'm a little scared, what should I do?" Suddenly, Kaze appeared before the two of them with a somewhat playful smile. "Kaze?" Minato was taken aback when he saw Kaze. "Kaze, why are you inside?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was also stunned. Immediately, He quickly reacted, his expression changing drastically, and his fist slammed heavily against the barrier wall of the four violet flames formation, only causing a slight tremor in the barrier. Danzo! What exactly are you trying to do? Just as his voice fell, the grey mist within the four violet flames formation gradually dissipated, and Danzo, with a Sharingan eye exposed, appeared in their line of sight. Sharingan! Danzo! Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared behind Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze, each with a flame fan embroidered on their clothing. It was Fugaku Uchiha, who had long been prepared, and a group of elite Uchiha Jonin. When they saw Danzo's undisguised three-tomo Sharingan, each of them revealed an indignant expression. He kept saying he was suppressing the Uchiha, but he was stealing their Uchiha power. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze also frowned deeply, with Minato Namikaze's eyes showing a rare hint of disgust. Danzo's eyes swept over Fugaku Uchiha and the others, and without saying anything, he turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi and said in a deep voice, "Give me some time, and I will completely seal this scourge of Konoha using the dead demon consuming seal." As he spoke, two root ninja wearing masks slowly walked out from behind him, and at this moment, they were struggling to form hand seals. Seeing their hand seals, Minato Namikaze's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but shout, "Dead demon consuming seal." Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was also filled with disbelief. Danzo was actually going to use the lives and souls of two root ninja as the price to cast the Uzumaki clan's ultimate sealing technique, the dead demon consuming seal. Was he going to seal Hiruzen Kaze? Stop it now. Danzo! You probably don't know what he got from me, do you? Hiruzen, Danzo said indifferently, the tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly. He seemed to want to use the Sharingan's genjutsu ability to control Kaze, and then, through the hands of the two root ninja, directly seal Kaze's soul. Third Hokage, aren't you going to stop him? It seems Elder Danzo is preparing to attack a ninja from his own village for no reason. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, wanting to explain that the four violet flames formation could not be broken in a short time, and Danzo clearly wasn't listening to him now. It seemed Danzo had never truly listened to him in any meaningful way. But before he could speak, he saw Kaze's eyes gradually become dull, and his gaze gradually lost focus. Sharingan Genjutsu. The two root ninja had also reached the final stage of the dead demon consuming seal. This sealing technique was too complex, and it required extremely high chakra control from the caster. There was currently no one in root who could cast it alone. But it didn't matter, Danzo had no shortage of people loyal to him. What are you doing? Save him. Isn't Hiruzen Kaze a hero of Konoha? Can't you all see the contributions he has made to Konoha? He was more nervous than anyone. Uchiha Madara had already placed his bets on Kaze, and if Danzo succeeded this time, they would not only lose their biggest backer, but also face Danzo's suppression. Danzo had already shown his Sharingan without any scruples. Based on this alone, they were in a life-or-death situation with Danzo. But looking at Konoha today, it was truly a difficult question whether Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze would stand on Danzo's side or on the side of their Uchiha clan. And all of this depended on whether Kaze died at Danzo's hands. Don't waste your energy, today, he must die, Hiruzen. You probably don't know that he obtained the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. I don't need to emphasize what he wants to do I? Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze's expressions changed at the same time. Researching human cells was a taboo in Konoha, at least on the surface. And researching fellow villagers, researching the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was a taboo among taboos. The way the two looked at Kaze unconsciously changed. Alas! Suddenly, a soft sigh. How is that possible? Danzo's face was full of astonishment. He saw Kaze's eyes gradually regain clarity, and he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze, and said lightly, "To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Didn't you see an old guy recklessly attacking a hero of Konoha? Instead, you're thinking about the credibility of what he said. Is there a problem with Konoha, or is there a problem with your thinking? How is that possible?" Danzo could clearly sense that Kaze was definitely under genjutsu. Although he had always kept his Sharingan hidden, it didn't mean he had spent less time studying the Sharingan. After his teacher, the second Hokage, he was probably the most wary of the Uchiha clan. Regarding the research on the Uchiha, he dared to say that no one in Konoha understood them better than him, not even Orochimaru. But now, the Sharingan's genjutsu was so easily broken. If Kaze knew his thoughts, he would definitely retort without hesitation. Daring to say he understood the Sharingan the most without even asking him, was he looking down on people? Kaze could say without exaggeration that no one understood the Uchiha better than him, and no one understood the Sharingan better than him. He wasn't targeting anyone. Everyone here was trash. Danzo glanced at the two root ninja behind him, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as the dead demon consuming seal was cast normally, Hiruzen Kaze would still die. So far, he hadn't encountered anyone who could survive after being subjected to the dead demon consuming seal. Of course, the technique of dead demon consuming seal didn't appear often in the first place. Chapter 315. Buzz. Stop. Danzo. Regardless of whether Vital truly possessed Hashirama Senju's cells, he couldn't die. He was Konoha's hero. Although he didn't become Hokage, it was only because he didn't compete. If Vital had wanted to compete for Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have found it difficult to choose between Minato Namikaze and him. After all, one was his grand disciple, and the other was his nephew, a member of his clan. Even if he initially harbored apprehension and suspicion due to Vital's rapid increase in strength, so much time had passed. Vital had repeatedly achieved remarkable feats of merit for Konoha on the battlefield. And time had proven his wholehearted dedication to Konoha, even to the point of voluntarily giving up the Hokage competition to prove himself. He couldn't simply negate all of his previous achievements based on Danzo's words, and even seal his soul. Moreover, the current war had only superficially ended, and the power struggles between the major hidden villages continued. If others were to learn that internal strife had broken out in Konoha, and that Konoha elder Danzo had personally sealed the soul of Konoha's twin star, the Spear of Judgment, the hard-won peace would likely be disrupted. The hearts of the various villages, which had finally calmed down, would become restless again. And losing the Spear of Judgment, especially if he died at the hands of Konoha people themselves, would be a devastating blow to Konoha. He couldn't do that. Danzo glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a face full of disdain and couldn't help but chuckle. Too late, Hiruzen. Behind him, a hazy figure resembling a soul, wearing a sinister demon mask, dressed in a wide robe, and holding a short blade, appeared behind Danzo. Danzo's face was twisted. It was already too late the moment you decided to let him take over the root's power from me. With his roar, the Grim Reaper, carrying the short blade, slowly approached Vital. I am the root of Konoha. Only I can do the root of Konoha well. No one can erase or compare to the contributions I have made to Konoha over the past few decades, not even you, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Grim Reaper. Descended. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. His original intention was only to have Vital share some of the power of Danzo's root, so that Minato Namikaze could better manage Konoha after officially taking office. At the same time, a balance could be achieved between Danzo and Vital. Danzo. This was not my intention. I just wanted Vital to learn more in the root so that he could take charge of the Umbu after he was familiar with the situation. Stop it. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only choose to appease him, as the four violet flames formation couldn't be broken in a short time. You're talking nonsense. A sudden curse. Even Danzo, a calm person, exposed a curse in the face of Hiruzen Sarutobi's appeasement. Why don't you hand over the power of the Umbu yourself? Hiruzen, we are the same kind of people. Don't think that just because you stand in the sun, you are always right. The pretense was torn. Danzo completely broke face with Hiruzen Sarutobi. After so many years of tacit cooperation, they never thought that they would have such a youthful argument again in their old age. Hit by Danzo's sore spot, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened even more. After taking a few deep breaths, he could only calm down and say, "It's not what you think, Danzo. Please stop, Elder Danzo." Minato couldn't help but speak. No one knew the horror of the dead demon consuming seal better than him. Hiruzen, haven't you always suspected the authenticity of Vital Sarutobi's identity? The authenticity of his strength? I'll help you test it. Saying that, with a wave of his hand, the two root members behind him controlled the Grim Reaper to fly towards Vital. Heh! Vital, who had been crossing his arms, couldn't help but laugh as he listened to their conversation. In the end, it was all for power. Danzo couldn't let go of the power of the root in his hands, and how could Hiruzen Sarutobi let go of the power of the Umbu in his hands? Raising his head, looking at the Grim Reaper flying over, he smiled and took out 2 lightning release blades, Fang from his ninja pouch. Dead demon consuming seal. Seal the soul. You have to have a soul to seal. Buzz buzz buzz. Lightning appeared in Vital's hands, and the sand iron gourd behind him instantly shattered, turning into a large amount of sand iron, surrounding his body. It's useless, the dead demon consuming seal is from the Uzumaki clan. Danzo mocked. But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened suddenly, his face full of disbelief. The Grim Reaper's soul actually turned its head when it approached the sand iron around Vital, and flew towards the 2 root ninjas who summoned it. How is that possible? Lord Danzo, the technique is over. The 2 root ninjas stated the facts without any emotional fluctuations, and then their souls were ruthlessly sucked into the Grim Reaper's belly. As the Grim Reaper dissipated, the 2 corpses fell heavily to the ground. Why? Danzo couldn't help but roar. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze outside the barrier were also stunned. Such a development was indeed beyond their expectations. It's over. Then it's over. Obviously not. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Vital's face was full of a cold smile, and in his slowly raised right hand, he held a long sword covered in sand iron after the lightning release blade, Fang. Sharp, solid, heavy, with silver blue arcs of electricity jumping on it, making this long sword particularly dazzling. The long sword pointed straight at Danzo, and Vital said coldly, "How do you want to die?" The surprise on Danzo's face had not yet dissipated when he heard Vital's question. Just as he was about to say something, his body suddenly bent over, and then, like a cannonball, he flew backward, crashing heavily into the barrier of the 4 violet flames formation. Bang! Chapter 316. Danzo, hunched over and struggling, surprisingly couldn't stand up right away, looking at Vital with a face full of shock. Vital's entire body was enveloped in silver blue lightning, as if fused with the sand iron long sword in his hand. Looking closely, one could discover that the lightning enveloping his body at this moment actually resembled a suit of armor. Cloud Village's ninjutsu, lightning release armor. You! Vital looked down, clicked his tongue, and said, "I didn't expect Cloud Village's lightning release armor to be quite practical." As he spoke, his figure suddenly flickered, drawing a bright silver arc in the air, his figure abruptly appearing in front of Danzo, the long sword chopping towards his head, but then suddenly the arc changed, slashing towards Danzo's right arm. Pucci! Severed cleanly at the root. Ah! Danzo screamed in pain, clutching his severed arm, gushing blood spilling from the arm. So fast. Outside the barrier, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes fixed on Vital. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, it had never looked good. Did he miss? Vital had originally aimed for Danzo's head. Turning his head to look, several root ninja appeared on his left, one of them squatting down, the shadow under his feet spreading to Vital's feet. Shadow imitation technique. A root member of the Nara clan. Danzo gritted his teeth, his body leaning against the barrier of the 4 violet flames formation, as the root ninja responsible for activating the 4 violet flames formation formed hand seals. Danzo's body slowly slid out of the barrier. Arriving outside the barrier, several root ninja immediately guarded Danzo's left and right, vigilantly watching the Uchiha clan ninja who were somewhat eyeing them. "Kill him!" Danzo shouted. The root ninja inside the barrier heard the order and immediately launched an attack on Vital without hesitation. Vital didn't seem to even look at the root ninja rushing up, nor did he intend to attack them. If Danzo died, wouldn't these people all be his subordinates? For these lovely tool people, truly emotionless ninja, Vital was very willing to take them over. Why dare Danzo be so arrogant and unscrupulous in Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi protecting him was part of the reason, and the fact that the root ninja only followed his orders was another part of the reason. Part of the sand iron condensed into a sphere around his body, resisting the seemingly fearless attacks of these root ninja. "Can you escape?" Vital raised his hand and gently touched the barrier of the 4 violet flames formation. Buzz! With a light tremor, the four violet flames formation slowly melted like ice and snow. Of course, it wasn't because Vital had a way to break the four violet flames formation. But because sand irons suddenly appeared under the feet of the four root ninja who were in charge of the four violet flames formation, interrupting their control over the four violet flames formation. Since he chose to lure Danzo out here at the orphanage, could Vital have come without any preparation? A large amount of sand iron had long been buried deep underground around this orphanage, and he could summon these sand iron at any time as long as he wanted. These were obviously things that Danzo had not expected. Of course, they were also things that Hiruzen Sarutobi Minato Namikaze had not expected. Seeing Vital walk out of the four violet flames formation lightly, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. This time, it was Danzo's turn to suffer. Hizashi, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly spoke. He attacked me first, right? Third Hokage. Hearing this question, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression suddenly froze. Vital had been calling him old man all along, but now he was back to calling him third Hokage, which showed that he had begun to be dissatisfied with his actions. You had already prepared, this isn't a trap I set for you, you are setting a trap for me. Yakushi no. Even if Danzo was stupid, he understood when he saw the sand iron appearing under the feet of the four root ninja in charge of the four violet flames formation. He fiercely searched for the whereabouts of Yakushi no. Sure enough. Ninja should indeed be firmly controlled in one's hands, they should not be allowed to have their own consciousness, otherwise betrayal may occur at any time. I gave you a chance, Vital said. He slowly walked towards Danzo, the sand iron long sword dragging on the ground, rubbing and making a harsh sound. Zzz. Silver blue lightning continuously burst out from his body, bathing around him, rolling like waves layer by layer. Like a person whose whole body was wrapped in lightning. Hizashi. Hiruzen Sarutobi's figure flashed, appearing in front of Vital, reaching out to stop him, with guilt on his face. Hizashi, I will give you an explanation for this matter. An explanation? Vital's figure suddenly paused, looking at him with some amusement. The explanation you're talking about, wouldn't it just be to confine him for a period of time? I remember when Senior Sakumo died, you seem to have done the same thing. How long was he confined? A month or a week? At the mention of Hatake Sakumo, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression became even more complicated. Chapter 317. In any case, the death of Sakumo Hatake had always been an insurmountable obstacle in his heart. It was because of his leniency towards Danzo that Sakumo Hatake ultimately died. Perhaps, if Sakumo Hatake hadn't died, the Third Shinobi World War wouldn't have happened. But correspondingly, the position of fourth Hokage would definitely belong to Sakumo Hatake. Oh, Vital suddenly revealed a look of realization. I understand, you mean it's okay for Danzo to kill me, but now that I want to kill Danzo, I've become a sinner, is that right? No, I don't mean that, this time, everything is my fault, I will. You will what? Third Hokage. Vital rudely interrupted him. Don't tell me that you, as the current Hokage who controls the Umbu, didn't know that Danzo and his root ninjas appeared here. Maybe you don't know what he wants to do, but I think I didn't hide my whereabouts from you, right? Or are you saying that you wanted to see us fight to the finish before stepping in to stop us, so as to implement your way of balance? Several questions in a row left Hiruzen speechless. Hiruzen. At this time, Minato Namikaze also stepped forward, unable to resist wanting to dissuade him. Clang! Vital directly raised the iron sand longsword in his hand, his face serious. The anger towards Hiruzen was gone, but he seemed to be suppressing even greater anger. Minato, don't stop me. We are brothers, but you should know my temper. Since Danzo dared to attack me in public today, perhaps your Jinchuriki girlfriend will be his next target. I wonder what choice you would make in that situation. Kushina Uzumaki. Wasn't it because Danzo leaked information to Obito that Obito attacked Konoha and released the Nine Tails when Kushina was giving birth? Minato Namikaze paused. Because he knew that Vital wasn't talking nonsense. With Danzo's style, if there was no one to suppress him, he might really do such a thing for the sake of the Hokage position. Has Danzo become unpopular? In a secret underground base somewhere in Konoha. Orochimaru, who was conducting a secret experiment with Vital, suddenly had a feeling. He stopped his movements, looked in the direction of the Konoha orphanage, and couldn't help but flash a hint of mockery in his eyes. Orochimaru, of course, knew about Danzo's obsession. It's just that Hiruzen Sarutobi had been protecting him before, but this time, it seems that no one can protect him anymore. Hiruzen is indeed bold, actually wanting to kill Danzo in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. Hee hee. Hey, Orochimaru, don't be distracted when the experiment is only halfway done, Vital, wearing a white coat next to him, couldn't help but remind him. What's there to laugh about? Killing Danzo is just a small matter. On the other side, Vital held the iron sand longsword, looking at Danzo who was fleeing everywhere with a smile. No matter where he fled, the iron sand would block his path. As for the ninjas of Root, they were now completely blocked by the Uchiha clan ninjas brought by Fugaku Uchiha. The Uchiha's attitude was also very clear, which was to stand on the same line as Vital. Fugaku, what do you Uchiha mean by this? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked with a gloomy face. He really couldn't easily step in to stop Vital, because they had all seen earlier that Danzo had attacked Vital first, but he really didn't want to see his old friend die at the hands of his own people. Fugaku Uchiha didn't make a move, standing not far from Hiruzen Sarutobi, with his arms crossed, he explained. I'm sorry, Third Hokage, these are all Lord Hiruzen's Root subordinates. I have already ordered them not to move. This is my responsibility as the head of the Uchiha clan, which cannot be shirked. When things are over, I will take the initiative to resign from the position of head of the Konoha military police force to give everyone an explanation. You. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened. But he was helpless. If it were really according to Fugaku Uchiha's words, what was happening now was the Root ninjas belonging to Danzo fighting with the Root ninjas belonging to Vital, which sounded reasonable. But everyone present was not a fool, how could they not understand the situation? The Uchiha were clearly trying to use Vital's hand to get rid of Danzo, who was the biggest trouble for them. At the same time, they also conveniently resigned from the hot potato of the Konoha military police force. Killing two birds with one stone. Swoosh swoosh. At this time, more and more Konoha ninjas gathered because of the commotion here. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Ino Shikicho, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado, large and small family ninjas, ordinary ninjas, all rushed over. Old man, what's the situation? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask when he saw the chaotic situation on the scene. Hiruzen, what happened? Why are you not stopping Hiruzen from chasing Danzo? Hiruzen Sarutobi had a gloomy face and did not speak. Minato next to him explained, just now, Elder Danzo gathered Root ninjas and used the 4 Violet Flames formation to trap Hiruzen, wanting to kill him. In the end, he didn't succeed, so it became like this. Jiraiya. So, what should we do now? Stop it? Or watch? It seems that neither is very reasonable, right? Didn't he fail to kill him? Could it be that he really wants to kill Danzo? Danzo is their biggest backer for balancing the Hokage's power. If Danzo dies, wouldn't Konoha be the Hokage's one-man show in the future? Chapter 318. Hiruzen, even if Danzo has done something wrong, judging him is the Hokage's job. Why is Hiruzen Sarutobi trying to kill him like this? Mito Kadoyan on the other side also spoke, offering a relatively reasonable suggestion. But clearly, the person who benefits the most from this suggestion is still Danzo. However, this sentence did give Hiruzen Sarutobi a good reason to intervene. Vital pursued and killed Danzo with his long sword. It must be said that although Danzo's strength is not that great, his ability to escape is quite good. But that's all there is to it. At this time, Danzo had lost an arm, and his body was covered in wounds. Obviously, it was difficult for him to escape Vital's next blow. But just as his sand iron long sword, wrapped in lightning, was about to slash down on Danzo's head, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Vital frowned. At this time, are you still trying to protect Danzo? But the arrow is on the string, and it has to be fired. Vital now only wants to kill Danzo. The things that happen later can be discussed later. Anyone who stands in his way will be the same. If Danzo doesn't die, he can't breathe. Whoosh. Suddenly, his figure flashed, and the lightning turned into a fold, bypassing Hiruzen Sarutobi's obstruction. Feeling Vital's speed increase again, Hiruzen Sarutobi was shocked and shouted subconsciously, "Stop." He thought that as long as he appeared in front of Vital, it would be enough to show his attitude. Even if Vital was angry, he should stop at this time, right? Who knew that Vital wouldn't give him any face at all? Today, Danzo must die. It's the same for anyone who comes. Clusters of sand iron had already surrounded Danzo firmly. Now, as long as Vital had a thought, he could crush Danzo to death. Hiruzen. But this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was louder, so loud that Vital wanted to hear what he had to say. Holding up his hand, opening his palm, turning his head, his expression indifferent. Noticing the indifference in Vital's eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart trembled. But many scenes of fighting side by side with Danzo and carrying Konoha together flashed through his mind. Whenever he thought of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi would feel particularly soft-hearted towards Danzo. This was already one of the few people in this world with whom he had good memories. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath. "Hiruzen, I know you're very angry, but Danzo is the leader of the root. An elder of Konoha. If he has done something wrong, he should be judged by Konoha, and then a verdict should be given based on his actions." "That's right, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nominally, you are still Danzo's subordinate. Now that you dare to kill Danzo, will you dare to kill the Hokage in a few years?" Koharu Uchiha echoed. As soon as she said this, everyone present frowned. Bang! Suddenly, a ball of sand iron flew out from the side, turned into a fist, and slammed Koharu Uchiha's face, directly sending her flying 4 or 5 meters. Noisy, Vital glanced at him coldly. "When you go to the battlefield to kill enemies, come and talk to me." Then he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. "It just so happens that the high-level officials of Konoha, as well as you 2 3rd and 4th Hokages, are here. I want to hear how you will judge Danzo's actions. By the way, a reminder, the person he wanted to kill, or has already killed, is not just me. I hope you all mentioned Senior Sakumo's matter. The matter of Hatake Sakumo has already been punished." Mito Kadoyan on the other side subconsciously wanted to speak, but met Vital's eyes and wisely closed his mouth. Vital's words did stump Hiruzen Sarutobi. How to judge Danzo? Danzo definitely can't die. But it seems that not dying, based on the things he has committed, doesn't seem right. Hiruzen, we have indeed already. Hiruzen Sarutobi could only choose to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. Otherwise, Danzo should die just for killing Hatake Sakumo. Oh, Vital showed a look of realization. Danzo was punished, deprived of the power of the root in his hands. How long was the confinement? A year? Or a month? What about now? The root ninjas are still helping him kill me. 3rd Hokage, let me ask you a question. Can you command the root ninjas? Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression froze. Can he command them? Command my ass. If he could command them, the scene of Danzo using the Reaper death seal on Vital just now would not have happened. Going back to the power in Danzo's hands, he couldn't shirk this point. So, what about this time? Deprive Danzo of the power of the root again in name only? And then add a month of confinement? After all, he didn't kill me, so the crime can't be more serious than framing Senior Sakumo, right? That makes sense. Vital's words, not to mention Hiruzen Sarutobi, even the Konoha ninjas next to him, all focused their eyes on him. Indeed. If Danzo was really punished like this, then who in Konoha would dare to offend him in the future? Killing him is just killing him. They don't think their importance to Konoha is greater than Vital's. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed constantly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, completely deprive Danzo of all power, life imprisonment, and abolish all his ninjutsu. This was already the biggest concession he could make. All, still don't have to die. Vital's eyebrows raised. Chapter 319. Then I understand. As soon as the words fell, he raised his palm and squeezed it fiercely. The iron sand that surrounded Danzo in the distance instantly contracted into a ball. A large amount of blood kept flowing out from the gaps in the iron sand, accompanied by the sound of bones being crushed. Danzo is dead. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He had already made such concessions, yet Vital still killed Danzo so lightly. Vital shrugged. Didn't you already convict Danzo? Then he is no longer the leader of the root, nor is he the Hokage assistant, nor is he a Konoha elder, but a Konoha criminal. Fugaku, you are familiar with Konoha's laws. What should be the punishment for arbitrarily killing a major Konoha criminal? Beheading? So Vital was waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's words here. Is the crime of killing a Konoha elder and Hokage assistant the same as the crime of dealing with a major Konoha criminal? Uchiha Fugaku suppressed his laughter. He was undoubtedly the happiest that Danzo was dead, but since Vital asked, he still said righteously, the leader of the root has the right to deal with any Konoha criminal without consulting the Hokage or being punished. Oh, Vital showed some exaggerated surprise. You should have said so earlier. Then he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen again, third Hokage, what do you think? Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also the Konoha ninjas next to him and Minato and the others were speechless. What do you think? The person is already dead, what else can you think? Danzo is already dead, does Konoha really dare to execute the famous Spear of Judgment of the ninja world? Let's not talk about whether they can keep him. No matter what the result is, it will only make the other village's hard-won fear of Konoha rise again, right? Yunin village has not yet signed a truce agreement with Konoha. It is undeniable that many Yunran's fear of Konoha is because of the battle, the devastating blow of the Spear of Judgment scared the Yunran. If they knew that Konoha was taking action against Vital, maybe Yunran would really have other ideas about Konoha. Vital absolutely can't do anything to him. But if they don't move, it doesn't seem justified. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, Sarutobi Hizen, arbitrarily killed Konoha criminals, confinement for a month. If you look at the crime committed by Vital, this kind of punishment is a bit serious. But if you look at the matter from beginning to end, you will feel that this is definitely a painless punishment. Rather than a punishment, it is better to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen left himself a step down. Vital raised his hands. Understood, I am a law-abiding Konoha resident. Many people watched this scene from beginning to end, feeling strange in their hearts, always feeling that something was unreasonable, but they couldn't say it all at once. It seems very reasonable again. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to stay any longer, and left directly. And his departure marked the end of this matter. The process is not important, the direction of the result has been determined, that's enough. Then I will go back to confinement. Fugaku, please, in the name of my new root leader, let these root ninjas return to the root base and wait for me to lift the confinement before reorganizing them, Vital said to Uchiha Fugaku. Okay, Uchiha Fugaku nodded respectfully. I admire Vital's bold behavior and bold plan. He just seized the opportunity when Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to deal with him at this time. A while earlier, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have let Danzo die. Pushing it back a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have punished him so lightly. The timing is very good, just right. Sarutobi Hiruzen's temper is also very smooth. At the same time, he thought to himself that Uchiha's choice this time was probably the right one. In the future, Uchiha will not only get rid of the hot potato of the Konoha police force, but also create an opportunity for Uchiha to re-establish himself in Konoha. They cannot do without Vital, but similarly, Vital, who has regained control of the root, also needs the help of their Uchiha clan. It is a win-win situation. And without Danzo, many things in Konoha may be avoided in the future. The remaining ninjas present looked at the leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen and Vital. At this time, they didn't know whether they should say a word. However, everyone wisely did not speak. Those who know Danzo feel that Danzo's death is indeed a good thing for Konoha. Except for confinement. This really has no impact on Vital. Rather than a punishment, it is better to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen found a step down for himself. Even though this step was a bit ugly in the eyes of the people present at the time. Vital was ordered to stay at home and could keep abreast of the situation in the entire Konoha. What's more, someone came to visit on his first day of confinement. A small courtyard. Uchiha Fugaku knelt behind the coffee table in front of Vital, with a cup of tea with curling smoke placed in front of him. Chapter 320. Fugaku, everything normal with root? Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Now you are the highest authority in root. Tuanzang's former subordinates, without Tuanzang's orders, are obediently staying en route, like puppets, they barely even move. Vital wasn't surprised by this. You resigned from the Konoha military police force. Speaking of the Konoha military police force, a smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. That's right, after yesterday's events, the third and fourth Hokage didn't try to persuade me to stay. One of the shackles that bound us Uchiha has finally been removed. It's just you. So many clan leaders and elders of the Uchiha have come and gone. Didn't they know what the Konoha military police force meant to the Uchiha? They just weren't willing to give up the power in their hands. After all, the power of the Konoha military police force is probably second only to the Hokage's. The power of the Konoha military police force, if you say it's big, it really is. They can interfere in almost all matters, large and small, in Konoha. But if you say it's small, it actually is, because they have no opportunity to participate in Konoha's decision-making and are completely excluded from Konoha's power center. Moreover, in a place like the military police force where it's easy to offend people, the Uchiha clan's reputation will never improve. Alas, Uchiha Fugaku simply sighed. There was no way around it. Actually, the previous Uchiha clan leaders can't be blamed. After all, the Uchiha clan, as Konoha's #1 noble clan, still needed to maintain some face. Besides, the feeling of having power in hand is not something that can be easily relinquished. But ultimately, the problem still lies with Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Madara hadn't betrayed Konoha back then, insisted on leaving, and forced Senju Hashirama to overexert his life force, leading to his death soon after, the Uchiha clan might have been able to gradually integrate into Konoha under Senju Hashirama's management and leadership. But unfortunately, after Senju Hashirama's death, Senju Tobirama, who succeeded him as Hokage, was the most wary of the Uchiha clan. Although the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, might not have been as targeted towards the Uchiha as Senju Tobirama, Danzo completely inherited Senju Tobirama's will, suppressing the Uchiha in every way. Now that Danzo is finally dead and Uchiha Fugaku has resigned from his position as the head of the Konoha military police force, it seems like a weakening of power, but for the Uchiha clan, the benefits definitely outweigh the disadvantages. How about this? Since you, as the Uchiha clan head, can't do it, then find someone to take on the position of route captain. The route captain is equivalent to the Umbu captain, second only to the route leader. This is definitely a good thing for the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku revealed a look of joy and said gratefully, "Thank you, Nikken-kun." Vital waved his hand. "I'll be staying home to rest during this time. If there's nothing important, there's no need to tell me. It's rare to have a vacation." "Alright. The time for rest always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye." Minato Namikaze, along with the 3 members of the Hokage guard platoon he had chosen, went to the Fire Country's daimyo's mansion. Without Danzo's obstruction, he successfully gained the daimyo's approval. After returning to Konoha, he officially held the Hokage succession ceremony, formally becoming the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Konoha entered the era of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Immediately, Minato Namikaze boldly reformed some of Konoha's systems. Originally, Hiruzen Sarutobi's presence would have put some constraints on Minato Namikaze's power, but because of the Danzo incident, Hiruzen Sarutobi lost his ambition and handed over all the power of Umbu to Minato Namikaze. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi still had influence over Umbu. However, those were the top forces and personnel of Umbu, and Minato Namikaze had no opportunity or ability to take over them in the short term. But it could be clearly felt that Minato was already starting to cultivate his own confidence. This was unavoidable. From this, it could also be seen that Minato Namikaze indeed had considerable political ability, quickly transforming from a Konoha elite jonin into a qualified Hokage. Moreover, after he took office, the Sand Village's envoy delegation arrived late. The 4th Kazekage of Sand Village, Raza, could also be considered a capable person with political skills. He deliberately didn't send anyone to arrive at Konoha according to the agreed time, hoping to negotiate with Minato Namikaze's immature political ability after he officially took office, in order to fight for more rights and opportunities for Sand Village. But unfortunately, he clearly underestimated Minato Namikaze's ability. The Sand Village's envoy delegation came with confidence but returned with disappointment. In order to completely end this war with Konoha, Sand Village was really severely cut by Konoha. Not only did they have to pay huge war reparations, but also Sand Village had to allocate 30 of all tasks for 10 consecutive years. It had to be said that the 10-year control of these 30 of the tasks was almost equivalent to drawing half of Sand Village's spinal cord to a certain extent. If there was no other way to make up for it, I'm afraid everyone in Sand Village would have to tighten their belts in the future. But Raza agreed to such harsh conditions even though he gritted his teeth, because of his magnet release. He was confident that he could find enough gold in the vast desert to support Sand Village's internal consumption. At the same time, in this way, Sand Village could not do without him. The fourth Kazekage, and he could also win the hearts of a large number of Sand Ninjas, consolidate his position as Kazekage, and gradually get rid of the constraints of the Sand Village elders. From here, it was also not difficult to see that Raza was definitely a capable, determined, and scheming person. Gradually, as time passed, except for Mist Village occasionally sending people to harass the borders of the Fire Country, the entire ninja world entered a period of post-war recuperation. Of course, in fact, huge changes were also taking place within Mist Village. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, finally successfully controlled the Mist Ninjas who were originally loyal to the third Mizukage. And at the same time, taking advantage of this internal strife, greatly weakened the influence of the Hozuki clan within Mist Village. These Mist Ninjas who were repeatedly sent to harass the borders of the Fire Country were Yagura Karatachi's actions to eliminate dissidents. At the same time, it was also venting his dissatisfaction with Konoha to a certain extent. The famous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, except for Kisame Hashigaki, the owner of the Samahata, who was now hiding in Mist Village and didn't dare to go out, the remaining 6 ninja swords were now in Vital's hands. They wanted to go back. Unfortunately, once things like the 7 ninja swords reached Vital's hands, there was absolutely no possibility of returning them. Chapter 321. How did Kazekage know about these things? The process is quite amusing. Currently, the Suikazan Fuguki, who controls the Kirigakure's Umbu, actually tried to contact Root, hoping to sell Kirigakure's intelligence in exchange for some money and personal gain. Of course, Kazekage would not refuse this. In this way, Konoha's new route and Kirigakure's Umbu have some information exchange. However, Suikazan Fuguki will definitely not only trade with Konoha, it is estimated that other villages also have intelligence exchanges with him. Selling one piece of information to 4 parties, Suikazan Fuguki is quite good at doing business. This day, Kazekage's confinement time finally arrived, and he came to Root as soon as possible. In the confinement room of Root, he met those Root ninjas who originally only obeyed Danzo. No one knows what he did after he went in. All they knew was that after he came out, those original Root ninjas were released from their restraint orders, and each of them faced Kazekage as if they were facing Danzo. They were as obedient as puppets. Of course, others knew because after Kazekage lifted the confinement, Root quickly restored its original posture, secretly monitoring everything in Konoha. And Kazekage also successfully took over Danzo's position and became a member of Konoha ninjas' hearts that they feared. However, for some people, it didn't have much impact. For example, Uzumaki Kushina and Akimichi Choza, who are sitting opposite Kazekage at this time, are frantically sweeping away the grilled meat on the table. Looking at the plates piled up like mountains, Kazekage looked desperate. Even if Root has a lot of money, it can't stand this kind of waste. No, I said, Kushina, it's okay for Choza to eat so much. After all, everyone in Konoha knows the Akimichi clan's appetite. And not many people invite them to dinner anymore, but you don't have to be like this, do you? Competing with Choza in appetite? What do you know? Uzumaki Kushina stuffed another piece of grilled meat into her mouth, chewed it a few times casually, and swallowed it. What I'm eating now is not just my own appetite, but the appetite of 2 people. 2 people. Everyone present stopped eating and looked at Uzumaki Kushina, and then looked at Namikaze Minato, who was a little embarrassed beside her. Noticing everyone's gazes, Minato gently rubbed his nose. Well, originally, it was. After thinking about it, it seemed like there was nothing to explain, so he boldly admitted it. Uzumaki Kushina is pregnant. Prince Naruto will be born soon. Kazekage turned to look at Nara Shikaku and the others, but saw that their expressions were also very strange. You guys. What a coincidence, I'm about to become a father too, Yamanaka Inoichi said. Okay. After the war ended, Konoha had too many casualties, and it was indeed time to create new lives and continue the offspring. The Konoha 12 will be born one after another this year, right? At the same time, it also means that when Prince Naruto is born, the nine-tailed demon fox incident may also occur. Although Danzo is dead. But if Obito wants to, there are still some channels that may be able to obtain Uzumaki Kushina's delivery time. Even, to exaggerate, if he is willing, he can still squat in Konoha and determine some clues from Konoha's personnel arrangements and observations of Kushina. Or, he can let Black Zetsu or White Zetsu monitor Konoha. So, Kazekage has a new task, protecting Uzumaki Kushina's safety. In the original work, Danzo's root didn't care, but now that root is in his hands, it must play its due role. And a thought flashed through Kazekage's mind again. Can we use Kushina's delivery to set a trap for Obito and take him down by surprise? As long as Obito can be taken down, then it seems that Madara Uchiha's resurrection will be more troublesome. With the 2 tails and 3 tails already dead, even if Madara Uchiha is resurrected, he will not be able to gather all 10-tailed beasts. Taking down Obito and killing Madara Uchiha, is that the end? Therefore, if, in less than 10 months, we can obtain the power to kill Madara Uchiha, that is a problem. Nick-kan, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Kushina quietly pulled on Minato's clothes and whispered in his ear, everyone here except Nick-kan has a wife, and some are even about to have children, don't expose his scars at this time. She thought her voice was very small, but who among those present has weak hearing? Moreover, you were the one who brought this up first, right? That's right, should we introduce Nick-kan to someone? Minato actually replied with particular emphasis, acting like a matchmaker. I think it's possible. I think so too. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi echoed. As for Akimichi Choza. Chapter 322. Sorry, he said the barbecue smelled good. I've decided. Vital suddenly said, slapping the table. What? Minato and the others were stunned. You are all important contributors to this war, and your children are descendants of heroes, they are important reserve talents for Konoha and must be well protected. The first part sounded reasonable, but the last sentence was. So, I think we should assign 10 root ninjas to protect each of your wives at all times. As for Kushina, your identity is special, and you are the Hokage's wife, so let's assign 20 root ninjas to protect you. You! Uzumaki Kushina glared, and the others changed their expressions. You're using your position for personal revenge. How can this be considered personal revenge? Isn't what I said reasonable? This is all for your own good. So, I've decided to send 30 root ninjas to protect you at all times, don't worry, we are very professional. Minato. Kushina had no choice but to look at Minato. But unfortunately, even the Hokage Minato couldn't control Vital's root now. Kushina, he's just joking, Minato could only appease her. Regardless of whether it was a joke or not, Kushina really couldn't eat anymore. This undoubtedly allowed Vital's wallet to be preserved. The plan could be considered a success. Of course, some things he really wasn't just saying. And to have power comparable to Uchiha Madara in just 10 months, it seemed he could only start with Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Let's discuss something. Speak. Where is Ryuchi Cave? The two were in the middle of an experiment when Orochimaru frowned slightly and stopped what he was doing upon hearing Vital's question. Vital didn't do as he did, and continued the experiment with his head down. Suddenly, Orochimaru seemed to understand something and grinned, you want to learn sage art? Are you surprised? Vital said lightly. Orochimaru licked his lips, not really surprised, just a little curious as to why you would want to learn something like sage art. After completing the experimental steps, Vital also put down what he was holding and took off his gloves. It's nothing, I just think that the verification of some things may require the help of sage art. Verifying things? Vital-kun's thirst for knowledge is truly admirable. As he spoke, Orochimaru formed a tiger seal with one hand, and a brown python as thick as an arm slowly crawled out of his sleeve. Opening its mouth, a large scroll was spat out by the snake. Unfolding the scroll revealed a peculiar summoning formation engraved on it. This is the reverse summoning scroll for Ryuchi Cave. Let me give you a few small suggestions here. Ryuchi Cave is full of snakes, and most of them are not easy to get along with. Of course, they respect the strong, so don't give them face. Secondly, Ryuchi Cave sage art is not easy to cultivate, you must be mentally prepared. I know. Vital didn't hesitate. After biting his finger and forming a seal, he activated the reverse summoning technique on the scroll. As the scenery in front of him went black, when he opened his eyes again, he came to a dark tunnel. And with his appearance, dense masses of snakes, accompanied by the rustling of fine scales against the rocks, and the sound of snake tongues flicking back and forth, Vital still shivered subconsciously. Patients with trypophobia really shouldn't be here. They would probably be scared to death. After simply getting used to the light and these snakes getting closer and closer, Vital raised his arm, and a slender bone blade appeared in his hand. The cold light frightened away many snakes that were gradually approaching. Then he saw a giant python as thick as two people slowly approaching from a distance, its huge snake head staying less than a meter away from Vital. Its eyes were full of human-like colors. Seeing that Vital was unmoved, the big snake only felt bored and then said, "The white snake sage invites you to come over." Vital nodded without speaking. In this way, following the giant snake, he passed through extremely complex caves and tunnels, and finally came to the central area of Ryuchi Cave, a wide cave. And right in front of him, on a tall stone chair, coiled a giant white snake dozens of times larger than the snake that led Vital, holding a huge pipe. White scale snake. The reference sample for Orochimaru's research on impure world reincarnation. The so-called immortality is actually borrowing the genes of the white scale snake, which has a long lifespan. And she is the current owner of Ryuchi Cave, the White Snake Sage. Outsider, did that guy Orochimaru send you here? The White Snake Sage's mouth opened slightly, speaking human words. Yes. Vital admitted frankly. Purpose? I want to learn Ryuchi Cave's sage art, he directly stated his purpose. Vital knew that the three great sage lands had certain conditions and restrictions for teaching sage art. For example, Mount Maiboku generally would not teach sage art casually, because they were worried that others would not be able to control it and turn into stone. Chapter 323. The Shikatsu Forest is currently unknown, but Ryuchi Cave is definitely the least restrictive of the three great sage regions. Correspondingly, the senjutsu training in Shikatsu Forest should also be the most difficult among the three great sage regions. Even a genius like Orochimaru failed to master the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave, although it's also possible that Orochimaru looked down on it. After all, Yakushi Kabuto, who later transplanted Orochimaru's cells, mastered the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave very well. Kith knew that he wasn't a genius in learning chakra and ninjutsu, and might not even have had average talent. But things are different now. He is no longer the Kith he once was. What is talent? Talent refers to a combination of various elements, including body, will, learning ability, etc. within a person. And what about the current Kith? His body has undergone earth-shattering changes due to the Uchiha clan's bloodline and the existence of the Shikatsu Myaku. As for learning ability, he has the experience of the first scientist, Senju Tobarama, and Sasori of the Red Sands Notes, as well as his research with Orochimaru during this time. Mainly, it's due to Senju Tobarama's experience. Senju Tobarama didn't know senjutsu, but his brother did. Influenced by what he saw and heard, plus Senju Tobarama was a research fanatic, delving into both the Uchiha and Senju clans. In addition, Kith's third Mizukage puppet possesses the Two Tails chakra. The tailed beast's chakra originates from the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails originates from the God Tree, and the God Tree's chakra is natural energy. The so-called Two Tails chakra is also natural energy, the only difference is that it may contain some long-accumulated hatred. However, this has no impact on Kith, who is preparing to learn senjutsu. On the contrary, it makes him more aware of the existence of natural energy. Therefore, Kith believes that if he wants to learn senjutsu now, it shouldn't be too difficult in theory. And senjutsu is undoubtedly one of the methods to quickly improve one's strength in a short period of time after learning it. Give me a reason to pass it on to you, the White Snake Sage's voice echoed in the vast cavern. Reason? Kith pondered slightly. The toads of Mount Maiboku have already found successors in the ninja world, and more than one, they have already made a name for themselves in the ninja world before your Ryuchi Cave. Mount Maiboku and Ryuchi Cave are mortal enemies. Upon hearing that Mount Maiboku's senjutsu had already been taught, and to more than one person, the White Snake Sage readily agreed. Alright, but let me give you a reminder, senjutsu is not so easy to cultivate. If any accidents or changes occur during the process, our Richie Cave will not be responsible. Understood. Subsequently, the White Snake Sage began to impart the senjutsu of Richie Cave. As he listened, Kif understood why Richie Cave's senjutsu seemed so difficult to cultivate compared to Mount Maiboku's. It turned out that Richie Cave didn't have toad oil to accelerate the perception of natural energy, nor did it have a staff to expel natural energy. It purely relied on the cultivator's ability and talent to learn it by force. If you learned it, it was Richie Cave's credit. If you didn't learn it, it was because you didn't have enough talent. No wonder Orochimaru didn't try it. There was no need. What was the difference between this and gambling with your life? But this problem wasn't too big for Kif. After all, the Two Tails chakra was his innate advantage. Moreover, the difference between Richie Cave's senjutsu training method and Mount Maiboku's senjutsu training method also had its advantages. For example, after successfully cultivating Mount Maiboku's senjutsu, one might become too dependent on toad oil and find it difficult to independently control senjutsu. If you learned Richie Cave's senjutsu, you learned it. You could freely absorb natural energy to activate Sage Mode. A month later, Kif's appearance had undergone significant changes. His skin had become whiter, and two sharp little horns had appeared on his head. With the naked eye, one could see that Kif's body had become more flexible than before. Richie Cave's senjutsu, successfully cultivated. After leaving a Flying Thunder God technique mark, Kif left Richie Cave under the White Snake Sage's satisfied gaze. But he didn't return directly to Konoha, because he had other goals. That was Mount Maiboku and Shikatsu Forest. The senjutsu of Richie Cave alone, although it improved his strength, wouldn't greatly improve his current strength. But if he mastered the senjutsu of Mount Maiboku and Shikatsu Forest as well, perhaps other changes would occur. Because after successfully cultivating Richie Cave's senjutsu, Kif discovered that Richie Cave's senjutsu didn't greatly increase the strength of ninjutsu and the body like Mount Maiboku's senjutsu in the original story. Richie Cave's senjutsu provided a huge increase in chakra quantity and body flexibility. Of course, it also brought some improvement in ninjutsu, but it didn't seem as great as Mount Maiboku's. This was also why Yakushi Kabuto, who successfully cultivated Richie Cave's senjutsu in the original story, could afford to use the impure world reincarnation technique to simultaneously resurrect so many dead people, and why he could maintain senjutsu for so long. As for the flexibility of the body, that was even easier to understand. Snakes excel at flexibility. Originally, Kif didn't intend to continue learning the senjutsu of Mount Maiboku and Shikatsu Forest. But when he discovered that Richie Cave's senjutsu was different from Mount Maiboku's senjutsu, he immediately had a bold idea. Richie Cave's increase in chakra quantity and flexibility, Mount Maiboku's increase in ninjutsu strength and body strength, plus the unique senjutsu effect of Shikatsu Forest. What would happen? I don't know. But it seems worth a try. After making a decision, Kif immediately headed to Mount Maiboku. Chapter 324. A month and a half later. When Vital returned to Konoha again, his entire spirit had undergone earth-shattering changes. From the outside, he seemed unchanged, but invisibly, he gave people a sense of unfathomable depth. He vaguely had the feeling of a transcendent master, and his gestures seemed to carry a bit of agility. This was the overall change brought about after he had fully learned the sage arts of the Richie Cave, Mount Maiboku, and Shikatsu Forest, the three great sacred places. Just as he had guessed, the sage art of Richie Cave strengthened chakra reserves, body toughness, and recovery ability. The sage art of Mount Maiboku strengthened ninjutsu intensity and body strength, and the sage art of Shikatsu Forest strengthened his own recovery ability, plus a special skill, the dispersal of body and consciousness. The slug sage of Shikatsu Forest had a body size unmatched by anyone in the ninja world. Even the slug summoned by Tsunade using the summoning technique was only a part of the slug sage. The slug sage possessed the ability to divide its body into thousands, and the consciousness of each divided body was interconnected with the main consciousness, and also had the ability to transmit chakra to each other. This ability was not very useful to Vital, but the perverted and terrifying recovery ability meant that Vital, in sage mode, already had a terrifying recovery ability similar to that of Hashirama Senju. Of course, this could not be achieved by solely cultivating the sage art of Shikatsu Forest. It was something he possessed after learning all the sage arts of the three great sacred places. Learning all the sage arts of the three sacred places would not cause them to suppress each other. Instead, they would complement each other, superimposing and accumulating the strength of their abilities. Comparing horizontally to the Sage of Six Paths. It was no exaggeration to say that, in terms of abilities alone, Vital, who had learned the sage arts of the three great sacred places, already had the same sage art abilities as the Sage of Six Paths. Whether it was ninjutsu, chakra reserves, body strength, body toughness, or even recovery ability. Of course, the so-called same referred to the category of sage arts, not the degree of sage arts. For example, the power of the same sage art would definitely be very different when used by the Sage of Six Paths and when used by Vital. This was a difference in magnitude. But if Vital was given a chance to increase his own magnitude to the level of the Sage of Six Paths, he would be in existence comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, the difference in magnitude was the key. But after learning the sage arts of the three great sacred places, Vital had already made great improvements in strength. However, Vital's transformation, an insignificant character in Konoha, did not attract much attention from Konoha. It was just that Orochimaru vaguely felt that Vital might have accomplished something remarkable in this short period of time. Orochimaru also had a relatively deep understanding of the extent to which Vital's strength had reached. The most direct feeling was that Orochimaru could feel a considerable threat from him. In his snake-like sensitive perception, he had an intuition that if he fought Vital head-on, he might die. This feeling surprised Orochimaru. You must know that his specialty was self-preservation and escape, but the appearance of this intuition was so clear and certain. This made Orochimaru have to formally re-examine the cooperative relationship between him and Vital. However, Orochimaru did not intend to publicize that Konoha actually had such a strong person hidden within. Anyway, Konoha would have nothing to do with him soon. Rather than offending Vital and revealing his secrets, it was better to see what interesting things would happen in the future with Vital, who had such strength, hidden in Konoha. Just thinking about it made him feel very amused. After ending the 2-month-long sage art training, Vital finally had a little confidence. Then, he turned around and plunged back into his research with Orochimaru. Sage art was not the path to the pinnacle of this world after all. To construct all things and integrate two opposing forces was the path to the strongest in this world. And the entire Konoha also fell into a long-lost peace. Under the leadership of 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and the assistance of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha quickly recovered from the shadow of the Third Shinobi World War and once again entered a period of rapid development in the Konoha style. And a conspiracy against Konoha was quietly underway. Vital, who returned to Konoha, returned to his previous life. Eating, sleeping, teasing Orochimaru, cooperating with Orochimaru. And his puppet clone had been methodically undertaking the work of Konoha's root. With Kushina Uzumaki's pregnancy, Vital certainly did not fail to notice the other members of the Konoha 12. In addition to Naruto, the one he valued most was Fugaku Uchiha's second child, Sasuke. Perhaps it was because the state of the Uchiha clan was gradually improving, so Fugaku Uchiha and his wife Mikoto Uchiha worked harder a few more times, and didn't take any measures, so they suddenly became pregnant again. And for the appearance of Sasuke, the happiest person was not Fugaku Uchiha, nor Mikoto Uchiha, but their eldest son, Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha. After feeling a strong brotherly affection from Shisui Uchiha, Itachi successfully transformed into a brother Khan. He had made full preparations for his soon-to-be-born younger brother and had made plans to become a qualified older brother. Don't ask why he knew it was a boy. There was too much black technology in the ninja world. Therefore, before Sasuke was born, his name had already been decided. What are you going to name him? Vital looked at Mikoto Uchiha, who was full of maternal radiance, and Itachi, who was obediently waiting by Mikoto's side, and asked with a smile. Fugaku Uchiha poured a cup of tea for Vital and said with a smile, "We'll call him Sasuke, it's the same name as the third Hokage's father, I hope this child can become a great ninja like the third Hokage's father in the future." Sarutobi Sasuke, with Vital's current identity, he might even have to call him grandfather. However, Sarutobi Sasuke was indeed a very powerful ninja. Before Konoha was established, he was the head of the Sarutobi clan. Possessing chakra of 5 attributes, and was very powerful. Even the Uchiha clan recognized him very much. It is said that Hiruzen Sarutobi's 5 chakra attributes were inherited from Sarutobi Sasuke. And Fugaku Uchiha giving his second son this name, to put it nicely, is that he has great expectations for him, but to put it bluntly, it's actually too lazy to think. However, Vital still nodded in agreement, not bad. Deliberately saying it to him, I don't know if it counts as flattering the Sarutobi clan. In the Naruto world, people are still very enthusiastic about directly using the names of deceased immortals for their descendants. This is not only a kind of remembrance, but also a kind of expectation. After all, the predecessors whose names are used must be remarkable predecessors. Chapter 325. Hearing Vital's approval, Fugaku Uchiha's smile deepened. By the way, Fugaku, increase the manpower patrolling Konoha a bit during this time. And pay more attention to people with strange expressions or bizarre behaviors. If you find anything abnormal, don't hesitate, just go and test them out directly. Vital said after thinking for a moment. Hearing this, Fugaku and Ji-Bai were stunned. Although he is no longer the head of the Konoha police force. So many members of the Uchiha clan are employed in the Konoha police force that it is not easy to just resign completely. The village also needs to arrange manpower to gradually take over these tasks. After all, this department is related to the daily operation of Konoha and also involves some security issues. Therefore, Fugaku Uchiha, as the head of the Uchiha clan, can still have some say in the Konoha police force. I understand. Although he didn't know what Vital's intention was in making these arrangements, since the Uchiha clan was now tied to him, and in a subservient manner, he tactfully didn't ask too much about Vital's arrangements. Vital also didn't explain. After all, the possibility of someone invading during Naruto's birth was not something that could be explained too clearly. Also, Itachi, stay home and accompany your mother during this time, watching your younger brother being born, don't run around when you have nothing to do, understand? Vital instructed. Okay, teacher. Itachi had no objections to this arrangement. Time flew by quickly, and several months passed in a flash. Sasuke Uchiha was born a few months earlier than Naruto, and Itachi Uchiha had been at home playing with his adorable younger brother during this time. Calculating the time, it wasn't long until Naruto's birth. However, one thing that surprised Vital was that Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't notified him about Kushina Uzumaki's delivery. This surprised Vital. Logically speaking, with the strength he had shown in his position in Konoha, he was no less than the retired Hiruzen Sarutobi. Could it be that they wouldn't notify him of such an important matter? However, he waited and waited, but never received a notification. Gradually, Vital understood. Perhaps, the incident a few months ago when he killed Danzo in front of Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi had created a rift between them, or rather, had created a rift with Hiruzen Sarutobi. And then there was the matter that Danzo had mentioned, that Vital had obtained Hashirama Senju's cells from him. Facts proved that the relationship between Vital and Hiruzen Sarutobi, which had originally been repaired, had once again developed a gap. I wonder what role Hiruzen Sarutobi played in this matter, and I don't know if Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado know anything. Vital's expression was calm. As if talking to himself, or perhaps mocking himself, perhaps, in their eyes, I might also be someone who could threaten the Nine-Tails and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After a moment of silence, he murmured to himself in his heart. You're disappointing me, Minato. On the other side, as he fell into deep thought. Minato Namikaze was also discussing the arrangements for Kushina Uzumaki's delivery with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Third Hokage, is it really okay not to inform Nikken? Minato Namikaze hesitated. Based on the tacit understanding they had developed through multiple battlefield collaborations. Minato still trusted Vital more, and their relationship was quite good. Not telling Vital about this matter made Minato really worried that their friendly relationship would be broken. In today's Konoha, Minato Namikaze, as the fourth Hokage, and Vital, as the leader of Root, were almost the two people with the greatest and highest power in Konoha. And their relationship was good, so their work together was also good. In a short time, Konoha was pulled out of the shadow of war and returned to its original stage of rapid development. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, hesitated for a long time, and then sighed deeply, shaking his head. Minato, I know you and Nikken have a very good relationship, and like you, I trust Nikken very much. After all, everyone has witnessed the contributions you made to Konoha on the battlefield, but it's just that. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly took out a scroll from his clothes. This is. Minato Namikaze took the scroll and began to read it, but the more he read, the more his expression darkened. Finally, he threw the scroll on the table and said decisively. Impossible. Nikan would not do anything to harm Konoha, the contributions he has made. Before he could finish speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted him, waving the pipe in his hand, signaling Minato not to be too nervous. I won't doubt Nikan's original intention for the village. This scroll is obviously someone deliberately wanting us to see it this time. The purpose is to create a rift between us and Nikan, but some of the things in it, the evidence is too sufficient, we can't completely deny its authenticity. The scroll described some scenes of Vital and Madara Uchiha's final battle, mentioning the existence of Sasori of the Red Sand from the Sand Village and Kakuzu, a veteran bounty hunter from the Waterfall Country, and even including a mysterious ninja with Sharingan. Although he didn't know where the other party got this information, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to take it seriously. And what he valued most was not Sasori of the Red Sand and Kakuzu. It was war at the time. As long as he could defeat the enemy, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't reject joining forces with ninjas from other villages or even rogue ninjas, as long as he could protect Konoha. What really concerned him was the Uchiha clan ninja with Sharingan who appeared later. Now almost the entire village knows that the Uchiha clan is on the same boat as Vital, and the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Vital is getting closer day by day. Others may not know, but Hiruzen Sarutobi has experienced the era of Madara Uchiha. Controlling the Nine Tails was one of Madara Uchiha's best abilities, which means that the Uchiha clan has the ability to control the Nine Tails. No one knows who the Sharingan ninja who appeared at the end of the scroll was. But in the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi discovered that the signature on the scroll was actually Madara Uchiha. Just a name made Hiruzen Sarutobi think too much. And the more he thought, the more he maintained his attitude towards Vital. At least. On the matter of Kushina Uzumaki's delivery, where the Nine Tails seal might not be very strong, Hiruzen Sarutobi maintained his attitude. Of course, since the other party could secretly send this scroll to him and imply so much, it was also possible that they wanted to induce them not to let Vital intervene in this matter. If it were the young Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had enough confidence in his own strength, he might not have paid attention to the content of this scroll. Unfortunately, the current Hiruzen Sarutobi is old and has become indecisive. So he decided to exclude Vital from the matter of Kushina Uzumaki's delivery. Chapter 326. As for the potential rift between him and Vital because of this matter, he felt that a conversation with Vital afterward should resolve it. Let's do it this way, only the two of us know about Kushina's childbirth. You can dispatch 2 teams of Umbu ninjas for protection. A temporary deployment won't raise any suspicion. With the 2 of us present, the safety will be sufficiently guaranteed. Hiruzen Sarutobi made the final decision on this matter. Although Minato trusted Vital, having just become the 4th Hokage, he didn't insist further on his opinion against Hiruzen Sarutobi's decision. He nodded emphatically. A few days later. Konoha. Boom. A massive booming sound reverberated through the heavens and earth, and an extremely terrifying chakra suddenly erupted. The dense red chakra that rose up actually stained the moon in the sky blood red. 9 enormous tails flew back and forth, and in just an instant, they caused immense destruction to Konoha. The 9 tails. The most terrifying existence among the 9-tailed beasts had brazenly appeared in its complete form on the fertile land of Konoha. The rampant roars and surging chakra immediately made the sleeping Konoha ninjas feel an extreme sense of terror. It's no exaggeration to say that even if the other 8-tailed beasts combined forces, they might not be a match for the complete 9 tails, a being truly favored by the Sage of 6 Paths. And at this moment, standing on top of the 9-tails' head was a man wearing a black cloak and a spiral-patterned orange mask. A crimson Sharingan was spinning rapidly beneath the only exposed hole, and under his feet, the 9-tails' eyes were also reflecting the Sharingan. The person. Of course, it was Obito Uchiha. Just as Vital had thought, even without Danzo's secret report, it wasn't difficult for Obito to find out Kushina Uzumaki's childbirth time. 9 tails. Obito raised his hand, feeling the 9 tails' almost inexhaustible power, and an unprecedented feeling of looking down upon the entire ninja world arose spontaneously. With such power, it's no wonder Madara Uchiha possessed such great strength back then. It seemed that with this power, he could now accomplish anything. No, it's not enough. Obito suddenly clenched his fist, his gaze becoming extremely cold and crazed. The Nine Tails is powerful, but the power of just the Nine Tails is not enough to achieve that plan. I must have the 10 tails. I must have the power of all the tailed beasts to do it. Obito constantly strengthened his resolve as he murmured. He wanted to create a world with Rin no era. So he had to collect all the tailed beasts. The 9 tails has been successfully acquired. Capturing the remaining tailed beasts won't be difficult, but the 2 tails and 3 tails were killed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, waiting for them to revive will still take time. Rin, wait for me. However, just as he was about to wreak havoc in Konoha to vent his dissatisfaction and anger before leaving, his attention was quickly drawn to a figure. Minato Namikaze. Wearing the white Hokage robe with the words, 4th Hokage, embroidered on the back, Minato Namikaze appeared before Obito using the Flying Thunder God technique. At this time, Minato Namikaze's face was unusually unsightly. He was very clear about what the appearance of the 9 tails meant. That suffocating feeling made him feel like he was immersed in deep water, and Kushina's destined ending was like the plan he had already made. The moment he saw the 9 tails appear, his heart went with it. But there was one more thing he couldn't forget, and that was his identity as the 4th Hokage. On his shoulders were not only his responsibilities as a husband, but also the greatest spiritual support for all Konoha ninjas, so this matter could only be resolved by him, and only he could resolve it. Using the summoning technique to summon Gamabunta from Mount Maiboku, he stood at the same height as Obito, and when he looked at the Sharingan spinning under Obito's mask, his heart skipped a beat. Sharingan. Who are you? Obito didn't feel any discomfort facing his former teacher, only a deep resentment towards Minato Namikaze. He raised his hand slightly to adjust the mask on his face, mimicking Madara Uchiha's manner. Madara, Uchiha, Madara. Madara Uchiha. Hearing this name, Minato Namikaze's expression clearly darkened, and he couldn't help but think of the scroll that Hiruzen Sarutobi had shown him earlier, which was signed by Madara Uchiha. But he never expected that Madara Uchiha should have been dead, and even if he was alive, he shouldn't be so young. However, in his clear perception, the terrifying chakra contained in the other party's body forced him to truly treat the other party as Madara Uchiha. Being able to control the 9 tails with the Sharingan, just the power of that eye alone was probably not something that ordinary members of the Uchiha clan possessed. While Minato Namikaze was sensing Obito, Obito was also sensing Minato Namikaze. As expected of the yellow flash, even though you were born as an ordinary person, it's commendable that you've reached such a height, but you made one mistake, you didn't protect Rin. The stronger the power he felt, the deeper Obito's obsession with Rin no era became. And just as he was thinking, Minato Namikaze suddenly moved, waving both hands at the same time, dozens of specially made Flying Thunder God kunai were instantly shot out, covering all the space that Obito could move and shift. But Obito just stood coldly in place without moving, allowing these Flying Thunder God kunai to approach him. Opportunity. Minato Namikaze's eyes flashed, his body suddenly disappeared from the top of Gamabunta's head, and when he reappeared, he only saw a faint yellow light. He had suddenly appeared in front of Obito. One hand firmly grasping the kunai that had reached his hand, while the other hand, in the process of being raised, instantly condensed a pure ball of chakra energy. Rasengan. Chapter 327. However, even with Minato Namikaze and Obito separated by only a brief moment, Obito didn't move or dodge, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Noticing the change in Obito's eyes, Minato was alarmed. Although he didn't sense any danger, he still acted. Again using the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared next to a kunai on Obito's left, his Rasengan unhesitatingly slamming towards Obito. But the next second, a surprising situation occurred. The Rasengan in his hand, as his arm extended forward, completely passed through Obito's body. His entire being seemed to become illusory. So this is the yellow flash. Nothing more than this. Whoosh! This time, it was Obito who stabbed empty air, but he wasn't too surprised. He was quite familiar with his former teacher Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique. Spacetime ninjutsu. Minato said, watching Obito, his expression grave. This was the first time since learning the Flying Thunder God technique that he had encountered another ninja capable of using spacetime ninjutsu. However, Minato had rich combat experience. After only a brief exchange, he roughly understood the key to Obito's spacetime ninjutsu. As long as Obito intended to attack, his body would inevitably materialize. Therefore, he only needed to seize the moment the opponent launched an attack and counterattack, grasping that fleeting opportunity. This might be difficult for others, but for Minato Namikaze, it wasn't too difficult. But Obito seemed to see through Minato's intentions. He chuckled softly, slowly clenching his raised hand. "Let me allow you to experience my pain, even just a little." Crack! Azure chakra suddenly surged, erupting from Obito's body, rapidly condensing into the form of bones around him, firmly enveloping him. Susanoo. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was below evacuating the crowd and resisting the Ninetales' attack, saw this scene, a sudden shock in his heart, his expression changing. That's Uchiha Madara's ability. In his youth, he had witnessed Uchiha Madara's splendor. Moreover, some secret documents in the Leaf Village contained information and descriptions about the Susanoo. These were left behind by Tobirama Senju, with the aim of guarding against the Uchiha clan. Buzz! The Susanoo released by Obito hadn't stopped yet. Strands of muscle fiber were drawn from the exposed skeleton, rapidly enveloping the bones, slowly condensing into the form of a person. Having done all this, Obito moved. The Susanoo's hand suddenly swung, grabbing towards Minato, who dodged using the Flying Thunder God technique, but all the special kunai he had left behind with the Flying Thunder God technique were knocked away. Minato returned to the top of Gamabunta's head, his expression grave. Immediately after, another figure appeared beside him. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, now having removed his Hokage robes and changed into combat attire. The two simultaneously looked solemnly at the Susanoo and the Ninetales opposite them. Neither the one person nor the one-tailed beast would be easy to deal with separately, let alone together. "Have you notified Riku?" Minato said. Upon mentioning Riku, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression became even more unsightly. Even if he was still suspicious, he now understood that the other party had taken advantage of his suspicion, causing him not to tell Riku the specific time of Kushina's childbirth, allowing Obito to seize the gap and sneak in. However, he still said, "I've already sent someone to find him, but with such a huge commotion here, no matter where he is in the Leaf Village, he should be on his way." Minato nodded. "We must hold them back first. When Riku arrives, his magnet release will be the best means to seal the tailed beast." After speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi charged forward with a long staff in his hand, which was the Nioi golden rod transformed from his summon, Enma, the Sarutobi clan's family summon. Hearing about sealing the Ninetales, Minato Namikaze's eyes dimmed. Originally, Kushina Uzumaki should have been the most skilled at sealing tailed beasts, but with the tailed beast extracted, Kushina's fate was already sealed. Having failed to protect his beloved woman, Minato Namikaze's heart was like a knife twisting. If he didn't know the responsibilities he should bear as Hokage, he might already be dead. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the grief in his heart, focusing on dealing with Obito and the Ninetales. But with his heart almost dead, he had inadvertently made a decision. Leaf Village Corner. Morgue. Riku stood with his hands behind his back, watching the Ninetales rampaging within the Leaf Village in the distance, as well as the giant Azure Susanoo giant, without any change in expression, only silently watching. Behind him stood a figure, precisely the Riku Sarutobi, in Hiruzen Sarutobi in Minato Namikaze's words, which was the identity Riku had grafted over with a puppet. "Are we not going?" The puppet clone couldn't help but ask. Riku slowly shook his head, silently sighing. "Originally, my plan was to protect Minato Namikaze, not letting him die young, and even wanting to stop the Ninetales' chaos, but now, things have already happened." Since they were the same person, the puppet clone wasn't surprised by Riku's answer. "I guess it's Hiruzen Sarutobi's indecisiveness, being suspicious and overthinking, that made him not tell us the specific time of Kushina's birth, allowing Obito to seize the gap and sneak in," the puppet clone said. Regarding this guess, Riku felt it was probably close to the truth. Chapter 328. It's too late. Kushina's fate is sealed. Minato doesn't usually show it, but he is a very devoted man. Kushina's death is a hurdle he can't overcome. He probably already has a death wish. In the original story, Minato Namikaze actually had a chance to survive when facing the Ninetales. Any discerning person would know that the most suitable candidate for performing the Reaper Death Seal was the elderly third Hokage, not him, the fourth Hokage in his prime. But sadly, he didn't want to live after Kushina died, so he decided to do it himself. This time it's the same. Kushina is destined to die, and Minato won't live alone either. They are destined to be a pair of doomed lovers. The third is really old, he is no longer suitable to continue serving as Hokage. Such a great and powerful village, the strongest in the ninja world, was developing peacefully, but it almost collapsed later due to Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan. He is no longer the hero he once was, suspicion and worry have become his current labels. Losing Danzo is a good thing for Konoha, but it's not necessarily a good thing for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Since things have developed to this point, we can only proceed with another backup plan. Yeah. Kif and his puppet clone spoke one sentence each, as if talking to themselves. As he spoke, Kif turned to look at the puppet clone and said calmly, "Go, it's your turn to appear and save Konoha again." "You really think highly of me, that's the Nine Tails and Uchiha Obito." The puppet clone clicked his tongue and complained, but his body was very honest. Kif didn't move, just watched from afar as Uchiha Obito, imitating Uchiha Madara, cast, not translated in source text, to perfectly combine the Nine Tails and Susanoo, blocking Sarutobi Hiruzen's ultimate move. 5-style combo technique. However, the technique that Sarutobi Hiruzen was so proud of seemed unremarkable in the face of the Nine Tails and Susanoo. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Minato. Minato Namikaze also frowned and said in a deep voice, "This man who calls himself Uchiha Madara is very strong, but he's not so strong that we can't deal with him. The real problem is the Nine Tails, which is constantly providing him with chakra." Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously saw this point as well. "So we must separate him from the Nine Tails, otherwise, we won't have any way to deal with him. Third Hokage, I'll have to trouble you to take the lead in the attack. I'll try to get close to the Nine Tails," Minato said. "Minato, you." Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at Minato Namikaze. "Only I can do this, Third Hokage, I'll leave the village to you." Minato suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally very familiar with this familiar and extremely approachable smile. It was because of this smile that he agreed to Jiraiya's proposal to let him try the Flying Thunder God technique, unexpectedly creating the Yellow Flash and giving Konoha a competent fourth Hokage. But now, seeing this smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a strange sadness in his heart. He knew that all of this happened because of his suspicion. Opening his mouth to say something, Minato Namikaze didn't give him a chance. The chakra throughout his body quietly changed, and orange lines appeared on his face. Sage mode. "I'm going." With that, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Obito. Terrifying chakra instantly gathered in his hand, a huge amount of sage chakra mixed into the massive chakra. Sage art. Supermassive Rasengan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato, who left in a hurry without giving him a chance to speak, and could only forcibly suppress the helplessness in his heart, lifting the adamantine staff and rushing towards the massive Susanoo. At this time, all he could do was try to take on the responsibility of the main attack and create opportunities for Minato. Boom! The supermassive Rasengan hit the back of the Susanoo, only causing Obito to stagger. Yellow Flash. "Is that all you've got? You really are a useless person, unable to protect your wife, let alone your disciples." Terrifying chakra quickly gathered into a dark, giant chakra orb. Tailed Beast Ball. However, at this moment, a deep blue, giant chakra ball, not of the tailed beast ball's size, suddenly appeared from the sky. Konoha is not a place you can trample on at will. Sage art. Supermassive Rasengan. This time, it was Jiraiya, who had not yet left Konoha to gather materials. At the same time, Fukasaku and Shima, standing on his shoulders, also performed the Toad duet, attempting to use sound-based genjutsu to affect Obito's control. Mere sage art. The huge force pressed the Susanoo and Ninetails to the ground. The tailed beast ball accumulating in the Ninetails' mouth quietly dissipated before it could be released. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the adamantine staff, once again displayed his taijutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was known as the professor of the ninja world. There was naturally nothing to say about his ninjutsu, but his taijutsu was also unparalleled in the ninja world, especially when combined with the adamantine staff. A bunch of self-righteous fools. Obito roared, trying to control the Nine Tails and Susanoo to stand up again. Crack, crack, crack. But suddenly, he discovered that the Susanoo and Nine Tails had become unable to move. Countless dense layers of iron sand had suddenly emerged from the ground at some point, tightly wrapping around the Nine Tails' limbs, and the constantly released lightning made its body less agile. Not only the limbs, but also the 9 waving tails were densely covered with a layer of iron sand. Raza. Noticing the iron sand, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were overjoyed. This was another top expert from their Konoha, the magnet release ninja, Spear of Judgment. With 2 records of directly killing tailed beasts. Whoosh! The one who came was Kif, who appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a gloomy face, ignoring the 9 tails and Obito, but staring straight at him. Chapter 329. He said, pausing between each word, "Why didn't you tell me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression faltered under Kietsu's gaze, unsure how to explain himself for a moment. "Hiruzen, deal with the enemy first." Jiraiya interjected, defusing the situation. Kietsu didn't press the matter, giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a deep look before turning to face the massive 9-tailed fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard his final words. "I hope to have an explanation when this is over." The Susanoo of Uchiha Obito combined with the 9-tailed fox was more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Almost everyone remaining in Konoha had come, except for Orochimaru, who was hiding, and Tsunade, who was busy treating the wounded. The main forces were, of course, Kietsu, Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya. They were the only 4 capable of dealing with Obito and the 9-tailed fox. Kietsu's arrival gave the 3 a great deal of confidence. But for Obito, it didn't seem to make much of a difference. It doesn't matter how many people come. Obito truly felt the power of Madara Uchiha at that moment, that feeling of superiority, of being able to look down on all the ninja in the ninja world. He now possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, a nearly complete Susanoo, and the 9-tailed fox, indeed allowing him to look down on all the ninja before him. Of course, he could control the 9-tailed fox so easily because Madara Uchiha had left enough preparations on the 9-tailed fox. Madara Uchiha had even treated the 9-tailed fox as his own summoning beast. First, separate this person who claims to be Madara Uchiha from the 9-tailed fox. Otherwise, regardless of the outcome of the battle, Konoha will be destroyed. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Immediately afterward, Minato Namikaze flashed to the top of the 9-tailed fox, countless fine tadpole-like lines spreading from his palm, pressing directly onto the 9-tailed fox's head. However, before his hand seals could be fully completed, he fell into Obito's line of sight. Then, space began to twist in a spiral. Forced, Minato Namikaze had to release his palm, or he would be sucked into this unknown spatial ability, leading to the failure of the sealing technique. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Manipulating the Susanoo and the 9-tailed fox, he launched a fierce attack, a surge of powerful chakra erupting from all directions. Kietsu's magnet release blockade was immediately broken, sweeping towards Minato Namikaze and the others. Bang! Kietsu erected a thick iron sand shield, but it was shattered under the violent swing of the 9-tailed fox's tail, forcing the 4 to retreat. Watching his single attack successfully repel the former Hokage, the current Hokage, one of the Sannin, and the Spear of Judgment, 4 powerful figures renowned throughout the ninja world. So, this was the feeling of Madara Uchiha's power in the ninja world back then? Obito murmured in his heart, slowly raising both hands, pinching them somewhat unrealistically. Then, his face twisted fiercely. "It's the perfect opportunity to let you taste the pain in my heart." With that, he waved his arms. Boom! 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 Manipulating the 9-tailed fox, he continuously attacked the 4, suppressing them with his own strength. And the 4's counterattacks seemed so insignificant in the face of the Susanoo and the 9-tailed fox. A feeling of helplessness spread through their hearts. Watching the rampaging 9-tailed fox, the gradual destruction of Konoha, their hearts grew heavier. Helpless, aren't you? Feeling your own insignificance, aren't you? Watching the people you value disappear before your eyes, unable to stop the despair, aren't you? Obito roared in his heart, his attacks becoming more and more fierce, his control over the Susanoo and the 9-tailed fox becoming more and more skilled. Jiraiya accidentally took a hit from the 9-tailed fox's tail, blood spurting from his mouth, his body flying backward. Fortunately, he was still in Sage mode, protected by Sage Chakra, and did not suffer too much damage. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth fiercely. I didn't expect that even Sage mode Sage techniques couldn't cause effective damage. It seemed the four of Konoha had reached their limit. At this moment, Minato Namikaze looked at Kietsu and said in a deep voice, "There's one more way, Hiruzen, help me." With that, he shook his ninja pouch. Dozens of special flying thunder god kunai scattered on the ground. As he moved, Kietsu instantly understood his plan. He raised a hand. All of these kunai slowly floated up. "Third Hokage, Master Jiraiya, please help us briefly restrain that person, Hiruzen, and I will take care of the nine-tailed fox," Minato Namikaze said in a deep voice. Minato. Seemingly anticipating what Minato Namikaze was about to do, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth dryly. Before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Jiraiya. His expression was also very solemn. As his disciple, Minato's choice might eventually make him even sadder, but as a teacher, he respected Minato's choice. Whether as a Hokage, a husband, or a father, Minato's decision was admirable. This was a resolve, a man's resolve. At this time, they should not be a hindrance, but rather support and provide the greatest assistance. Chapter 330. He was only heard saying in a deep voice, "Even if we fight to the death, we will do it." Hearing this, Minato Namikaze suddenly grinned, his warm smile like a small sun burning with the morning light. "Then I'll leave it to you, Hiruzen, let's go." Okay. Regarding Minato Namikaze's choice, Vital actually supported it, because he could clearly feel that Minato's heart was already dead. With Kushina's destiny, he also went with her. Having never experienced love, Vital didn't know what that feeling was like, but judging from Obito's reaction and Minato's choice, it must be a very bad feeling, right? Stopping him at this time might be an even greater harm to him. If he wanted to save Minato Namikaze, he could only stop the incident from happening from the beginning. Now. It was too late. Vital raised his hand, and all the floating kunai shot out, accompanied by a large amount of fine, countless grains of iron sand, enveloping Obito and the Nine Tails, forming an almost closed iron ball. At the same time, Hiruzen, Sarutobi and Jiraiya exchanged glances and plunged into the iron ball. Just as they all disappeared inside the iron ball, two figures suddenly appeared where they had just stood. One of them wore a white bone mask, and the other was shrouded in a dark cloak, with black mist constantly spreading from his body, filled with an aura of hatred. The arrivals were Vital's main body in the puppet of the third Mizukage, who had recently completed the simplest configuration of Shinra Tensei. However, this puppet now completely indistinguishable from any shadow of the third Mizukage. The left eye was a Rinnegan with circles, and the right eye was an ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, with indifferent eyes, and his vision seemed to be able to see through the dense iron sand to see the scene inside. Vital's main body looked around. Very cautious, Black Zetsu didn't participate in this incident at all, or rather, he has completed his task and left. He felt a little regret. In fact, so many things in the ninja world were caused by Black Zetsu pushing behind the scenes bit by bit. Without Black Zetsu, Madara Uchiha would not have left Konoha, the first Hokage would not have died, Konoha's strength would have been the best in the ninja world, and the major hidden villages would not have dared to attack. Moreover, the first Hokage, who possessed would definitely have a long lifespan, giving Konoha enough time to develop. With the fertility of the Land of Fire, coupled with Konoha's appropriate policies, there would be no need for war at all. Deterrence alone would be enough to bring lasting peace to the ninja world. If he couldn't find Black Zetsu, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Then, with his ability to engage in petty tricks, it was estimated that many things would still be unavoidable in the future. Forget it, let's solve the immediate trouble first. Although I don't mind having more corpses, after all, they are people from my own village, and I still feel a little unbearable, Vital said lightly. I think you are just craving the Nine-Tails body, can't you just say it nicely? The Shinra puppet couldn't help but sneer. Vital shrugged and didn't argue. They were all the same person, who didn't understand who. I was originally considering whether he would jump over the wall in desperation and directly revive Madara Uchiha. Now it seems that I was thinking too much, it was just a waste of my preparations these past few months. Black Zetsu is not that stupid, Madara Uchiha is the most important part of his plan, Obito is just a part of Madara Uchiha's plan, he wouldn't be so confused about the priorities. The two of them spoke one after another, as if talking to themselves. Let's do it, control the nine tails first. Then they saw the Sharingan in their eyes begin to spin rapidly. Genjutsu. Barrier Cage Illusion Technique. Although their current pupil power could not compete with Obito Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, they could still interfere with Obito's control of the nine tails to a certain extent with the Barrier Cage Illusion Technique. The effect of this technique is very powerful, even exaggerated. Through the Sharingan, a barrier is established in the subject's consciousness, dividing out a separate area. The caster then seals the part or all of the subject's consciousness that they want to be separated behind this barrier, and then uses their own consciousness as shackles to bind the subject's body and subconscious, completely controlling them. The technique that Obito uses to control the nine tails is also this technique taught by Madara Uchiha. Now that Vital interfered, Obito's expression inside the iron sand changed instantly. How is that possible? Even though he still controlled the nine tails, Obito could clearly sense that there were two similar forces interfering with him. This caused his control over the nine tails to weaken, and the Susanoo and the nine tails actually showed signs of gradually separating. Using the power of the Rinnegan might be more straightforward, but the commotion would be too great, the puppet Vital inside the iron sand muttered. Chance. Minato Namikaze and the other three naturally noticed the abnormality of Obito and the nine tails. Although they didn't know what caused this situation, since it appeared, as experienced ninjas, they certainly couldn't let it go. Sage Art. Supersized Rasengan. 5 Release Great Barrage Technique. Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi simultaneously used their signature techniques, and finally peeled off a part of the staggering Susanoo from the nine tails body. Immediately afterwards, Vital also found an opportunity, holding the Thunder Sword Fang in his hand, with his hands forming seals. Magnet Release. Solid Fortress. Countless grains of iron sand quickly gathered, grabbing and almost wrapping the nine tails into a zongzi, with countless fine lightning bolts attached to it, forming shackles. Roar. But the nine tails roared, and countless grains of iron sand were constantly shaken off, and the shackles constructed by lightning were also collapsing one by one. It looked like it wouldn't last long. Minato Namikaze flashed and appeared on top of the nine tails' head, his face extremely serious, and his hands slowly formed seals. On the other side, controlling the Susanoo that had been knocked away, Obito staggered and stood firm. Success. Jiraiya clenched his fist. Success. Obito stabilized his footing, looked at the gradually breaking free nine tails, and couldn't help but sneer. You think you've won by separating me from the nine tails? As he said that, the Susanoo that enveloped him continued to change. Chapter 331. Outside the Cyan Susanoo, pieces of armor quietly emerged, a pair of huge wings suddenly appeared, and a Tengu-like mask was worn on the face. Crack. Crack. A completely materialized Susanoo. Are you mistaken about one thing? Controlling the nine tails isn't an enhancement for me, it actually restricts some of my eye power in order to control it. Vital and the Senro puppet in the distance exchanged a glance. It seems Obito took all the glory. At the same time, Minato Namikaze, standing on top of the nine tails' head, couldn't worry about so much. He successfully performed the dead demon consuming seal. No matter how Obito handles it, the nine tails must not fall into his hands again. Otherwise, it won't be just a matter of being difficult to deal with. I'm afraid the entire Hidden Leaf village will be destroyed. Soon. The illusory Grim Reaper descended upon the Hidden Leaf again, the huge soul with a ferocious appearance, a short sword clenched in its mouth. The Grim Reaper summoned by Minato Namikaze was more solid and had a more immense aura than the Grim Reaper summoned by Danzo's two root ninjas. Seemingly sensing the threat, the nine tails struggled frantically. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya, who were guarding against Obito, felt the changes behind them, and their expressions simultaneously became very complicated. An excellent successor to the Hokage, an excellent disciple, these two seniors could only watch this junior sacrifice himself like a lone hero. Minato raised his head. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. His gentle, hopeful, and longing gaze fell into the distance. There was where Kushina Uzumaki and his son were. Slowly, the corners of Minato Namikaze's mouth slowly rose. Kushina, I will be with you, but at least we must leave a safe environment for our child to grow up. The struggling Ninetales began to dissipate, and terrifying chakra slowly condensed in Minato Namake's hands, until only a ball remained. Vital! Minato Namikaze shouted as he was dying. Minato! Vital appeared beside Minato Namikaze, his expression equally complicated, especially when he saw the smile on his face. He only felt a lump in his throat, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Vital, I don't know what your true identity is, because I discovered that there is actually no soul in your body, Minato said. Hearing his words, Vital was stunned. He looked up at the eager Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper can sense souls, and his body is just a puppet, so it's normal that there is no soul. So Minato Namikaze wants to. Then he heard Minato Namikaze continue, but I still believe in you. I only hope that you can protect the Hidden Leaf Village, and if possible, bury me and Kushina together, and take care of our child. As he spoke, the ball of terrifying chakra representing the Ninetales was handed to Vital. Vital pursed his lips, never so solemn, and replied in a deep voice, okay. As he took the Ninetales, he saw the Grim Reaper pulling his soul out of Minato Namikaze's body. At this time, Minato's soul looked in the direction of Vital's main body in the distance and waved his hand. Vital's main body also waved his hand and said in a low voice, my name is Maruyama Vital. Yesterday, something happened at home temporarily, and I really didn't have time. I forgot to update, I'm very sorry. As Vital's voice fell, a large amount of iron sand that bound the Ninetales slowly wrapped around Vital and Minato Namikaze's bodies. A dense layer of chakra covered the thick iron sand, and even the Byakugan could not see the situation inside. Suddenly a flash. Two figures appeared in the iron sand. The people who came were Vital's main body and the Senro puppet. Vital looked at the peaceful Minato Namikaze on the ground, his expression also very complicated. Although his contact with Minato Namikaze was done by shadow clones, the shadow clones were actually himself. After each memory exchange, the things he got were the same. It's a pity, I originally hoped that you could serve as Hokage for a long time. I don't know what stage the Hidden Leaf Village would develop to under your leadership, but I didn't expect that you still couldn't escape such an ending. It's all because of Hiruzen Sarutobi's suspicion. As he spoke, Vital took the Ninetales chakra from the puppet's hand. Although there was Minato Namikaze's seal, the Ninetales was still very powerful, with some signs of breaking free from the seal. Ninetales? Vital narrowed his eyes, feeling the terrifying power contained in the small ball in his hand. He sighed softly, let's just do it this way. With that, he gently raised his other hand, wiping over the Senro puppet's eye socket, and a complete Rinnegan appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, he very skillfully installed the Rinnegan into his eye socket. Because of the experience of the shadow clone, he didn't feel any stagnation after installing the Rinnegan. The eyeball slowly turned, and the knowledge and abilities about the Rinnegan also poured into his mind. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It is indeed very powerful. The next second, the hand holding the Ninetales directly pressed towards his abdomen. He had already confirmed it before. With the Sharingan and the Kekkei Genkai, in order to construct Senro Vientian in his body, Senjutsu chakra was indispensable. And the reason why he spent so long learning all the Senjutsu of the three great holy lands was to construct Senro Vientian. To some extent, he can now be considered half a sage body. So there is absolutely no problem in bearing the power of the Ninetales. After the Ninetales was completely integrated into Vital's body, the Grim Reaper's phantom finally slowly dissipated, completing all of its tasks. Chapter 332. Feeling the power constantly surging from within his body, with Vital's strength, it wasn't difficult to completely control Kurama and use its power. I'll talk to you in detail later, there are more important things right now, Vital said lightly to Kurama. He raised his hand again, grabbing the mask covering the third Kazekage puppet. The image of Hiruzen Sarutobi completely disappeared, and the third Kazekage puppet returned to its original appearance. I'll leave the rest to you, my mission is complete. The shadow clone controlling the third Kazekage puppet said, and with a poof sound, the shadow clone dispelled, and the third Kazekage puppet returned to its original dull and lifeless appearance. Vital simply nodded, slowly covering his face with the obsession of the Fire Stone mask, a disguise item powerful enough to be considered a bug. Vital's appearance slowly began to change, eventually becoming the appearance of Hiruzen Sarutobi, even concealing the appearance of the Rinnegan and Sharingan in his eye sockets. As long as he didn't choose to reveal them, others wouldn't be able to see the abnormality in his eyes. Of course, correspondingly, the number of times the mask could be used was reduced by 1. This identity still needs to be maintained for a while, otherwise, I'm afraid others won't accept it so easily, so I'll temporarily continue to act as Hiruzen Sarutobi for a while. He muttered to himself. As the third Kazekage puppet returned to calm, the iron sand enveloping them began to peel off layer by layer. Vital put away both puppets. He raised his head expressionlessly, looking at the dilapidated Konoha gradually appearing before his eyes, and also seeing Obito Uchiha, who had activated the complete body Susanoo, suppressing Hiruzen Sarutobi in Jiraiya in battle. Vital's body slowly floated up. Then, I'll take over from here, Konoha. As his voice fell, Vital's appearance changed again, and a pale golden sage art cloak instantly covered his body, giving the whole person an otherworldly immortal aura. Perfect Sage Mode. With the sage arts of the 3 great holy lands as a foundation, Vital's control over Kurama's chakra reached its peak. And his change also appeared under the gaze of countless Konoha ninjas. What is that? Lord Hiruzen. That's Lord Hiruzen. Why has Lord Hiruzen become like this? But it feels. Vital's appearance, draped in a pale golden, ethereal, robe-like garment, undoubtedly surprised the Konoha ninjas. But for the Konoha ninjas, this didn't seem like a bad change, they felt an unassailable sense of oppression from Vital. Lord Hiruzen seems to have improved again. Can he stop the enemy who claims to be Madara Uchiha? Is there still hope for Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi also noticed Vital's change, his cloudy eyes filled with surprise. It's Kurama. He's become a Kurama Jinchuriki. Minato left Kurama's power to him. Jiraiya, who also possessed sage arts, recognized the aura of Kurama's chakra, but it was precisely because of this that the shock in his heart was greater than anyone else's. Such terrifying sage art chakra. Fukasaku and Shima, standing on his shoulders, were also deeply shocked. Vital glanced coldly at Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya on the ground, and with a flash, suddenly appeared in front of Obito Uchiha Susanoo. And his change also shocked Obito. Obito felt a strong threat from him. Forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, he drove the Susanoo, and a cyan, sharp longsword fell with a whoosh. Faced with Obito's attack, Vital remained unmoved, only slowly raising one hand. The small palm formed a strong contrast with the Susanoo's huge longsword. This abrupt feeling of scale made the hearts of every Konoha ninja rise in their throats. However, a scene that shocked everyone to the point of dropping their jaws appeared. The Susanoo's longsword, which had been so imposing, was easily caught by Vital's palm. The huge wind caused by the collision fluttered his robes and his hair flew wildly, but it alone could not shake his seemingly small palm. Vital slightly raised his eyelids, meeting Obito's stunned gaze in the Susanoo. Is that all? Vital's quiet voice spread to the ears of every Konoha ninja. Immediately afterward, a scene that Obito couldn't believe even more appeared, as Vital's palm exerted force slightly, and fine, irregular cracks instantly appeared on the Susanoo's longsword. As Vital's mouth curved into a smile, under the gaze of all the Konoha ninjas, the Susanoo's longsword directly shattered. Crash! Obito stared blankly at the broken longsword, never imagining that the Susanoo could be shattered so easily. He would have understood if it had been a full-force attack. But this. It looked too easy. The visual impact and cognitive impact given were too great. Vital crushed the invisible debris in his hand, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Obito with a smile that was not a smile. So, this Susanoo can't be considered a complete body Susanoo either. It seems you've borrowed some external force that you don't fully control, right? Huh. Obito's face sank, and a bad premonition faintly rose in his heart. Bang! Before he could react, he saw Vital deliver a horizontal kick, directly sending the huge, tens of meters tall Susanoo flying out, sliding dozens of meters on the ground, gradually moving away from the central area of Konoha, before slowly stopping. And it could be seen that a huge gap had appeared in the waist of Obito's Susanoo. Vital raised his palm. A jet-black staff slowly emerged in his palm, and he gently grasped it. The black metal rod of the Rinnegan, tracing back to its origin, is it a truth-seeking ball? Chapter 33. His figure flashed again. He appeared in front of Obito Uchiha, who had just stood up and whose shattered Susanoo had already recovered. Before he could react, Vital slammed down with his staff, sending the Susanoo flying once more. This time, it completely left the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, and with the attack of the truth-seeking orbs condensed into black rods, the Susanoo's recovery became exceptionally slow, even impossible. Obito's face was filled with disbelief. Since Vital became the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, everything that had happened had far exceeded his expectations and knowledge. Now, he felt utterly dumbfounded. Looking at the fragmented Susanoo, he felt only absurdity. Obito, you are no match for him, you can't keep fighting. Suddenly, the voice of White Zetsu slowly emerged from Obito's body, his direct words making Obito's face even more unsightly. But he had to admit that what White Zetsu said was absolutely true. Madara didn't leave you much chakra, and the chakra of several clones is almost exhausted. I don't suggest you stay here any longer, it's pointless, the Nine-Tails capture plan has failed, White Zetsu continued. One by one, White Zetsu clones slowly slid out of Obito's body. His aura weakened. Obito gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But he knew that what White Zetsu said was correct, this temporary power was not his after all, and it was almost exhausted. Damn it! Obito angrily slammed the ground, quickly making a decision. His kaleidoscope Sharingan continued to spin, and spiral spatial fluctuations rapidly spread from his eyes, while the huge Susanoo began to slowly dissipate. Leave. Where to? Suddenly, an abrupt, slightly playful voice appeared above Obito's head. The light golden Hokage robe, coupled with the nonchalant tone, was none other than Vital, who had come chasing after him. He held his left hand, and a dark, solid chakra sphere in his hand kept growing larger. Tailed Beast Ball. He glanced at Obito, who was preparing to use Kamui to escape. During the brief few seconds of using Kamui, Obito had to materialize, so this was the best moment to attack. He withdrew his palm, and the tailed beast ball fell from the sky, exploding with a bang under Obito's stunned gaze. Boom! The huge explosion was accompanied by an earth-shattering tremor, and the surrounding environment underwent earth-shattering changes, with a huge pit appearing. Being hit head-on by the tailed beast ball like that was too much for Obito to handle. However, the smile on Vital's face slowly faded, and he narrowed his eyes, frowning as he looked at the empty ruins. Izanagi. One of the Uchiha clan's ultimate Sharingan Genjutsu, which changes some established facts, even including resurrection, through self-hypnosis. He still got away. He really ran fast. Vital slowly descended from the sky, the light golden Hokage robe he wore gradually dissipated, and the black metal rod in his hand also disappeared. Obito's changes are so great because White Zetsu's clones injected a lot of chakra into Obito in a form similar to the Outer Path demonic statue. Coupled with some of the backup plans that Madara Uchiha left him, I'm not surprised that he can exert such combat power. He collected a few White Zetsu clones on the ground that had not been completely destroyed, which would be good research material. But he should only be able to use this method once, right? It won't be easy to catch him again next time, he will hide like a rat throughout the ninja world. He gently rubbed his chin. Whoosh whoosh. Two figures appeared beside Vital. The newcomers were Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya. Looking at the terrifying environment in front of them, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya exchanged glances. With such destructive power, it would be catastrophic if it hit the hidden leaf, wouldn't it? Nichiken, where is that person? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. He ran away, Vital said indifferently. Ran away. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils shrank. He couldn't imagine anyone who could escape under such a terrifyingly destructive move. However, considering the damage he had caused to the entire hidden leaf, he immediately understood. But in that case, if that mysterious person invaded the hidden leaf again, the only person who could stop him would probably be one person. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Vital beside him with a complicated expression. Not only his strength, but also the nine tails. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More and more hidden leaf ninjas appeared here. The first impression they had when they saw the scene in front of them was one of unconcealable shock. They swallowed their saliva and looked at Hiruzen Nichiken, who was standing quietly. The hidden leaf is about to change. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze died in battle, and his friend, Hiruzen Nichiken, erupted in anger, crushing the invader with absolute strength and becoming the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. These events made every Hidden Leaf ninja feel the signs of change that were about to appear in the Hidden Leaf. Even more so, some large and small family ninjas looked at Vital with uncontrollable fanaticism and excitement in their eyes. Especially Fugaku Uchiha of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 334. In this battle, the Uchiha clan did not stand idly by. Instead, they listened to Vital's advice and greatly displayed the strength and ability of Konoha's #1 noble clan, doing their best to help the villagers who were injured or killed in the Nine-Tails attack. This greatly improved the Uchiha clan's reputation among the Konoha ninjas. The Uchiha clan's transformation was about to begin from this moment. And at this moment, the first thought in Uchiha Fugaku's mind was, the gamble paid off. The next Hokage will definitely be him. Third Hokage, please arrange for the treatment of the injured and the compensation for the deceased as soon as possible. As Vital's voice fell, he flashed away. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened again as he heard Vital call him Third Hokage. Jiraiya sensed his mood and, after hesitating slightly, silently sighed. His mood was also very complicated. His most proud disciple had sacrificed himself for Konoha, and he had not even been able to protect his disciple's wife, leaving behind only an orphan. Most importantly, he, as the teacher, did not even know about such an important event as Kushina's childbirth and was kept in the dark. However, Jiraiya could still somewhat understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's caution, but understanding was understanding, and he could not help but feel resentment in his heart. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had notified him and Vital, the result might have been completely different, right? Jiraiya didn't know, however, that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't tell him because he was wary of him. The person Sarutobi Hiruzen was wary of was actually his most proud disciple, Orochimaru. Orochimaru had not even appeared during such a major event as the Nine-Tails Rampage today. But this was not the thing he regretted most. What he regretted was being used by the enemy due to suspicion and not notifying Vital, which led to Minato Namikaze's death in battle. Such a loss was even greater than the damage caused to Konoha by the Third Shinobi World War. Suppressing the regret in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to direct the rescue of the injured, the search for the bodies of the sacrificed, and the reconstruction of the damaged homes. A secluded room somewhere in Konoha. Vital pushed the door open and walked in. In the small room, candles were burning. On the bed in the corner against the wall, Kushina Uzumaki was lying there, barely breathing, her face pale and covered in sweat. Having experienced the pain of childbirth and then being forcibly stripped of the nine tails, Kushina, despite being from the Uzumaki clan, was still at the end of her rope. In her arms lay a sleeping child, with orange hair and fox-like whisker markings on his face. Minato. Hearing the movement, Kushina Uzumaki's weak voice sounded. Losing the nine tails would have caused the Jinchuriki to die on the spot. Kushina's constitution and will allowed her to live until now, but only for now. Vital pursed his lips and came to Kushina's front with a complicated expression. Even though he had been mentally prepared for such a scene, he didn't know how to face it. Seeing that it was Vital and not Minato, Kushina Uzumaki's tears suddenly flowed uncontrollably, her body trembling, and her face was already filled with deathly silence. As if sensing Kushina Uzumaki's sadness, the baby in her arms also began to cry, the loud cries drowning out Kushina's sobs. Kushina's trembling hand gently patted the baby's arm, but she couldn't stop his cries. Vital squatted down and patted the baby's bottom, finally calming him down. "Have you thought of a name yet?" Kushina bit her lip, forcibly suppressing her sadness, and said in a trembling voice. "Naruto, his name is Naruto." "Okay, I understand." Vital nodded, his gaze falling on Naruto. He looked like a very ordinary child, and Vital did not sense anything special about him. Naruto's growth trajectory had changed because of his appearance. Although he had lost his greatest advantage by not becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He had inherited the talents of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki and would definitely not be an unremarkable child. Perhaps, if he knew from the beginning that his parents were heroes who sacrificed themselves for Konoha, some of Naruto's thoughts might also change. Naruto, I. Kushina looked at the delicate Naruto in her arms, and the sadness in her eyes could no longer be suppressed. Vital sighed softly. Naruto, I'll have to trouble you. But then Vital slowly shook his head. Don't trouble me, you know I'm not someone who can take care of people, I don't even have a girlfriend, so how can I take care of a kid? Hearing Vital's words, Kushina Uzumaki was stunned. So, you should take care of him yourself, I can't breastfeed. Saying that, Vital took a step forward. Endure it for a moment. His palm gently rested on Kushina's abdomen, and a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra was separated by him and injected back into Kushina's body. This was only a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra and would not have any impact on the Nine-Tails, similar to the past Ginkaku and Kinkaku of the Hidden Cloud Village, but for Kushina, who had lost the Nine-Tails power, it was like rain after a drought, greatly replenishing her depleted body. At the same time, Vital activated Sage Mode again, donning the cloak of Sage Chakra. Previously, he didn't know to what extent he could reach after activating Senro and possessing the Nine-Tails Chakra, but now that the Rinnegan had appeared and the Nine-Tails Chakra had been fully utilized, he knew his current state might not be comparable to Naruto's strongest state in the future, which would involve the teachings of the Sage of Six Paths and the inheritance of Ashura's chakra. But it seemed that even if there was a difference, it wouldn't be too much, because he also had the Rinnegan. Chapter 335. Therefore, relying on the injected portion of chakra, just like Naruto saving Might Guy in the original story, Kushina's constantly draining life was stabilized. Although there would be some loss, it wasn't a significant problem considering the Uzumaki clan's physique. Kushina stared blankly at Vital, feeling the life force and chakra constantly flowing back into her body, her weak body was clearly recovering. Pulling the blanket over Kushina, Vital released the Sage Mode. Rest well, Naruto still needs you to take care of him. Saying that, he walked towards the door. Just as he was about to step out of the door, he paused, hesitated slightly and said, Minato, I will try to save you. After the words fell, he left without stopping. Strictly speaking, Namake's Minato wasn't dead, but his soul was taken away by the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. The Reaper, his soul didn't go to the underworld, but remained in the Reaper's stomach. If his body and vitality could be preserved, and if the Reaper's stomach could be opened like Orochimaru in the original story, and a way could be found to send the soul back into his body, it wasn't impossible to revive him. It's just that these steps are very troublesome. Even Orochimaru, who is best at research, ultimately has weaknesses in soul research. But Vital isn't completely without a solution. Don't forget, he now has the Rinnegan, and a major ability of the Rinnegan is to control souls. One of the ultimate forbidden techniques of the Rinnegan, the Rinne Rebirth, can revive a large number of dead people, but the conditions are relatively harsh, and the caster will die after using it. But simply controlling the soul will be relatively simple. What needs to be done now is to find the place in Yuzushiogakure that hides the Reaper mask. But there's no rush. This damn world convergence, I finally have the ability to change some things, right? After leaving Kushina's place, Vital took Namake's Minato's body to the morgue. Although he was sorry, he still had to get something from Namake's Minato's body, so that his death wouldn't be a waste. Wait. Vital, who was about to start looting the body, suddenly froze, his expression becoming a little strange. Now that Namake's Minato is dead, I can loot his body if I successfully revive him, and he dies again, can I loot him again? Vital seemed to have discovered a new continent. Isn't this equivalent to exploiting a system bug? But thinking about it carefully, it felt a little absurd. The premise for him to revive after death is that the soul is taken away by the Reaper, instead of going to the underworld, which means that if you want to exploit such a bug, you have to sacrifice at least one more use of the Reaper death seal. But the problem is, if you want to revive others, you have to kill the Reaper first. Where can you find a new Reaper? The Uzumaki clan has existed for so long, and after researching sealing techniques for so long, they only created one Reaper using some unknown means. There aren't so many Reapers for him to play with. The ideal is very plump, the reality is very skinny. Let's just loot the body honestly. Call the system. It's been almost 4 years since he came to this world, and Vital has long been familiar with this method. He can now be indifferent to whatever he loots, after all, he has seen almost everything good. Soon. The result came out. Flying Thunder God Technique. A bit unexpected, but also expected, after all, what Namake's Minato is most proud of is the Flying Thunder God Technique. Vital previously used Tobarama Senju's experience card to barely learn a little bit of the Flying Thunder God Technique, which had great restrictions, but it was also very useful. What he looted from Namake's Minato this time should be the complete version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Although it may not have a big impact on his strength, it's still good. What he fears most is looting something like the Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Howl 3 style, which would be very embarrassing. Slapping the card on his body, the original feeling of spatial stagnation disappeared, and his perception of the markings of the Flying Thunder God technique he had left behind became clearer. It seems that as long as he has a thought, he can arrive at the place where he left the technique at any time. Of course, the farther away, the greater the consumption. It's just consumption. To say chakra consumption to someone who owns an entire Ninetales, are you looking down on the Ninetales, or looking down on the Ninetales? You know, although the nine-tailed beasts were all separated from the Ten-Tails by the Sage of Six Paths, the Sage of Six Paths' preference for the Ninetales is unmatched by the other eight-tailed beasts combined. Vital had seen a more reasonable distribution method in his previous life. The Sage of Six Paths divided the Ten-Tails chakra into 100 parts, with the One-Tails to Eight-Tails each accounting for 1 part, and the Nine-Tails exclusively accounting for 92 parts. Vital originally thought it was a joke, until he really obtained the Nine-Tails today. Feeling the Nine-Tails' terrifying chakra, he felt that this statement might really be possible. He personally killed the Two-Tails and Three-Tails, he knows too well what the situation is with those two. Their strength is simply not on the same level as the Nine-Tails. Perhaps it really is 1 part for the One-Tails, 1 part for the Nine-Tails, 1 part for the Two-Tails, 1 part for the Nine-Tails. 1 part for the Eight-Tails, 1 part for the Nine-Tails, and so much is left, let's give it all to the Nine-Tails. Vital couldn't help but say. After learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Vital thought of the Nine-Tails again. It seems that after this little guy was sealed into his body, except for being forcibly plundered of a large amount of chakra by him, he was given the opportunity to complain and be irritable, and was firmly locked in a seal. Calming down, he entered the seal space in his abdomen. Chapter 336. Identical to the original, a sealing tag was plastered at the center of the barred gate. Inside, a massive creature, resembling a small mountain range, lay sprawled out, faintly revealing orange fur and a slightly rapid, heavy breathing. Kurama had already sensed Vital's arrival but had no intention of acknowledging him. Vital smiled knowingly. What a tsundere fox. To be honest, Kurama was indeed holding in a bellyful of anger with no place to vent. Originally, although it was sealed, Kushina's attitude towards it was relatively friendly. She wouldn't bother it unnecessarily, and aside from not being able to move freely, there wasn't much to complain about. But when Kushina was giving birth, it was forcibly pulled out of the seal. That would have been fine, being able to get out, being pulled out was acceptable. However, the guy who pulled it out actually claimed to be Uchiha Madara and immediately used his Sharingan to control it. This reminded it of the fear of being dominated by Uchiha Madara in the past. And then it was pinned to the ground and beaten, ultimately sealed by a Grim Reaper who appeared out of nowhere. Finally, it ended up in the body of someone it had never seen before. That would have been fine too. But its new Jinchuriki was too powerful, even reminding it of the Sage of Six Paths, forcibly extracting its chakra when it couldn't resist. Such experiences, happening within a few short hours, would be unbearable for anyone. If Kurama were to write down its experiences, adding various mental journeys and changes in mindset, it might actually be able to write a novel. And it should be the kind that the other eight-tailed beasts would love to read. Kurama, Vital called out. Kurama raised an eyelid, glancing at the smiling Vital. Because the seal space was similar to a mental space, Vital's disguise didn't work here. Appearing here was his original appearance, sporting a Rinnegan and a three-tomo Sharingan. Rinnegan? Kurama was visibly stunned when it saw this eye. How long had it been since it had seen this familiar eye? Kurama, keep me company in chat, Vital smiled as he walked towards Kurama. Damn it. You guys toss me around, do you really think I'm a toy? It should be angry at this time. Not thinking about those random things. Calm down, isn't it just a seal? This thing, it's better off without it. With that, Vital casually tore off the seal on the gate and directly opened the door, walking towards Kurama. This time, Kurama was stunned again. What does this mean? Just not playing by the rules, huh? Suddenly, just as it was stunned, it felt a weight on its head. Without knowing when, Vital was already lying on its head. Damn it. Hey, having such a big temper is not good, don't you think? Kurama. Half a month later. The damage caused to Konoha by Kurama had finally seemingly passed on the surface. But in reality, the greater wounds were often on a spiritual level. Many people lost their relatives, friends, and loved ones because of the Ninetales attack. At the same time, Konoha lost their fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had just taken office for less than a year. It could be said that this was definitely a huge loss for all Konoha residents. But the more grief there is, the more one must strive forward. Life will always get better little by little. And so, in order to allow Konoha to move forward better, and also for someone to be able to once again shoulder the huge burden of Konoha, under the leadership of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Konoha high-level officials once again began a meeting. Sitting in the head seat, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Vital, who slowly entered from outside the door, with a somewhat unnatural expression. Of course, it wasn't just because of the little fox with 9 tails perched on his shoulder, but mainly because he hadn't informed Vital when Kushina Uzumaki was giving birth. Because of this, Vital hadn't said a word to him so far, nor had he taken the initiative to look for him. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to find Vital, he would have to go to great lengths. It had to be said that the current Konoha route was really very different. Almost the entire Konoha was already within the scope of route's coverage, and many spies and scouts from other villages were all being ferreted out one by one. With Kurama's sensitivity to people's hearts, let alone these spies, even White Zetsu couldn't escape Vital's perception. Seeing him come in, the heads of the various Konoha families present also cast their gazes over. Most of them were in admiration. Uchiha Madara released Kurama to attack Konoha. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze died in battle, and finally Vital subdued Kurama and repelled the enemy. This had almost become something that every Konoha resident was talking about during this period. As things fermented, Vital, who already had a high position in the hearts of Konoha residents, became extremely popular all at once. And because there was no Danzo and route pushing things along, the Uchiha clan did not become the target of public criticism in Konoha. Even because of Vital's suggestion to Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan also provided a lot of strength in the Ninetales chaos, rescuing many victims. Chapter 337. Although some members of the Uchiha clan were sacrificed as a result, the Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha rose sharply, and the Uchiha clan also truly felt the warmth of the village. Uchiha Fugaku was very happy to see this scene. Although the Uchiha clan cannot be fully integrated into Konoha immediately, everything is developing in a good direction. For example, he is also a member of this Konoha high-level meeting and has a very high right to speak. After Vital nodded slightly to the crowd, he sat in his position as the leader of the Umbu, second only to the 2 Hokage advisors, and even higher than Jiraiya's position. However, of the Sannin, only Jiraiya participated. Tsunade seemed to have another attack of hemophobia, and Orochimaru had not been seen for a long time. He is busy conducting experiments with Vital's shadow clone. After Vital sat down, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. Everyone, we have gone through a very painful time, but fortunately, it is slowly stabilizing now, but because of this, we have lost a large number of heroes. As soon as the words came out, the atmosphere in the conference room became a little heavy. Now that things have calmed down, shouldn't we hold a funeral for the 4th Hokage, as well as the Konoha ninjas and residents who died in the 9-tailed demon fox attack? Vital suddenly said lightly, his eyes falling on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hearing Vital's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a somewhat forced smile. The 2 advisors are preparing for this, but after all. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could finish speaking, Koharu Udatane interjected. Our Konoha has suffered too much loss this time, the 3rd Shinobi World War has just ended, the internal treasury is empty, and there is a severe shortage of funds, therefore, I suggest that this funeral be simplified as much as possible, it's not too late to hold a supplementary one when we recover. That's the idea, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. He had just looked at Konoha's financial statements. After paying out the condolence money, it was basically completely in the red. Moreover, the Umbu ninjas stationed on the border have discovered a small number of IWA ninjas and Kumo ninja troops in the land of Waterfall and the land of Hot Water. We must pay attention to the problems that may arise in this regard. The death of Konoha's Hokage undoubtedly gave the other villages an opportunity to take advantage of. You must know that Kyumo and Konoha have not officially ceased fighting. Third Hokage, I have a suggestion. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku signaled, and everyone's eyes immediately fell on him. I think the village should elect a fifth Hokage to preside over important matters. Konoha's situation without anyone in charge makes us look too weak in the face of the enemy's covetousness. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku said this, the conference room suddenly became silent. Many clan leaders and Konoha high-level officials were constantly communicating with each other through eye contact. What should come will always come. It is impossible for Konoha to be without a Hokage in charge all the time, which makes it seem too weak. After Uchiha Fugaku slightly organized his words, he continued, therefore, I suggest that Jonin Hiruzen Sarutobi succeed the Hokage and become our Konoha's fifth Hokage. I wonder what everyone thinks. The conference room was still so quiet. No one dared to take the lead in agreeing, and no one dared to object. Everyone in the office knew that the current Uchiha clan was Vital's die-hard supporter, resolutely following his footsteps. The power of the Umbu has even surpassed the Umbu during Danzo's time. With the Uchiha clan and the Umbu, this force can be said to be pivotal in Konoha. Moreover, because of the nine-tailed demon fox incident, most of Konoha's residents have a great affection for Vital. It can be said that now, in the matter of Vital competing for the fifth Hokage, their opinions are no longer important. The reason why they didn't speak was just to see Hiruzen Sarutobi's reaction. However, before Hiruzen Sarutobi could speak, Koharu Udatane spoke first. Electing a Hokage is not something that can be done overnight. The internal situation is unstable now, and the external situation is also beginning to show signs of trouble. I still suggest that the third Hokage temporarily act as the Hokage. After all, he has more experience and knows how to deal with the current situation. Moreover, we are now short of funds, and electing a Hokage is an extremely resource-intensive matter. I think it is better to postpone it and talk about it after things stabilize. Her words were reasonable and well-founded, and were approved by many people. But still no one spoke. The key now is not Koharu Udatane, nor Hiruzen Sarutobi's reaction, but to see Vital's. If he says he wants to be Hokage, no one can really stop him now. He was already very strong. And now he has become the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. He seems to have completely established a good relationship with the nine-tailed demon fox, and he has defeated such a powerful enemy. His current strength is undoubtedly the strongest in Konoha. Perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya are no match for him. But everyone couldn't grasp Vital's attitude. When Minato Namikaze took office, he didn't show any intention of competing at all. What if they supported him, but he didn't want to take the position? Wouldn't that offend Hiruzen Sarutobi and be a thankless task? Therefore, they remained silent, wanting to see Vital's attitude. Tap, tap, tap. Vital's fingers slowly tapped the table, which seemed particularly abrupt in the conference room. Suddenly, he smiled and looked at Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. The two advisors said that Konoha is short of funds. That's right, Koharu Udatane nodded. Clap clap. Vital clapped his hands gently. Suddenly, 4 root ninjas walked in, carrying 2 large boxes. Seeing these 2 boxes, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado jumped up from their chairs at once. They were too familiar with these 2 boxes. You, Koharu Udatane pointed at Vital but couldn't utter a word. Her fingers trembled, and her face turned pale. Chapter 338. Vital stood up slowly with a smile. These 2 boxes, the 2 advisors should be very familiar with, because they were found in your homes. He walked to the 2 boxes and opened them. They were full of money and some valuable items. And when these 2 boxes were opened, the entire conference room was in an uproar. Sorry for not getting the consent of the 2 of you, my people have roughly estimated that each box contains about 120 million taels. 120 million taels. You should know that even after completing some difficult S-rank missions, the reward is only a few million taels, rarely exceeding 10 million. I'm very curious. The 2 advisors have been staying in Konoha, neither doing missions nor leaving the village, diligently doing the work of advisors. Your monthly salary is probably hundreds of thousands of taels, definitely a high-paying job in Konoha. But how did you two scrape together this 120 million taels with a salary of only hundreds of thousands of taels? With the final snorted from his nose, Vital's terrifying chakra surged out, causing everyone in the conference room to show horrified expressions. Those with slightly weaker strength were even directly scared off their chairs. Terrifying. Just like the terrifying aura created by Tobirama Senju raising a finger when Orochimaru resurrected the 4 Hokage of Konoha in the original story. In fact, Vital's current strength has already surpassed Tobirama Senju. Coupled with the 9 tails, his aura is even more terrifying, and many cracks appeared in the walls. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya were both shocked. They knew that Vital's strength was very strong now, but they didn't expect that he was already so strong. Just the aura alone made them feel like they needed to take out their weapons to resist. The most miserable were naturally Koharu Yutatane and Hamura Mitokado, who were directly facing Vital's aura. Their faces were pale, and they couldn't say a word as they slumped to the ground. Finally, Vital slowly restrained his aura and said calmly, "After investigation, I found that the 2 advisors have been receiving bribes from Danzo, the former head of Root, for a long time, deducting money from the hard-earned money of Konoha residents. Even in this distribution of compensation, the 2 of you had the idea of tampering with it. How dare you?" His words were the truth, and no one doubted it. Most of the people present cast disgusted and contemptuous glances at the 2. Konoha had survived such a big crisis, but they didn't expect that these 2 advisors had embezzled so much money. "Take them away." Vital waved his hand. "Yes." The 4 Root ninjas who had just brought the boxes immediately responded. Wait, Hamura Mitokado kept shouting. "Hiruzen! Hiruzen! Considering how many years we have contributed to Konoha." "Nonsense." Vital raised his palm, and 2 fierce streams of chakra struck the 2 of them, directly slamming them heavily against the wall. Hiruzen Sarutobi almost subconsciously opened his mouth. "What? 3rd Hokage, do you want to protect them?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Danzo was already dead. If even Koharu Yutatane and Hamura Mitokado were taken away, then he would really become a lonely person. But things had come to this point, and he couldn't think of a way to protect the 2, even though he also hated their behavior from the bottom of his heart. "Take them away. Investigate whether they have hidden any more money and execute them according to Konoha's laws. All this money will be added to Konoha's treasury." The 4 Root ninjas supported the 2 and took them away directly in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi and a group of high-level officials. Vital glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi and saw that his expression was still very unsightly, and he sighed silently. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who entered the post-3rd Hokage era, was too nostalgic, too indecisive, and too suspicious. "The 3rd Hokage is old, I suggest he enjoy his later years, what do you all think?" He looked around, but no one dared to meet his eyes. But everyone understood. He really wants to become the 5th Hokage. Is even the 3rd Hokage going to be directly hollowed out? Hiruzen Sarutobi stared blankly at Vital, not expecting things to change so quickly. And what made it even more difficult for him to accept were the words of the others in the office. "The 3rd Hokage has contributed enough to Konoha, it's time for him to rest. I still maintain my original view and suggest that Jonin Vital Sarutobi become the 5th Hokage." Fugaku Uchiha was the first to stand up again. But this time was different from before. Voices of agreement appeared one after another. "I agree, Jonin Vital Sarutobi is fully qualified and capable of serving as Hokage," Hayashi Hyuga said. Shikaku Nara, seconded. Choza Akimichi, seconded. Inoichi Yamanaka, seconded. Shibi Aburame, seconded. Seconded. Almost everyone expressed their opinions, except for Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya. Chapter 339. Jiraiya didn't want to embarrass his teacher, even though he also felt that Vital was qualified to serve as Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't really resisting either, but he just couldn't quite accept this kind of method. Sigh. A helpless sigh marked a relatively satisfactory end to this meeting. The selection of the 5th Hokage was completely finalized. Konoha's economic crisis was also alleviated to a certain extent. Everyone was happy. Rain Country. Now that the Third Shinobi World War has completely ended, the Rain Country, sandwiched between the land of fire and the land of wind, suffer tremendous damage as a battlefield. But now, the already scarred Rain Country has once again ushered in a new coup. An organization called Akatsuki, led by a man claiming to be God, overthrew the decades-long rule of Hans of Amigakure. The era of Akatsuki has officially begun. At this time, the few remaining members of Akatsuki are holding a meeting. The Nine-Tails capture failed. Konoha's fifth Hokage has been confirmed to be the Spear of Judgment, Sarutobi Nikan, who is also the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Tobi, disguised as Uchiha Madara with a mask, said in a deep voice. Even if the Nine-Tails is captured, the Two-Tails and Three-Tails have not been revived, we still can't gather all nine-tailed beasts. I suggest we don't expose our goals too early. We can slowly accumulate strength and recruit some powerful ninjas as members to participate. Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded. Vital's strength has already exceeded the range that Tobi can currently withstand. He was able to control the Nine-Tails and overpower the four Kage at the time only because he used the chakra left by Uchiha Madara and some of the power of White Zetsu. Now that Uchiha Madara's power has been exhausted and White Zetsu cannot be replenished, he temporarily has no power to fight against Vital. However, just because he doesn't have it doesn't mean that others don't. At this moment, the young man in front of him, with black metal rods inserted into his body and eyes full of circular patterns, might be able to use these eyes to fight back. And this man is Nagato's Deva Path clone, also known as Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Do you have any suggestions? Pain glanced at the two and said lightly. Behind him stood a girl with blue-purple hair, known as Akatsuki's angel, Konan. I have a good candidate, but he is in the land of water. I will go to the land of water during this time and complete his recruitment, Tobi said. And the person he has set his sights on is named Hoshigaki Kisame. I also happen to know a few people who can be recruited, Kakuzu, a bounty hunter and rogue ninja from Takigakure, and Akasuna no Sasori, a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, both possess considerable strength, Zetsu also said. With his intelligence capabilities, it would be quite difficult for him not to know anything in the entire ninja world. Then let's begin. We'll proceed with the plan after the Two-Tails and Three-Tails are revived. Pain finalized these matters. Okay. Konoha. Vital's inauguration ceremony as the fifth Hokage proceeded smoothly. His strength displayed during the Nine-Tails attack was obvious to all, and it could be said that he saved the entire Konoha with his own strength. Although the fall of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, was regrettable, people always have to look forward, and the village isn't just one person. Therefore, after holding a funeral for the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, and the heroes who sacrificed themselves in the Nine-Tails attack, Konoha soon held Vital's inauguration ceremony. Under the witness of almost all Konoha ninjas, he took the hat representing the Hokage's identity from Sarutobi Hiruzen, officially succeeding as the fifth Hokage. And the first decision Vital made after taking office was to disband the Umbu. The authority of the Umbu and Root overlapped too much, and there were too many people in the Umbu who were supported by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer the Hokage, he still had considerable influence over the Umbu. Xia Yan's decision directly eliminated the possibility of Sarutobi Hiruzen holding him back. Of course, Vital still gave Sarutobi Hiruzen the position of Hokage advisor, but the extent of his power was debatable. In addition, if the Umbu ninjas wanted to continue doing the same work, they could transfer to Root. So, in essence, he just merged the Umbu and Root. A transfer of power from the left hand to the right hand eliminated Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence. However, there were still some Umbu ninjas who were unwilling to join Root and reverted to ordinary ninja status. But after this transfer, Vital firmly grasped Konoha's largest power department in his hands. The second decision. Vital established the Konoha Surveillance Department, headed by Haiga Terasu, with members from the Haiga clan, responsible for monitoring the entire situation in Konoha and reporting at any time. And the Uchiha clan restored the authority of the Konoha Military Police Force, with Uchiha Fugaku once again serving as the head of the Konoha Military Police Force. It's just that now, under the influence of Vital and after imparting some correct response methods to Uchiha Fugaku, the Konoha Military Police Force and the Uchiha clan are finally no longer a clan feared and hated by the residents of Konoha. The Uchiha clan is slowly integrating into Konoha. Although the Uchiha clan and Vital have the closest relationship, Vital is also unwilling to see the Uchiha clan become the only dominant force, as this would easily lead to the destruction of Konoha's balance. The most ideal situation is to have the Uchiha and Hyuga maintain a good competitive relationship. The Uchiha clan can be Konoha's #1 clan, but it must never become the only clan. Balance is the way to control subordinates. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi were both very clear about Vital's purpose and gladly accepted this outcome. Uchiha Fugaku's initial goal was just to resolve the conflicting relationship between the village and the clan. Chapter 340. Hinata Hizashi had grown accustomed to being used as a tool to balance the Uchiha clan during the terms of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze, and he had long since become indifferent to it. And now, Fugaku Uchiha invited a group of Konoha's jonin and various major families to gather at the Uchiha clan to celebrate the first birthday of his youngest son, Sasuke Uchiha. It must be said that the Uchiha clan of the past could not have pulled off such a grand affair. But now it was different. The ninjas of Konoha all knew about the relationship between the Uchiha and Vital, and coupled with the fact that both Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha were Vital's disciples, their status naturally rose accordingly. In the entire Konoha, probably no one except the Sarutobi clan had a closer relationship with the Uchiha than Vital. Regardless, Vital's current identity was still Hiruzen Sarutobi, a member of the Sarutobi clan, and he even had a disciple, Asuma Sarutobi, as a standard bounty measuring tool. The Sarutobi clan had experienced both the Hiruzen Sarutobi era and the Vital era. It was only because the Sarutobi clan didn't have the ambition to expand that they hadn't become one of Konoha's prominent clans. It's also worth mentioning that the current head of the Sarutobi clan was Hiruzen Sarutobi's eldest son. After the disbandment of the Umbu, he returned to the clan and took over the clan's affairs. Presumably, there wouldn't be any accidental deaths this time, which could be considered leaving a legacy for Hiruzen Sarutobi. As time passed, Vital becoming Hokage truly brought tangible changes to Konoha. As someone who had been through it all, he knew exactly where Konoha's shortcomings lay and how to improve and strengthen it. He personally went to see Orochimaru and expressed his willingness to support his research, even revealing some of his own special abilities. He retained Orochimaru while requiring him to submit some research results every so often. Furthermore, he forbade him from harming the people of Konoha and the Land of Fire. He didn't care about anything else. The benefit was that he could provide Orochimaru with more support, even exempting him from participating in missions. In this way, he left a true great scientist in Konoha. Moreover, he was the kind of scientist who, given time and recognition, could bring about tremendous changes to Konoha. In addition to retaining Orochimaru, Vital also cured Tsunade's hemophobia, allowing her to continue contributing to Konoha's medical field. Hemophobia was actually a mental illness, and it wasn't difficult to subtly modify and correct it with the illusion techniques of the Sharingan. As for Jiraiya, there was really no way to help him. He had to go out and collect material. Vital also strongly supported him in publishing his new novels, similar to Make Out Paradise. Besides these two veteran Kage-level powerhouses, Vital also successively developed several people with the potential to become Kage-level powerhouses. For example, Shisui Uchiha, who currently only lacked the evolution of his three-tomo Sharingan into a Mangekyo Sharingan. There was also Itachi Uchiha, who showed extremely strong talent at a young age. Of course, the most important one was Kakashi Hatake, who was the closest to being a Kage-level ninja, but successive heartbreaks and the Sharingan transplanted from Obito had caused his strength to enter a complete stagnation period. And he had truly become the chakra measurement unit of the ninja world. To this end, Vital told Kakashi the true identity and situation of Obito, causing Kakashi a great shock. But it also rekindled his desire to become stronger, hoping to settle things with Obito once and for all. Therefore, he asked Vital to help him seal his Sharingan and once again picked up the White Fang sword technique, embarking on the path of seeking strength again. 3 years passed in a flash. On the Hokage rock behind the Konoha Hokage building, the head sculptures of the 5 Hokage looked particularly solemn. And on this very day, in the sky above Konoha, far from the ground, several figures suddenly appeared, all wearing uniform attire. The leader among them was Pain, the nominal leader of the Akatsuki organization. And beside him were the other 5 paths of the 6 paths of Pain. Their purpose here was very simple, to obtain Konoha's 9 tails. To this end, they had gathered all the forces of the Akatsuki organization and even made many backup preparations. It's time to put a perfect end to this chaotic world. As the leader of the 5 great hidden villages, Konoha, your existence is the center of conflict in the ninja world. Pain muttered to himself. The reason for standing in this high place was to prevent being discovered by Vital and the Ninetales. And their mission this time was roughly divided into several steps. The first step was for Pain to punish Konoha in the name of God, creating large-scale destruction and sensation. The second step was for the Akatsuki members, who were currently ambushing near Konoha, to attack Konoha from all directions after the commotion caused by Pain appeared, creating chaos in Konoha while diverting Vital's attention, forcing him to take the entire Konoha into account and slowly fall into a passive position. The third step was to gather the power of all Akatsuki members to seal Vital and then slowly use the Rinnegan to gradually extract the Ninetales chakra. The fourth step was an optional step. If they failed to seal Vital successfully, the alternative plan would be activated, and Nagato's main body, hidden somewhere, would implement it. After repeating the plan in his mind again, Pain was ready to act. He looked indifferently at the prosperity below. Many scenes flashed through his mind. Once, his happy family was mistakenly killed by Konoha ninjas who had strayed into their land. The Rain country was caught between 2 major powers and suffered greatly. Yahiko died in front of him. And the one who did it was the leader of the Rain hidden village, who was said to have been instructed by Konoha. Now, he was going to create a truly peaceful world. And this was destined to not be achieved through peaceful means. Therefore, he was going to gather all the power of the tailed beasts and use the absolute overwhelming terrifying power of God to flatten the entire ninja world. However, just as he was about to activate the power of the Rinnegan, a person suddenly appeared beside him. Pa! He patted Pain on the shoulder. Chapter 341. The person who arrived was naturally the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also known as Vital. Speaking of which, isn't it a bit impolite for you Akatsuki to make such a big commotion without giving us a heads up? Vital said calmly, looking at Pain, who was preparing to recite his famous rice-carrying poem. It's Pain. Alive. You. Seeing Vital suddenly appear, Pain was shocked and almost instinctively raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the 9-tailed sage mode cloak appeared on Vital's body, and a shikujo made of truth-seeking orbs appeared in his hand. He dodged Pain's Shinra Tensei with extreme speed. Pain's pupils shrank. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could actually dodge Shinra Tensei. Don't you know that sudden attacks are very impolite? Suddenly, Vital's figure appeared behind Pain. When did he? It was a space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. The pat Vital gave Pain just now wasn't just a casual pat. The formula for the Flying Thunder God technique had already been engraved on his clothes. So. Boom! The shikujo made of truth-seeking orbs swept directly across Pain's body, and Yahiko's body was directly split in 2. But at the same time, Nagato finally reacted, and the other 5-6 paths clones launched an attack simultaneously. But then they saw Vital smilingly carry the shikujo on his shoulder, raise one hand, and faintly say, Shinra Tensei. How is that possible? In the horrified eyes of the other 5 clones, they were all blasted away. But the next second. Bansho Tenin. The 5 clones were sucked back in like toys, slowly turning into pieces under Vital's swaying shikujo. Sorry, my understanding of you far exceeds your imagination, and you know nothing about me. In his hand, he held a black metal rod taken from one of the 6 paths clones, slowly injecting his chakra into it. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he looked towards a dense forest far away in Konoha. The corners of his mouth slowly rose. Found you. On the other side, Nagato, withered and gaunt, suddenly opened his eyes filled with disbelief, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath. Nagato. What's wrong? Quick. There's no time, quickly activate the backup plan, this person is far, far more terrifying than we imagined. Conan stared blankly at Nagato. She didn't know what had happened, but it seemed that the operation had only just begun and had already exceeded expectations. But since Nagato had already said so, she didn't hesitate and formed a hand seal with one hand. A gap suddenly opened in the large tree constructed entirely of paper, and several coffins appeared in sight. Nagato took a deep breath and formed hand seals with both hands. Edo Tensei. Bang bang bang. As his chakra surged out frantically, one coffin after another was opened. Figures emerged from them, each with an almost identical appearance to white Zetsu. But soon these white Zetsu were wrapped and entangled by a strange chakra, and their appearances changed. If Vital were here, he should be able to recognize who these people were. The first Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The second Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Mu. The third Reikage of Kumogakure, Ai. The second Mizukage of Kirigakure, Genjutsu Hozuki. Those who appeared were all former Kage from various villages. These were all the parts of the bodies of these powerhouses that Black Zetsu had collected over the years, and he had completely invested them in this operation. Furthermore, with the bodies of white Zetsu as sacrifices, the resurrected former Kage could unleash their full strength. Brother. Tobirama Senju was the first to open his eyes, regaining his own consciousness, and looked at Hashirama Senju with some surprise. Tobirama, where is this? The other Kage also gradually regained their own consciousness and expressed their confusion about their current situation. However, when they saw Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, they all revealed vigilant expressions. This was the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. And his younger brother, Tobirama Senju, in his prime, was definitely one level stronger than them. Chapter 342. Of course, there were two exceptions. Those were the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hozuki. The two of them had died together, and could be considered acquaintances forged through conflict. Their disagreements hadn't been resolved, but they both acknowledged each other's strength. Everyone, Nagato's deep voice echoed. Everyone's gaze fell upon him. Those eyes. The Rinnegan. Reanimation jutsu. You're not a ninja from Konoha. Tobirama, I told you long ago, don't try to develop things that touch the dead. Hashirama Senju also realized his state. Brother, now is not the time to say these things. Look, even we have been. Shut up. Oh, Hashirama Senju drooped his head. The legendary god of shinobi acting so weak truly surprised everyone. You used the reanimation jutsu. Want to use this technique to make us do things for you? Nagato's expression remained unchanged, but the hand seals he was forming did not stop. Everyone, for the sake of the peace of the ninja world, I have to borrow your strength, but it doesn't matter, I don't need your consent. As he said this, Nagato was about to release chakra to erase their self-awareness. The power of the Rinnegan gave him the ability to control these people, so even in the face of so many Kage level and even Super Kage level powerhouses, he was not flustered at all. Peace. Suddenly. Conan's paper tree was directly cut open with a huge gap, and sunlight suddenly shone in. Kaze quietly walked in, bathed in the sunlight. You say peace? Is that using the power of your so-called nine-tailed beasts to flatten the ninja world? Although I don't object to the unification of the ninja world, but unfortunately, judging from your plan, we are in a situation of irreconcilable conflict, Nagato. You know me. Nagato frowned. Kaze did not answer, his eyes fell on Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and the past Kages, and he raised an eyebrow. Yo, how lively, I didn't expect the first and second Hokage to be here. He put the black shikujo on his shoulder and said lightly. Who are you? Tobirama Senju asked. He didn't look old, very young, but his strength was very strong, bringing enough threat to Tobirama Senju. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, Sarutobi Kaze, the current 5th Hokage of Konoha. As he spoke, Kaze turned around and pointed to the faint 5th Hokage characters that could be seen on the back of his Gakage cloak. The 5th? Hahahaso Konoha has reached the 5th Hokage, Tobirama. Seeing Kaze's identity as the 5th Hokage, Hashirama Senju excitedly patted Tobirama's shoulder. How is the village now? 5th Hokage. Brother, now is not the time to ask these things. It's okay, Lord Tobirama, there is still time. Kaze waved his hand, as if he didn't take Nagato seriously at all. Nagato. He frowned, and with the surge of chakra, the Kages of the past villages began to gradually lose their self-will. Kaze shrugged and said to the two who were not completely controlled, first Hokage, second Hokage, you have also seen that the guy who summoned you has an organization and is preparing to launch a full-scale attack on Konoha. I stopped him, so I summoned you all out. Poor guy, he was used but didn't know it. Used by others? Nagato frowned, and with a low shout, he wanted to forcibly crush the will of Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. But soon, he found that he couldn't do it. No, it should be said that he couldn't completely do it. Hashirama Senju had been controlled, while Tobarama Senju formed the seal himself, looked at the incredulous Nagato and said lightly, I don't know who you are, but before using other people's techniques, please find out who developed this technique. The reanimation jutsu was developed by Tobarama Senju. Even Madara Uchiha could forcibly break free from Yakushi Kabuto's control in Sage mode, let alone the original owner, Tobarama Senju. Besides, the current reanimation jutsu has not been further researched and developed by Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, so cracking it poses no threat to Tobarama Senju at all. It's just that Hashirama Senju did not support Tobarama Senju's development of this technique, so he didn't learn it, and was still controlled by Nagato. However, just to suppress Hashirama Senju's will almost consumed most of Nagato's energy. The other Kage combined didn't have such strong resistance. Tobarama Senju's forehead showed black lines as he sensed Hashirama Senju's state. This idiot brother. Tobarama Senju complained, but still couldn't help but sink his face. He felt the condition of this body, which allowed him to use his strength before his death almost without any scruples, so it should be the same for Hashirama Senju. As his younger brother, he knew too well what Hashirama Senju's strength was at his peak. To put it bluntly, if you don't have the strength of Madara Uchiha, it is impossible to stop him. Moreover, it is still the reanimation jutsu, which can completely ignore consumption. Tobarama, stop complaining, think of a way, Hashirama Senju suddenly spoke. Chapter 343. Nagato's expression changed. Even in this state, can he only control his actions and not completely suppress his self-awareness? What can we do now? Big brother, why don't you dig a hole and bury yourself? Hashirama Senju smiled helplessly, I wish I could. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he shouted, careful. Bang! Hashirama Senju suddenly attacked Tobarama Senju with a punch, but before Tobarama Senju could react, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Vital. This speed. So fast. Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju were both somewhat surprised by the speed Vital displayed. Lord Tobarama, would you mind holding off those few? I'll deal with Lord Hashirama. Tobarama Senju hesitated slightly, but seeing Vital's speed just now, and the fact that he withstood Hashirama Senju's attack head-on without budging, he nodded, be careful, he is, after all, the god of shinobi. I know. With that said, Tobarama Senju went to stop the other Kage. Although he might not be able to defeat them, holding them back for a while would definitely not be a problem. Well done, 5th Hokage. Blocking me, and then if Tobarama defeats those few, the two of you joining forces might be able to seal me. He didn't expect the 5th Hokage of Konoha to have such strength, which made him very pleasantly surprised and satisfied. The next second, Hashirama Senju clapped his hands together. Careful. This is the wood golem technique. Rumble. Along with a large number of branches being drawn out, a huge and towering wood golem quickly appeared in Vital's sight. And Hashirama Senju stood on the head of the wood golem. Vital looked up, and the sage art cloak that had been restrained on his body reappeared, and at the same time, the voice of Kurama sounded in his mind, Vital, beat him up. It seems that Kurama has a lot of resentment towards Hashirama Senju. The corners of Vital's mouth slowly rose, and two arms completely composed of chakra suddenly appeared from his body, and two pure black-tailed beast balls appeared in his hands. This is, Kurama's chakra, 5th Hokage, are you also a Jinchuriki of Kurama? And a perfect Jinchuriki of Kurama. Very good. In this way, you might really be able to seal me together with Tobarama. There's no need to be so troublesome, Lord Hashirama. Boom boom. Vital threw out two-tailed beast balls, one of which was blocked by Hashirama Senju's Hobi technique, but the other hit the wood golem, blasting out a huge gap. But it was quickly repaired by Hashirama Senju's wood release. It's useless, my wood release recovery ability is too strong, you just need to hold me back now and give Tobarama some time, Hashirama Senju said again. Vital's body slowly floated up, and the black shikujo in his hand turned into a black ball. It was the truth-seeking ball. Actually, you can trust me. Vital raised his other hand, and another truth-seeking ball appeared. 2 truth-seeking balls are the maximum number that Vital can currently control. However, it is enough to deal with Hashirama Senju, who is only being controlled by Nagato. I can only trouble Lord Hashirama to be sealed for a while. After this matter is dealt with, I will send you on your way. Saying that, he suddenly raised his hand. Almighty push. Hashirama Senju's body flew towards Vital uncontrollably. Nagato's eyes widened suddenly below. It's this again. He looked at Vital's eyes, which were clearly not Rinnegan, but why could he use the Rinnegan's almighty push? Immediately afterwards, Vital clapped his hands together. Planetary devastation. The entire ground began to crack, and a large number of rocks mixed with countless trees flew towards Hashirama Senju, and in the blink of an eye, Hashirama Senju was firmly locked in this small, planetary devastation. Crack crack crack. But the next second, a large number of branches burst out from the rocks, and the entire suspended rock began to tremble violently out of control, looking like it was overwhelmed. Don't be so serious, Lord Hashirama. Saying that, Vital threw out the truth-seeking ball in his hand. The truth-seeking ball is an intangible substance, and although it is only a small ball, it can expand countless times in an instant, and actually wrap the entire sphere of planetary devastation. Immediately afterwards, the truth-seeking ball began to compress frantically. Chapter 344. Before this level of power, ordinary stones were as if they didn't exist. Even Hashirama Senju's chakra couldn't affect the truth-seeking orbs. Their existence was inherently to counteract chakra. 5th Hokage, well done. I can truly leave in peace knowing that Konoha has a Hokage like you. I'm entrusting the future of Konoha to you, you must protect it well. Hashirama Senju's gratified voice came from within the truth-seeking orb. Then, the truth-seeking orb transformed back into a sphere about half the size of a palm, hovering in Vital's palm. He flipped his hand. The truth-seeking orb disappeared. Hashirama Senju was now completely sealed. Nagato stared blankly at the scene. Suddenly, a spiral spatial distortion appeared beside Nagato, accompanied by a hand reaching out and grabbing Nagato's shoulder, directly dragging him in. Nagato. Konan was filled with shock. TCH, that guy Obito. The person who used Kamui to rescue Nagato was none other than Obito. Or rather, the term rescue might not be appropriate, as his target was likely the Rinnegan in Nagato's eye sockets. He glanced at Konan, who had fallen to the ground, and slowly shook his head. I told you, you were just being used, but you didn't even realize it. As his words fell, his figure directly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a stunned Konan, and Tobirama Senju, who was still fiercely battling in the distance. Tobirama Senju. My brother was sealed so quickly. Does the 5th Hokage have such great strength? The development of the ninja world has exceeded his predictions. On the other side, among the Konoha ninja forces, who were on high alert for an Akatsuki attack, Vital's figure suddenly appeared beside Kakashi, who was wearing an umbu mask. Lord Hokage. 5th Hokage. The Konoha ninjas revealed expressions of joy upon seeing Vital. Vital waved his hand, continue to be vigilant, enemies may appear at any time. Yes. Vital placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder and said in a deep voice, come with me, I need your ability to find Obito. Kakashi abruptly raised his head, all right. Apology. Sorry, I have a terrible headache today. There probably won't be any updates. I sincerely apologize. I will now release the seal on your Sharingan, and then I will use your Sharingan to enter Obito's space, do not resist. Vital used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Kakashi to the place where Nagato had been taken away by Obito. Kakashi stared blankly at the change in the scene before him. This is the 2nd Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique? That's right. Vital said calmly, removed Kakashi's forehead protector, and casually formed a hand seal, releasing the seal on Kakashi's Sharingan. The Scarlet Three-Tomo Sharingan quietly rotated in his eye socket. Three-Tomo Sharingan, huh? Vital looked at the eye. In fact, Kakashi's eye had already awakened the Mangeki Sharingan when Obito awakened his, but his current abilities were not enough to support the consumption of the Mangeki Sharingan. Kakashi was already a ninja with low chakra reserves. He focused on the precise control of chakra. The Sharingan was such a huge burden that it was not easy to bear. But now it was different. Vital had Kurama, the omnipotent charging station. He gently patted Kakashi's shoulder. Instantly, Kurama's chakra cloak covered Kakashi's body. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Naruto only relied on half of Kurama's chakra to support tens of thousands of Ninja Alliance troops. Supporting Kakashi with this little bit was simply a piece of cake. Immediately after, Vital frowned and began to try to help Kakashi control the Sharingan. The three black tomo rotated frantically in his eye socket. Slowly, the tomo connected, and three black patterns, like scythes, surrounded each other in a circle in his eye socket. Mangeki Sharingan. This is, Kakashi curiously touched his eye. He had long felt the strangeness of his eye. It seemed that the three-tomo Sharingan was not the limit. But just maintaining the three-tomo Sharingan was consuming so much of his chakra that it was almost catching up with the recovery. He hadn't tried much. But this time, with Vital's help, he entered the power level of the Mangeki Sharingan for the first time. I'm going to start. Vital reminded him. Immediately after, with a low shout, the Mangeki Sharingan began to move. Chapter 345. Kamui. He directly locked onto himself and Kakashi with Kamui, and after a burst of spatial distortion, they entered the Kamui dimension. Where is this? Kakashi stared blankly at this completely new space, never expecting that his Sharingan could connect to an alternate dimension. This is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, capable of transforming one's deepest desires into reality, reflecting the heart into reality, hence the name, Mirror Will Eye, Sharingan, Vital explained calmly, slowly closing his eyes. Kurama. What? I'm busy. Haven't I already given you control of all my chakra? Don't bother me while I'm reading novels. Vital completely ignored his complaints and simply said, help me sense Obito's location. You know, sensing is my weakest skill. Kurama rolled his eyes impatiently. I feel like you've wasted your sage techniques on a dog. Despite the complaints, Kurama honestly helped Vital sense Obito's location. A few seconds later. To your left, about several dozen kilometers away. You should get there quickly at your speed, Kurama said unpleasantly. Understood, thanks. Vital opened his eyes again and said to Kakashi, found him, hold on tight. Kakashi frowned, but still grabbed Vital's clothes. He had many questions to ask Obito and many things to resolve with him. Now that Obito was truly alive, he needed to understand everything clearly. Meanwhile, Obito clearly sensed the changes in the Kamui dimension, and his eyes under the mask narrowed slightly. He's found this place. Beside him, besides Nagato, who could barely stand after fighting, was also Zetsu. Nagato wanted to say something weakly. But Zetsu spoke first, his hoarse voice ringing out, his strength far exceeds our expectations. Even Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage from Konoha, was sealed quickly. We must execute the final plan, or we will surely fail. Finally, seemingly dissatisfied with his conclusion, he shouted, Madara. Hearing the name Madara, Obito's pupils constricted. He glanced at Zetsu and roughly understood his meaning. He slowly lowered his head, indeed. Seeing Obito soften, Zetsu was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Pucci. But suddenly, he saw Obito's hand pierce through Nagato's chest, crushing his heart directly from behind. Nagato turned his head slowly with an expression of disbelief, only to see Obito slowly remove his mask. It was a hideous face, half of it like withered wood, with only one Sharingan in its eye sockets, the other eye tightly closed. Zetsu also looked at Obito's actions with some surprise. But I still want to struggle a bit more. Obito's voice was like a ghost from the deepest hell, firm with madness, and full of unwillingness in its depths. He swiped his hand in front of Nagato's eyes, and the two Rinnegan fell into his hand, glaring coldly at Zetsu. What do you think? Zetsu glanced imperceptibly at the two Rinnegan in Obito's hand, shrugged, you are Madara, you decide. Very good. Obito put away the two Rinnegan, activated the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and slowly left the Kamui dimension with himself and Zetsu. He glanced coldly at Vital and Kakashi, who were rapidly approaching in the distance and whose shadows could already be vaguely seen, and slowly disappeared into the Kamui dimension. Ha-ta! Vital and Kakashi landed. Was that really Obito just now? Kakashi asked blankly. Obito's change was too great, he almost couldn't recognize him just now. Didn't your eyes already tell you? Vital replied, not rushing to chase after him, crouching down to look at Nagato's emaciated corpse and sighing softly. What a pity. From a young age, he had already become a pawn in Uchiha Madara's hands. If it weren't for his Uzumaki clan identity, even if life would be difficult, he should have lived more happily. Nagato's corpse was indeed a good thing for Vital. Start the system. Directly use up the 3 corpse looting chances. As time passed, Vital's various attributes and values had already reached almost full. However, when his attribute values broke through 90, each attribute card he looted could only increase by 1/10 of the value, otherwise, his attributes would probably have been full during these few years of becoming Hokage. The Uchiha clan's bloodline and the Kekkei Genkai had also been successfully purified further under his efforts, which is why his sage techniques and strength are now even stronger than before. Let's go, Vital said, picking up Nagato's corpse. What about Obito? Kakashi hesitated. He snatched the Rinnegan and should need some time to familiarize himself with its power, and that time is our last buffer. He helped Kakashi cast Kamui again, taking the 2 of them out of the Kamui dimension. He didn't expect that Obito would still get the Rinnegan in the end, then according to Black Zetsu's ability, it wouldn't be difficult to reanimate Uchiha Madara. Chapter 346. And Madara Uchiha had control over Obito's heart, coupled with the control ability after Black Zetsu's possession, it seemed that Madara Uchiha's resurrection was unstoppable. Since this was the case, then Vital had to prepare one step ahead. Fortunately, he had been planning for this day for a long time. After leaving the Kamui space, Vital brought Obito back to Konoha, and at this time, the battle taking place around Konoha was also coming to an end. Because of the existence of Sasori of the Red Sand as a spy, Vital could be said to have a thorough understanding of Akatsuki's plans. In addition, Kakuzu and Sasori had a cooperative relationship a long time ago, and the current Akatsuki's personnel configuration was far inferior to the original. Apart from Sasori of the Red Sand and Kakuzu, there were only Kisame, Nagato, Konan, Zetsu, and Tobi. Because of Vital's relationship, Orochimaru stayed in Konoha, Tsunade's hemophobia was cured and she also stayed in Konoha, and there was also the newly emerging sure sway of the body flicker. Dealing with Kisame alone was not a problem at all. After returning to Konoha, Vital urgently convened a high-level meeting of Konoha. At the current high-level meeting of Konoha, almost all of them were his people, Orochimaru, Fugaku Uchiha, Hizashi Hyuga, and a group of elite jonin. And the content of this meeting was very simple. From this moment on, Konoha entered a state of high alert to deal with the war that might break out at any time. Because what he was going to do next was very likely to provoke another great ninja war. First, Vital came to the land of water, where the water vapor was too abundant, and as if no one noticed, he found the six-tailed Jinchuriki, the young Utakata, whom he had already locked onto. He brought him back to Konoha, and after a friendly conversation, stripped away part of the six tails chakra. Next was the three tails. The resurrected three tails had been captured by Kirigakure, but before they could confirm the new three tails Jinchuriki, Vital quietly kidnapped it, leaving behind a group of unconscious guards. Subsequently, he came to Sunagakure in the land of wind, filled with sand, and under the gaze of the fourth Kazekage Raza, he kidnapped his extremely disliked youngest son, Gaara, who was the Jinchuriki of the one-tail Shikaku. Shikaku's foul-mouthed appearance made Vital too lazy to talk nonsense with it, and directly extracted part of its chakra. Immediately afterwards, Vital used the same method, whether it was the four-tailed Jinchuriki Rashi who had defected from Iwagakure, or Killer Bee who was secretly hidden by Kumogakure on the Turtle Island at sea, they were all brought back to Konoha by him. Under the pretext of protection. But at the same time, he also extracted part of the tailed beast chakra from their bodies. Then he let Kushina use powerful sealing techniques to restrict the tailed beasts and chakra of these Jinchuriki. Vital was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Madara Uchiha might be resurrected at any time, and he didn't plan to give Obito any time to try to collect the tailed beasts. It was a pity that Akatsuki had just successfully captured the resurrected two tails, which was currently the least needed by Vital. He could obtain the Two Tails chakra from the third Mizukage puppet. Just like that. In almost just 3 days, the major hidden villages in the entire ninja world discovered that the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki in their villages had disappeared almost overnight. And they all set their sights on Konoha. In recent years, Konoha's rapid development, and the strength of the newly appointed 5th Hokage, only made the major hidden villages more and more afraid of Konoha, and it became more and more obvious. When the major villages were still licking the wounds brought about by the Third Ninja World War, Konoha had already passed the most difficult moment, quickly recovered its vitality, and even showed a considerable increase in strength. In recent years, many geniuses have emerged in Konoha. Kakashi, who was thought to be depressed due to the influence of the Sharingan, actually gave up using the Sharingan and picked up Sakumo Hatake's swordsmanship again after having a new goal, showing some signs of the White Fang. Shisui of the Body Flicker, who had always been a pioneer against the mist, successfully became another Mangekyo Sharingan user in the Uchiha clan after Madara Uchiha in recent decades. His genjutsu skills can be said to be the best in Konoha. In addition, there was the rising Itachi Uchiha. It can be said that Konoha's chain of strong people was properly connected. Moreover, Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha were both Vital's disciples, and Kakashi was a disciple of Minato Namikaze. After Minato Namikaze's death, he was transferred from the root by Vital and became his shadow guard, and at the same time, he occasionally taught him, counting as half a disciple. This undoubtedly made Vital's position in Konoha extremely stable. After collecting the chakra of all the tailed beasts, Vital finally started his ultimate plan. Injecting all the tailed beast chakra into the 9 tails. As a joke, the difference between the chakra of the 9 tails and the 10 tails is actually only 8 parts out of 100. The reason why the gap is so large is only because of the singularity of the chakra. After gathering the tailed beast chakra collected by Vital, although the appearance of the 9 tails did not change, its chakra had a very obvious improvement in essence. Almost the level of the chakra of the divine tree of the 10 tails. In addition, Vital once again touched a Rinnegan from Nagato's corpse. After replacing the remaining 3 Tomo Sharingan, combined with the current power of the 9 tails, he also completely completed the transformation. Almost completely materialized 6 paths power. Except for not absorbing the power of the demonic statue of the outer path, the trunk of the divine tree, he was now equivalent to the level of Madara Uchiha in the later stages of the original work. If Madara Uchiha hadn't been tricked by Black Zetsu in the original work, with Madara's ability and intelligence, he could definitely complete the complete unification of the ninja world with his heart power. Even if there was no Eye of the Moon plan in the end, the ninja world could enter true peace. And Vital deliberately avoided the pit of the demonic statue of the outer path in order to prevent Black Zetsu from tricking him in the end. As long as he doesn't absorb the divine tree and doesn't open the Eye of the Moon, Kagaya Otsutsuki's resurrection will always lack a key link. Then what he needs to deal with is only Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha, these 2 tragic Matryoshka doll products. After completing the transformation, Vital, in the name of the Hokage of Konoha, invited the Kage of the major hidden villages to the sand dunes of the Land of Moon to discuss the matter of the tailed beasts. And that place was exactly where Obito was hiding at this time. It's time to end all this. Chapter 347. This day was extremely important for the entire ninja world. Because on this day, most of the ninja world's power was concentrated in the Land of the Moon, following a letter from the 5th Hokage of Konoha that was almost a declaration of war. The tailed beasts and Jinchuriki from each village were almost completely swept away by the 5th Hokage of Konoha in just 2 or 3 days. This action reminded them of the 1st Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama Senju. Therefore, no village dared to underestimate him. Except for the necessary defensive forces, almost everyone gathered on the dunes of the Land of the Moon. The 5th Hokage of Konoha, Kaze, kept his word and waited silently for their arrival. However, when they arrived, they found that while Kaze was there, they didn't see a single other ninja from Konoha. Just when they thought Kaze was playing with them, or even trying to divert their attention to launch a surprise attack on their villages, an unprecedented battle began. Obito Uchiha and Zetsu, along with 6 former Jinchuriki from various hidden villages resurrected through impure world reincarnation, appeared before Kaze. In these few days, Kaze wasn't the only one preparing. Obito had also made extensive preparations. Having abandoned his mask, one could clearly see a Mangekyo Sharingan in one of his eye sockets and a Rinnegan in the other. The 6 former tailed beast Jinchuriki behind him had been directly turned into 6 Paths clones with the Rinnegan. Obito's eyes were filled with madness. This was everything he could currently do. Obito, I've already found an audience for you, begin your performance, Kaze said with a faint smile. Hearing Kaze's words, Obito's face darkened. He already knew about the disappearances of the Jinchuriki and tailed beasts in the ninja world these past few days, and he knew who was responsible. However, he wasn't very panicked because he had the 2 tails in his possession. And the demonic statue of the outer path was also in his hands. He didn't believe that Kaze, after losing these 2 key components, could reach a point that he couldn't handle. Now, he also had the Rinnegan, the complete all-creation, and the 6 Paths clones of the 6 Jinchuriki. It wasn't like he didn't have a chance to fight. He formed hand seals. He immediately used his ultimate move. Planetary devastation. Kaze narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was still disguised, so Obito didn't know the condition of his eyes. But now that things had come to this. As long as Kagaya Otsutsuki wasn't revived, Kaze didn't believe anyone could be his opponent, not even Madara Uchiha. Therefore, he directly removed the mask from his face. When Obito saw Kaze's true appearance, his pupils suddenly shrank. He really hadn't expected that the person in front of him was actually Maruyama Kaze, who used to be the caretaker of Konoha's morgue and had a decent relationship with him. Even more unexpectedly, Kaze actually had 2 Rinnegan in his eyes. Not to mention him, even Black Zetsu hadn't anticipated this. Didn't only Madara Uchiha awaken the Rinnegan? Why was this happening? But his raised hand could no longer be lowered. The process of planetary devastation had already begun. Moreover, even if he knew Kaze's identity, there was no way he would hold back. But the next second, Kaze narrowed his eyes. Almighty push. The rocks that were about to envelop him were all pushed away. Then, he appeared in front of Obito at a speed that was completely impossible to capture with the naked eye. Boom! An orange sage mode cloak rose from his body, and his forehead was covered by an orange forehead protector, with 2 small horns growing out. On his chest and the edges of the sage mode cloak, which resembled a divine robe, black tomo symbols appeared. Most importantly, 8 black orbs appeared behind Kaze. Truth-seeking balls. He hadn't reached 6 Paths mode at its peak because he lacked the husk of the god tree, the demonic statue of the outer path. But for the current Kaze, it was enough. Kaze, who appeared in front of Obito, slowly shook his head. Too weak, Obito. With a slight flick of his finger, a truth-seeking ball rapidly shot out and directly struck Obito. The damage caused by the truth-seeking ball was something that even Obito, with Hashirama Senju's cells, couldn't repair. At the same time, the 6 Paths clones controlled by Obito were all turned into dust under the attack of the truth-seeking balls. Numbers were completely meaningless to the current Kaze. As long as the main opponent couldn't inflict substantial damage on him, he could instantly recover. Moreover, with the protection of the truth-seeking balls, even the strongest ninjutsu would be difficult to break through. He didn't believe anyone could hit him with a night guy right now. Bang, bang, bang. Obito was directly blasted dozens of meters away. Staggering to his feet, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Why? Why could the difference in power be so great? Black Zetsu slowly emerged at his feet, shaking its head involuntarily. Only it understood what state Kaze was in at this moment, what those orbs he launched were. Obito was definitely not his opponent. Therefore, Black Zetsu's eyes flashed, and it said in a hoarse voice, "Obito, I'll help you recover your body." As it spoke, it slowly attached itself to Obito's body. However, Kaze seemed to be oblivious to Black Zetsu and Obito's actions. He simply looked in a direction where no one was and said faintly, "What? Is the great Madara Uchiha still going to continue hiding? Obito is boring, why don't you come and entertain me for a while?" As his voice fell, a figure slowly emerged from the direction Kaze was looking. Crimson armor, mottled skin, and 2 eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye sockets. Who else could it be but the ninja world's dance king, Madara Uchiha? Chapter 348. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "You were the one who stopped me last time, weren't you?" Vital shrugged, neither denying nor confirming, as there was no need to. He no longer needed to be in awe of Uchiha Madara. The interest on Uchiha Madara's face deepened. When he was defeated last time, he told Vital to wait, never expecting him to actually do so. He glanced at Obito in the distance, who was being controlled by Black Zetsu and had almost lost his autonomy, and slowly shook his head. You really disappoint me, Obito, but it doesn't matter, you can still fulfill your purpose. Then, even though Obito desperately resisted, he was still forced to form hand seals under Black Zetsu's control. Reincarnation Jutsu. And the target of the technique was naturally Uchiha Madara. Crack, crack, crack. The dark red armor on Uchiha Madara's body fell off piece by piece, and the Mangeki Sharingan in his eyes disappeared, his eyes closing. At the same time, White Zetsu appeared at Madara's feet, holding a Rinnegan that Obito had hidden away, and inserted it into his eye socket. After rotating a few times, he quickly regained control. The corners of his mouth rose. This is the feeling of being resurrected, in my prime. On his bare chest, the dull head of Hashirama Senju formed by cells became even clearer. Vital watched Uchiha Madara's narcissism and slowly said, Uchiha Madara, hurry up, after I'm done fighting you, I still need to go back and have a good chat with the people from the 4 great hidden villages. Hearing Vital's arrogant words, Uchiha Madara's face darkened, and he flashed to Obito's side, taking the other Rinnegan from his eye socket. Finally, Uchiha Madara completely returned to his prime. Vital shook his head helplessly. Without obtaining the power of the Ten Tails and becoming its Jinchuriki, is this all there is to Uchiha Madara? That would be rather disappointing. Their eyes met, and without needing to say much, they simultaneously formed hand seals. Even the hand seals they formed were exactly the same. Heavenly obstacle. Tectonic star. Rumble. 2 giant meteorites tore through the clouds in the sky, falling straight down. Seeing this scene, the ninjas of the 4 great hidden villages were shocked, their eyes wide and mouths agape, never expecting to witness such a sight. This scene is called divine beings fighting. Vital shook his head and formed hand seals again. Sage art. Super weighted rock technique. Crack, crack. Uchiha Madara's heavenly obstacle tectonic star was directly shattered by Vital's meteorite. Uchiha Madara's expression changed. Would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Rustle. A large number of branches sprouted from the sandy ground, intertwined and gnarled. Then, White Zetsu appeared behind Uchiha Madara, leaping and merging directly into Uchiha Madara's body. Immediately after, dark red appeared on the image of Senju Hashirama's head on his chest. Sage Chakra. And Uchiha Madara, having completed the final piece of the puzzle, formed hand seals again. Sage art. Would release. True several thousand hands. A giant wooden figure stood up from the sea of trees, countless hands spread out behind the wooden figure like a peacock's tail. Under Uchiha Madara's control, it punched the falling meteorites one by one, turning them into countless fragments. At the same time, Vital moved again. Several hands constructed from Ninetails chakra appeared on his body, and rapidly spinning shuriken of various attributes appeared in his hands. Sage art. Wind release, blaze release, lava release, magnet release. All were thrown towards Uchiha Madara. Top transformed Buddha. Uchiha Madara felt the terrifying power contained in these Rasengan shuriken and dared not underestimate them. Quietly watching Vital, who was constantly roaring, suddenly raised his hand, and the truth-seeking ball that formed the defense blocked an invisible attack from the side, making a muffled sound. You. Uchiha Madara showed a sign of panic for the first time. Limbo, border jail. You really still disappoint me a bit. The current Uchiha Madara is still not strong enough. But there's no choice. Vital doesn't want to meet Kaguya Otsutsuki, that silly woman, and even more so, doesn't want to see Black Zetsu's plan succeed. Although Uchiha Madara schemed against the entire ninja world, at least Vital acknowledges him. Let's end it here. Vital flashed and appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, looking at Uchiha Madara and slowly saying, I've seen your dance, but it's time to draw a perfect period to it. He stirred up all the chakra in his body. Chapter 349. It could be seen that within Vital's Rinnegan, black, tiny Tomo were emerging. 8 Tomo Rinnegan. The next second. Vital manipulated his fingers, and all 8 truth-seeking balls behind him shot out, directly piercing through Madara Uchiha's body, who was in shock, ending his short-lived resurrection. Seeing that things were not going well, Black Zetsu wanted to escape. However, Vital controlled the truth-seeking balls that had pierced through Madara Uchiha's body, directly blasting this manifestation of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will into dust. From then on, Kagaya Otsutsuki no longer had any possibility of resurrection. Immediately afterward, Vital turned around and scanned the ninja forces of the 4 hidden villages, his body suspended above them. I want peace in the ninja world, who agrees, and who opposes? The ninja army of the 4 hidden villages looked up at the several giant meteorites hanging in the sky, swallowed hard, and for a moment, didn't know how to answer. Vital raised the corners of his mouth, controlling the Tenai Shinsei to fall. We agree. It was unknown whose psychological defenses were broken first, followed by a highly contagious collapse. At this moment, Vital had become, in their eyes, a true god. The end.